Hey crew, I'm excited.
This is going to be amazing.
This is going to be so much fun. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is coming this fall.
It is a massive new expansion to the Dungeons & Dragons rule set for DMs and players alike.
There's some pretty cool stuff in there, including, officially, the Bard College of Creation. This is a subclass you don't want to miss out on.
You know why I'm super excited about Artificer and the changes coming? Because my character is already kind of a badass tank. But imagine her being able to shoot lightning with these greaves.
I cannot wait, personally, to create a new chaotic tiefling warlock to unleash the ultimate genie magic with.
Y'all, I gotta tell you, they made magical items as tattoos. I want to use this stuff in-game right away.
I am super excited to try out a bunch of these new spells. It offers a lot of versatility, so you might want to take Summon Aberrant Spirit and fight alongside a Beholderkin, because why would you not?
One of the rules that they're expanding on is one of my personal favorites, which is the group patron mechanic that can change the flavor of a campaign even before it begins.
There is so much great new stuff, including sidekicks. That's right, they're going official.
All that and more will be available in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, available everywhere this fall.
Hello and welcome back to, I can't believe I'm saying it, the final day of D&D Celebration 2020. I'm Ellis Wood. I've been your host this weekend. And I genuinely cannot believe that we are already here on the very last day. We have had such an incredible weekend. We have been celebrating everything that makes D&D so life-changingly brilliant. We've had storytelling, we've had adventure, we've had some very thick owlbears. So, I mean, this has just been such a brilliant weekend. If you're tuning in today for the very first time, then this has been a weekend, as I said, of celebrating D&D. We've been coming together to really not only break down some of the new books and have a deep dive into the world building that's been happening recently, but also just introduce you to lots of brilliant new faces. We've had some really great games from maybe people that you haven't seen before. And of course, we've just been exploring, as I said, adventure, storytelling, what it takes to be a great DM. So it's been a fantastic weekend and we've got a great day for you lined up today. But first, let's take a little look back at what we had yesterday, because it was an exceptional lineup. So yesterday we started off with our UK influencers. So we brought together a group of people from the UK, all utterly fantastic, and not just because, you know, they were British, but we had a group of people, some of whom were from the UK, and they were doing a prison break game. This was really, really great. It included rehabilitating people with ice cream, supposedly. So that was one definitely check out. Really great way to kick off the day. Then we went behind the screen. So this was a DM roundtable where we kind of discussed, we brought in DMs that you will know and love and possibly be very intimidated by. But that was kind of the point of this. So they were exploring what it takes not only to be a great DM, but to be a confident DM. Because obviously that's something that many people struggle with. It always is a little bit intimidating to take the table for the first time. And so they were kind of exploring what it is to be a DM and why it's so important that you tell your stories, that you're not trying to imitate people that you've perhaps seen this weekend and thought, oh God, they were absolutely amazing. But it was about how you can develop your voice. So if you've thought about being a DM, if you're somebody who just wants to appreciate the work your DM puts in, do go back and watch that. VODs for all the panels and all the games are going up over the next few days. So don't worry if you didn't catch that one. Then we had a game with our US influencers, another really fun, really, really high energy game. I think we learned the hard way there. There was a big DM tip in there, which was don't give somebody a smoking cigar if you don't want somebody to pyrotechnic that. That was a very funny moment, but lots and lots of really, really great bits in that. And another appearance from Chris Perkins' dog Milo. I know you all love Milo, so I have to highlight whenever they pop up on screen, and they did pop up during that US influencers game. Then we had an exploration of what it is to be a bard, which I thought was such an interesting topic. I kind of went on and on about it yesterday, but I'm going to do it a little bit again today. It was actually a really interesting panel, a little bit different from anything we'd seen before, where they looked at the kind of history of being a bard, both inside D&D and outside D&D. It was actually kind of a really lovely panel about finding your voice again, but quite literally as a bard. There was a lot of singing. We had a lot of upsettingly talented singers on that panel, of course. But they also explored, being a bit silly. Obviously, a bard is a really fun class. It requires you to be a bit outlandish, a bit out there sometimes. And it was about kind of finding your confidence as an adventurer and really feeling free to be imaginative, to do things that maybe feel a bit silly or a bit wacky when you're at a table, because it is, a safe space, a welcoming space. So actually it was a really lovely panel about, just the friendship and the companionship that you have at a table, as well as a really interesting deep dive into the bard class. So I hugely recommend that. It was absolutely brilliant. Then we had a game that this had me crying with laughter. So we had Viva La Dirt, who are a New Zealand group, and we had Dragon Friends, who were an Australian group. They joined forces for a huge game, and it was absolutely hysterical. I cannot express how much I love this game. Really, really funny. We had people trying to hug owlbears. We did have, as I mentioned, a debate on how thick owlbears are, and that's thick with a double C. It was absolutely hysterical, and I believe that the video of that's going to go up today, so keep an eye out, because if you missed that, maybe save it for Monday. It's going to be a great one for the Monday Blues, so definitely please check that out. Made me laugh a lot. And then we finished up the day with another Australian group, I Speak Giant. Again, really, really fun. Lots of hijinks there. So if you missed that one, that'll also be going up very, very shortly. So lots and lots of games for you to catch up on if you weren't here yesterday. But since you're watching right now, you are here today. So let's take a look at the schedule for Sunday. So we're going to be kicking things off with a UK group, High Rollers. I absolutely love these folks. They are brilliant. They are just a dream DM group. Really, really funny, really creative, really imaginative. They've got a fantastic DM who you will have already seen this weekend. So yeah, definitely stay tuned. Sit where you are. Do not move. They are coming up after I finish talking your ears off. Then we're going to be looking at inclusive dungeon design. So this is a really great panel. So they're going to basically take an hour and try to build the most inclusive dungeon they can. So this is all about making people feel welcome at your table, making people feel like they can sit down and they're just able to play with you, whether they're brand new to D&D, whether they're from a different culture, whether they're, somebody who needs more accessibility within the game. And so it's basically about building a game that anybody could sit down and play with you. And they're actually going to try and build a dungeon in an hour that's very accessible. So I just wanted to highlight as well, this is going to have Sarah Thompson, who you might know as the creator of the awesome combat wheelchair. So if you saw that, it's amazing. If you haven't seen it, by the way, please go and Google it. It's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. So yes, Sarah will be on this panel, so definitely check it out. As I said, it's all about accessibility. It's all about welcoming people to the table, which is what D&D is all about. So make sure you tune in for that. Then we'll be following it up with a live play game from Realmsmith. So this is a Canadian group. As I said yesterday, it's kind of been the World Cup of D&D, maybe the Eurovision, because we've had so much singing, but we've got a Canadian group coming in now. They've been streaming for a few years. They've had guests like Matt Mercer, so, they know what they're doing. They are very, very funny. So that's one to definitely spot. And then we'll be having a panel on weaving Asian stories. So I am extremely excited about this one. I think it's really important. You might have been tuning in just to watch some fun games this weekend, but please do tune into this. I think it's really important. It's about how we can more respectfully represent Asian cultures within D&D, which is something that I think we can all admit has not been done well before. We have struggled with that. And this is going to be the Asian Represent podcast, who are absolutely brilliant. Do check that out if you haven't heard it. They're going to be coming on, bringing some friends along to kind of discuss how we move forward, how we start representing a culture that is, incredibly interesting, has, really incredible inspirations to draw from, but how we do that in a way that's respectful, that's not appropriating that culture, that's not using stereotypes. So I think this is going to be such an interesting discussion. I absolutely can't wait for this one. And I do think it's really important that you kind of that you join in the conversation, that you chat about this afterwards, that, you know, if we are all about making D&D more inclusive, if we do want to welcome new people into our world, this is the kind of work we need to be putting in. And, you know, nobody makes it feel less like work than the Asian Represent podcast. So please tune in for that one and talk about it afterwards. Then following that, we're going to have Dice Stormers. So these are a group of Australian players, and this is their very first big D&D event. So please tune in, please make them feel really, really welcome. They are absolutely fantastic. And I'm so, so excited that D&D Celebration gets to be kind of their big reveal to the community. So make sure you tune in. And as I said, make them feel welcome, make them feel appreciated, because they are absolutely brilliant. Following Dice Stormers, we're going to have Knights of Evening Star. Again, doesn't need a huge amount of explanation. You know who they are, you love them, obviously absolutely brilliant. So really excited to have them on the lineup today, and I'm sure they'll be their usual excellent selves. Then finally, we're going to be finishing up with a big sneak peek inside the D&D studio. So this is a panel I'm hosting. I'm really, really excited. I'm going to be talking to Liz Shue and Ray Winninger. We're going to be basically going, well, I mean, the name kind of explains it all, inside the D&D studio. So this is a huge deep dive into what D&D is doing next. So this is a look behind the scenes at how they come up with new adventures, new products, you know, how they know it's time for something like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, how it's time to do a massive rules update. We're also going to be talking about some of the future plans. So, you know, I'm just saying, tune in. And so this is a panel that I'm so excited to get to host. I cannot believe D&D have put it in my hands. You know, I might get a little bit hysterical, but we're going to be talking everything you want to know about D&D and what's next. So that is one. Do not miss it. Make sure you are here. That's how we're going to round out this fantastic weekend. So that will be finishing up your Sunday. And of course, make sure you've joined the Discord, by the way, because that's where we're kind of keeping in touch with each other. This weekend's all about community. So if you want to kind of chat along with people, you might be watching by yourself. I know lots of us are in quarantine, lockdown, so that's where you can go and find people. That's discord.gg/D&D. So let's take a quick look at some of the topics we'll be talking about this weekend, starting off with books, and one in particular, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. So obviously this is the latest adventure. It is absolutely spectacular. It's a familiar location, but it is an entirely new story. You know, there are some incredible new creatures. It's just an absolute masterpiece. I love this adventure, and it is out now. You can pick it up. It's got gorgeous alternate art, as you can see. As always, you can only get that by going in store. And of course, our next new book that is on the way is Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So this is, as I said, a massive rules expansion. It's got, you know, you saw the video, but it has got absolutely everything. We've got spells, magical tattoos, sidekicks, patrons. We've got so much new great stuff for characters, including lots of fantastic subclass options to kind of mix up how you play. You can pre-order that right now, so that on November the 17th, it is in your hands. And of course, if you haven't if you've missed out on some of the chat about both of those books, I held a big deep dive panel earlier on with Chris Perkins and Jeremy. So we basically kind of went through what the process behind making these was, what you can look forward to, you know, how they're going to transform the way that you play. So if you missed that, that's already up on the Twitch channel, on the YouTube channel. So go and catch up, because yeah, we had a lot to talk about. It was a very fun panel, and I'll just give you a heads up, Milo did kind of appear. So that happened then. Of course, this weekend we have got a little bit of extra fun happening, because we will be raising money for Extra Life. So this makes the weekend just that little bit more special. It's, you know, we're all coming together, we're having a great time, but we're doing good with it. So we're raising money for Extra Life, who distribute it between Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Obviously, the money is hugely needed right now more than ever. And of course, if you want to look good and feel good, we've also got some event apparel. That's with our partners at custominc.com. And that's going to raise money. All the proceeds from that are going to go to Extra Life as well. It looks incredible. Absolutely gorgeous design. I mean, I'd expect nothing less from D&D. So make sure you go and check that out if you want to look good and feel good. Then This weekend in our games, we've had some fantastic soundscapes, you might have noticed, and that was immersion provided by Syrinscape. So this is a sound design app, absolutely brilliant. It's a really easy, really straightforward way to kind of, as I said, add a soundscape, add effects to your games. Whether you're kind of a new DM and that's something that you want to do to build a world whilst you're a little bit less confident, whether you're a veteran DM and you know what you're doing, you're creating an entire other realm for people to dive into. I hugely recommend Syrinscape. Keep an ear out for it. We're going to have it in some of our games today. It is absolutely brilliant. But we are now going to kick off our Sunday. I think I'm done. I'm sure you're all absolutely sick of me. So I'm going to hand over to the absolutely wonderful UK group High Rollers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our game, our first game of D&D Celebration 2020. I am Mark Sherlock Humes, the Dungeon Master for High Rollers D&D. You may also know me as the Dungeon Master for the Knights of Evening Star, or as Kaliana from Critical Role. And I am going to bring you a special Icewind Dale-themed one-shot celebrating the launch of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, along with my typical friends, my usual friends from the High Rollers team, and here they are.
Typical friends.
Typical friends. Wonderful, average, run-of-the-mill, day-to-day friends.
Wow.
I told you I'd mess it up somehow. So we have, and I'm going to try and get my orders right, starting from a certain side, whichever one my hand's in there. We have Katie Morrison, Kim Richards, Rhiannon Gower, Tom Hazel, and Chris Trott. We are the High Rollers. You may have seen our show. We are a UK D&D live stream group. We stream every Sunday, normally at 5 o'clock. We're an hour early today, and we play in a homebrew world. But today, we're going to be exploring the Forgotten Realms, and specifically Icewind Dale. Do you guys have anything to say for yourselves?
Nah.
No.
Perfect.
Not really.
We're here. No.
Perfect. So professional.
Yeah.
People saw you yesterday, Kim. They saw you yesterday in the game playing Boomer.
Boomer. Good, friendly, flammable Boomer. And he had a great time. He had a wonderful time. I highly suggest you check the VOD out because it could not have gone more wonderfully for Boomer.
I'm told that you now have an owlbear that if you ever bring that character back, I'm probably obliged to let you have in some way.
A snowy owlbear called Jezebel. And I'll kill for her. Yeah, best friend. Best new friend.
Best new friend. Perfect. Well, today, my good friends, we're going to be playing a little one-shot. So those of you who follow Aerois, our main campaign, we're not playing our Aerois characters today. These are special one-shot characters. But I'm going to give you guys a specific point to introduce them because I want to kind of set the game up, give the kind of what's going on, and then we're going to jump into the action with a kind of cinematic description of your characters and what they look like. So you guys can think about that whilst I brief everybody on what's going down. So we begin our adventures in a small mountain path leading from Bryn Shander, one of the 10 towns of Icewind Dale. 7 days ago, a strange comet was seen falling from the sky deep into the mountains called the Spine of the World, south of Bryn Shander. One of the merchants of the 10 towns, a fellow called Garm the Hammer, who runs Black Iron Blades, has requisitioned a team of experts, of prospectors, scholars, survivalists, to travel into the mountains, discover this comet's location, and bring back a sample to see if it's something that he can use to create better weapons to sell in Bryn Shander. A very large sum of gold has been offered for this task, and he has also sent his own personal friend, Dallas Freehorn, a scout and kind of guide who knows the mountain area quite well. And along with Dallas comes his trusty Axebeak companion, Scoops. An Axebeak is if you've played Final Fantasy, it is like a chocobo with a particularly large beak. And this one is called Scoops, and it is carrying the party's supplies, tents, food, water, all of their kind of mundane gear that they will need to survive in the frigid, rocky mountains of Icewind Dale. And we begin our adventures on one of these trails, and we're going to see you guys in a kind of Lord of the Rings coming over Mount Edoras cinematic shot, one by one. We see Dallas leading the way, leading Scoops. Dallas is a rugged-looking human, slightly tan skin, wearing thick furred clothing, a large beard and long brown hair. Looks like a very typical fantasy human, and is otherwise just looks to be prepared for trekking along the mountains. Who is the first behind this scout leading the way? I will throw it over to anybody who wants to go. And if none of you pick, I will pick Chris Trott or Kim if you want to go.
Probably me.
Okay, let's Kim go, and then we'll jump to Trott.
Okay. Just knowing my character. So my character is a human man, very kind of, I guess, 30s, grizzled in the face, dark brown hair, dressed in a very typical fashion, cloak, cape, battered armor, and he has a wooden hand. He kind of looks a little bit like, I would say he has the jawline of Gaston from Beauty and the Beast.
Dimpled chin.
Yeah, quite dimpled, quite handsome in his own way. And he's got very, I guess, confident posture. Like he looks very confident and a little bit arrogant. He's called Ash. For the technical-minded out there, he's a fighter. Enjoy.
An Eldritch Knight, I believe.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so we see Ash following behind Dallas and Scoops as you're making your way through the mountains. Who is next? Chris Trott. What is the next character we see kind of coming over the mountain range?
Hello, I'm John Carpenter, and I'm a very short, stout dwarf. I'm a bit old, and I've got a very big, bushy beard that's very grey, and you can barely distinguish any of his features, if I'm honest, but I'm covered in robes and furs, and I've got big goggles, nice big goggles the size of a tangerine.
I was waiting for it. God, gosh darn it. Okay, and this is John Carpenter, the dwarf rogue, who is making his way.
I used to be a carpenter back in Faerun.
Yeah, but now he's trudging around in
my family business burnt down, and I learned then that my family also burnt with it. So I thought I'd change profession.
Right. Tragic.
I was expecting a punchline there, but no.
Yeah, I was going to say, just very, very tragic. But yeah, we see John Carpenter pulling himself through the snow along with everyone else. Who is next after this tragic dwarven fellow?
I could go if you want.
Go on, Katie.
Okay. So I am playing an ASMR. She is she's got sort of more tan skin, golden blonde hair that she's got tied to one side in sort of a fishtail braid, and copper eyes, bright copper eyes, and she is a monk. She's wearing sort of some the upper half of her tunic's quite tight fitting and then sort of flows out, and she carries a quarterstaff, and she's probably looking a little bit determined. She's probably looking quite determined, and also sort of looking at the people that she's with, and sort of she's very focused on where she's going.
Yeah. Especially since you can easily see over the top of Mr. Carpenter's head. You can easily see mounted trail leading.
She's about 5'8", so she's about 5'8".
Well above dwarf height.
Of my height.
Cool. What's the character's name?
Isla.
Okay, so we see Isla coming up next, kind of in the middle of the group, this kind of radiant spectacle amongst the drab browns and furred cloaks that we've seen so far. Following behind Illa, who is it Illa?
Isla.
Isla.
So Ayla, but Isla.
Isla. Isla nude. Right, who's next? Rhiannon, Tom.
I'll go next.
Yeah. Go on, Rhiannon.
All right, so I am playing Quintessa. She is a human ranger, Beastmaster Ranger. I guess she'd sort of be walking with a confident, slightly drunken stupor.
Okay.
She has like typical ranger garb on, like leather overalls over a white shirt, but then over that she's got a pair of like waders, like black
big
waders.
fish waders.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And she has a couple of two short swords at her side. She's quite an older looking woman, so she has like grey muzzled hair, very weathered looking, with an eye patch over one eye, and then behind her is also stumbling a three-legged white goat.
Okay, and that's the animal companion.
That is, yeah.
And does the animal companion have a name for Quintessa?
Her name is Gwynny.
Gwynny, so the Gwynny the goat, stumbling behind a three-legged goat on the mountain, stumbling behind a very drunken old lady. Perfect. Perfect. Wonderful. So that's Quintessa. And then finally, the last member of the expedition, Tom Hazel. Who do we see?
I am Dr. P.H. Decker, and I am a half-elf wizard and a very aged man, and he's got wild grey hair and various scientific gear around him. He's also got a wild look everywhere he's looking. He's like examining stuff very quickly, looking away, moving on to the next thing. And he's moving quite slowly at the back of the pack. But yeah, he's ready to investigate some meteorites and find out that it's all science. Everything can come down to science, Dr.
Even
P.H.
the magic.
Decker. Even the magic. It's probably just illusions. It's probably just conjuration. There's an answer for everything.
Okay, so he's our kind of scientist character in a sense, a magical kind of scientist.
Yeah.
Professor.
Great Scott.
Okay, yeah, okay, now I get it. Yep, I now have a picture in my head. Yeah, there we go.
I was trying to find a D&D thing that is Scott, but I couldn't find it in the 5 minutes I was searching.
I guess like you could say Great Soon, like because Soon is a goddess in Forgotten Realms. You'd be like Great Soon,
Great Soon, Mordenkainen.
Yeah, very, very much so. Perfect. So
Awesome.
we see these characters, this intrepid expedition making your way across the mountains, and the spine of the world is a very treacherous and very dangerous place to be navigating around in. Not just for things like creatures and monsters, but the terrain itself is quite dangerous. One thing I'm going to introduce in this game, this is like a little custom rule. Rather than worrying about things like how many rations and torches and lanterns and stuff like that you guys have, I want to try out something that I came up with. So you guys are going to have something called a supply die. Right? This is going to be a D6, and we're going to set it to 6. So it's going to start at 6. And this will represent things like food, water, lanterns, or any special items, right? Whenever you guys take a long rest, I'm going to reduce the die by 1 to represent you guys using your rations and your water and stuff like that. Also, at any time, you guys can say, oh, we've got any non-magical item you want in the supply, and I'll reduce the die by 1, and you can just have that item, right? Rather than you having to pre-plan it and be like, oh, I bought 50 foot of rope, or I bought a climber's kit. You can basically just say like, no, it's fine. We've got this in the supply, and then I'll reduce the number down. The other option I'm going to give you is if you guys fail at an ability check, so this would be like a skill check like acrobatics or athletics or anything like that, I will give you the option that you can lose some supply. So that would be you like, cutting loose a pouch that's got food in it, or cutting loose an item to succeed at the ability check instead. So it's kind of like the classic thing of like, your backpack being grabbed by a monster and pulled away instead of you being hit by the attack or something like that, right? And you can do that instead. Now, obviously, if you run out of supply, that's quite bad. You don't have any food, you don't have any items, you won't be able to you still have weapons and armor, but things like you won't necessarily have a lantern, or you won't have rope that you need to climb up something. So that's just something to keep in mind as we go through the adventure. Because as we begin, you guys are making your way towards a valley. Dallas turns around and he's been guiding you this whole way, having claimed that speaking to people around Bryn Shander, he has a fairly good idea of where this comet went down. I think there's a valley not too far through the mountains. It's difficult to reach. There's only really one way in and out, but I think I can get us there. We'll need to trek along some of the high passes to get into it, but it shouldn't take us too long. Maybe day and a half to reach it, I think. And he just kind of like plows forward. Come on, Scoops. And this kind of big fluffy bird with a giant beak kind of follows behind him. You can see it dotes on him affectionately, and he's very fond of the creature, kind of giving it scratches under the chin. Any of you who have a decent charisma, Scoops quite likes as well. Scoops kind of like comes over and sort of like rubs its big head up against you and nuzzles up against you as you're going along. Or if you like, it can not like you if you want to. If you decide that the bird hates you, you can
That's a
decide
thing
that
that
as
you
well.
hate.
Yeah. So one thing, as we're making the way through the mountains, as I mentioned, this is kind of treacherous terrain. So I would like each of you to choose. You can either make a survival, a perception, or an athletics check. You can choose which one, and then depending on what you choose, I'd like you to narrate to me some sort of thing that your character is doing to help the expedition. And it doesn't have to be sequentially. Like you could say, like, oh, we get lost in, a series of mountain trails, and I'm going to use perception to get us out of it. You know, it can be whatever you want, and then you can base it on the result as well. If you roll low, you can describe you messing something up. If you roll really high, you do amazing. Go on, Chris Trott.
I'll roll first before I describe what I'm doing.
Sure.
That's a 17. Lovely.
On a what? What kind of check?
That's a survival check.
Survival?
And,
okay, perfect.
What I'll tell the party, so I've done this a few times, boys and girls. Okay? So what we have to do, it's a frigid wind. So I'd like everybody to stand behind the cart so that the wind is not buffeting our faces. If that's okay, I'll take the lead and prove to you that this is an adequate technique for surviving Icewind Dale. Thank you, everybody.
And it does indeed prove to be the thing by positioning Scoops at the front and kind of huddling behind the giant bird, which is a very large creature. It does help buffet away some of the wind, the freezing cold, icy wind of these mountain passes. And
now,
John,
isn't that better, everyone? Isn't that nice?
Wonderful, John. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Can't.
Kim's gone. Tom Hazel, go on. Give us a roll, Tommy. Which one would you like to do?
I will also do a survival with a +1. I rolled a 3. So I think what I would be doing is tinkering with this device around a ink pot in an attempt to create almost like, you know, the bird that tips over and presses the keyboard in Simpsons?
Yeah.
Making something similar to that, where and I attach it to the back of the chocobo, the bird, and the idea is that it would drip ink so that we can keep a track of the journey that we've taken.
Right. How does it go wrong?
It goes wrong because I just attach like the smallest flask and it pours it all out in like one splat. But I'm confident. I'm confident it'll work.
Okay, perfect.
We haven't seen any ink splotch for a while now. This must mean we haven't followed this trail yet. It's ingenious, I tell you, ingenious.
But we've gone round in
Indeed it
circles
is.
like 4 times.
Right. Well, the doctor definitely ends up kind of getting you lost in the trail for a little bit of time, delaying your journey as this ink pot just is this device. It proves to be a colossal failure. Who else? Who would like to go next?
I rolled 19, which makes it a 20 in athletics, and I think I'm going to just use my abilities to make sure that I'm going on a safe path, like making sure that if there's any unsteady places, I'm like, watch out, don't step there, like going ahead of the group to lay that out.
Well, there's quite a few climbs. Like there's periods where you kind of have to climb your way down or navigate down these kind of like really narrow switchbacks. And so, Isla kind of moves forward. You test out some of these paths. You secure ropes so that people can make your way across, kind of taking those initial leaps, jumping across these broken parts of the trails to make sure that the others can cross perfectly. Great. Fantastic. That's a great one. So Rhiannon or Kim, who would like to go next? You are currently at 2 successes and 1 failure, I will tell you.
I can go next.
Sure.
So I will do a roll. That is a 13 in survival. So what I'll do is I'll send out Gwynny and be like, okay, Gwynny, you go and stand by the people. You're nice and soft and fluffy and warm. You go, keep them warm. Off you go, Gwynny.
So Gwynny does go off. Gwynny unfortunately gets very distracted by all sorts of things. John, at least part of one of your cloaks has been consumed by this goat that was trying to get too close to you. It's got like bite marks and chomp, but you've kind of been dragged all over the place by it. It constantly butts heads with the Axebeak Scoops, and the two of them end up half fighting along the journey. And yeah, just all sorts of minor inconveniences come about because of this three-legged goat that seems very stubborn and not very helpful, to say the least. So Ash, what are you going to bring to the table for this final check?
So I rolled an 11 on athletics, which is 11 and then plus 5 is so 16 in total on
very
athletics.
Different. That changes things considerably.
I messed my sentence up there. So I guess athletics, he would be kind of, I think if you notice, Ash, you notice he's always looking around. Like he's always kind of, what's that over there? Huh? Is that a bird? No. Deadeye? And I think with athletics, he would probably like almost go ahead, maybe scale like a kind of snowy bank just to see, look around, check the route, climb back down. So I think he would be always kind of very jumpy and very almost paranoid and moving ahead, climbing something, checking like the route, coming back. I feel like that's what he would be doing with that.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. So all of your efforts combined, you guys managed to make your way through this trail, and over the course of around about a day, you make your way down into this snowy valley. Now, because some of you did fail, I've reduced your supply by 1, so you're currently at 5 supply, but not too bad. Like making your way through the journey, mainly that came about because of Gwynny ate some of the food and kind of knocked the Axebeak, sending a few things tumbling down. Also, the doctor's device leading you round in circles, you ended up having to waste some of the rations and water that you've bought to make up for the lost time. But eventually you make your way down into this valley at the mouth of the valley. As you begin making your way down, the weather in Icewind Dale begins to worsen. Already a very cold, snowy, desolate place. A very strong blizzard begins to swell. The wind begins to pick up, howling through the different peaks and the drifts around this kind of valley. The temperature begins to drop, and flurries of snow begin to form around. It won't be long until your visibility is definitely ruined. And as the temperature begins to drop, you realize that if you remain outside for too long, this is going to get very, very dangerous. Dallas points up ahead and kind of calls out to the rest of you. He's just like, I think I can see something. There's some sort of like a structure or something here. I don't remember it being here. And he's pointing at a shape that almost looks like a giant curve, like something has crashed into the snow and fallen to the side, and it's formed almost like a giant spiral, and what almost looks like fingers clutching at the ground emerge from the front of it. But the snow is beginning to pick up, and in the flurry of the white, you can barely see this building or this structure for what it is. What do you guys do?
I do believe, Master Dallas, that our only sign of survival appears to be that big circle up ahead. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I
we aren't
agree,
going to
Mr.
last very
Carpenter.
long.
We should get to shelter as quick as we can. Come on, let's move. And he's kind of like trying to hustle everyone forward. Scoops.
When we're there, I looked back to the rest of the party. When we get there, we're going to gut the goat, and we're all going to climb inside for shelter and warmth.
No, you're not. You're not going to gut Gwynny. No.
We don't need to gut anyone.
I think you're the only one who could probably fit in there, to be honest.
Yeah.
John. Not the best plan, but...
I'm assuming you're all agreeing with me. I can't hear you over the consistent wind. So
I'm giving my thumbs up.
Right. So my question is, the PhD is just like giving the thumbs up. My question is, who's moving out front? John, it sounds like you're kind of like rushing forward with Dallas. Is anybody else kind of like, is there an order here, or is it just a mad rush towards this structure?
I think Isla would probably step up front and try and help lead the charge. 2.
So Isla and John at the front, and then sort of everyone else kind of falling behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash?
I'll go next. Yeah, Ash always. Yeah.
Okay.
Pushing forward.
So Ash kind of in the middle, and then Quintessa and Dr. PhD at the back, kind of thing. Okay, Ela and John. John, you just managed to catch. You begin to hear something moving in the snow as this blizzard is picking up. The wind is now rushing around you. The snow is limiting your visibility. You can barely see more than 30 feet in front of you at this point. But you hear something under the snow about to launch itself towards you. What do? You've got, this is your basically action before something springs out of this snow at you. What do you do?
I will literally dive out the way with an old man.
Just leap to the side. Okay, well, you just managed to leap out as 2 pale yellow, almost like a mixture of a slug and a centipede, burst from the snow. They look quite thin, like you can see some of their body has slackened as if it's become empty and hollow, and these things just as they launch themselves forward. And that, my friends, is going to be our very first roll initiative of the evening.
Here we go.
Bring it on.
Natural 1.
What's the total, Trot? 3? Dr. PH Decker?
13.
13. Isla?
14.
14. Ash?
7.
7. Groovy. Quintessa?
Exactly.
18.
18. Okay, perfect. You can see Dallas literally manages to pull scoops and is trying to pull the bird away. You don't think he's going to be too much use in a fight. He's more of a guide. But Quintessa, you are the first to act as you see these what would have been quite plump yellow slug centipedes, but they're quite thin and gaunt, emerge from the snow. The little mouth tentacles like...
Oh my Christ.
What would you like to do?
Gross. Okay, I would like to tell Gwynny to stay out the way, so I'm gonna command Gwynny to move back.
Okay.
And then I'm going to get out my longbow and shoot at one of the thingies, one of the rim things.
As you pull the arrow, as you're drawing it back, the wind is so severe in this blizzard. Ranged attack rolls, this is for everybody, are at disadvantage whilst this blizzard is in effect. So yeah, it's so strong the arrows are struggling to strike. And you can only see about 30 feet around you as well. It's almost pure white everywhere around you.
Oh, my second roll was a nat 20.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, what was the lowest
total.
one? 8 total? No, the arrow is just whipped away by the wind as it sails around deep into the snow somewhere. Anything else?
No, that's me. Good. TYVM.
Yep. Okay, Isla.
These
things are basically next to you because they jumped out at John, who ducked out of the way, and you were at the front. So these things are basically next to you.
I will hit one of them, whatever is closest to me, with my staff.
Sure.
As a first, and then an unarmed strike as a bonus. That's a nat 20. Oh my god.
Very nice. Off to a good start. Perfect. So Katie, we'll do our usual crit rules from Erebus.
Okay,
So for those of you who don't follow our stream, we do it as it deals the maximum possible damage, and then you roll the damage again. So whatever your damage is.
So D8 plus 2, so 10, and then another D8.
Yep.
So 10 plus 6, 16.
16 points.
First hit.
Thwack! This staff comes down, and you can see this kind of translucent goo is sprayed out of this creature's mouth as you whack it with the staff, dealing a heavy blow. And then you're going to kick out at it with your.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a little kick in the face.
Perfect.
As a bonus action. So that is 16 plus 4 is 20.
20 will hit, yeah.
Is 6 points of damage. I rolled a 4 on my d4.
6 points of damage.
Kicking damage.
You can see this creature is already immensely wounded by these couple of strikes as you strike into it. You can see now, being closer to it you're in combat, this thing has long gash marks along its side as if it's been clawed by some sort of beast. It looks half starved, desperate to attack something, it seems. But yeah, you deal these 2 rapid blows, and it seems to be reeling from your attacks. Dr. P.H. Decker, you are next. You're about 10,
damaging.
15 feet away.
Stop hitting the creature. You're ruining the specimen. He's useless when he's beyond saving. I'll acid splash the mega damaged one.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Do I have to make a roll?
Dex save from him.
Dex save. That is going to be a 5 for me.
Perfect. 1d6 of damage. 2 damage, Mark.
2 points of damage. Welcome to low-level cantrips, Tom Hazel. Yeah, the acid kind of splashes against the creature's body. You see it just kind of writhes around in the snow. Anything else, Dr. PH Decker?
You must subdue the other one. He's perfect for experimentation.
The creature on its turn will try and it kind of tries to like hit you with its face tentacles, Isla, and then it's going to try and bite you as it does so. So face tentacles is a 20 to hit, I'm afraid.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it.
That is 5 points of poison damage, and can you make a con save for me, please?
Oh no. Oh no, that's only a 3.
You, I'm afraid, are paralyzed as you feel your body lock up as this poison from these tentacles runs through your body. However, when it tries to bite you, even with advantage, that is only a 13 to hit.
That does not hit.
So it kind of tries to wrap around you, but the position you've kind of been frozen in with the paralysis, its teeth just chomp around the quarterstaff, not quite making its way through. Ash, you are up.
So I will. Kim is very excited, by the way. But Ash will attack with his hand axe. So he wields 2 axes, like 2 hand axes. And with 2 weapon fighting, I'll attack with my attack and bonus action. So I'll just roll them both now. So one is a 16 plus 5. And the other one is a 6 plus 5, so I'm guessing just 1 hit.
No, they will both hit, in fact. Okay. Was it 6 plus 5, did you say?
6 plus 5, so 11.
Oh, no, that doesn't hit. Sorry,
Okay,
no,
yeah,
I thought
okay,
you said
so
9 plus 5. Which one are you attacking? The heavily injured one or the one that... the other one is still injured. You can see that it has these old wounds on it, these kind of claw marks, but it's not as badly injured as the one Isla hit.
Which one is on Isla at the moment?
That's the one that's really badly damaged, the one that she...
Okay,
was
so...
beating up.
Yeah, probably the one on Isla. So I rolled a 6 plus 3 is 9 points of hand axe damage.
9 points of damage. The hand axe cuts through. One big slice goes through its upper kind of part of its body and part of the way through its face, and it just sprays this translucent goo all over your front of your tunic and your armor. But then it just flops, kind of makes one last kind of like... and then it just flops into the snow, shriveling up like a slug as it does so. Anything else on your turn, Ash?
Groovy. That's it.
That's it. The other one will come speeding towards you, sensing a great threat, and it will try and do the same thing. It will attack you once with its tentacles. That is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that will hit me just a little bit.
That was 3 points of poison damage. And can you make a con save for me, please?
Con save. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
That is fine. You are not paralyzed as you shrug off the poison of these tentacles kind of coursing through your system, which causes its bite to miss you as well. So as it kind of tries to grab onto you, it just doesn't find purchase. John Carpenter.
John Carpenter pulls his face out of the snow, wipes off his goggles, looking around. You conniving ankle biters. And he's going to whip out his crossbow and look to the one that's sprinting towards Ash, knock a bolt, and ping it off.
It is going to be at disadvantage as these blizzard winds make ranged attacks difficult.
All right. First one's a 16. Second one is a 20.
Oh, well, the 16 will still hit then. And you will get sneak attack as it is next to an ally.
So that's a 3. And then I'll roll another 6. D6, that is. Here we go.
It's not 60.
That's another 6. So that is 11 there, Mark.
Just 11 damage? You did 2d6 for sneak attack, right?
Just 11? I think that's pretty good. What?
It's pretty good.
2d6.
You know your sneak attack is 2d6.
Yeah, I knew that. So I'm just biding my time. That's an extra 1 there.
So it's 12 total.
That's 12 total, yeah.
Perfect. So the crossbow bolt thuds into the creature's side. Again, this kind of goo kind of splashes out over the snow. It doesn't seem to be acidic, but definitely there is some sort of heat to it as it begins to melt away. But yeah, a very powerful blow struck into the creature's side. Anything else, John?
I will bonus action hide in the snow again.
Yeah, you can make a stealth check if you like. Quintessa,
right.
You are up. Well, you can do that while I go with Rhiannon's round, and then you can tell me on your round what you got. Quintessa, what would you like to do?
Quintessa's going to pull out both her short swords. She's going to go charging at this thing.
Yeah, there's only one left.
Let's go for it. So first attack
No!
is 16.
That will hit.
And then the second attack is 19 plus 4. Yes, so 23.
That will definitely hit. Yep.
Cool.
Both attacks hit.
So D6 plus 2.
These
First
two
one
short swords come stabbing
6
down.
damage.
6 damage from the first one.
Is 7 damage.
7 points of damage. Almost finishing this creature off. You can see that kind of targeting these areas where it's been clearly wounded before. Your two short swords pierce into its rubbery-like flesh, tearing at its strange alien material, but it's still just barely alive after you finish with it. Anything else on your turn?
No, that's me good. Thank you.
That's your turn. Isla, at the end of your turn, you can make another saving throw against this poison paralysis as you feel your body, not just the cold affecting you, but it's burning in your blood.
I rolled the same thing again. I rolled a 3.
Until you remain paralyzed, I'm afraid. Dr. P.H. Decker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to... So I just had a look at my actions. How do you knock something out of interest?
You can just say that you're going to deal non-lethal damage. It depends on how. Like, if you say, Mark, can I do non-lethal damage with a fireball? The answer is no. If it's, can I knock something unconscious with acid splash? No. Could I knock it out with a quarterstaff? Yes, you could do that.
So not a dagger?
I would say a dagger you could. You could use, like, the pommel of the dagger to kind of, like, bonk, try and knock something out that way.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll run up to it.
Run up.
Yeah, I'm trying to preserve it.
Sure. I love it.
And I rolled. Oh, man. Hey, I rolled an 8. Does that hit?
Is that the 8 total? Do you have a bonus?
Yeah, I mean, I rolled 4 plus 4.
Oh, okay. No, you run up on the ice. The ice is too slippery, and your strike just goes wide as this thing kind of slimes and.
I just fall into the snow. I know.
I didn't say that. That's up to you. But yeah, you see Dr. P.H. Decker try and knock this thing out, but his attack misses. Ash.
I'm going to go again with the hand axe.
Chop.
Same chop. So I rolled a 14 and a 12 plus 5 on each. So 12,
they
13,
will both
15,
hit.
16, 17. Okay. So, and then that is 2 4s. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 points each. So 14 total.
One axe is enough. The one axe comes down in the middle of this creature's tentacled form, and you can see its kind of weary, tired eyes as the axe just straight into the middle of its flesh, and then as you pull it free, it just and then just flops over, dead into the snow. As this fight has been, you can see Dallas is pulling up Scoops, who's been kind of shrieking and terrified of these creatures. The snow and the blizzard is building up and is getting much, much colder. Isla is still paralyzed temporarily. You can make a bunch of saving throws if you would like, Katie, to try and see when you come out of this.
Not 7.
No.
14.
Yes. So after about 6 seconds or so, you eventually kind of like manage to start moving your limbs, albeit slowly and stiffly, as you begin to come free of the paralysis. But yeah, the blizzard is building up around you. The structure is maybe still, I mean, you're going to have to run or kind of trudge your way towards it, especially in this blizzard. It's kind of hard to see how far away exactly it is. What do you guys want to do?
Come on, everyone. We gotta go. Skedaddle.
Ash is already running. Yeah, Ash is already running.
PH Decker, are you examining like these creatures first? Is that what you were going to say?
I mean, I want to make sure that they're not just things everyone knows about.
Sure.
Like they're actually special in some way.
Well, you're a smart man, right? You're a smart man, doctor.
I'm a pretty smart man. Yeah, I'd say so. 16 intelligence.
And you're trained in Arcana, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah. You don't need to make a roll. If you want to get more information, you can make a roll, but you would know that these creatures are called carrion crawlers. They're kind of like insect creatures. They generally live in the Underdark, I think that you would know. And they eat a lot of, like carrion, dead bodies and things like that. Very hungry things, tend to scoop up anything they can find. Very unusual to find them out here in the middle of the snow.
Okay. And they're not got any special markings or anything, or they've got like a different color to them, or horns where they shouldn't be horns?
No, there's no horns. The main thing that you would notice that's strange about them is they look like they're starved. They look like, they're gaunt, as if they've been starving for several days. And then they've got these wounds, these terrible big claw marks all along the sides of their big fat yellow bodies. Jagged. Looks like they were mauled by some vicious creature.
Okay, I've seen enough. I'm gonna run back. I'm freezing. I'm cold.
Okay, so the group of you make a run to this structure, and trudging through thick snow that's up to your knees or up to your chest in John Carpenter's case. You guys are kind of trudging your way through, and it takes you nearly an hour to reach the edges of this structure.
Wow.
So because of that, I would like you to make Constitution saving throws against the extreme cold.
Yeah, okay.
I keep rolling a 2 on con saves.
You got that natural 20. You've got to pay for it now, Kate.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
With 3 2s.
I literally said this yesterday. So on the game yesterday, I rolled really well. And I said, I guarantee tomorrow on high rollers, we're all going to roll badly. I don't know what it is. Being outside of high rollers in someone else's game, I had magnificent rolls. Back here.
Yep. So,
The name High Rollers, it's cursed us.
It's a sarcastic name. So, Katie, I'm assuming
Fail.
low. Okay. Ash, Kim?
18.
18. Okay. Ree?
A natural 20.
Natural 20. Perfect. Tom?
13.
13. And Chris Trott, John Carpenter?
14.
14. Right. So Isla, whether it's a mixture of the poison still running through your body or the cold, not maybe perhaps having the best wear, the best clothing for this environment, you are going to take 1 level of exhaustion from the extreme cold. You can see like her skin almost turning a faint shade of blue, uncontrollable shivers, but you guys make it to this structure. And I will read out from the book, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, what you see. An eerie glow betrays the outline of something stupendous and ominous. It looks like a cephalopods with slimy, ropey tentacles as thick as tree trunks that has tried and failed to bury its immense bulk in the snow. Like a cephalopods, like a giant seashell, like a giant creature of the deep, with these giant tentacles, and it is enormous. This thing is huge, gargantuan, one might say, and it looks like it has plowed a giant furrow through the snow, come to a halt, and then just stayed there. And looking around, it's just pure white. The only thing you can see is this structure in the blizzard. It's about 5, I'd say it's probably about sort of 8 feet. There's like a side up to what you can see is maybe like a deck, almost like the deck of a ship. It's covered in fresh snow, so it's hard to see what kind of material it's made from, but there appears to be some sort of siege weapon, a ballista covered in ice at the front as well. And then the rest of the structure becomes this black, chitinous, organic-looking material. But yeah, you're going to need to climb up onto this deck to get a further look. What would you guys like to do?
I think we'll be safe in here. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a bloody big snail.
Dallas is like, I don't care what it is. If we stay out here, we're probably going to freeze to death.
You should just stay on your guard. There's something in there, something that attacked those other creatures, and I'm positive that this is something terrible. That I don't think we're safe at all. No.
I'm positive that this thing is from a sci-fi action movie franchise. But yeah, I mean, it's not too hard. Like, you guys don't need to make checks to climb up on the wall with helping each other out. You can kind of boost each other. Ash, especially Ash, if you're going first, it's not hard to like jump, pull yourself up, and kind of offer a hand down to everyone else and pull them up onto this deck. It is covered in a thick layer of snow, and it's only getting worse as the wind continues to build. The only entrance you can see from the back of this deck is quite large. It's quite wide, and the only thing really of note is this large ice-covered broken ballista. It looks like it's been broken by the crash. And then at the front of the ship are these 5 giant tentacles that kind of spread out from the front of this structure. Behind the ballista, set into this thick, chitinous, organic-looking wall. The only way I can describe it is like that of a sphincter, like an organic, fleshy hole that has sealed up. And that is literally in the book. That is in the book, Chris Trott. I'm not joking you. It says interior doors, a fleshy sphincter. Right? Don't look at me. This is Dungeons and Dragons.
Reasons to buy Rime of the Frost Maiden.
Sphincters.
Great Mordenkainen. That looks like an anus. That's a giant ass.
That's what Dr. P.H. Decker calls out as you look towards this fleshy material that seems to be the closest thing you can see to a door.
Well, I'm bloody well not going in there. That's for sure.
The wind.
Uglier than any sea hag I've ever seen.
Freezing wall.
It's not my first time I've entered a sphincter. Let's go. I'm not going to start going towards it.
That doesn't. I don't think that came out the way that you meant it to, did it? No, it didn't. Okay, so Ash, is Ash gonna make?
No, I'm gonna
this is
plead
cursed.
something here.
Cursed.
I've been watching Ash versus the Evil Dead, the TV show, and in season 2 there is a thing with a cursed, possessed colon in that. Okay, there's a whole fight with a possessed colon. You can't do this to me. Let's go to the door.
Can.
I'm
You did it to yourself.
Don't dive straight in. Test the
Ash,
waters
you make your
first.
way. You make your way to the door, and you can see that there is it's some sort of organic material that has closed up. How are you going to open this thing? It's not like there's like a door handle or anything like that. What do you do?
Touch it with my
Mine does.
So you kind of just like put your hand in and start rummaging around to try and you're going to try and like force it open.
No, I just want to touch it and see what happens. Like if it responds to like.
Yeah, you touch the door and the sphincter, and you can tell that there is a kind of warmth as if you were touching a body, like a kind of living creature.
Of course there
and
is.
there is this faint pulsing that kind of comes through. And after a few seconds, as you kind of touch and prod, the door kind of.
I said nothing about prodding. You said that.
I said that because otherwise we're going to be here talking about a fleshy door for 20 minutes.
Who wrote this?
I don't know.
Enter in chat right now.
He's doing a full-blown examination, for Christ's sake.
And then
just get in there.
Go
the door
deep.
opens.
Oh.
And it seems to lead into a room, and you can tell immediately, Ash, that it's warm. Like it isn't cold. It's pleasantly warm inside.
Okay.
Do you lead everyone in?
Come on, you lot. The door's open. Let's go. It's safe. It's perfectly safe in here.
That's an accent.
It's not safe. It's definitely
I don't
not
know
safe.
what.
No.
The butthole is just distracting me. I can't.
You can see,
I can't be consistent.
Scoops and Gwynny are kind of almost hesitant to go in. You can see Scoops is kind of like kind of pulling back. Gwynny's like calling out as you're trying to lead her forward. But it is warm. You can tell. Dallas calls out just like, it doesn't matter. We need to get inside. If there's anything in there, we'll have to deal with it. If we stay out here, we're dead. Hopefully the blizzard will pass.
Let it be known, everybody, that I'm quite known in 10 towns. So if word gets out that I've walked into a snail's ass, I'm coming for all of you. Turn around
and make your way in. Sure. I'm going to assume most people follow. Anybody wanting to do anything differently? No?
I'm good. I'll go in.
Perfect.
In.
As you all make your way through, after a few seconds after you all pass through, the door kind of shuts again with a wet, squishy noise. But it is pleasantly warm. There's no wind. You are suddenly almost as if you were in a warm tavern room. That kind of dull, dry heat emanates through the place. This chamber that you've entered, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. You can see that stacked along the walls, there are all sorts of quite mundane looking wooden crates and barrels, metal footlockers, containers of a sort. There is a staircase that seems to go up, and then there also appears to be more of these kind of open holes in the ground that lead into thick tubes, like kind of crawl spaces, but these kind of large organic looking tubes set into the floor and the walls. There is a staircase though made from the same black chitinous metal like substance that leads up. And then at the back of the room, there appears to be 4 more doors, sphincter doors, that lead into separate chambers. You also notice that there is a pair of broken manacles attached to the walls. And you can also see trails of purple liquid going up the stairs and down into the holes. But there is a kind of sigh. Dallas is like, oh, at least it's warm in here. What is this thing? What is this place? This hasn't been here before. I've never seen anything like it.
Is it quite light in here already? Or is it?
There is light. It's dim light. It's still quite dark, especially in the corners. There appear to be these almost like bioluminescent orbs that kind of pulse. Bioluminescent algae is a diversion. But no, there's like a bioluminescent orb mounted in the walls, or they hang from the ceiling like jellyfish in these kind of knitted metal nets. And they just pulse this very faint blue glow. So it kind of casts everything in this weird ethereal light.
Creepy.
Okay. It is a little creepy, but it's warm and it's safe.
Are those metal crates?
Yeah, there are definitely some metal crates in here, Kim. Yeah, it's quite a few.
Are you sure?
There's all
Can you
sorts
describe them in more detail?
No, they are metal crates.
When did you say that?
Well, actually, if you want to examine the crates, you can do. Yeah, sure.
Ash would like to examine the purple liquid. You mentioned there was purple liquid, like a trail of purple liquid. Is it a trail or is
There's
it like...
2 trails, in fact. One of them goes up the stairs. The other one seems to maybe come from down the stairs and leads into one of these fleshy tube holes in the ground and goes deep down inside.
Can I have a look down the fleshy tube hole that goes deep down inside?
Yeah, you can look down the fleshy tube hole that goes deep down inside. You kind of, are you sticking like your head in, or are you just kind of like standing up and peering in as best you can?
I'm peering for now. I'm just going to be peering, yeah.
Looking down, it's almost, it's kind of hard to describe. It's almost like a stone tunnel, but it's very clearly made of this organic pink fleshy material. And it seems to form like a network of passageways down there. You can hear this kind of humming, this throbbing coming from down below, almost like a heartbeat. And they look big enough. A small creature like a halfling or a gnome could probably move amongst them quite easily. A bigger creature like yourself would probably have to crawl, sort of like hunch down and sort of like scoot your way through it. But yeah, it looks quite complicated. Looking at the wall, there is a similar tunnel. Like there are these similar holes set into the walls that seem to go up, and they seem to maybe connect to rooms above. They all seem to be connected to each other. Almost like, I guess for Ash, maybe you'd be thinking like, oh, it's kind of like something's guts. You're looking at like intestines or organs or something. That they're big enough for you to crawl around in.
Ash knows what guts look like. They tend to explode all over him. Can I just like drop something small down the hole? Like, I don't know if there's like, I don't know, a rock or a metal crate. No.
You can pick up a metal crate.
Yeah, is it, so yeah, can I drop a metal crate?
So you drag The crate is very heavy. You can tell that something inside it is kind of rattling around. It's quite heavy.
Okay.
But yeah, you drag that over. Do you just like kind of kick it in? What's the rest of everyone else doing when you see Ash do this, by the way?
What's everyone?
I'm standing next to Dr. Decker, and you know, this reminds me of my annual cleric checkups.
You have had your checkup, haven't you?
Well, I feel like after this I won't need one.
Oh, you'll need one. You'll need one. Luckily, you're standing with a doctor now.
I'm going to let the youngster do all that work over there. Seems to be doing an adequate job. You go get him, Ash.
What about Ela and Quintessa? What are you guys doing?
Ash, what are you doing? No. If that makes a noise, whatever is in here is definitely going to hear it. There's something in here. There's got to be. Have you seen these trails on the floor?
There's nothing in here, babe. It's fine. My voice has changed again. Don't worry about it.
No.
When you look at this crate, Ilsa, I can't get the name. I'm dumb.
Isla.
I know.
No.
It's just in my brain. I've got it as like Ilsa,
Jesus.
and that's what's stuck in my brain. Isla.
It's a Scottish thing, I think. So I just.
But I'm fine with
normal.
Ayla. I'm just being.
Ayla.
You can see that etched on the side of the crate is a very strange language. It seems to be made up of all sorts of different symbols and things like that. It's not one that you speak. It's quite large. It looks like the kind of thing that, I don't know, something like weapons might be stored in, or goods, like something like a shop owner might have to keep goods in.
Does it have a lock on it or anything?
No, doesn't have a lock.
No. Can I have
Ash
a look?
is like pushing it in.
Wait.
The hole.
On the
edge. There might be something in it. Something useful.
Fine.
Don't throw it away just yet. Just check what's in it. It might help us.
After you, babe.
Okay.
Stop calling me babe. It's really infuriating.
You pop it open.
What's in it?
So you open it up, and there's three very odd-looking objects in it. They are quite long, with all sorts of very strange, magical-looking gizmos on them. You'd almost imagine that they're kind of got the body of the stock of a crossbow, but without the arms on it. And then they have these kind of pulsing, glowing spheres that seem to be screwed into the bottom along where you would hold it. There's a trigger and all sorts of crystals and runes. There's three of them, all sat in there. Very odd.
Does anybody know what this might do? It's not like a normal crossbow.
On my way.
Dr. Decker, have you seen anything like this?
Let me see. Let me take a look.
Okay.
And what kind of look would I take?
You will need to make an intelligence check, so just straight up intelligence, please, Dr. Decker.
I rolled a 21.
Okay. So the first one is you can kind of tell what these things are. You've heard about these, maybe in magical circles. There are sometimes from other worlds, from the planes, the beyond the weird planal stuff. These weapons, these are weapons. They fire highly focused beams of energy. You're not 100% sure how to load them, but you think it's just a matter of holding it in a certain place, and then clicking the trigger and it will fire. You don't know how many times it can fire. You don't know how powerful it is, but that's roughly how it works. These are laser rifles.
Okay, I'll look with like a shocked face at Isla. It came from outer space! It's a magical crossbow. It's a crossbow, it's all it is.
From outer space?
Oh yes, from another realm, another dimension.
I told you that there was something terrible here. We need to be prepared. We need to be... Who can use these weapons the best? They're not really my typical style. Anyone?
You say terrible. I
None
say
of you,
amazing.
I would say none of you are proficient in these, but anybody can use them. So it just means you just don't add your proficiency bonus when you fire them. So...
Ash is helping. Is already? Yeah, he one.
You take
give.
one. Yeah, you can take one. Each one has like the strap on it is made from this rubbery, like gray leather. And it seems to be straps you can kind of strap over your shoulder. Very, very odd. The whole thing is made from the same black chitin that the rest of this place seems to be made from. And it has these like glowing blue orbs strapped to it as well. Quintessa, what are you doing?
She's trying to calm down Gwynny.
Yeah.
Gwynny's in a right old
Just kind of stomping around.
She's not enjoying this at all.
That's more of a horse, I guess. Yeah, Gwynny's just kind of stomping around. I think Gwynny's probably like sniffing at these holes and does not like these holes. He's kind of like,
Gwynny doesn't like these holes, and I trust them more than I trust myself. You should stay away from them. I don't
Her and me both. Don't trust holes.
Okay. Ree, as you are looking at, it's like you're kind of like tending to Gwynny who's over by one of these holes. You think you can hear like a really weak voice coming from below, like a help me, please. But you're the only one who's close enough to really hear it.
There's a voice. There's a voice in the hole.
Please. Is that the drink talking, or is that definitely a voice? Because just to make sure, you have been, having a few on the.
What have you heard about my Goodberry? What have you heard about my Goodberry wine? What have you? You're on the waiting list for next season. Don't go spreading bad rumors about my Goodberry wine around town. I'm not having that.
No, I'm just.
I work hard.
Saying that. Just. Are you sure the voice is the voice, or is it a side effect of the very potent wine?
No, it's definitely from down the hole. On the back of the bottle, you'll get it. It'll say, "Voice is definitely not guaranteed."
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad you've added that disclaimer.
I've added that now, so it's a new version 2.0 this year. So look, sign up for the waiting list. It's going to be good. It's going to be a good season for Goodberry wine.
Okay.
But there's a voice in the hole.
While this conversation is going on, John, you realize that Dallas is missing. You don't know where he's vanished.
I don't mean to cause a kerfuffle or anything. Don't mean to intrude, but it appears we've missed a leader of our party, and I do believe he might be elsewhere now. So, if we wouldn't mind gathering our thoughts and maybe getting him back.
But I'm right here. I'm the leader.
Oh, Master Ash, my apologies. You seem to be completely confused as to the hierarchy of this party situation, where it appears that our leader Dallas has gone missing.
Sub-leader Dallas. I was always in charge.
He probably went back out into the snow. I think he's gone ice mad. Ice mad. Or snow mad.
Sea hags. Sea hags again. Oh!
Sea hags this high up in the snow?
Right, while the two raving lunatics are having their moment, what's everyone doing?
We're gonna have to blast this bloody door off. I'm gonna walk you.
Are we doing all our catchphrases now then?
Are you going to the ones at the back of this room? Because you can see there is a staircase that leads up as well, and then there are these four sphincter doors at the back.
I think I might start investigating the area around me for footprints through any of this purple weird stuff that would match Dallas's gate, so to speak.
Yeah, give me a survival check.
Sure. Ding dong, that is a resounding 10.
10? You find one footprint where it looks like he stood in it, but this stuff doesn't seem to leave much residue. It's quite sticky. It just looks like maybe he went upstairs. Your best guess is that he went upstairs. You can just see Scoops in the corner, just like it Scoops, the axe beaker's kind of propped itself up into the corner of this room and is just looking around nervously. But yeah, Dallas looks like he went upstairs.
I'm just going to nip up the apple and pears. You're welcome to join me if you want.
Yeah, is anyone going to go with him?
Together.
I think, yes, staying together, definitely a good plan. Keep your eyes ahead of you. Keep alert, everyone. And somebody has to take Scoops. He doesn't like me very much.
It's a very large bird. It's a very, very big bird. You're not even sure if it's going to fit up these stairs.
Push it up.
An animal companion.
Okay, all right. So Quintessa, you're gonna you try and do that with Scoops. Why don't you give me an animal handling check as everybody else is making their way upstairs, and then I will describe that. Those of you who do go upstairs, you find. I already love the fact that Rhiannon is squealing about whatever she just did.
20.
It's 20. Okay. Okay. Those of you who head up the stairs first, with John leading the way, you come up onto a second deck. This one seems to have almost like a thin mucousy sheen on the back end. Where you entered the previous room below, this one has like a thick mucousy, almost like glass front. There appears to be another ballista, this one facing towards the mucousy sheened glass, and the walls are lined with ballista bolts and various tools. There is also another thing which it kind of takes you by surprise. Leaning up against this ballista is a giant man, maybe 7-8 foot tall. One of his arms has been ripped off. But as you get closer, you see that this man is actually stitched together other parts of other people. It is all different people sewn together, but one of its arms has clearly been ripped off. It has a big iron band around its head with bolts screwed in, and it has all different metal plates covering its body, and it's just slumped over this ballista. And you can see that another trail of purple blood continues up a second set of stairs. There is also another sphincter door at the back of this room, and that is what you see. Meanwhile, go on.
Huge membrane blocking our path, or is it?
No, imagine, this is difficult to explain. So if you had come up the stairs, where you came into this structure, you've kind of gone upstairs. The mucus is kind of almost like a window, as if like it would normally be open to the air, but it's kind of sealed itself off to form a sort of partition
at the back of the
outside.
Room, ahead of
yeah, imagine that if you've got like a left and a right side, this is the left side. On the right side of the room, there is another door leading back into this structure. Okay. Quintessa, as you got a 20 on your animal handling?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you managed to kind of coax Scoops, and Scoops kind of begins following you, and Gwynny kind of goes along with you as well as you're trying to get them to go up these stairs. When you see something scurry across the floor between the hole that you were just at, something black kind of appears and then seems to vanish before your eyes, and then it just vanishes.
Not again. Not again. We're not alone. We're not alone.
Scoops and Gwynny start really freaking out. Like the others are all upstairs. The two animals, you're behind the two animals as they're on the stairway going up, and they're like, Scoops is just Gwynny, they're freaking out, making noise. The rest of you hear the animals making tons of noise.
I was going to say that, like, I don't think Ash would have gone upstairs. I think he's just staring at these holes. He's very fascinated by the holes. So I'm probably
the holes?
down, still with Quintessa.
Okay.
So can I just turn and just be like, what's another cute name for it? I'm just going to go with Babe. Hey, Babe, keep those animals under control.
I'm trying. There was a black shadow, a shape, scurrying along.
Nah, I think you're just seeing things again. Are you drunk again? I know that wine is good wine. Yeah.
Are you definitely up for next season?
I'm already signed. I'm like on your loyalty membership. I got my membership card. Look.
That's excellent. That's excellent news. I'll get you a freebie. I'll get you a freebie.
Thanks, babe. Where specifically were you not seeing the thing that you were seeing?
What's your armor class, Ash?
My armor class is 16.
Okay. You feel something from the hole that you were examining a hole. You turned around, you're talking to Quintessa, and you just feel something wrap around your skull and drag you back down into the tunnels.
I'm so excited!
You just hear a
what?
Quintessa, you see it's almost like the air behind Ash seems to shimmer like the Predator, where it kind of distorts light and reflects around it. And then just as you see Ash kind of speak his final words, and then these tentacles, these big gray tentacles of this enormous, huge, hulking creature just around his skull, and then it pulls him rapidly, lightning quick, down into the tunnels. Ash, you take 15 points of psychic damage, and I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, he's not very smart. Can I just say, Kim loves this.
I know
Kim
you
is so.
have.
I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy.
Why I made you first, Kim.
7. I rolled a 7. If it's a saving throw +2, so 9.
9? Okay, you are also stunned. So you just are... Meanwhile, the rest of you are upstairs. What are you guys doing?
I've never seen anything like this before. Theoretically, with all these pieces, there's no reason why with an electrical circuit around his head, yes, with the right amount of power, 2.21 spell slots. Would, yes.
Usher Gums.
As a point, Dr. P.H. Decker, you do think that if you channeled any lightning magic into this thing, it could come alive again. This thing looks like a flesh golem, which is a creature created as a construct, and generally lightning magic brings it to life. Like lightning spells bring it to life.
It may be reawakened. Imagine the power.
Yeah. That's all very well and good, but the zoo downstairs is causing a right racket, so I'd like to know what's going on. If you don't mind, I'm going to turn around and look down and see what's...
You can see Quintessa looking into the corner, freaking out.
What appears to be the problem there, Quintessa?
Ash is gone, just like my husband. He was taken into the hole. It was like how the sea hags got him. It was exactly the same.
Right. So I need you at the moment, if you would, to take a deep breath, because you're in no state to apply yourself to going down the hole and retrieving her. So you stand aside while I go and see if I can get our dear friend Ash out the bloody hole.
So slow.
Off I come down the stairs towards you.
Don't
stand aside.
Don't. They were invisible. They're invisible. They had big tentacles. They're
right. I
black
appreciate
eyes.
the descriptive nature of what's going on, but if you wouldn't mind,
Black eyes like a doll's eyes.
All right. That's
I was waiting for it, and it still caught me. Still caught me by surprise. Eventually, Quintessa, you can pull the birds, even in their panic state. You can pull the animals out of the way so that other people can come down.
Amazing. Yeah, I'll come down and then draw my short sword, which I think I have, and then go to the hole and be ready for anything on my roguish alertness.
Sure. You wait. Nothing.
It appears as if there's nothing down the hole, and I think that wine might have gone to your head.
Scratching you off the waiting list for next year. I can't believe you don't believe it. He's gone. He went in the hole.
Isla and Decker, what are you guys doing while this is going on?
Oh, my wonderful creature. I wonder who you would serve. I wonder...
I mean, there is another floor. There's another floor above this, and then there's a door to your right as well, Decker, that you could explore. You don't see any signs of like any control devices or anything like that, or unless you just want to try and activate it.
I don't have any lightning spells, but if I did,
maybe there might be one. There might be something around here that can activate it. Surely, a creature like this, they would have to have something to activate it and deactivate it around.
There must be some kind of power source nearby, Isla. There must be. It has to be. Maybe upstairs.
Is it the best idea to activate this? We don't know what it serves. So its master could be here, probably. Also, do you notice it's gone very quiet? No one's called me babe in a couple of minutes. I am a bit worried about the rest of them.
I prefer calling you Isla, but if you'd like.
Me too. No. I'm just saying that I think that Ash might be in a bit of trouble because it's gone very quiet down there. Shall we see if they're okay?
John, you hear from the walls where you've kind of been standing over this hole where Ash disappeared, but there are also similar kind of holes and shapes inside the walls as well. You hear what sounds like scrabbling, as if something's scurrying up a hole in the wall, like it's going up above you, like.
Oh, they're in the bleeding walls. Come on in. All right, I'm going to start slashing at the walls with my dagger.
Oh, you don't even need to slash. You can just climb up. You can see these large openings that you can kind of part and step into. And they're almost like organic vents that they sort of form these fleshy tunnels. Do you want to just climb in one?
Yeah, I'm going to go towards the closest sound with my short sword equipped.
Sure. Yeah, you just start pulling your way in. You look up, you can't see anything. It's quite dark in here, but with a dwarf's dark vision, you can start to just kind of pull your way up and start climbing your way up if you like. As you do so, the rest of you are kind of all examining things downstairs. Ash, you climb out a different hole. You'd managed to find your way around, and you've climbed out of a different hole. You felt something grab you. It dragged you into the tunnels. You managed to kind of fight it off and kind of scurry and find your way down there. You think you saw some sort of body down there, though, when you pulled your way out.
Okay. Am I covered in lots of goo? Am I just going to wipe the goo off? Disgusting. And then can I go over to the body? So is there a body near me?
No, it was down in the tunnels. You've pulled yourself up to kind of regroup with everyone else. But yeah, you saw what looked to be like it was like a little gnome's body down there, you think.
Oh. So I emerge and into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see everyone? Is everyone?
I think it's just Quintessa down there at the minute, because I think John's scrabbling up the walls.
Okay.
Dr. P.H. Decker and Isla are upstairs.
That was not groovy. Something touched me. It was disgusting.
I think there's a body down there, though. I might go check it out again. Yeah. Can I just go back down the hall, please?
Yeah. You begin making your way down. Quintessa, what are you doing?
Oh, can I ask Quintessa for some goodberry wine first? Because I'm feeling a bit woozy. Hey, babe, have you got any of that good wine?
Yeah, I do. You are the greatest adventurer I think I have ever seen. There you go.
Thanks, babe.
John, Ash is here. John, calm down.
Well, I just climbed up the bloody wall.
Well, you have to climb back down again, won't you? Come on.
Don't worry, I'm
John,
about
you
to
kind
go
of
down the hole, so...
You've reached the second floor, and you're now looking at the same thing that Decker and Isla can see. But you can see that the tunnel continues up, and there does seem to be like a stronger light source coming from up as well. It seems to be maybe the top of this structure. There's like a more powerful light.
I'm going to continue up the hole. It appears to be some sort of light source. I'm going to investigate further. Don't worry. I've been doing this for decades. I know what I'm doing. I'll see you in the mo. And I'm going to walk up or climb up the hole.
Yeah, you climb up. You climb up further and you emerge into a high domed chamber. You can see that the light is coming from a complex lattice of bioluminescent jellyfish that use their glowing tips to kind of form like constellations, all in the kind of ceiling of this strange structure. There is a high-backed chair with armrests with sparkly blue crystal orbs that is tilted towards these. The jellyfish almost form like screens, and then their tendrils are almost marking points on the screens, and the chair is tilted to look up at them. You can also see in this room there is another sphincter door to your right, but there is also slumped against a wall, is a very odd sight. They are roughly about the size of a gnome, wearing purple robes with a high-backed collar, but their face is distorted into a large, bulbous purple head, white, pearlescent eyes, and big tendrils around its face, like a shrunken mind flayer. It looks like a gnome-sized mind flayer. In its hands, it has one like a long rod tipped with a crystal, and then the other one is covered in purple blood, and it has written some sort of message on the wall in a language. I don't know. Do you speak Gnomish?
I genuinely do.
Oh, well, you might need to call for a companion who can speak Gnomish.
They're dead, are they?
They are dead, yeah. You can see that they have been clawed by something. They've bled out, but it looks like that they've written this message in their last moments.
Right. I don't know if any of you can hear me from up here, but I would appreciate if you could use the utmost haste to get up here as well.
Decker and Isla, you can hear John, but the other two, Quintessa and Ash, you can't. Ash, you're down in the hole. Quintessa, you've seen Ash go down there, so...
Yes,
Hey,
we'll be there
on my way. I'm going to use the stairs, not the weird wall climbing
Flesh
technique, though. Yeah, no. I'll walk up the
you can make
stairs.
it work with this. Yeah.
What is it? What do you need?
I need you to look at some language that I cannot understand.
Oh, okay. Sure. Can I take a look at the...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you look at the writing, and written in Gnomish, in blood, the creature's own blood, it says the following. Experiment. Fail. Slard not suitable host. Dangerous. Must destroy id. Hid crystal. Dreadaxe detector find. Guts. Beware.
I didn't remember all of that, but I will relay.
You can ask me again,
exactly
but I'll read it out again. Experiment, fail, slard, not suitable host, dangerous, must destroy id, hid crystal, Dreadaxe detector find, guts, beware. Meanwhile, Ash, you climb down into the hole. Quintessa, what are you doing?
I think I will leave the animals in this area. They can give each
they
other
just
company.
kind of find a
They'll be
corner.
fine.
Yeah.
And I'll follow Ash down the hole.
Okay, so you make your way down into the hole, and Ash, you lead Quintessa back to where you found this body. And you have to crawl through these kind of tight spaces, like these, like the guts of a living organism, these tight corridors. And when you reach it, Quintessa, you see that the body that Ash found appears to be that of a very similar creature to what they find upstairs, a small, tiny mind flayer with an overly sized, large head, like a collar, squid face, almost cute in a way. Holding in his hands, he has a smaller version of the strange laser rifles. It's a laser pistol. He's holding it in his hands. And then he also has kind of attached onto a gray leather strap, a very strange looking device, all knobs and crystals and a big sort of wire that seems to be kind of some sort of device for finding things, like almost like a dowsing rod, but made of magical materials. And as you are down here, Quintessa, as you are kind of brought towards the body, what do you do? Do you investigate it further, or are you just kind of like looking at it with Ash? Ash, what are you doing?
Quintessa first.
I'll investigate it. I'll have a look.
Okay.
See what killed it.
So you start peering over the wounds, and you can see, you kind of use the tip of your bow or one of your swords. The back of its skull, a hole has been bored into the back of its skull, as if bitten through, and the inside of its skull is hollow. And then it looks like there's some sort of residue that's gone through the skull down into the esophagus. And as you're examining it, the chest on this little gnome begins to swell, and this creature erupts from it, almost like a grotesque frog with these tendril faces.
I want it to be bursted.
And you back away. This thing, it's trapped inside the creature's thing. You back away, bring in your weapons. And that's when you look over and you see that there's actually another body that Ash was kind of crouched in front of to block from view. And it's Ash's body. And Ash manifests, and you see Ash's form change, and it changes into this gray-skinned frog with a big tendril-like face, big bulbous eyes, and in your mind you hear, "Welcome." And then it grabs you, and you feel the tentacles wrap around your head. Meanwhile, upstairs, what do the three of you upstairs do?
Can we RP as aliens for the rest of this now, for the next 40 minutes,
I mean,
please?
maybe.
These children down here.
Yeah.
So there might be a slad, doctor, on this.
I think you're upstairs from me still. I'm just like looking over.
He didn't come up.
Yeah, you didn't come up?
Delightfully devilish. Just looking over all of these little things.
Yeah.
Do you know what a Dreadaxe detector is? We should maybe find that.
Yeah, John.
Maybe. Do you have any idea?
All right.
I don't know what it is.
I'll get snooping around, shall I?
Yeah, something Dreadaxe. Axe-like.
What else did you mention? We got to kill the id? Something
Yeah,
like that?
destroy the id. But
All right.
I don't.
We'll put a
What was
pin in that one,
the
shall
last
we?
part of that message, Mark?
The last part of that message, I'll read the whole thing just again. Experiment, fail, Slard not suitable host, dangerous, must destroy id, hid crystal, Dreadaxe detector find, guts, beware.
Hid crystal. Guts beware. Okay. So.
All right, I'll get
so
looking
maybe-
for a crystal and a detector. It's called a Dreadaxe.
Yeah, there's
maybe not in the guts.
The
I
down.
feel like that's probably a bad plan.
There's a door to your right. There's like another one of these sphincter doors to your right, and this appears to be the top level of the structure that you can't see any more above you. And then there was another door as well on the floor below with the doctor. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go downstairs, or are you going to investigate what's up here first?
I think I will go down and tell the doctor what we found. So relay that information to him about Slad and
a device
Dreadaxe detector.
Sure. Okay. So you're making your way down there, John. What are you doing?
I am going to go through the door on the right and have a little look-see.
Yeah, you kind of have to put your hand on it, and it seems to almost react to you touching it. It seems to almost sense your own pulse, and it opens up. The door that you head through leads into another domed chamber, but this one's full of clutter. There is a large table that's piled high with all sorts of gizmos and shapes and things, some of which are organic, some of which seem to be made of metal. Behind this, there is a large crystal sphere, and there appears to be a small creature, almost like it has a similar sized head to the dead body outside, this kind of gnomish head with these squid tentacles, but its body is all kind of shriveled and shrunken and deformed. Its head's actually larger than the rest of its body, but it appears to be clutching a crystal, like a red crystal. It's kind of clutching in its body, and it's almost like it's suspended in some sort of fluid.
I'm going to immediately turn into rogue mode and just slink into a shadow and slowly get out my crossbow, pull over my hood a little bit, and then just line it up really slowly like a sniper would, and ping one off.
Into this crystal sphere at this creature that's like hovering there?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, don't even need to make an attack roll. It pierces through the glass with a great shatter, this kind of immense, as this fluid begins gushing out onto the floor. And the crossbow bolt just goes right through this creature, and it lets out just a last desperate, like, as it kind of wraps its little flails, tentacles around.
You bleeding bastard.
The crystal kind of like, ting, 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 rolls along the floor to the table.
I'll go grab that.
Okay.
Keeping an eye and my wits about me.
Sure. While you do that, Isla, you head downstairs. Just as Quintessa, you are coming up, having explored the guts. You've examined everything down there. Some dead body that you found. What a strange little creature. Not quite sure why it was down there though. And yeah, you come up to meet the doctor, and you see Isla coming down as well.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh yes, fine. We've I just wanted to mention that I found out some information. There was a dead gnome up there with a very big head. It was very odd, but the Slad are not a suitable host, Doctor. Apparently, we might be dealing with a Slad on this thing.
Slad?
Yes.
I mean, I could try and search my mind to find what a Slad is, but
I can tell you what a Slard is, Doctor. A Slard is a planar creature. They're spawned from Limbo, the realm of chaos. They're aberrations. Quite powerful. They can gestate in a creature's abdomen to kind of spawn more of them. That's how they procreate. They lay eggs and then they respawn. Very powerful.
Interesting creatures.
Doctor, could you make an intelligence saving throw for me, please?
I love this so much.
Hey. 15.
15. So Quintessa, her form shifts and she turns, her eyes turn almost milky white, and you feel some sort of psychic force projected directly at you, Doctor, as it ripples through your mind, and you barely manage to keep hold of your consciousness. This Quintessa shifts into this hulking frog-like gray-skinned form, but with these tentacles dripping from its mouth and a bulbous, elongated head, big gangly claws. And I think that we will roll some initiative.
Oh my god.
All of us.
Against Rhiannon.
You can roll initiative as well, John, but you're moderately safe upstairs for now. Obviously, Quintessa and Ash, I'm sorry, but you guys are dead. I did roll to see if you died, but yeah, I figured you'd be okay with it.
I'm living my best undead life. Like,
Doctor.
Can I be an alien? Am I an alien? Can I be a Slard? Can I be a Slard? Can I be a
Well, you will be eventually.
Okay. I'm just
Once that tadpole in your chest finishes up.
Yeah.
I got a 10 on initiative.
10. Isla.
12.
12. Let's see what the Illithad that I made up has rolled. It's go.
What
So I would like
gestating
both of you to make wisdom saving throws, please. As this thing it kind of hunches itself and lets out
That's a 21.
21, okay.
Oh,
Doctor?
that's pretty good. I got a 10.
10. Doctor, you are filled with such immense fear of this creature. You are frightened of it. While frightened by this spell, the creature must take the dash action and move away by the safest available route each turn, unless there is nowhere to move.
Now, is Sphincter safe?
I mean, it could be. It very well could be. That is all it's going to do on its turn. Isla, what would you like to do? You see this thing. It's huge, bulking, looks very powerful.
I will first of all, John, we found it. It's definitely here. I told you it was here. And then I will activate my Radiant Soul. So some big golden wings sprout from Isla's back.
Very cool.
And her eyes glow. And I'm going to give it a little hit with my quarterstaff.
So you move up to the creature and you're going to try and engage it? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to try. 15 to hit.
You swing the quarterstaff and it just knocks it away with one hand. Just.
And then I missed on my unarmed strike too. So. Nope.
Yeah, you just hear in your mind,
I shall save you for later. I suggest you run.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right, Dr. P.H. Decker, you are terrified of this.
I mean, I have to take a dash action, so I haven't got any bonus actions, so that's me.
Nope.
I feel like...
Would you like to... I'll give you a choice. You can run downstairs via the stairs, you can climb into a sphincter hole and go up or down, or you can make a break for the door behind you, which leads further into the structure.
Sure. I mean, I know how quickly those sphincter doors open, and I can get more distance going away from the thing than up or down, right?
Sure.
I'll go through a sphincter door.
Okay. All right. So that's your turn.
I'll take the sphincter door for 200, please.
You may make a wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn.
Okay. Let's see. 19.
19. You kind of, as you rush through, when you rush through the doors, you find yourself in, hang on, I've just got to get up the room here. you find yourself into a crystals protrude from the chitin ceiling of this oddly shaped room. Some of the crystals are lit whilst others are flickering and burnt out. Plates of chitin have been pried loose from walls in places, exposing cavities filled with tangled masses of black fleshy tubes. There is all sorts of unusual looking tools. You can also see that there is another sphincter door further into this room, which you could also proceed through with your movement. Would you like to go into there? Run through two doors?
I have to move, right?
You have to get as far away from this thing as possible. So you rush through the next set of doors, which leads into a 5-foot diameter sphere. This room contains a 5-foot diameter sphere of shiny black metal and small transparent hexagon windows. You can see metal tines resembling grasping claws protrude from nearby walls, as if it was holding some sort of crystal. But it is now empty. You can see 2 dead bodies of these gnome squid things with the little disheveled bodies. 2 more of them are kind of just laid dead on the floor as you run in panic, and then suddenly your senses kind of return to you, and that terrible fear ebbs and fades away from you.
I'm screaming the entire time, by the way.
You just scream. John, you don't technically, for your initiative, I'm not going to worry too much about your initiative because you're currently separated. On its go, Isla, you will get an attack opportunity because it chases after Dr. P.H. Decker. It just turns on all fours, chases after him.
Nope, I rolled a 4.
Okay, so you just swing, and you hear this kind of message.
Ah, such delicious meal. How could I resist?
It bursts through these doors. It almost rips these kind of sphincter doors open as it looms in front of you, Dr. Decker.
Awesome.
And it tries to grab you with its tentacled mouth.
Moof.
17 to hit you.
Oh, yeah.
You take 15 points of psychic damage and you are grappled. Can you make an intelligence saving throw, please?
Intelligent. I'm grappled, okay.
You a juicy snack.
18.
18? Okay, so you are not stunned, but this thing has ripped its tentacles around your head, and you can feel it, like, bringing its giant mouth. If you could look around, the audience can see this, but the character can't. As it opens its giant mouth, another tiny, small mouth begins to protrude out, heading towards the back of your brain. Isla, on your turn, you see this thing chase after Dr. Decker, completely unfazed by your presence or your attacks. Outside, the blizzard does appear to be maybe not receding, but it is less powerful than it was before.
Interesting. I'm going to fly up the stairs to where John went into that room.
Yeah, you emerge up into that room, no problem.
Did you find anything? Did you find the thing that we need to do something? Well, I've seen it. It's
I've got
huge.
the bloody crystal.
Okay. What's a dread axe detector?
I've
I
got
don't know
no
what that
bloody
is.
idea.
Okay.
I think if we all work together, I think maybe we're gonna work it out.
I think we've got
We all need to remain
like a minute until everyone is dead except us. So we can either, bail or try and stop this thing.
You're holding the crystal, right, John?
Yeah.
When you hold this crystal, you kind of become aware that you can hear Isla's thoughts. And not just Isla's thoughts, but something else is speaking to you. As you're kind of holding this crystal in your hand, you begin to hear this ethereal voice like, "The navigator has detected another pilot."
Is that so? Where would this pilot be?
I am speaking to the current pilot life form now. I am the Id Ascendancy.
Oh,
Nautiloid class
Id.
ship.
Pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Id. Whereabouts are you right now?
I am everywhere, John.
Hi.
Hello,
well,
John.
Where's your source of power?
My source of power is located in the propulsion chamber, 1 floor below you. It is currently occupied by the hostile creature that has slain my captains.
Right. That's very useful information. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
I'll be on my way right now.
Fantastic, John. Thank you, John.
Wonderful.
Did he say that out loud as well?
You hear his bits out loud, but not the voice in his head. As I imagine John is not speaking telepathically, but out loud.
Yeah.
The id. It said destroy the id. Is that the id? We should destroy it.
Your companion is correct. My previous captains were attempting to initiate my self-destruct.
Right, and how do we go about doing that then?
If you reinsert the psi crystal and then activate the self-destruct via the helm, the large chair that you can see in the previous chamber.
Right. I bet not a lot of people know that.
That is Meanwhile, Doctor, you currently have a thing wrapped around your skull. What would you like to do?
I would like to grease myself. I mean, I'm casting grease, and
okay, what does grease do? You tell me.
Slick grease covers the ground, comes out of my trouser leg first, though, in a 10-foot square, centered on a point within range, and turns it into difficult terrain. Each creature standing in its area must succeed on a dex save or fall prone.
You know that includes you, right?
I'm not standing. I'm currently grabbed by the thing. I mean, I'm going to land on it.
I mean, I guess if it's grappling you, yeah, like it's holding you well. Let's see.
I'm
Was it
gonna land on it though?
Dex save? What kind of DC?
13.
10 plus 2 is 12. So as you conjure this grease, the creature kind of begins to slip and falls prone, knocking it prone, which releases you from the grapple. But you are also knocked prone as well. Yeah, but you kind of slip free.
Do I not do a dex save?
Yeah, you can make a dex save now, actually. Yeah, make a dex save now. See if you can catch
God
yourself.
damn it. No, I'm down to.
Whoa, I mean, it's still your turn, though, so you could spend half your movement to stand back up and then get 15 feet out the room, at least.
I could do a little bit of ice skating.
Like, whoa, kind of throw yourself to the side.
Push myself off a wall.
Just slip and slide out the room.
Skull.
Just slip and slide face first out the room. On the face.
Perfect. So you are making a rush for it out of the room as Isla and John are having this conversation upstairs. The thing will attempt to stand up. It rolls a natural 1. It just like is sliding around as you just hear this like voice just like, "Fool, this will not help you escape." I need you to make an intelligence saving throw, please, Doctor.
12.
You feel that psychic force kind of rush through you once more, and this time you are not able to resist it. You take 22 psychic damage. Are you unconscious?
Oh my god. Not only am I unconscious, Mark, I'm dead.
You just, your head, your ears just burst with blood as you just fall to the ground.
One of us.
One of us. The last,
Bro is dead.
I think the last thing the Doctor sees is this grey slard creature, this Illithard, crawls up to you, picks up your body, and then just begins to feed.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, our final 2 heroes, what are you doing, Isla and John?
We're coming
But it
for
says,
you.
how can we destroy everything?
I'm gonna start running back down the stairs that Isla came up.
I
think we've got to go. We've got to go to the room where the bad thing is and help our dear friends.
All right, so as the two of you run down the stairs, go on.
While I'm running down the stairs, sorry to disturb you. Would you mind telling us exactly where the detector is?
The detector is a device created by one of my pilots to locate psi crystals. However, you are currently holding the psi crystal we have found. The detector is a device. It is likely located on Dredovax's body.
Right. No time for that then. Let's go fix the problem, shall we?
So as you finish that conversation, you run downstairs onto the main deck, and looking through these open sphincter doors, between you and the propulsion unit, you see the grey slard holding the now lifeless body of the Doctor as it just throws it to the side. And this is where we will put in your initiatives.
Yeah, it was 12 when I rolled it.
It was 12, but now I'm going to get Isla to roll as well. So I'll do 12 for John, and then Isla, what was your initiative? 12 as well. Okay, so let's put John first.
This is all Rhiannon, by the way.
The hand with the thing that has the empty crystal where it should go, that's in this room, right?
No. So imagine that you're in like
that
a
was up
large. You're in the room with the ballista and the kind of glass mucus wall. In between, and then to your right, there's a wall with a door. And then that is where the creature is. And then behind that is another room where the engine is, basically. So it's between you and the engine. You'll have to get past it. You can easily make it in terms of distance. It's only about 30 feet to get to the engine, but this thing is between you. What do you do?
I'm going to turn around to Isla.
Mm-hmm.
Here, take this. You know, when I was back in Tentown, me and my friends, we were working for some local nobles, and we were trying to buy the loyalty of Reged tribal leaders by bribing them with precious stones. But their caravans were being raided in the forest north of Daggerford by a rogue. So we went looking for stones, but in 6 months, we never met anyone who traded with him. Anyway, I'm probably rattling on, but here's a stone, size of a tangerine. I'll run in.
Okay, Isla, as you hold the stone, you hear the voice like, "How unfortunate. John has forgotten that this is the very stone that is needed to power the device." As he runs into the room without the crystal.
Well, my intention is to fight this thing while Isla.
Right, I see.
Past.
Okay, in that case, very heroic. Excellent. What do you do, John? So you run in.
Equipping my short sword, I'm just going to go jump and slam into this thing.
Go for it. Make an attack for me.
Okay, so that is a... What? Still rolling? 12 total.
It just glances off this kind of thick, grey, rubbery hide.
Come here, you bastard.
Anything else?
Bonus action, disengage, actually.
Yeah. Okay, and then step away from it. Sure. Okay,
Step
so you kind of
away,
like back off.
Keeping out of melee range, basically.
Okay, Isla, what do you do?
So I know that the device that I need is in there.
Yeah, this crystal, the navigator tells you the crystal you're currently holding, this purple red crystal, if you put it into the device behind the creature, that's the engine. It will activate the ship, and then you can activate the self-destruct from the helm.
Okay, so I'm going to fly in there, use a key point. Use a key point to take the dodge action as I fly past the creature, and slam it in the thing.
The device into the engine.
The device.
I love it. So it has disadvantage because you're using the dodge action. It will try and swipe at you with a claw. That's a 3. So even with its bonus, that's going to miss. So yeah, you kind of fly over it with these golden wings spread out. You fly over the creature's grip. You place the crystal into this engine, and you feel the whole ship begin to grow warm. The lights become brighter. You hear in your mind, "Ah, thank you. I've been looking for that. Now I can escape. After I consume you and your friends, of course."
Can I activate the self-destruct?
You need to go upstairs. It's the helm, which is the chair that's in the room above. So it's going to get a couple more rounds. Sensing you and John, it will... Ooh, ho, ho, ho. It will...
So many options.
It's a lot of options. It's a lot of options. John, could you make an intelligence saving throw for me, please?
All right, then. That is a 20.
20. So you feel this thing trying to create some sort of illusion to bring about your darkest fears, but you know, you've faced worse. You've faced the darkness before, and this thing has no hold or sway over you. And instead, it just rushes towards you with one giant claw raised for a 14 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, so you're going to take 9 points of slashing damage as this giant claw kind of rakes through your body, and it's pinning you, almost like, well, not pinning you, but it's got you trapped in a corner, so like you'll have to get around it no matter what to try and escape. It's your turn.
Oh, Isla, you gotta go. You gotta activate self-destruct. I'll wrestle with this creature. Don't you worry. Why do we fail? Why do we fail?
Nice try. I appreciate it. You want to just roll some dice?
Yeah. I'll just roll some fucking dice. Short sword.
Go.
That is a 9 to hit, so probably not.
Just parries you away again.
And then bonus action, I will try and disengage as well.
Yeah, you still can. Like, you managed to kind of slide under this thing's legs to avoid it as you kind of get onto the other side.
Still flexible, me old age.
Isla, what do you do?
Can I use another key point, please?
Yes.
Can I avoid it? Is there any way I can go around wide enough?
Yeah, you can go around because you can fly as well, but you could use the key point to dash, and you'll be able to make it to the chair. Yeah. Okay.
I would like to use my key point to dash and get to the self-destructy.
Yeah, so you fly up, heading up the stairs, and you sit in this kind of big, arched, high-backed chair, and you place your hands on the 2 crystals, and you feel this kind of strong sensation. Can you just make a Constitution save for me?
Oh, God.
As you touch this thing, you can feel this surge of power erupt through you.
I rolled a natural 1.
Natural 1. You're going to take 15 points of psychic damage, but you manage to grit your teeth and focus, and you hear the navigator's faint voice. Hello, Isla. Would you like to engage self-destruct?
Yes. Destruct.
You have 60.
Destruct.
You have 60 seconds. 59.
Okay.
58, and you begin to hear this faint beeping countdown in your mind. Meanwhile, John, this thing pounces on you once more and tries to wrap its tentacles around your brain. 25.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it, won't it? Let's see here. That's going to be... Oh, that's really bad. 23 psychic damage.
That's me down.
Okay, that's your brain.
Just want to watch the
However,
world burn.
Sucking your brain out gives Isla time. You've got time to begin making your escape. Like, what do you do?
I will use my last key point to dash and just fly on out as quick as I can.
So you make your way down the steps, and you can see the creature holding John's body as it's like sucking its brain out. And just as you kind of begin heading down, it looks up and sees you, and it begins to kind of move in a chasing motion. As you get down to the next level, this kind of main area where you first came in, you can see Gwynny and Scoops are still alive, just kind of huddled against the door waiting. Like, you can see them like kind of like bucking and breaking, but this thing is chasing you. It's going to follow you outside. What do you want to try and do?
Well, when I go outside, I just want to fly up high so that it's not directly, like, I'm not on its level anymore.
Okay.
So just keep on going.
Okay, so you rush outside. The door barely manages to open. You kind of have to almost force it at one point. Gwynny, the goat, kind of rushes forward and headbutts into the alien creature, the Illithard, as it butts into it, and it kind of grips it, and it throws Gwynny to the side. You hear something snap in its body, but Scoops kind of like rushes out behind you. You fly up high, and the creature kind of, it moves up and it begins looking around. The fierce blizzard is blowing around you, and it begins kind of scaling the ship itself, begins climbing up, trying to chase you as you fly higher and higher. The blizzard is still raging enough that it's really hard to beat your wings. Can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh, no. No, it's a failure. I got a 6.
So you find yourself that you can't maintain this altitude, and you begin drifting lower and lower as this thing is now kind of perched on the very tip of the ship as it looks to you with these pearly white eyes.
Did you think that you could escape, Winged One? Your brain will be delicious.
As it pounces itself ready to leap towards you. I'm going to give it a roll. That is a 5 plus 2. It leaps towards you just as a great gust of the blizzard kind of throws you back and spiraling out of the air towards the snow below you. But this thing kind of almost slips. It begins falling, and you can see that it's just going to grip onto the side of the ship. But this delay is just long enough for, as you're kind of blown away and slammed into the snow, your vision beginning to fade from cold and exhaustion, you see an enormous blue explosion rip through this organic ship-like structure, tearing it to pieces, just as Isla's vision fades to black. And that is where we will end our one-shot today.
I have 1 hit point left.
Really?
Oh,
that's so
one hit point.
Oh.
Damn, down to the wire.
Down to the wire. Just in case everybody knows, like, obviously the guys knew that I did tell them that this would be the kind of adventure where maybe
It's
only one or two of you would escape. It was not meant to be
Man,
fair.
I was thinking about it, but from Isla's perspective, that entire thing was awesome because she like left Quintessa and Ash, and then just came back and she saw everything basically, and was the one to survive.
Your guys' like decisions lined up so perfectly with a kind of horror movie kind of like thing. Like if you were filming it cinematically, like it just worked. Like even like the grease from the Doctor is such a great sort of like kind of lucky escape that kind of character would get, where he's like, oh, I'm gonna get away, and then it's just like,
It was also like the last time Isla saw John Carpenter, he was fighting with it. She then went upstairs, came downstairs again, and he was then dead and being like devoured. That's
I was gonna go back and like scoop him up and carry him out because he's only little, but he died. So
I will say, if this movie were to have post-credit scenes, if this were a movie and we had our post-credit scenes, we would see Scoops like picking Isla's body up, like he would pick Scoop up and begin making his way through the snow. But what we would then
it's like Aragorn going to Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah, you'd get the like thing, but then the camera would like pan away, and in the kind of remains, under the guts of the ship, we would just see like Ash and Quintessa's body, and then we just see them like swell, like, and then that would cut. That's the end. So the Illithards remain. Very, very cool.
Very cool.
Fantastic
Chess
game.
babies live on.
Fantastic game, everybody. We've got some few minutes to chat. So apart from just chatting about the game, which we can do, I want to do a quick mention to say thank you very much, D&D, for inviting us to be part of D&D Celebration. Make sure to check out Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostbane. This was based on an actual location in the book, but obviously I changed a lot. Like, this is not how the actual module is meant to go. I added a custom monster. It's a lot more silly in the book, so it's a lot more funny. You get to meet the two gnome Ceramorphs. They're very, very funny. Very, very different. So I just thought I'd mention that in case people had false expectations. The other thing I wanted to mention is if you'd like to see more of us play, you can check us out on High Rollers. We stream every Sunday on twitch.tv/HighRollersD&D. You can also check out our YouTube channel or our podcast on Spotify, iTunes, etc. to catch up on our previous episodes. We've just hit 1 million views on episode 1 of our second campaign as well. So,
yesterday.
Perfect time to come and join us.
We are also playing through Curse of Strahd on Thursdays.
Oh yes,
as well.
very true. We're doing a very alternate version of Curse of Strahd where we've made some big changes as well.
There's a couple of things to check out, a couple of things to catch up on our YouTube or podcast. Do that.
Loads more D&D. Loads more
D&D.
Loads more. Yeah. Loads more.
But I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was that went. I could not have asked for that to go better, honestly, from a DM perspective. That was a really fun thing. Kim, thank you for throwing yourself into the role of Jock Soldier.
Everything that I wanted to happen happened. I got to flirt with Katie. I got to be, I got to be a big dumb. I got to flex a little bit. I got a gun, although I didn't get to fire it. A little bit of boomstick. And I got to sacrifice myself to the great god's alien chestburster, which, frankly, I would love to do in real life. But
I know you wanted to have a chestburster, but I thought you being taken over and a false being a shape changed creature that led somebody else to becoming a chestburster. I thought you'd appreciate that.
Take someone with you.
I was really hoping when you found the laser rifles that you would get to use the line of "This is my boomstick." I was really hoping that you'd be like, "This is my boomstick."
I was about to, but stuff happened. I did want to use. I did want my final words to be "Hail to the king, baby," but obviously you can't really say that. It's not really natural when something just yanks you backward.
You got deep blue seed. I deep blue seed you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's fine. That's a good reference as well. That's a good ending for me as well. That's the most I deserve.
What about the big creature, the Frankenstein monster?
So that is a flesh golem. So I put
Flesh
that in
golem,
as a, if you guys had like, because again, I never know how much you guys are going to muck about and like just play around. So I wanted to put some things in there. So that was so it's actually in the module. It's a flesh golem that the two gnomes have. But in this one, I had it kind of to be like the bishop from Aliens. So if you'd reactivated it would have been like a way that you could have delayed the monster. So you could have been like, hey, go fight that monster. And it would have bought you some time as the two of them fought. So it was like a little option for you guys to have there.
Awesome.
Trot killing the little gnome squiddling in the hole. He was meant to be like, oh, you rescue him and he's like really grateful that you've saved him and he gives you the gem. He's like, you saved me. And you're like, oh, he was meant to be like Newt from Aliens, where it's just like, mostly comes out mostly. And then he's just like, bam, dead.
I'm not messing around with that.
I loved it.
Not worth the risk.
Nah.
Amazing.
There's a crystal. I took it.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
Man, awesome. It was very
really
cool.
good. Very, very fun game. That's it. Well, we've got a couple of minutes still left. I don't know if we just, if there's anything, is there anything that I need to mention? I don't know.
Hey,
Maybe.
what's coming up?
What's coming up? Well, one thing that is coming up is if you'd like to see me DMing again, thankfully it's not live, it is pre-recorded, but I'll be DMing the Knights of Evening Star game, which is at 4 p.m. Pacific, which is tonight. And I've just been told by a voice in my ear that we can wrap up whenever we want. So that's it. Anything from anybody else?
No, just go and check out.
Had a great time.
Check out Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden.
Yes,
It has sphincter doors.
and Tasha's Cauldron of Everything as well, which is coming out very soon.
Yes.
Play this all for yourself. I might try and whack this up somewhere because I think people would get a kick out of these little additions. So if you wanted to run this for somebody,
cool.
I'll post this up somewhere. Cool. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, D&D. Enjoy the rest of D&D Celebration 2020, and we'll see you if you come by and watch High Rollers. Take care. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, hi everyone. Happy celebration. My name is Jennifer Kretschmer. I am a TV producer. I'm a performer on D&D Beyond Silver and Steel. I also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I'm an ambulatory wheelchair user. I have funky collagen. We are so excited to have an incredible panel here today to talk about building an inclusive dungeon. We are going to build an inclusive dungeon in the next hour. So you will actually have something you can play in your game at home very shortly. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our panelists. For those who need visual description, I have red hair, which is curled. I'm wearing a rose gold necklace. In 5'6", I am wearing a purple gradient sheer shirt over a black camisole, and behind me I have a fairy forest. Our first panelist today is Elsa Hunison, who is a self-described deafblind hurricane in a vintage dress. She was the creator of the Fate Accessibility Toolkit and is also a Hugo Award-winning nonfiction and fiction writer and editor. Today, Elsa is wearing a blue top, purple and gold wire-frame glasses. She has a white occluded cataract and pink and gray hearing aids. Next up, we have Mackenzie DeArmas, who is an independent D&D creator. She is the lead writer of The Islands of Sina Una and a contributor to MCDM Productions, D&D Beyond, and Mage Hand Press. She is also autistic. Mackenzie is a young Filipino woman with light skin, dark hair with an undercut, and black-rimmed rectangular glasses. She is wearing a purple button-down shirt, and her background is a multicolored triangle pattern. Next up, we have Alicia Marie, who is a deaf, hard of hearing costume artist, author, and fitness pro. She works with Warner Brothers, Mortal Kombat, DC Comics, and is a playable character in Sony Interactive's Predator game. She has long, straight pink hair, light brown skin, and she's wearing a blue striped top and has a kind of cool cathedral swirly fantasy background. And then finally, we have Sarah Thompson, who is a disabled freelance writer and games designer for tabletop RPGs such as The Witcher, Paizo's Finder games, and Hellboy. She is also the creator of the Combat Wheelchair and has helped produce a line of wheelchair miniatures for tabletop. Sarah has short gray hair and is wearing a black short sleeve shirt with a D20 on it and a silver chain necklace with a disc-shaped pendant. She has tattoos on her arms, and her background is a black and white mandala effect tapestry. So let's get into some tabletop, everybody. So what I think we should do is figure out who our quest giver is first, and kind of what the quest we want our players to achieve is, and go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, Elsa, what do you think?
You know, I always love blind rogues. Can we have our quest giver be a blind rogue? Because they just make me so happy.
Awesome. Yes, absolutely. What if we had a guild that had like a thieves guild that had a huge population of disabled and non-disabled rogues in the city?
Yeah.
Which means we can build an accessible, thieves guild stronghold and go from there. Okay, so we have our quest giver is going to be a blind rogue. I think maybe we'll add some hints as to what they have done and why they're asking the player in terms of sensory description. Like things like if you're a rogue, you're doing a lot of lock picking and fine detail work with your fingertips. So if you were to shake their hand, you might recognize the callousing with a perception, or rogues instantly would recognize it. There also may be some callousing from the cane.
Yeah, definitely. With my cane, I usually have like some calluses. There's a thought. Blind people need their adaptive devices, and that includes when you're running through a dungeon. What if they accidentally left their cane when they were stealing something from somebody?
I love it.
Good idea. Specialized.
Well, and the other thing is that would implicate them if they got caught. If someone found that, like at the site, that they would absolutely know who did that. Because canes, I think it would be really cool to like specialize the cane too.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's got all of your lock picks built into the handle so that you can actually pull them out, and probably also have some kind of weaponation, the bottom, stabby.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so what if they left their cane at their last gig, and so they need someone to go back? Because as everyone knows, when you have adventurers go through a dungeon, that dungeon usually gets destroyed. It would be pretty treacherous even with a cane. But what if they had like a back way in to go retrieve it, but they needed an alibi so they could stay in the city? Right? That would be a reason to hire adventurers.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to leave that behind as you're right. Location. Also, just adaptive aids are nice to keep around. Who could help them with that?
Let's see, if we could have, so maybe they need a way to get into this thing. So we need some sort of like teleport or portal or some sort of, what if we did like a Sphinx? If they can poor thing. What if we made the Sphinx the head of the Thieves Guild? Because Sphinxes often don't associate with other Sphinxes, but they will occasionally protect things. I think there's something super cool in that. Mackenzie.
Yeah, I really like, that's real cool, because like when we normally typically think of Sphinxes, we think of them as really like solitary, and when they're protecting something, it's always like a treasure or something material. I really like the idea of like maybe having like, if a Sphinx can protect secrets and basically be a secret keeper, and that's the quote unquote treasure they're keeping, that would be pretty interesting. And maybe even if they're the master of the Thieves Guild, and maybe people don't even know that a Sphinx is running it, and that's part of the layers of protection. And even getting information or getting employed out of the Thieves Guild requires getting the Sphinx's respect. So it's a very high level, refined Thieves Guild. I mean, what kind of like what sort of level adventure do you think you want to do for like this dungeon?
I think it would be cool to have like a higher level adventure, maybe like, I don't know, somewhere in the 8 to 12 range.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, especially because like there's so many people who say like, oh, if you, especially when it comes to video games, people say like tools for accessibility are quote unquote easy mode, and that's not true at all. Making things easier to access does not make them easier. So getting to make a space where it's accessible and still high level and challenging play is super awesome.
Yeah, I think so too.
Also, I feel like that's true to life in certain ways. Playing, real life as a disabled person is basically problem solving on hard mode. So, yeah, that sounds like a good setting.
Okay, cool. So we're going to go with a level 8 adventure, or no, we can go up to 10. I think.
Say like if we can just put it a generic like tier 10 to 12
there.
10 to 12 is good.
10 to 12 works. So it's a higher level adventure. Let's think about so the goal is to retrieve the cane from the location. So the Sphinx can port them, but obviously the Sphinx is going to have some tasks. Before we get to those, let's sort of talk about the Thieves Guild itself and what it looks like, what it feels like, what it smells like, what would be there. What do you think, Sarah? What do you think about what would be good in a Thieves Guild?
Especially because we're going from the angle of having a blind rogue, I think maybe having there be sensory puzzles, so things that require touch, or other senses beyond just what you're seeing, because that also encourages a DM to describe things beyond just a visual, because that kind of thing, it makes you better descriptions, makes you a better DM, and so on and so forth. And I think that would be really cool, like having puzzles, maybe that they involve Braille in some kind of form, or they involve tracing patterns.
Got something? Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, tactile puzzles are really cool, and there's a couple different ways to do them. Like there could be things on the walls that are tactile because, you have directions for where to go, but also like, this is how you open this secret door by pressing these particular spots on the wall. But also you can, with your feet, as a disabled blind person, you use tactile information on the ground too. So like this particular spot on the floor feels a little bit different from everywhere else. Maybe I don't want to step there. Like, it's a Thieves Guild. There will be traps. You just have to figure out where they are, for yourself.
What if we made Braille part of Thieves' Cant? So if you know Thieves' Cant, if you're a rogue, you can read Braille. But if you don't, then something like Comprehend Languages would activate it. So you could do communications in Braille that might be really interesting to put into that. And I think also in the guild, I think it would be really cool. So let's say you walk in and there's a fireplace, so you can smell kind of smoke and burning wood. The air probably has some mead. I have a feeling it's a little rowdy, ale and mead. Maybe noisy. I think there's probably a fair amount going on. But, people pushing carts of loot up ramps, little hidden cubby holes in the wall that everyone knows where their own is, sort of thing. And I think you can always flesh that out with whatever you want to put in for your city. I think that might be
There's definitely also like the smell of damp dog or dragon, depending on what kind of service animals are hanging around.
Yes, guide familiars are awesome.
I just want to comment on how awful I think wet dragon might smell. I feel like that's gonna be like wet dog and wet animal smells. But I'm wondering, what does wet dragon smell like? I don't know if I want to know the answer to that question.
Probably like brimstone or something really unpleasant to smell.
Wet brimstone.
Wet earth.
What kind of dragon it is, though, right? Because if it's like a copper dragon, you're gonna get a coppery metallic.
Or like ozone from lightning, or like blue.
Yeah,
but I've been moist lightning.
That means a green dragon's gonna smell like really bad.
Oh no!
Dragons in general are just
burning.
Any anyone who had a green dragon as a guide familiar, I would just be like, I'm gonna be over here now.
I mean, never touch never touch guide animals, but especially don't touch guide green dragons.
They will cut your hand off. Like it.
Sarah has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
I just want to point out in chat, someone said, as a pro tip, using people first language. Please don't use disability first language.
Identity first. Yeah. That's what I was typing into our chat.
Yeah, the whole put the person first thing is something able-bodied people decided that they should refer to us as. Like, you should see a person first, and like that's kind of gross. So just disability first.
It does vary from person to person, and there are people who do prefer people first language. However, I believe, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but everyone on this panel prefers identity first language, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So we are all using identity first language because that is what we prefer. We are not separable from our disabilities. We can't put them. This is an analogy Sarah used on a panel we were on together. It's not like a bag I can set down and walk away from. It is not something I can carry with me and then not with me. It is part of me always. And so,
I mean, I will just say for myself, like, I'm a deafblind person. I have never known any other existence. That's just kind of how it is, which also, this Thieves Guild very specifically does not take kindly when people try to remove the disability from their disabled thieves. This is an anti-cure Thieves Guild. So,
there's a terrible trope in storytelling about disabled people that people need to be fixed or cured. I think we all sort of subscribe to the social model of disability, which is that there is standard human variance. The same way we have tall people and short people, we have a variance in our bodies and brains amongst a diverse population of humans. So for a lot of people, we have no desire to be cured or fixed. It's part of who we are and part of our identity. So I think the narrative of like every disabled person wants to go get fixed, everyone wants a magical cure, like that's just not true. We have figured out really amazing ways to live our life and creative solutions to getting through how we need to in a completely inaccessible society. It makes us often better at many things. You know, for me, I'm a TV producer. That I wouldn't be able to do what I do if I wasn't disabled, because I have to think about planning in a way that I think non-disabled people don't. I have to plan for everything and every possible contingency. It also makes me a good DM. Elsa.
I like to say that on basically any disability panel I'm ever on, but adaptability is a disabled value. Like we have to adapt. We don't have any other choices, but that means that we're really good at doing things like problem solving, or like figuring out how things fit together, or how we can solve an issue that we have. And we do it very quickly. You know, it's like, sometimes it's like, I have to get into that building and they don't have a ramp. So now I have to change my plans or solve that problem.
Yep.
Like, either way, that's fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so let's think about kind of how we can plug that in. The other thing I think is really important is the idea that disability isn't binary. You are not one thing or another. If you are blind, it does not mean you have no vision. 90% of blind people have some vision. And it's similar with many other disabilities. It's true of ambulatory wheelchair users. You're not faking it if you can walk one day and you use a chair the next or a cane the next. It's just things are variable and people are very much on spectrums. You know, two people can have the same condition and have completely different experiences of it.
Clearly, Keller and I do not have the same version of deafblindness because, well, hi.
Also no eugenics. Helen Keller is the only disabled person that most people can identify. And if you dig into her life, that is not necessarily the paradigm of that. So instead, looking to like Judy Heumann and awesome other figures in disabled history. Let's think about how to bring some of this into the system. So I'd love to introduce a mechanic of like blindness, deafness, the spell as a spectrum. Like roll a d20, and depending on what you roll is the degree of of change you have in your perception. I think that's a really interesting way to go. Mackenzie, and then
actually, Alicia hasn't gotten a chance to speak yet, so I'll let Alicia go first. Cool.
Yeah, one of the things that I like, I mean, when I think about this panel and how to insert a character that is deaf or hard of hearing, is how to work with the character in the game, and kind of bouncing off what you were saying earlier, Jennifer, not to have where the person comes in the game and then the other characters are like, well, how can we cure you of this? That's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to show you how to balance the mechanics of having a player that has disabilities in an instance. And I mean, one of the things we have to remember is that, yes, we are characters, but we're in a fantasy land. So it's definitely okay to be deaf and to, utilize spells like message and find familiar, or to really make use of feats like observant, which gives you +5 to your passive perception and investigation scores. So I think a lot of times people want to give penalties to disabilities. Like, well, if your character's blind or your character's deaf, that means you have negative this and this. But I'm like, why not just make it where everything is all about the role? So it's kind of like, for instance, say an NPC, the NPC can't hear. Well, instead of so you roll for it, you roll a stealth check because you're trying to get around the NPC, or I guess take advantage of the fact that they can't hear, and you fail a stealth check. You fail a stealth check. A failed stealth check is a failed stealth check. Maybe the deaf character notices your shadow, or you tripped over a rock. It's really just about being creative while staying within character in the right way. So I think it's really just about the player learning how to work within the confines of the character they're creating. And I'm excited to actually build a deaf character next and play in Jen's game.
Yeah. Well, and also if you have a deaf character, you're going to be immune to certain spells that you have to hear to have affect you. So, Mackenzie, did you want to finish something and then we'll go to Elsa?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking, because we already kind of have we already have mechanics built in for that kind of sliding scale in base 5e already, with the idea of dim light and dark light, where you can only see, and you say you can see up to this far and then further in dim light or something like that, or you can with dark vision and stuff. And it already has that sort of sliding scale of, okay, this area isn't as visible as something else is. And I think it would be really easy to sort of extrapolate that out in base and make a table that's like, you can see this many, these, or you can have that scale sort of based in that system. The system already has that built in for a more sliding scale rather than the sort of binary pass-fail mechanics of how blindness and deafness currently are portrayed in the game.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. And Elsa, you'll be next. I forgot to mention there is a link to our full bios and also links to our work in chat. Within that, I have a tabletop accessibility kit. We also have a link to Sarah's combat wheelchair. So those both are all in there, and take a look at those. We answer a whole bunch of questions about disability and ideas for mechanics in games and so on and so forth. I forgot to mention that off the top. So Elsa, go ahead.
Well, the other thing I always like to mention is that, D&D is a fantasy world, but it's based on sort of this medieval or adventuring time period. And all of these historical eras where we didn't have modern medicine, there's a lot more disability, not less. It's just that the construction of disability that we have from the society didn't exist then, because our modern construction actually comes from the 19th century. So you have a whole bunch of disabled characters in your world right now in your game. You're just not seeing that because you're not thinking about it in terms of disability. And I think that's important to acknowledge. This field is full of disabled characters and always has been. It's not just because we're calling it out today.
Yeah. And also, it's worth noting that a lot of these accessibility devices were available in those time periods. The wheelchair goes back to, I know, Sarah, you know exactly when, but it goes way, way, way back. So let's think about how we cue our rogue cues our players to the Sphinx. Yeah, Alicia.
Thanks. Oh no, I'm just putting it in my head. So we have blind rogue, quest giver, adventurers. We have to get to the Sphinx. Okay.
Well, since all disabled people, or at least many disabled people, have problems with stairs, I kind of feel like there's an elevator or a lift.
Well, and the Sphinx
in
can
this
fly, so
particular-
that makes perfect sense.
Magical elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trapped magical elevator.
Oh, yes, that would be really cool. So if we need to get there, what if we use the Braille there as a clue? So in the like if we have stone walls, there could be Braille embedded in those walls, that pattern. So what if we just give like an arrow and the players are sent to a room that has an arrow, and it seems like it's a hidden door type situation. But if you are a rogue, if you can have comprehend languages or tongues on. Yeah, Mackenzie.
Oh, I was just thinking because I've been playing a lot of Breath of the Wild lately, and they have a lot of these puzzles where like you have to, it's not just as simple as pressing a button. Sometimes it's like you have to specifically light a fire on a platform in order for something to activate, or you have to bring lightning down onto a platform in order for it to activate. What if it was like, you know, there was an arrow on the wall made out of raised stone that's really obvious, and then there's like the Braille sort of in the cobblestones above it, and then it was like, instead of just people can try and push there, because obviously when you see the arrow, you're going to want to push and nothing happens. But what if it was like you have to have like a lightning discharge or a flame discharge or something happen at that point in order to trigger the arcade engine that causes the elevator to move?
The instructions are just literally in Braille that you have to read them.
And it's like, and if you're a thief, then you'll know it automatically, and that makes it really easy for the Thieves Guild. But for people who aren't thieves and need to be tested by the Sphinx in order to be worthy, it would make sense. It would make sense.
Yeah. What if you have to like light a match and hold it to a certain spot, and so you can smell the sulfur, so you get sensory. Yeah, Alicia, what you got?
I know. I'm listening to you. I'm like making like a noise.
You were doing something to say. By the way, we are using a hands up mechanic just for accessibility. So we're making sure to get everybody in the conversation. Okay, so they have to figure out that they need to light a match and hold it to the wall to activate. And if they think it's a secret room, you can get that through a smell check, like a perception check. You could get it through the language. You could get it from noticing changes in the floor, maybe. What else? I think that's enough. That's three different ways of getting there. Yeah, Mackenzie.
I was just going to say, this kind of touches back on something we mentioned earlier, but then we never really we hadn't circled back to yet. The idea of, and this also comes a little bit from a designer perspective, since I do a lot of work designing adventures and dungeons. When you want to design puzzles and design dungeons, and even when you're writing room descriptions, when you're making dungeons, you always want to try and engage more than one sense. I know a lot of times when we're writing dungeons, we always fall into that fantasy trope of really flowery visual language, but that's not always accessible nor helpful for players and characters. There are some players like me who struggle a lot with understanding spatial reasoning with through text, and so it's a lot easier to ground me and my character in the world with descriptions of smell and sound and touch, and that extrapolates out to when you're designing puzzles. You can't always expect your party to always have certain spells prepared. You can't always expect them to have like comprehend languages ready. So you have to have different avenues of solving it. So like in this case, we've got like, no thieves can't. You can use magic to cast a spell. You can also do a perception check and check on smell or notice the soot marks on the wall and stuff like that. I'll pass it to Elsa.
Sort of like I don't, because of my blindness and the way that my brain works, spatial abstract reasoning doesn't really work for me. So there are a lot of different places where players may not be able to do that kind of thinking, but there's other ways to solve problems. I just wanted to kind of double tap that because I think it's a really important thing to highlight.
Yeah, one other thing I want to make a note of is with maps. You can always make your maps textured for players who need that. You can use hot glue or you can glue string to the outline of your map and give people a tactile option as well. And also with puzzles, one other thing you can do is you can give a physical puzzle to solve at your table. You can figure out a way to make one of the possible solves physical. So if you operate with solutions in different modes of play, you really can give a lot of access to people. Alicia, you had something?
And also, yes, from and coming from a player perspective, if you are going to play a character that is disabled or differently able, this is where it's really important to communicate to your DM and to the other people in your adventure group so that they are aware. Because when I think of things like, I'm coming from a deafness perspective, but it's, someone actually said to me once, well, why, if your character can lip read, why can't they lip read? Well, as a deaf person, I'm thinking, if you're in a dungeon and it's dark, I can't see you. I can't read your lips. So those are things that I would automatically sort of keep in mind. And for your DM, if your DM is aware of what your character can or can't actually do, they can sort of plan for it ahead. So this is where communication is really important. So they know ahead kind of how deep you're going in playing this character.
100%. So, okay, so we've now figured out a puzzle to get us up to the Sphinx, right?
Yes.
Let's get to the Sphinx's office. And now we've got to figure out what the Sphinx is going to present to the players as a test to prove their worth for this challenge. Yeah.
Oh boy, Sphinx riddles.
Sphinx.
Well, so Sphinxes have the ability to plane shift. There's something really cool about moving players to a couple of different planes and having those each hold a different type of puzzle. What if it was oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What if it was like finding an object among other objects, or
keys?
What if you made it like a small, like a one of those little tiny round bells amongst a ton of ball bearings?
Oh no.
They could go anywhere. It could cause dexterity checks. It could be, you could use sound to pick it up. You could use visuals to pick it up. What if that's one of the, Mackenzie?
I'm just imagining dumping a bunch of adventurers onto one of those tilt tables, and it's just full of ball bearings, and it's going, and you have to find one jingle bell among thousands of ball bearings as you're getting rocked around, and everything's like.
And they're all trying to find the one.
Up that. What if we even make it even more confusing and put it in a storm setting where there's wind, there's noise that's going to make it harder to find the bell. There's rain and lightning and all sorts of stuff happening.
Sensory overload.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that one hits close to home.
Do you want to talk about that, Mackenzie?
Yeah. Okay. So for those who aren't aware, sensory overload is essentially what happens when you get too much sensory information. It's actually kind of like when you get when you have super high passive perception and it's always commonly jokingly referred to as I see everything or I hear everything. And that's kind of what sensory overload feels like, where you just are getting so much information from the world around you that your brain cannot process it. When it happens to me, I like to describe it as blue screen of death, where my brain literally just stops and goes blue screen and I completely zone out. It happens when I get a lot of intermittent beeping that I can't place, and it just sort of messes with my head and it causes static to go, and it makes focusing on things really, really hard. It's helpful because of it, I've learned how to sort of focus in on and cone in on things, and I use fidgety things, I fidget with the pop socket on the back of my phone, or I'll one of the things is I'll chew on pencils and stuff. So if you ever see me on stream with a pen or pencil in my mouth, it's helping me focus. And that helps me sort of calm my brain down, and so I could hone in on that focus. When there is so
that
much
idea of a stim toy.
I would love,
and we turned it into a magic item.
I would love magic stim toys.
Oh, going back to something you said at the beginning, what if we played around with blindness and deafness as in a magical item?
I love that. Which it could be really valuable in this situation because it would allow you to block out one of the sensory inputs and hone in on the object, right?
Yeah.
I think that would be super cool. So what if the rogue gives it to them? And most players, when they get an object that is going to, give blindness or deafness, they'll look at that and have a very strong negative reaction, I think, if they're not well-versed in disability. But in this situation, that's an asset. That is really a great way to help solve this puzzle.
I just am laughing at the idea of handing a deafblind character who picks it up and nothing happens to them. They're just like, this isn't magic. What's wrong with you?
That's so cool. Oh, I love it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's have the rogue, the initial rogue, the quest giver, give them that magic object. And that can become an asset in this puzzle. So we have kind of a sensory overload adventure moment there. And then you can throw in whatever, different planes or puzzles would suit the campaign you're running, maybe. And that kind of will get us to the place where the Sphinx can take the players to get the artifacts. Or not the artifact, the cane, which is in this final room.
So, okay, ball bearing room, the Sphinx sort of throws the ball bearings, you said, throws them, and they have to find the one. How do they know which one to find?
Because it rings like a bell, and it also has a slightly different texture.
Okay, so it looks slightly different. So
like because ball bearings are usually like completely spherical, and then if you're looking at a jingle bell, it's like not perfectly spherical. It's kind of got that oblong-y shape, and it's got the rim around the edge, and it's got the holes so that it can actually make noise. And so by touching it, you'd also be able to track it by sound. But
it's another puzzle too, which is nice.
Yeah, you could also, that's actually a really good one to make a tactile puzzle. I mean, you don't have to get a literal 1,000 ball bearings, but like having getting a craft box from like a store and putting some like marbles in it and then a bell and like trying to have people go like through it and figure it out. That would also be a really good tactile avenue to allow for different access for players.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. I really like that idea. What else can we do with this?
Well, I mean, like, so I know Sphinxes usually do, they like to do riddles, and those are either really great or really bad, because riddles always rely on non-literal readings of words. And for me, it's either I get it immediately or I will never understand it, because that's how my brain works because of my autism. I sometimes read things very literally, or I read things completely wrong the first time around because that's how my brain's wired. And that helps me sometimes when I'm thinking out of the box for riddles, but other times it's like, I don't understand what this is. And so I've always not entirely enjoyed the idea of riddle characters in D&D and having it tied explicitly to get this one esoteric question right to advance the quest. So I kind of like the idea of maybe having the Sphinx have different avenues and giving the players an ability to choose if they want to do the more tactile or more sensory one with the ball bearing, or maybe they do have a riddle for those who are more, who's both players and player characters are more inclined towards that. And then maybe like one other avenue that doesn't quite fit either, but also provides another means of getting to the final room. So that way everyone has a chance to have a challenge but also have fun solving it and be challenged in a fun way and in a way that doesn't make them feel like they are less than for not being able to solve it.
Yeah, I think that's why multiple solves are always really important in general.
Yes. And also thinking about, in terms of learning how your players play as a DM, there are usually three types of learners. There are visual learners, there are auditory learners, and there are kinesthetic learners. So you'll notice if you pick up on the things that your players describe when they describe their characters and their actions, how they describe that will help cue you into what kind of learner they are and help you kind of tailor your game to those players as well.
I think it's also important, this is something I wish that I had known when I was a teenager playing D&D, but like going in as a DM with kindness is so important, because I think that a lot of people tend to play the game and it's like, oh, well, let me torture my players. And it's like, well, this is about fun. So making sure that you're actually being empathetic to your players and creating a space where this is an environment that you can actually like win, and you're not sitting at the table for the next 3 hours banging your head against the Sphinx's riddle. Like, that's not fun for anybody, except maybe you.
Yeah, I think also just one of the best ways to kind of learn new approaches is really to kind of educate yourself about this material and communicate with your players. Make asking about access needs part of your session 0. Take breaks. Breaks are one of the best tools we have available to us as DMs and as players. I have noticed the attention span, or the attention that players put onto the game dramatically improves if I have a break every hour and a half to 2 hours, regardless of any neurodiversity or physical needs. But also, I tend to run an open table where for any reason you need to get up and go or move or stim or whatever, you are welcome to. It looked like, Sarah, you had something you wanted to add.
No, I've just been processing. Yeah, no, like I agree with the whole. Anyway, when you make puzzles in D&D, they should have multiple outcomes anyway. Like there isn't just like one answer a lot of the times. You know, it's the same for like any puzzle, any riddle. So, you know, if you're restricting it to there can only be one answer, you know, you're going to find your players are really going to struggle, regardless of whether they're able-bodied characters or whether they're disabled, they're going to struggle.
Mm-hmm. One other thing that I was thinking about is how integrating some disabled history into your campaign will really make things interesting. For example, American Sign Language is closest to French Sign Language because it was a French monk who kind of popularized it in the States. So the grammatical structure of ASL is much closer to FSL than it is to something like British Sign Language. They're very, very different. And sign language is not a universal. There are many, many, many different sign languages. But if you do something like that, you're already building out world history, which is super cool. Elsa.
And I also think it's really important to acknowledge that many deaf people have home signs in addition to standard sign language that we speak in the community, because for a lot of people, our families don't speak sign when we start out, and so you need some way to communicate with people. I think it's really important to acknowledge that like disabled people have been adapting for a long time, and it's not just because sign language that's been standardized came along that that's the only one.
Yeah. I think there's also just exploring how, yeah, Alicia, go ahead.
Someone actually told me something about that I thought was pretty cool. And people who are differently abled as far as blindness or deafness, missing a major faculty like that, we tend to have this thing that's sort of hyper awareness, sort of. So I think it's really cool to imagine like in game, like using that as an actual like skill, being hyper aware of like your surroundings, your passive perceptions, like way up like that. That's probably an interesting way of making, go ahead, Elsa, what you're saying. Go ahead.
I want to just push back on that a little bit as a deafblind person, because I don't think of it as hyper awareness, but I think of it as we pay attention to things differently than body.
Like I know I have to watch it. Like I'm really, really aware of like everything around me because I know I can't hear, you know?
It's the reason why I push back on that is because so often people are like, oh, so you're like Daredevil, you can hear everything. And I'm like, no, yeah. And also like, I think that puts us into a weird superpower mode instead of acknowledging that we just experience the world differently and we notice different things and we approach the world in a way that is very different from able-bodied people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more like we're just aware. We have a sort of different spatial awareness, so to speak. You know.
Yeah. I also want to talk a little bit about. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, like, that's the what Elsa was talking about. That's the Daredevil problem, in which disabled people can only exist and be seen as capable if they have a superpower that erases their disability in the first place. You know. People can, like, I've even, you know, known people who forget, like, until they kind of mention it, like, last kind of, oh yeah, Daredevil's, you know, blind. And I'm like, that should be the first thing that you know about him. Yeah, and that's why in chat people were talking about, you know, when they play a blind character, they don't want to have blind sense or tremor sense or anything like that, because that's not how they really interpret the world. It's all about, you know, they just interpret the world differently, not to a point where, like, you know, hypersensitive spidey senses tingling kind of thing whenever a weapon comes near them. You know, it's things like that. And Yeah, and those need to be, I think, discussed with your DM as well. And also like having an open dialogue, and also when you're talking about your character experiencing things and they are experiencing the world differently from the able-bodied characters in your game, is describe it as your character experiences it, even if it sounds different from the other characters' descriptions, because then people will understand what the experience is actually like compared to how media portrays us so very often.
And also, just remember that blind people or any other disability can be any class, because I'm a deafblind sword fighter. I go and play with sharp objects for fun. But like a lot of people be like, you're blind and you play with swords, what's wrong with you? But it is an actual thing. And there are a lot of blind people who do sword fighting. And so if you are somebody who wants to play a blind character who's also a paladin or a warrior, there are a lot of resources out there so you can actually learn how that's possible without reverting to tropes that are the blind swordsperson trope. Because it's actually a lot of fun and easy. And yeah, I like swords.
I think it's worth noting a couple of things. One is about mobility devices. I think our device, oh, I'm sorry, Mackenzie, you were, go first.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to because we only have a little bit of time, and I really like what we're talking about when it comes to building characters, building disabled characters in a way that doesn't fall into any tropes. And I know we technically have one more room of the dungeon left, but I'd love to I really like this conversation. I think it'd be cool to focus more on building out how would we populate this Thieves Guild, and looking at those tropes and everything you've mentioned so far with you can be any class with any disability can be any class. When it comes to autism, in media, we're so often portrayed as the beautiful minds, math going across the face, super ability to pinpoint medical diseases and find incalculable solutions. And that usually means we're typecast as wizards or clerics or something along those lines. And that's definitely not the case. And being able to fight back against those tropes in a way that's not beneficial, but constructive. Building characters who do experience challenges, but they aren't specifically, who do experience challenges, but they're not solely challenges because they're disabled. And being able to say they're good at things, not solely because they're disabled. They're good at things and they're disabled, and kind of having that ability to build out disability more than just a fun, quirky character feature.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. So let's talk about then, let's go into some NPCs or some potential player characters that we could build out for people to play. And I just want to address one question or one thing that was mentioned in the chat, which was someone said, I'd really like to play a disabled character, but I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong and it's going to be offensive. So I think the most important thing if you're doing that is that, first of all, you're acknowledging that this is something that could go wrong. But I think the most essential things you can do are try and educate yourself and learn and listen to disabled people and their perspectives. If you make a mistake, learn from it, apologize, and move on and don't repeat it. Use it as an opportunity to grow. But I think it's really important. I love something that Chris Spidey said in Harlem Unbound, which is, we're gamers. We tell stories, and part of that is inhabiting other lives. You have to trust that when people are doing this from an authentic perspective of wanting to play a character who is not a joke, who is not a gag, who is not, a subject of inspiration or trying to cure them or fix them or any of the tropes of disability. That's important because you're going to learn about what our experience is moving through the world. And I think, our fantasy informs how we think about reality. And I think we can always make our fantasy better than our current reality. It's something that's really important to me and part of why I love this, and it costs you nothing to switch a set of stairs to a ramp. It's just imagination. And it has so many gains, like your gelatinous cube can get down and attack your players because there is a ramp. Even in the DMG, UNT have ramps in their temples because they can't do stairs.
They snacks.
Yeah. So that stuff I think is really cool and really important. Also, Elsa worked on the Fate Accessibility Toolkit, which I highly recommend. It's phenomenal. Take a look at it. It's written all by disabled people. Elsa, do you want to talk about that briefly?
The Fate Accessibility Toolkit is written entirely by a team of disabled gamers. We cover a number of disabilities. Frankly, I wish we could have covered more, but the goal was to have it from a disabled perspective. So it was the authors really informed what disabilities we wrote about. And it is a toolkit both for having disabled gamers at your table, but it is also about getting to play disabled characters. So if you're looking to play character, this is a system neutral book in a lot of ways. It is designed for you to be able to read it and go, oh, these are ways that I can play a deaf or a blind character or a character with PTSD. And all of your D&D characters have PTSD if they've been through more than one adventure, just putting that out there. So like, it is designed to help you have those tools so that you can respectfully engage with disability at your table. And I really hope that people will learn from it, because that was the goal, was to create a dialogue.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal resource. I cried when I read it because normally we don't even get a paragraph, and this was well over 100 pages of canonical material that was published. And it is so valuable to use as an external resource for D&D. It's so powerful to have disabled voices getting to tell our stories and talk about how we experience it instead of having outside people deciding what our lives are like. So
Just trying to make
so we have NPCs. We can have a character who's using Sarah's combat wheelchair. We can have characters who are, you can adapt mechanics like Tensor's floating disc, or familiars, do a variation on familiars that are combat neutral, but provide assistance to the player. You can even put them into a some sort of like ethereal dimension at some point, so they are not physically present but can communicate information. What else could we put in there?
Well, I mean, druids definitely already have the ability to have a service critter just sort of at their disposal. I'd love to see that in a game where it's just like, yeah, that druid just has service animals. It's fine.
Oh, I actually thought of, because what is it? The Artificer has a Steel Defender, and I kind of just made the connection right now because I play a character, an autistic character over on Critical Bard's channel, and she has a Steel Defender who takes the form of a robotic Deinonychus dinosaur, and she actually uses that to help her focus and like keep her calm and so even things that aren't necessarily related to like beasts or animals or that in the traditional sense, they still have those, you can still have that guide partner even if they're not like a dragon or a familiar. You can add like the Steel Defender for her is really important to help her focus and navigate the world.
Also, it might be interesting, we do love dice rolls a whole lot, but I almost wonder if having service creature works. The service animal, if it's a function that is related to that character's disability, it never comes into play as a mechanic. It's just the service animal does their job.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. 100%. And a lot of links to the things we're talking about are in that accessibility resource document. There are links to everybody's everything available and in the panelist bios as well. So I think we're sort of coming towards the end. I think let's go around and talk about what you think is the most important thing that you would like people to take away from this or learn, and also what do you think would be the best thing that could happen in terms of representation for tabletop for disabled players and characters? So let's start with Mackenzie, and then we'll go to Elsa, then Sarah, then Alicia.
Yeah. So I'm approaching. So when you ask me like what's the thing I want people to take away, I approach this from both like as a disabled TTRPG player, but as also a person who designs a lot for D&D, designs a lot of classes and adventures and all that. Really honing in on the idea of never having those like gatekeeps where there's only one solution to something, or there's only one way to perceive something in a situation. Even for a party of all able-bodied characters, you're going to have people who hone in more on touch and smell or sight or sound. And so when you're designing things, especially if you are new designers coming into D&D or you're wanting to start DMing, try and keep that in mind. Keep the idea of multiple solutions in mind, different avenues in mind, different ways of describing things in mind. That will not only help you become a better designer, it will help immerse your players in the world more. It'll also help make accessibility a norm. So that way we don't have to, we can talk about disability and we can talk about accessibility, but we're not just talking about accessibility and disability. Like the only panel, it will come to a point where we're invited to be on panels that are more than just disability and accessibility. We are more than just the disabled panel. I think that would be super cool, working to make that more of a norm.
I think that's why we decided that we were going to build a dungeon instead of just talk about this, like putting it into play.
Yeah.
So
what was the second question?
What do you think would be the most valuable thing that could be added to gaming or tables?
For me, I think talking specifically from my experience with disability, since I'm autistic, I would love to see people move beyond the stereotype of people who are autistic or neurodivergent can't play role-playing games because they're too quote-unquote social. That's not true, as evidenced by the fact that I am here. And I'd love to see that be more used, have just autistic people playing D&D for just out there in the world. It is really helpful as a therapy tool or to help teach social skills, but it shouldn't just be that shouldn't be the only time we see autistic people playing D&D. We should just see them existing and playing and DMing and getting to play a bunch of characters and exist in those social situations without having that caveat of, oh, this is to help them improve and get better. Because I like how my brain works and I don't want to make it any different.
Okay.
I hope people take away from this panel that it's possible to build accessibility into any setting, because clearly we've just done braille, ramps, all of these other things, and they all matter and actually work within the world that we're talking about. So accessibility is not a new concept, it's not foreign, it should just be there. It can be in your worlds without having to be a big deal. You can just have disabled characters in your setting. It doesn't have to, again, be a big deal. Disability be more than just those tropes that we keep talking about. I know it seems like we harp on them, but it's because they're there and they're ever present and they need to not just be the only thing to see. And I hope that people really just take away that disability isn't a negative. That's what I really want to see in the tabletop world at this point. Disability is not a negative. My blindness is not a 5-point flaw. My deafness is not a 5-point flaw. I am not I didn't roll a bad character. I actually am a great person and I have a life. Not negatives, they're just part of who I am. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Sarah.
What do I want people to take away from this? That a lot of the resources are available online for free. You're not expected to read scientific books or anything. There are plenty of blogs out there written by disabled people who very well document their experience in a way that's accessible to people. Also, understand that you are able-bodied. You won't ever understand really the full experience of a disabled person. You won't understand how far the problem goes in society. You won't ever understand it, but it's not about you understanding it so much as it is lifting us up and making sure our voices are heard. That is what is important. And making sure that when somebody wants to play a disabled character, that it isn't treated as this kind of unique or odd thing. Just, you want to play a disabled character? Okay, that's fine. Normalizing is kind of where I want to get. I want to, me and Russ, when we were talking about the miniatures for the combat wheelchair, we were saying we would like it to be that one day I could publish online a combat wheelchair 3.0 and no one would bat an eye, that it would just be that normalized that that's it. And I would also like people to, because there are plenty of free documents on this as well, learning about ableist language, the roots, where it came from, why you can't say it, why it's not your word to say, and understanding that a lot of the terminology about describing disabled people, such as putting person first language and things like that, you need to understand the history of that language and the fact that it has been forced upon us a lot of the time by able-bodied people who think that, for some reason they should have to see the person first, which is kind of disgusting, like we're all people. And I think it's just very important that it goes beyond just what you learn at your table, that you go there and you do your research and that you learn, and just remember to stay open. There will be times where you say things that are ableist, that you behave in an ableist manner, that you do something that's offensive using your character that's disabled, and that's fine. If someone calls you out on it, don't double down. Just accept and say, okay, how can I avoid this happening again, and learn from it. Just see it as an opportunity to learn. You make your characters more realistic because they are more representative of the real world. I just think, it very much comes down to being open and having that open dialogue with people.
Cool. And Alicia?
For me, especially as a new player and a deaf player, I would love to just see more deaf, hard of hearing people not being afraid to, play this game, try to get into it, learn more about it, because it really has changed my life. And you'll find that a lot of people are really open to helping you be a part of the game. So don't be afraid to reach out and try to just jump in. I think a lot of people like me, I like the idea of having a character that is like me in this fantasy world that I love so much. I do definitely want, and I like the idea of keeping it authentic, but I have no problem celebrating things about myself that I'm extremely proud of. Like I am a pretty amazing lip reader. So if I want to build a character that has a crazy lip reading skill, guess what? She's gonna have it. I guess, like Mackenzie was saying, don't be afraid to have characters with disabilities in your game, because the games are easily and already mechanically balanced for it with roles and stuff like that. So bring the differences in and celebrate them, because that's what makes this all exciting. It's fantasy and it's fun, so do it up.
Yeah. For me, I think it's people taking away that disability is non-binary, that it can change. People may have different capabilities day to day, and that someone using a wheelchair one day and walking the next doesn't mean they're faking it. Someone choosing to wear certain assistive devices or use certain assistive devices, or someone's focus, those all can change. It's all flexible often, and that's something we never get to have depicted. I also would love to see, I want to see disabled characters in art, in books. I want to see devices, and also like in a world where monsters are constantly ravaging, it feels like we have to, like there would be so much more disability in the world, and it would be so much more accessible, because clerics and things are very costly. We are going to wrap up now. So the first thing I want to say is we are going to publish this adventure. We are going to finish writing it as a group, and we are going to publish it. Follow our socials to find out when and where, but it will be soon, and it will be in a format that can be distributed to everyone. I'm sorry?
Somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. We will announce that very soon. We're going to go around one last time and get in touch. You can find all of our stuff in our links, our bios. If you want to talk to us about consulting, that's all available in that document that has links to our bios. And also, if you want to educate yourself, the accessibility doc has a list of essentials, starting with Stella Young's TED Talk, which is key. It's called I'm Not Your Inspiration. Thank you very much. We're going to go around and give very quickly our socials, where people can find you, and we will wrap up. So same order, Mackenzie.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie DeArmas. You can find me at Mackenzie Lane DA on Twitter, which is in the little description thing below. It is also my name in the Twitch chat if you have trouble spelling it. And that's basically where I announce all my projects. Shoot me a follow there, and I will definitely update about this. Thank you so much for having me again, Jen.
Yay. Oh, no, thank you for being here. Elsa.
Hi, I'm Elsa Honasan. You can find me literally everywhere on the internet as Snarkbat, SNARKBAT. Yes, that's a blind joke.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're muted.
Yeah, Jen. Yeah, thank you for asking me on. And getting to talk about this. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at MustangsArt, MUSTANGSART. I almost spelled it wrong then. That was embarrassing. But you can find most of my stuff, my projects on there. They're free. And there is also updates about the companies and things that I'm working for and projects I'm working on with them. As you know, I can talk about them because NDAs are fun. But yeah, you can follow me there.
And Alicia.
I'm really excited to finish this dungeon and put it out and see what people think about it. But anyway, you can find me everywhere at Alicia Marie Body at Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, and on Facebook at Alicia Marie Live. And that's where you can also find information on what I'm doing next. So.
And I am Jen Kretschmer. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram as @DreamWisp, DreamWisp. You can find my link tree there as well, which has all of my contact information. And then I am on Twitch as DreamWisp Jen. So thank you all so much for being here and participating and helping build this incredible dungeon. And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this stuff. We can't wait to share it with you. So have a wonderful rest of your celebration. Bye.
Fast.
Hey crew, I'm excited.
This is going to be amazing.
This is going to be so much fun. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is coming this fall.
It is a massive new expansion to the Dungeons & Dragons rule set for DMs and players alike.
There's some pretty cool stuff in there, including, officially, the Bard College of Creation. This is a subclass you don't want to miss out on.
You know why I'm super excited about Artificer and the changes coming? Because my character is already kind of a badass tank, but imagine her being able to shoot lightning with these greaves.
I cannot wait, personally, to create a new chaotic tiefling warlock to unleash the ultimate genie magic with.
Y'all, I gotta tell you, They made magical items as tattoos. I want to use this stuff in game right away.
I am super excited to try out a bunch of these new spells. It offers a lot of versatility, so you might want to take Summon Aberrant Spirit and fight alongside a Beholderkin, because why would you not?
One of the rules that they're expanding on is one of my personal favorites, which is the group patron mechanic that can change the flavor of a campaign even before it begins.
There is so much great new stuff, including sidekicks. That's right, they're going official.
All that and more will be available in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, available everywhere this fall.
Hey crew, I'm excited.
This is going to be amazing.
This is going to be so much fun. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is coming this fall.
It is a massive new expansion to the Dungeons & Dragons rule set for DMs and players alike.
There's some pretty cool stuff in there, including, officially, the Bard College of Creation. This is a subclass you don't want to miss out on.
You know why I'm super excited about Artificer and the changes coming? Because my character is already kind of a badass tank. But imagine her being able to shoot lightning with these greaves.
I cannot wait, personally, to create a new chaotic tiefling warlock to unleash the ultimate genie magic with.
Y'all, I gotta tell you, they made magical items as tattoos. I want to use this stuff in game right away.
I am super excited to try out a bunch of these new spells. It offers a lot of versatility, so you might want to take Summon Aberrant Spirit and fight alongside a Beholderkin, because why would you not?
One of the rules that they're expanding on is one of my personal favorites, which is the group patron mechanic that can change the flavor of a campaign even before it begins.
There is so much great new stuff, including sidekicks. That's right, they're going official.
All that and more will be available in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, available everywhere this fall.
Hey everyone, welcome to our game for D&D Celebration 2020. I am Jason, your DM for this session. I am from Realmsmith, and we are very excited. I apologize for the technical difficulties and the delay. We will try our best to make up the time that we lost in this, and we're going to jump right in. This is the Cold-Hearted Killer adventure quest from Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden, and we will be running that today with our wonderful players. Let us begin. Icewind Dale has become trapped into perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous, and this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears above the mountains, not even in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Most Dale residents blame Auril the Frostmaiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aura that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Dale folk live in a scattering of settlements known as 10 towns. The drop-off in caravans coming from the south and travel between settlements as this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. Although each town is resolved to appease the Frostmaiden with sacrifices of one kind or another, no respite from winter's fury seems forthcoming. For adventurers such as yourselves, 10 Towns is a place to test one's mettle, and, in the spirit of heroes have come before, leave one mark on this frigid, blighted land. Maximus, you have traveled 1,000 miles northwest from your home, trading a sea of scorching sand for a sea of endless ice. Your entire being aches from the relentless shift from the dry heat it has grown accustomed to your entire life. A truly alien landscape that promises ample opportunities and endless challenges. You've crossed over into the sleepy town of Bremen, which sits on the west bank of Mare Duladon, at the mouth of the Shangarn River. Eager to reach your intended destination, you pass a local inn that you take note of and continue through to an area called the Five Tavern Center, a collection of 5 poorly maintained taverns that stand in a semicircle at the center of town. Unable to read the names of each tavern, you pull out the folded piece of parchment that led you here and match the spelling on the sheet to the signs above the door. You find a match: the Grumpy Moose. At this point, Musa, you stand out in front of your intended destination with kind of pulling your cold winter gear that you have around you, your newly acquired cold winter gear, because you're not used to this kind of cold. You pull it close and you head into the tavern. Just another gruesome day in 10 Towns. Howling wind, bitter cold, foul tempers and snowdrifts big enough to bury a herd of moose. But today, the local tavern is abuzz with news about a series of recent killings. Before the murders, the only question on everyone's mind was, will summer ever return to Icewind Dale? Now the question is, will I be the killer's next victim? Nothing breeds fear and paranoia like a murderer with no face. 3 cold-blooded murders have been committed in the past month: a halfling trapper in East Haven, a human shipbuilder in Targos, and 3 days ago, a dwarf glassblower in Bryn Shander. Each victim was found with a dagger of ice through their heart. Now, you've all been drawn to the Grumpy Moose by a bounty posted across the 10 Towns over the last 10 days. It read, "Adventurers wanted, 100 gold upon completion." Meet Hlyn Trollbane at the Grumpy Moose on the 17th day of the month of Hammer at dusk. The 5 of you sit across a large wooden table in the back of the tavern, across from an elderly shield dwarf with a nasty scar across her nose, who looks like she was something worth knowing. She's been smoking her pipe and waiting for any last stragglers to join before she begins. As you wait patiently, you take in the others at the table with you. If I can have each of you describe what your characters look like, starting with B-Dave.
Metrimion is a lizard folk
He is jet black, bordering on gray, with a red crest and alien hostile eyes.
And beside you is Nora, if you could please describe your character.
Fear not, citizens, for it is I, Raya Sunshine, your local hero. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am a Scourge Azamar, celestial warlock, and I'm here to save the day. I look like I've got long, black, curly hair, amber eyes, and I've got a very bronze, glowing skin going on, and my outfit looks as though Xena, the warrior princess outfit, was designed by Versace. I am very shiny.
And beside you, Kaylee.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I've got long black hair braided down my back, and I'm carrying a really big sword, about as big as I am, and I'm just really excited to be here. Wow, I'm next to Rhea. It's cool.
10.
Yeah, Finbin here, silver dragonborn monk. I'm quite large, sort of dread, like scales going down my back, and ice cold blue eyes.
And then finally, Xander.
Yeah, I'm Garrett Velrin, and I'm actually from Targos, one of the towns in 10 Towns. I have rugged beard and purple hair. I've got a fur-lined coat that is protecting me from the cold, and it's also covered in dog fur, but that's probably from dogs that I raise and own, not skinned.
Welcome, all.
Clarification.
Suddenly, as you sit, waiting for Lynn to begin, the tavern door swings open and a gust of frigid air, accompanied by a flurry of snow. The last to join you this evening enters the Grumpy Moose. Moose, if you could please describe your character for those at the table.
So I'm dressed in a leather jacket, custom made, of course, from my homeland. Linen underneath, flowing garbs, my head wrapped, my face wrapped, and I uncloak it, and I have a thick beard and a stoic face and brown skin from the desert lands from the south. Everybody's nodding their head. They agree.
Hi.
That is your face, yes.
The scarred shield dwarf looks across the table at all of you. But of course, you have all joined us now. I'm glad that you are here. Shall I begin? You look like a group that knows what you are doing. Much adventure you have seen. Some
Yes.
from far-off lands.
Yes.
Fear not. We're here.
Well, you have all come, of course, beckoned to me from my postings over the last 10 days. I do have a task that I am willing to pay handsomely for, and this is it. Selfic Caltro works for a small traveling merchant company called Torx, owned and operated by a shady dwarf named Torga Icevein. In other words, Sefik gets around. He's charming, makes friends easily. He's also Torga's bodyguard. So I'm guessing he's good with the blade. His victims come from only 3 towns that sacrifice people to the Frost Maiden on nights of the new moon. This is what passes for civilized behavior here in Icewind Dale, you can imagine. Maybe the victims found a way to keep their names at the drawings, and Sefik found out they were cheating, so he killed them. Maybe, just maybe, Sefik is doing the Frost Maiden's work. I followed Torx for a 10-day as it moved from town to town. Quite a devious little enterprise, I tell you, but that's not my concern. What struck me is how comfortable Sefik Caltro looked in this weather. No coat, no scarf, no gloves. It was like the cold couldn't touch him. Kiss of the Frost Maiden, indeed. I will pay you 100 gold pieces to apprehend Sefik Kaltro, ascertain his guilt, and deal with him, preferably without involving the authorities. When the job is done, return to me here and collect your money. Are there any questions?
Where did you say we could find this Sefik?
Well, that is, of course, what I am paying you to find out. I know where he has been, I know where the murders have taken place, but I do not know where he is currently. That is something you'll have to figure out.
This Torx, you said it moves from town to town. Do you have an idea on where it is now?
I do not. It was recently in Bryn Shandar was the last place that it passed through.
Also the last place that one of these murders occurred.
Yes, that is right.
Is
Was
it
the most
enough?
Recent? Sorry. Was it the most recent murder?
Yes, it was. Torg moves around a lot. I don't know if Sefik is actually acting alone or he is in support of Torga Icevein, so I suggest you isolate him wherever you find him. But yes, Bryn Shandar was the last place.
Is it enough to simply return with his head? It would be a terrible waste of meat otherwise.
You are a curious one, with interesting appetites. But yes, of course, if you want to bring his head, I appreciate the drama.
بدي أسألك بدك تدفع مصاري؟ ذهب؟
I am sorry, is that common?
لا.
Could I make
One-
an insight check?
On Musa?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No. 9.
Okay. And what are you trying to ascertain from your insight check?
Where are you from, stranger? Because not recognizing that language, or I'm trying to.
South. South.
That's kind of the only option. You know.
We're about as north as we can be.
Does anyone recognize the language that our fine friend here is speaking?
Yeah, give me a history check. 10.
That is a 14.
With a 14, no, I don't believe anybody here speaks the language, but it does sound like the dialect from kind of the southeast of the Sword Coast, in the Anarok, kind of in the desert lands of... And you've heard people speak that way.
Al-Qadim. Al-Qadim.
So, okay, seems our friend here might be from the Southlands desert area. I don't speak the language, but maybe we can use gestures. You, friend, with us?
And I put my arm around Daisy, like, friend, buddy. Good.
It is great. I'm glad that you are all getting along and you are learning each other's languages, but I will be on my way if you are to accept my offer, of course. I've had some people try and some people fail, and I need to deal with this quickly, or perhaps I become Selfik's next victim, if you understand what I'm saying.
Give me that name one more time. It was Torga.
Torga's merchant company is where he is. They have a caravan, and his name is Sefik. Sefik Kaltro.
We'll start asking around then. That's my
Before-
course of action.
Before this dwarf leaves, can I make a perception check to see if anybody else in the tavern is watching us?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a natural 20. So that's a 25 total. That's it.
Very nice.
You know, apparently, again, I start strong and then do not that. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Currently, no. There are some that have taken notice, but most of them literally maybe half a dozen people in the tavern at the time. And there are 5 taverns in this circle. They're all kind of dilapidated, beaten up. And in particular, you don't seem like anybody's really taking notice or trying to listen into what you're trying to say, which is probably why she's chosen this particular tavern to meet. It's actually quite empty and quite quiet.
I realize that. I look at Garrett and I say, you're supposed to be some great tracker. A caravan cannot be difficult to locate.
Yes, I'm the scout and my husband is normally the tracker, but I've picked up a few things. And Garrett will stand over to see if maybe, are there other, I assume there's snow. Are there other like tracks or anything that we can see coming into this area?
Yeah, so you guys would have to kind of head out of the tavern in order to do that. You finally take your leave. You all kind of stand up. You start to gather your things. Helene makes her exit quite quietly, just like with the, and she kind of turns around and she walks out the front. As you congregate outside of the front of the tavern, there's a lot of tracks in this area, especially from the people around here. You are currently in Bremen. It's one of the 2 smallest towns in 10 towns. So not as much traffic comes through here, but it is one of the more friendly of the towns. It is currently dusk, but if you can give me a survival check, that'd be great, please.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay, not bad. 17.
17. With the 17, you can tell there's a lot of human traffic. Or humanoid traffic rather, but not anything that looks like tracks of any sort of caravan or wagons. Some smaller wagons perhaps, but nothing that you would imagine would be, sorry, not wagons, dog sleds in this case.
My expertise.
But nothing current.
Gotcha. Garrett like bends down, picks up some of the snow, and then, nothing currently, but perhaps if we ask around, Bremen might not be the town that we want to look in.
When he says that, I cast Thaumaturgy to make my voice boom 3 times louder. Has anyone seen where the caravan went?
And you see kind of walking along is kind of a really bundled up, and everyone in 10 towns kind of looks the same when they're bundled. You can't really tell. I mean, obviously size-wise, you have halflings and you have dwarves and so on, but there is
just meat to me.
a 5-foot bundle of fur and leather is the only person kind of in the street at this point. He kind of stumbles when this happens and kind of like falls onto their butt and kind of looks at you with these wide eyes you can see through these cold goggles. And that's pretty much it. It's otherwise quiet in the town square.
No luck. I laugh. That makes you comfortable, right?
They scatter and they kind of get up and they kind of run out in between a couple buildings and take off.
Maybe we try with a smile first instead of a laugh.
Maybe next time someone else speaks.
Okay.
Is anybody still around, or did everybody scatter?
Yeah, so the one person that was in the street scattered. Currently it's quiet, but you do see that there is firelight coming from some of the other taverns, and there is some activity there. So if you guys want to spend kind of the next little bit asking, doing some research, looking for potentially any information that you guys have about Torghast, you guys can give me all a charisma check, please.
Oh, good. I'm
good at these.
Charisma or investigation check.
Okay.
Better.
Oh, investigation is more better. Oh, actually, no, it's not. JK. I forgot what character I'm
23.
Nice.
23.
17.
With a 23, you absolutely find out.
19.
Citizens. Citizens, we are looking for a man.
We're looking for a woman.
Oh, is it a woman? Oh,
Well,
Torg is the woman.
Yeah.
Citizens. Hello. Yes, it is me, Ray of Sunshine. We are looking for a woman named Torga. Perhaps you've heard of her, and perhaps you could assist us in locating said person.
And in the back corner of the current tavern that you've entered, and just one of the 5, an old kind of, hey, huh? What's that? And he has this like ear horn that he puts to his ear. Say again?
I'll say it loud for the people in the back. Citizens, fear not. We are on a quest to look for Torga. Perhaps you know of her location.
Torga,
Yes.
the merchant.
Sure.
Oh, well, I heard recently that they're headed to Duggan's Hole. Oh, it's a crap hole if you ask me. But I think they're there tomorrow, I believe is the case. Last I heard, I had my cousin do some rounds and pick up some things from Bryn Shandar. They were headed that way.
I'm sorry, which hole?
Oh, I think you're muted.
Me?
I
Am
cannot.
muted?
Yeah, oh, there you go.
There you go.
Let's go.
Whew. I was saying, I'm sorry, which hole did you say?
Duggins!
I'm
Duggan's
familiar
Hole.
with Dugan's Hole.
All right.
Most people are.
Do you guys want to ask him any questions, or should I ask him anything else?
Sounds like a lead.
I think we should just go to Dugan's Hole.
Sounds good. Carry on, citizen.
I lean.
What?
Carry on.
I lean over to Finbin and I say,
I'm already married. I'm sorry. It's very polite, but.
I lean over to Finbin and I say, I don't understand these soft, squishy ones. I said the same thing and they run. She says it with her fangs bared and they're happy.
Their happiness makes me uncomfortable.
If it makes
It's
any
okay.
better, I find your smile very charming.
This is when I laugh. Yes.
You're doing great, buddy.
Infectious.
I just sort of like slap Finbin on the arm, yeah, and turn and walk out.
Finman just sort of growls like,
Arabian Maximus just stares at all of you, stoically.
In the corner.
Great.
Do you want some turkey?
Finman looks at Maximus and it's just like, and waves Maximus to follow. Should we head out? I think it's probably better that we get there before she does.
Arabian Maximus agrees and nods.
Okay.
All right. For those of you that are familiar with the 10 towns and have been here for some time, you know that transport or travel between the 10 towns is quite easy along the roads. It's when you get overland that it becomes quite difficult, especially in the cold of the tundra. You start to head out. You know that Duggan's Hole is southeast of Bremen, and it actually takes a little while to get there. Traveling at night in Icewind Dale isn't always the best idea, but if you want to get there in a decent amount of time, you may want to head out. It's like a 7 to 8 hour trek to get to Duggan's Hole. And at this point, you don't have dog sleds, you don't have snowshoes, but again, traveling the roads is fairly easy to do that. What do you do?
He said
Garrett?
he's from the south. This is south. My friend, are you from Duggan's Hole? Talking to Maximus.
I heard you.
Maximus is like blank faced.
Slight blank face, trying to figure out what to do here. Maximus replies, Ewa, Enamin
No.
Dugan Hall? Dugan Hall? Dugan Hall?
replies.
This is killing
I-
me because Nora
Yeah, I-
IRL understands, but
I
my
know you
character
do.
does not understand.
Side note, Nora should reply, she should understand.
Do you all plan to head out this evening? Are you going to take some? Yep. You're gonna head out right away.
Might kill somebody in the night, so gotta roll.
Yep.
To my magic makers, is there anything that we can do to help our friend Maximus communicate with us? Anything?
Well, while I am a very magical person, thank you, I actually don't have anything that would be able to help us out in the situation.
All right.
Sorry.
We will struggle through, but I do think we should get on the road.
I was told that Arabian Maximus does not speak common. So. Gonna make it a little difficult.
Exciting.
So Garrett does speak Dwarvish, Elvish, Gnomish, and Thieves' Cant, if that's any help.
Ooh, Thieves' Cant. Let's just do that the whole time.
Yeah.
In this circumstance, unfortunately, it does not.
Yeah, I got Abyssal, Celestial, Common, and Draconic.
Yeah, common and draconic here.
Yeah, common celestial.
I also speak Elvish. That helps.
Yeah, it does not.
Arabian Maximus does understand common, he just doesn't.
Sure.
Oh, you're like a Wookiee. Dope.
Exactly.
That's good to know, though.
Oh wait, I speak Shriwook, so don't you think?
Yeah.
All right, so you start to head south across the 10 towns. For the sake of brevity, because we have a short time today, you pass a number of different towns. You pass Targos, you pass through Bryn Shander. You will also take the east way down through Goodmead, and then Duggan's Hole is literally the bottom of the barrel when it comes to 10 towns. And the southernmost town within the 10 towns. I'm assuming you will stop for the evening. At some point, you'll have to rest. Do you plan to camp, or do you want to take up residence somewhere? B. Dave.
Just also keep an eye out for any sign of a caravan. I mean, there's got to be tracks, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
They would have taken
Yep.
the roads.
Along the way to see if maybe we could find a lead that would prepare us.
Absolutely. Can I get a survival check from anybody who wants to try and pick up that trail?
Not me.
11.
To 23.
18. Hey.
That was an 18?
18 from me.
Okay.
Daisy.
So with the 18,
what? 23.
Yeah. So with the 18, fresh snow constantly blowing. You do notice that there is a set of dog sled tracks that originate in Bryn Shander and head southeast along the roadway at this point, and have been. But it does seem like they've been covered over with quite a bit of snow at this point, and probably left early in the evening when you had left already through Bremen. So they're quite a ways ahead of where you currently are. With the 23, you absolutely know that there are 3 dog sleds specifically, fairly weighted down with something. They're left fairly deep tracks. And it appears that there are at least 5 members of this dog sled party, humanoids, that are driving these sleds.
I share as much with a group. As far as I know, Garrett's the only local, correct?
As far as you know, yeah.
Does that fit the description?
It seems like it. Like we're on the right track. They seem to have a head start on us, though. We have to keep going. There's a chance we might want to camp out close to Dugan's Hole, but not in Dugan's Hole. Definitely not.
Who hasn't camped out in Dugan's Hole?
That old saying.
All right, so you continue your momentum forward.
I had a copper for every time.
You continue your momentum forward, following the tracks. And as much progress as you feel that you make, they're well ahead. But you know that you're on the right track, and you know that you're probably following what appears to be a merchant caravan of dog sleds. The most likely options for you to spend the night are, you've just passed Bryn Shander, so the next one is Goodmead. which is
Good
probably
mead.
a good choice.
You gotta
I like
watch
the
out
sa-
for that bartender.
I like the sound
That's
of
right.
good mead.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Stories.
So you can absolutely spend the night there, and then head out. At this point, it is the equivalent of, I'd say about 5 of the 8 hours that you needed to travel. So it's about midnight at this point, from what you can tell, as you kind of pull into Goodmead.
It looks like there like a local tavern / inn.
Yes, there is.
I think that's where we'll head first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so you head into Goodmead. 1 second. So go ahead. Thank you. Goodmead is about the same size as Bremen was. Quaint, fairly friendly, not as kind of welcoming as Bremen tends to be, but it's kind of the middle of the road when it comes to the 10 towns. But fairly comfortable when it comes to its inns and taverns and the places that you can take up a space and rest for the evening. You do find a quaint little inn. Friendly, warm food, warm bed for the night. How long do you want to stay here before you move on?
I think we're sort of playing catch up, so we need to move as quickly as possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The minimum we can sleep without freezing to death and then getting back on the road.
Yeah, I mean, you have been traveling. You haven't seen any combat or done anything necessarily strenuous in the last little while. So I would say kind of a 6-hour mark would probably be sufficient.
Sure.
So you would probably head out at like first light, I'd say.
Okay.
You speed through. You have a warm kind of porridge in the morning, greeted by the friendly innkeep, but quickly wrap up your things, collect your things, and head out of Goodmead to try and hit the road again. At this point, 6 hours later, those tracks that existed are incredibly faint. You barely pick them up, but you do know that they're headed south, and really the only place headed south is Dugan's Hole at this point.
That's what they say.
I mean, is it Friday already? Yeah.
That's right. You hit the road and travel for the equivalent of another 2 hours. And I mean, as far as Icewind Dale goes, every road looks the same. There's snowbanks on either side, blowing snow, quite cold, and the perpetual winter that it appears to be wrapped in currently. As you enter Dugan's Hole, it is the smallest of the towns.
Phrasing.
Are we still doing phrasing?
I'll just give that a minute. That wasn't intentional.
I don't know.
And
I held it together until I looked at Xander. I was fine. I was like, I got it. No,
Eye contact is the mistake.
Don't look at me, I'm hideous.
It is the smallest of the 10 towns, and fairly in fair disrepair. Not much in Dugan's Hole is of note. I should have chosen another 10 town. That's really what it comes down to. Give me a minute.
No, keep this going.
No, keep it going. Let's lean into it. Lean into Dugan's Hole.
Depends on who you ask, really.
Yeah.
All right. But as you hit the town center, from a distance, you do spot what appears to be a outdoor kind of shop opening up. What appears to be a number of individuals kind of opening up crates, unwrapping boxes, setting up makeshift stalls in the center of the town square of Dugan's Hole. And there aren't many people in the streets right now. It's obviously quite early. It's the equivalent of about 8, 9 in the morning. And people are just starting to get going. You're seeing that the townsfolk are opening shop and starting to kind of get their day started.
There's one piece of information from tracking that Garrett remembers, and that's they had dog sleds. And being someone who raises sled dogs, I'm going to use that sixth sense to see if I sense any dogs.
Yes, absolutely.
My doggo wave.
Yeah, absolutely. You do, as you approach this makeshift kind of caravan merchant area, that it consists of 3 heavily laden dog sleds, each one pulled by 6 friendly sled dogs. And the sled dogs are kind of like jumping around right now as the attendants kind of pat their heads. The front sled flies the company flag bearing the company's emblem, a gold wolf's paw on a black field. Who you imagine is Torga, who is kind of this gruff, heavy-set shield dwarf, is kind of barking orders at the rest of them as they kind of carry crates around. And she's accompanied by 4 individuals who are heavily clothed in leather and fur. And you imagine that these are those that she uses to drive the sleds. Along with her is a well-built man in his 30s. He stands at her side and seems to never really leave her shoulder. He has olive complexion, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and no facial hair or body hair that can be seen. He is dressed in a stylish vest with matching pants and boots, similar in style to those worn by mariners of the southern Sword Coast, but wears no armor or cold weather clothing and doesn't appear to be harmed by it. He also has no perceivable weapons on his being. His most striking feature, even from this distance, are his eyes, which are as blue as a frozen lake. You're about, I'd say about 100 feet, kind of as you cross one of the town corners, and you see this starting to happen, and you see some of the locals starting to gather to see what wares Torga has. It is, as I said, an outdoor shop. Goods are being unpacked and displayed in crates. They open the crates and they kind of put them out. And then small canopies just to keep the snow off some of the goods. What do you do?
Garrett is going to share this information as soon as we come closer and stop everybody from moving in. Listen, our target is right over there. I'm going to sneak in and gain an advantage to this post, but I don't normally work with others.
So what do we want to talk to him first, or just cut off his head? Like, what's the plan? What do you want to do?
I personally just like to attack, but I guess I could follow the lead.
I mean, Metrimion said he was going to have his head, like, drag his head into the bar, so I think negotiations off the table.
They did say we shouldn't include any authorities, though, and if we just cut off his head, like right now, maybe there will be authorities.
You seem rather charming, Rhea. Perhaps you should speak, and if things go poorly...
What do we think about drawing them out?
Ooh.
How do you propose we do that?
We could fake a fight outside.
Would that draw them to us?
We could tell them we have something really special for sale and they have to meet us to look at the item.
I have an idea. What if we do something that attracts the dogs over here? They would have to come.
You know how to attract dogs to things.
Why don't we set something up over here? I'll sneak over, set them loose. You attract the dogs over here, they will come to check it out, and we'll be in position if something goes wrong.
Can I look around to see if there's any sort of meat or something that I could use as food to attract the dogs? Anything nearby?
I have jerky.
Hey, that'll work.
Yeah, without a roll, you notice. Picks up a piece of
I've been trying to offer you guys jerky this whole trip. It's homemade.
I'll take that jerky now, please.
Here you go.
So then Finbin takes the jerky, just kind of clears out a space in the snow so we can hopefully like keep the scent, and starts like making like a line of jerky away from the dogs out to the edge of like the woods maybe.
Okay. All right, and so they're fairly central in the town square. So to get actually up to the dogs, it would take some stealth and some maneuvering to kind of not be noticed by everyone.
I got that.
All right, let's do it. Give me a stealth check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go in too.
That is a 16 for Finman.
Okay.
I'm gonna join as well. I rolled a 17.
And Garrett got a dirty 20.
All right. Okay, so the four of you are kind of heading towards this open market?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so what are the rest of you doing while they're doing this?
Should we get ready for the dog? Did we plan what to do when the dogs are here, Rhea?
I was assuming we were just going to attack them.
You're gonna attack the dogs?
Oh,
I thought you were
yeah,
good.
Well, I am, but aren't the dogs bad if they're helping out bad people?
Whoa, we can save the dog from helping the bad people.
Bad owners do not create bad dogs.
Well, okay. Daisy, it's okay. We're good guys. We won't harm anyone. Everything's gonna be all right.
Okay.
So
yeah, let's just let's let the dogs free, and then that will create enough of a commotion. Hopefully, they will kind of follow our trail of beef jerky, and that will help draw our enemies out.
Okay, so who is laying the beef jerky? And what are the rest of you doing while you approach? So Finbin, you're kind of stealthily trotting around snow, finding kind of areas and nooks and crannies that you can hide in from place to place, dropping little pieces of jerky as you go.
Arabian Maximus
Garrett
is kind of to her left, found himself a little pole just to stand by, and is just watching this whole thing go on, just to make sure that nobody's going to attack her or jump her from whatever angle. No enemies.
Appreciated.
Okay. At this point, would you like to take a hold action to attack somebody if somebody attacks her?
I would.
Okay. Xander.
So Garrett is gonna sneak up and use his charm with the dogs to like sort of undo the hitches and set them free.
Okay. All right. And sorry, what was your stealth check again?
A dirty 20.
Beautiful. And I'd like you to make an animal handling check, please.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Mitrion, what are you doing?
While they're working the plan, I'm actually looking at the carts to see if any sign that like they're right. Like, is this dude the killer? I mean, like she's just like, that guy's the killer. Go get him. It's like, all right, okay, but I mean, like some evidence might be nice.
Sure. Sure.
You know, any signs like bodies, you know, unusual blood, weird like ritual implements, you know, anything of that nature.
Yeah,
wait, we need evidence?
Is there?
I mean, we don't need evidence.
Is there an aura of sinister music playing around?
There is not an aura of sinister music playing.
That is
reminds me that I have to start again.
Guys,
that is a 21 in my investigation.
Okay. With a 21, there isn't necessarily anything nefarious about what you see. It looks like a traveling caravan. Except, oddly, on one of the sleds, you see a large sack that appears like it holds something humanoid in shape. On the back most sled.
So I realize I've snuck up and I'm like looking with my eyeballs. I mean, do I feel like I can access it without giving myself away completely, or is it would I have to risk, you know, getting spotted to go any closer?
Yeah, you definitely risk getting spotted if you get closer. They are currently unpacking that sled, and they're pulling crates kind of off it, and you're at a safe distance, probably at this point like at 5 to 10 kind of foot space.
Then what I would like to do is when the chaos with the dogs start, I will look then. When everybody's like running for the dogs, I'll be like, oh dear, what is this? You know, look then.
Okay. And Garrett, what was that animal handling check?
A 14.
A 14. 14 is good.
Oh, good.
As you step up to the closest most dog, and they're huskies in make, very fluffy, very friendly. And it begins to kind of jump around your body and yourself as it kind of jumps up on you. And the other dogs kind of take notice. Some of them are kind of sitting down, kind of just resting. But a couple of them kind of come up and come over. What do you intend to communicate to this fine pup?
As long as I'm still stealthed, I'm going to take that piece of jerky that I got from Daisy, and I'm going to whiff it around in front of them. And then my intention is to either attach it to an arrow and shoot it in the direction, or just throw the jerky, whatever is easiest.
Okay, so you're trying to draw it basically away, and then hopefully the rest of them will kind of do their thing. Okay, all right.
Hey guys, just as I'm standing here watching, I noticed that there's a man looking at Finbin doing all this, starting to slowly walk towards her.
Okay, give me an insight check on that.
And does Finbin see this?
Finbin doesn't see this.
Cool.
Do I need to roll right now?
Yeah, just give me an insight check. So you're gonna roll and then add your insight modifier from your skills.
That's an 11. Bear with me. Bear with the newbie.
No worries.
Doing great. Doing great.
That would be 15.
Okay, with a 15, this person who is kind of coming towards Finbin, you do notice though, as they are approaching, that they happen to be approaching that area, perhaps to attend to the dogs. You're not quite sure exactly what their intentions are, but it doesn't necessarily seem nefarious. They don't have hands-on weapons or anything like that. And you do notice now that the 4 individuals do have swords, short swords specifically, on their hip. All 4 of them that are kind of in around, but they are getting closer to Finbin, and is within a 5-foot space of where you see that she is currently trying to hide and finish off this sort of jerky trail.
To complete the jerky ritual, we must complete the jerky circle. Oh no.
No. Phrasing.
We have a jerky circle in Dugan's Hole.
No, we don't.
Thank you all for tuning in. This has been our show. We're just gonna...
You brought this upon yourself.
Where is this game going?
To Dugan's Hole.
Dugan's Hole.
At this point, Garrett, you're able to toss that piece of jerky. The dog catches it with its gaze and chases it. 3 more of the dogs kind of race off after it as well. This does get the attention of the, at this point you can tell, male humanoid that was moving towards the dogs and starts to yell and starts to chase that one.
I really hope Sirenscape has the Bumpus Hound music from A Christmas Story that as they go.
And like I said, 2 more dogs, and that one individual kind of chases after it. As he starts to chase, he starts to yell, and the other 3 individuals look over, and one of them also goes after him as well. And the dogs are stopping and picking up the pieces of jerky as they go, and they're kind of almost leapfrogging over each other, trying to get the next ones. And at this point, they're 30 feet from the central area. So you've now drawn 2 of the armed guards, helpers, off with 3 of the dogs.
They're so cute.
So is anyone still near Finbin?
Currently, there is still another 2 that kind of look away from the dogs and kind of grumble, pick up a couple more of the crates and continue to kind of set up their shop, as well as Torga and as well as Sefik is also there as well. And Finbin is basically right at the edge of where they are now. But you've laid your trail. The trail has been caught, so you are free to do what you want.
And what was the distance between the cart was and where the dog distraction. Sorry, Daisy.
So you guys, my understanding was you set the jerky trail all the way from basically the edge of where you were to the place. So it's about a 50-foot distance.
Okay.
Okay.
The two guards are kind of coming your way towards where you were, where the rest of the party is, and they're about 20 feet off of where you are, and you're kind of hiding behind one of the buildings close by.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like at this point, Arabian Maximus wants to go up behind one of the guards and slit their throat.
All right. Okay then.
So it begins.
And I'm assuming you want to do that stealthily.
Well, I'm gonna need help. So, who wants to
So
roll?
Finbin actually like sees Maximus as he starts like making a move. So Finbin's clocking this as well, trying to get a read on which one Maximus is about to go for, because Finbin's gonna take the other one.
Okay. All right. I would like you all to roll initiative.
Roll it.
Hey.
Aww.
I'm not used to.
My luck has finally run out. I've rolled incredibly on literally everything until now.
All right. Metrimian.
As a big old 1.
All right. Finbin.
That is a 17 for Finbin.
Okay. Rhea.
12.
Muted.
Am I
I think
still
there
muted?
might be an audio
There it is.
canceling. Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, initiative, yep.
12.
12. Arabian Maximus.
16.
Garrett.
15.
Daisy.
6.
A very excited 6. I like it. All right. Okay. Finbin, you are... so you guys have taken your kind of surprise attack. So Arabian and Finbin, I would like you both to make... I'm assuming you're taking the two different guards specifically?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I'd like you to make attacks on them, please.
Ooh, first nat 20 of the game.
Ooh.
All right, so Finbin is going in with a short sword.
Okay.
Ooh. So I rolled an 18.
You roll that damage? And you rolled an 18? Okay. Both of those are hits.
That's only 3 on damage.
3. Okay. And if you can roll damage for yours,
Yes.
Musa?
And
We are level
Damage.
1.
No.
Yeah.
I rolled a 20.
So it'd be a damage will be right beside which weapon will you be using?
I will.
One of your short swords?
Yes.
Okay. So right beside the short sword, you'll get a damage dice. It'll say, I think it's 1d6 is a short sword.
Yeah.
And then you'll have a plus beside your short sword.
1 second. I know this. Just so you can see I'm nerding out right here.
Look at you.
Tiny hand.
Oh my god, Nora.
No, it's here.
I am like so freaked out though.
100%.
Okay, so plus 4, 20, 24, right?
Oh.
So you roll the d6?
I rolled yeah, so I rolled...
I'm just... actually, you have 2 short swords, right?
Okay.
So you can actually attack with both. And I'm also arming the rest of your stuff in your inventory right now. So now, under actions in D&D Beyond, you should have all of your weapons listed. And so with your first short sword, roll that d6 and then add +4 to it.
Second, and here it goes. Oh, 18.
It's a d6. It's the 6-sided dice.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, it looks like a
The
cube.
square.
Got it.
Quote unquote normal one.
There it is. Here it goes.
Normal.
+4 coming up. Okay, 11 plus 6. So 17 plus 4?
Okay, so for both. Okay, so are you using the digital dice in order to roll
Yeah.
on D&D
Yes.
Beyond?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just click where it says short sword, just to the right of there, if you just click the 1d6 plus 4, it'll roll a d6 for you. 6 is the maximum you can get on the d6.
I actually didn't even know that. I didn't know you could click that.
Yeah, it's very cool. D&D Beyond for the win.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I didn't know that either. So
Yeah, so if you hit that twice, then it'll give you 2 rolls between 1 and 6, and then it'll
I got
tell you
it.
exactly. Yeah,
yeah, I got a 3 and a 3.
perfect. Okay, so so that's 7. That's 14 points of damage with both of your short sword strikes. So you come across as you come in behind, you stick one of the swords into its lower back, and you all hear this scraping sound as it scrapes kind of past the spine and through the ribs, and you hear this muffled kind of scream from this one individual as he kind of reels back, and then the other one through the neck, in between. And past its kind of spinal cord in the neck, and this character goes limp in your hands as you pull your short swords out, and it falls into a bloody mess onto the snow. You have dispatched your first enemy, Musa. Congratulations.
Hey!
Nicely done.
I'm not a virgin anymore. Oh wait.
You lost your virginity in Dukin's hole.
Oh dear. Oh man.
It will never get old.
Nope.
It will never get old.
No.
So then now we're back to the top of the order. I allowed those to be kind of surprise attacks. So Finbin, you get a second attack, or another chance now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Unarmed strike with a 19 to hit,
That's a hit.
and then that is 3 again. 3 damage.
Okay. All right. And so, sorry, are you using, you're a monk, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you come across, the last one was kind of a knee to the back. And as this character turns around, you just smoke it in the face with a 3. And you see blood beginning to kind of soak the scarf that covers its face. Obviously knowing that you've done some significant damage there. Musa, you get another attack. At this point, you've noticed that Torga has kind of turned towards you, and so has Sefik, has kind of taken notice to what's happening. What do? There is the humanoid that is currently injured by Finbin, and then the other 2 that exist. What do you do?
Okay, so Arabian Maxis was he would love to just take out this humanoid who's close to him.
Yep.
Swiftly, and yet stay focused on Torga, so Torga knows that we're not fucking around.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. Okay.
No words,
Well,
by the way. This is all done with visuals, so.
I like it. So, if you so you can attack by hitting where it says you're +6 with your short sword. You're gonna roll that twice. That should be a D20, and you should get a summon roll between 1 and 20.
Short sword, I can attack, and doing that +6. Let's see. Ooh, 24.
Okay, so that's your first roll. Roll it again.
Oh, 8.
Okay, so the 8 misses. So you come towards Finbin where she stands in front as she's kind of like teeing off on this one guard. You come across with your short sword. You hit her. You hit this creature once. With the second one, it manages to sidestep and you miss. Can you give me damage on that first one, please? And again, you're just going to hit that 1d6 and tell me what that number is.
And the number is, ladies and gentlemen, 4.
Okay. All right. As it kind of stumbles back, you miss with your second shot. But the blood from the slash that you just occurred across its kind of quad area begins to soak its clothes in blood. And it's stumbling back, very, very hurt at this point. Garrett, you're up. Rhea, you're on deck.
So while that's happening, the distraction, Suffolk and Torga are still sort of back, right, near where Garrett is. Garrett is gonna eye up Suffolk, and still within stealth, he's going to take out of his pack a set of manacles that he has, and he's going to attempt to put them on Suffolk.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna make this a grapple check.
Yes.
So I'll allow you to close the distance.
Yeah.
But obviously, starting to put these manacles on him somehow is obviously going to take some attention. So go ahead and do that.
Would I be able to use advantage on this as like a sneak attack type of thing?
Well, give me a stealth check.
Stealth check? Okay.
Yeah.
Now there's handcuffs, folks.
At high math, 21.
Yeah, that's great. That's really great, except that he rolled a natural 20.
No!
So as you come across, you manage to slap one of the manacles onto one of his wrists. And he obviously turns to you and notices. You go to do the next one, he pulls his hand free. So he currently has a manacle on his right wrist, but it is not across both.
Gotcha.
That is your turn. Rhea, you're up.
So they are, you said 50 feet away from me?
They are 20 feet. So the two that are chasing the dogs towards the houses where you're still standing, these two are 20 feet from you.
Okay.
And are still running, but all of the stuff that is happening right now, the commotion is behind them, and you imagine that if something doesn't happen now, that they'll probably hear obviously what's going on, because this all kind of happens at the same time.
So you said that there were 2 by the...
Yes.
Okay, and then, but how about Torga and the other?
They're past. So they're in the town square. You're at the edge of the buildings, where you stayed with Daisy.
Mm-hmm.
And the trail of Jerky is leading the dogs towards you, and the guards were following behind as well.
Okay, so with the 2 that were there, I can't Warlock without doing Eldritch Blast as my first spell.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
It's the law.
It is the law.
So I will Eldritch Blast one of them in the face. And
Very nice.
Rolled a 26, hoping that there's like the wind chill will make it hurt more.
Yeah.
You always have to factor in wind chill with Eldritch
You
Blast.
do, you know, it's got to count for something.
Yeah.
All right. What's the damage on that?
The damage on that is, let's see,
There's no save on an Eldritch Blast, right?
No, it's just
No,
to hit.
yep.
So that is 8 points
8 points of damage. Very nice.
of wind-chilled Eldritch Blast.
Yes. As that blast emanates from your hand and hits this creature dead in the chest, it stops and it starts to kind of be racked by the pain that the Eldritch Blast has created. The other one beside kind of stops in shock, not having seen that coming.
And I just stand heroically.
I like it.
Fists at my hips, chin up, and just like
Perfect.
posing for nobody.
All right, the heavily injured guard that is in front of you, Finbin, kind of draws its short sword right at the edge of life and kind of swipes at you in an attempt to clip you. What is your armor class?
That is a 14.
Okay, that is a hit.
Of course it is.
And it slashes across your arm. As it's backing off, it does this kind of Hail Mary sort of a swipe with its sword laterally across your arm. You take 6 points of slashing damage. And at first level, that's quite deep as it starts to bleed and soak your winter clothing. the one that did the Eldritch that you hit with the Eldritch Blast, Rhea, turns towards you, sees you posing heroically, and charges, taking out its short sword. And rolls a natural 1, so it goes head over feet as it tumbles in the snow after taking a couple steps towards you and now lies prone. The other one, seeing that one just fell, looks back at the caravan and realizes that its main purpose is to defend that caravan. It turns back around and starts to run back towards the caravan. It gets there, but it does get there, actually, because it's 30 feet. And at that point sees the closest person, which would be Maximus, and it's going to attack. That's going to hit. Uh-oh. And with its scimitar is going to do 4 points of damage to you, Musa, as you are engaged with this other one. You're kind of ready to dispatch it, and it comes across your back with its scimitar. Torga, at this point, also draws a scimitar, and turning around to see that Sefik now has a manacle on one hand, is going to turn towards Garrett. Uh-oh. Is going to attack with a natural 20.
Oh, no!
I am so sorry.
We need to start using different dice, Jason. Just saying, that's 2 in a row.
Well, I know. I shouldn't be using the dice I usually use on Mondays. My players don't like them. That is going to be 8 points of damage.
Yikes!
As she slashes across your chest with her scimitar. Sefik, at this point, having been manacled on the right hand, kind of pulls his hand free, and in his hand operates this icy scimitar that grows out of kind of his palm, and in his left hand, a icy dagger apparates and grows into his left hand, and is going to take an attack at you.
Oh no! Hey, Garrett. Uh-oh.
Jason, why?
And that is a miss.
Great. He's a killer.
As it comes across.
Great.
And you're able to kind of sidestep and roll out of the way. It wasn't necessarily intended that you would come in full speed ahead to attack all of them at first level. But D&D. So here we are.
Also,
Daisy, you're up.
For anybody that is looking, Garrett looks about, if you were to measure it in drops of blood, maybe 2 drops of blood left in his body.
How far is Garrett from me right now?
Garrett from you is.
I was over by Rhea.
50 feet.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's cool. I duck away in the shadows.
Yeah, but I would super charge over there, so I guess I'm gonna do that.
You're gonna dash?
I'm gonna use my full action to dash, but for my bonus action, I'm just gonna suddenly and range.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
Yes.
Daisy kind of runs over, and you see her kind of out of the corner of your eye, Garrett, as she starts to rage run in your direction, getting more and more angry as she approaches.
Be
Matrimian.
nice to my new friends, and then I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna try and actually get in the middle between them and shield.
Okay, you're at basically Garrett's shoulder by the time you get there. Matrimian.
Rose for a moment. So Suffolk and Toragor are both still up, right? Are there any other guards that are like near them that are still up and fighting?
Yeah. So there's one that has not been touched that turned around and came back.
Okay.
And then there's one that is right close to. There is the one that just got Eldritch Blast by Nora, who's halfway between you and her, and then there's one that's right at the edge of life. In front of Finbin.
The one who is unharmed in Suffix and Toragor, I need a DC 13.
Sorry, for Sefik, Torga, and
the one who is unharmed.
Okay.
Who ran back? The one who ran back and is unharmed.
Yep, 15.
13. 13's the number to beat.
Sefik passed. Torga did not. And then the bandit who is untouched passed.
I just reach out my hand and I just say, death is waiting. Don't resist. And I attempted to hit all 3 of them with Bane, but I successfully hit 1 with Bane. So any attacks or saves she makes, roll a d4 and subtract it.
Wow, okay. Saves or attacks, you said?
Uh-huh, saves or attacks.
Okay, got it.
And that is, I believe, going to be it for me. I just need to make sure that I do not has any relevant bonus actions. I will go ahead and drop my healing word on Gareth.
Nice.
So he gets a big old 4 hit points back.
Listen, I will take it. At this level, it's everything.
Hey, that's 50% of your life back. Though,
yeah.
You know? Yeah. Right. And I just, when I do, I just look at him and I just say, you're leaking all over the place. It's a waste.
Sorry.
Yep. Yep. And then that's it for me.
Pleasant. Finbin, you're up. Maximus, you're
All
up.
right. Yeah, so Finbin is pretty hurt, so kind of clutching their wounds a little bit. Gonna go for a short sword attack on the one that's still standing in front of me that's almost down.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, no, that's a 9.
Yeah, with a 9, your wounds are just have kind of taken over you with pain, and you're just having a hard time kind of focusing to be able to make purchase.
Right. Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, I can't do an unarmed strike if I don't connect, can I?
Not with. No, you cannot.
Yeah.
I believe.
All right. Yeah, that's my turn.
Yeah. Arabian Maximus.
And just a quick question: I'm within 5 feet, right? I can't get out without an opportunity of attack.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
All right,
You
just
were
know
engaged.
I am hurting.
Oh dear.
Arabian, you're up.
So I know I got struck in the back, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm still going. I had 4 points of damage.
Yep.
And of course,
That was the one that came back. So you have one that is really hurt in front of you, that Finbin just tried to attack, and then you have the one that returned from the edge of the building that slashed you in behind.
Well, I'm angry and annoyed at these 2 horrible people.
I don't blame you.
So I'm gonna attack and roll the dice, and I am at an 11.
An 11 is just a miss. But you get another attack with your offhand.
Okay, and that would be 13.
13 is a hit, just barely.
Okay, all right. Can I attack again?
Yeah, sorry. Just roll. Yeah, you just roll the damage.
Oh, okay.
On that one, yeah.
So if I'm rolling damage on that, and damage would be which dice again?
D6. If you just hit that 1d6 plus 4 on D&D Beyond, it'll give you your number.
10.
Okay. Ooh. With a 10, you dispatch this one very easily, as it was kind of. Sorry, were you attacking the one that was right in front of you that was almost dead already?
Because I want to just kill this motherfucker.
Yeah, you open its throat as it falls dead, its blood kind of spilling out onto the white snow, and it is gone. Garrett, you were up.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to hide in the shadows. Get me out of here.
Look at me! Look at me!
Yeah. So we've got a raging person.
Rawr!
Yeah.
So do you want to take a disengage action?
Definitely.
Okay. And you want to move. Which way do you want to hightail it?
So I'm going to actually stay within sort of range,
okay.
But disengage and hide.
Okay, so you're going to try and find kind of an area behind one of the carts to kind of.
Yeah.
I think hide is an action, but you can definitely try and stealth out of the way to try and basically block line of sight and get out of where you need to go. Give me a stealth check.
I need to disappear. Oh no. Okay. 13.
Okay. There's a lot going on right now. You think that you've done what you need to do to kind of sidestep Sefik and get out of the way.
Amazing. And I'm gonna keep my eyes on Sefik if I can, just to see for like a sneak attack opportunity type of thing.
I like it. Okay, Rhea, you're up.
Okay, so the guard that was on his feet, who tumbled, who's still in front of me.
Yep.
So I am going to cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
On that dude.
Yep.
And that's a Dex for you.
That is a 12.
That does not make it.
Woo!
He takes 5 points of radiant damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as a bonus action,
Yep.
I no longer see Garrett, but I do see Fenben looking pretty hurt.
Yeah.
So I am going to use my healing light on Fenben.
What's the range on that?
60 feet.
Yeah, that's enough.
All right, and they heal for 9 points.
Woo!
I have healed you.
And sorry, what did you? The spell that you just used was?
It's not a spell; it's a trait.
No, before that.
Oh,
the
before
attack.
that, Sacred Flame. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so your Sacred Flame hits true, and the creature goes still. The one that was prone, and you think you've dispatched it.
Oh wait, dead or like I don't know yet.
Well,
Okay,
not moving.
sweet.
And smoking. So
Yeah.
you imagine probably you've done what you needed to do. The one that just hit you, Arabian Maximus, is going to attack again. And that is going to be a 14 to hit. What's your armor class?
Armor class would be...
It's 14. Meets it, beats it, unfortunately. That's going to be 4 points of damage. As you turn to kind of meet him, and it slashes across your forearm as you take a deep gash.
Jesus, cutting me up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Counter attack?
There isn't there isn't until your turn, but there will be. I'm sure there will be. Rich. That will come. Torga is going to close in now that now that Garrett is gone. Kind of looks around, is going to close into the two that are being attacked, knowing that her guard is attacking Arabian right now. They're going to attack Finbin, and that is not enough.
Remember that she's baned, so it's negative D4.
Yep, sure is. And they're both a miss because of that. And as she comes in, she attacks once with her scimitar and then again with her dagger, and she's confused because it feels as though she would have made purchase with those two attacks, but did not. Thanks to that bane. Sefik is going to turn towards you, Mr. Mian. And Sefik's going to close the distance between you and, between him and you, Matrimian.
Does anybody get an attack of opportunity? Because we got a barb there, we got a roguey boy there.
Nobody currently is engaged because Garrett was engaged
I did disengage.
with Sefik.
Yeah.
But that is a natural one.
Run after this guy.
And so, what's that?
I have to run after him again.
Well, yeah, he closes. Matrimian is. Oh, sorry, you had closed the distance, so you were right beside him. So I am actually
right
going
there.
to give you. Yeah, Daisy, I am going to give you an attack of opportunity. I apologize.
Yeah. It's gonna be really anticlimactic when I miss. Great
Take
sword.
it back.
That's
A 14.
Yeah, that is a hit.
Yeah. So I just mean.
I like that the nicest person in our crew is the barbarian.
Ooh, my goodness. That is 13 slashing damage.
Yeah,
I'm raging.
It's a lot of damage.
Wow, that is good. And as Sefik turns to run towards Matrimian, you, in your rage, slash across his back, and with that strength, because of his natural 1 on the attack that he was going to dole on Matrimian, he stumbles and rolls, and is now prone at Matrimian's feet. Daisy, it is now your turn.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How far away is he now from me?
He's only another 5 feet or so.
Okay, I'm gonna put my
Close
sword away. I'm gonna put my sword away and like run over and try and manacle his other hand.
Okay, give me a grapple check.
Yee.
I'd say with his advantage because he is prone.
Okay, that is 21.
Yeah. That is enough. As you kind of reach down, you can tell that he's dazed, and you manacle his left hand as you pull it kind of behind his back.
Yeah.
Okay, and you kind of put your weight onto him, and he is still and unmoving. And at this point, the ice knife and the ice sword kind of disintegrate into icicles as they kind of fall towards the ground. And it seems as though he is allowing himself to be captured. It seems as though he has given up his ability to fight at this point. Like he's almost given in to understanding how the tides have turned. Matrimian, you're up.
I look right down at him and toll the dead. 11 points of damage.
Wow. 11 points?
Who needs manacles when you can kill someone?
Yeah.
Back to
She's
plan
like,
A.
yay, I got him. I'm like, I only need his head.
Back to
And
plan
Daisy
A, murder hobo.
Daisy, as you hold Sefik's wrists, you feel his body just go stiff with pain as he begins to scream in agony. Finbin, you're up. Arabian, you're on deck.
So who do we have left?
Yeah, so there is one. There was one guard that is untouched that was attacking, and then Torga as well, who are both right near you, and then of course Sefik, who is now on the ground, shackled.
Sure. So I'm gonna go after the final guard to just try and get them out of the way.
Okay. And you're all kind of embroiled in this sort of melee right now.
Kill me.
We're gonna get the authorities
Four of you.
included at this one. Oops.
Unfortunately, that is another 9. I'm gonna
Okay, with
get
a 9.
rid of that dice.
Yeah, with another 9, unfortunately, you swing wide.
Dice jail.
No. I know.
That's so cute.
Get rid of that.
And Torga turns towards you and attacks.
Oh, cool.
With a miss and a miss. That's 2 5s. The Banes aren't going to help either, so you're able to deflect both of those shots with ease.
I was born in the ice.
Literally.
Arabian, you're up. Garrett, you're on deck.
So, who's in front of me now?
So you have the one guard and Torga.
So I'm going to go for that one guard, and I just rolled, and I rolled an 18.
Very good. That's a hit.
Glad one of us is hitting.
All right. So now, does that take out that one guard?
You have to roll damage to find out.
That would be D6, correct?
Yep.
Is it just a roll, or do I add something to the roll?
+4.
If you're rolling an actual physical dice, you'll have to add 4 to it.
Okay, so that would be 7.
7 points of damage. Very nice. And then you have one more attack with your offhand.
6, correct?
Sorry, it's the hit first. You have to roll your d20 first.
Your d20.
Oh, okay. Rolling the d20. All right, so I got a 9.
Okay, so that is a miss. Your first one cuts really deep. Your second one goes wide. Garrett, you're up.
Garrett's going to try and attack Torga from the shadows with a snake attack. And he's going to be using his dagger, and he also has 2 weapon fighting, so the rapier is on standby if need be. So that's going to be a 16 to hit.
That's a hit.
Sweet. And
that's Torga, right?
Torga,
Yeah, yep.
I'm going to do... Bum, bum, bum. And an extra d6 for sneak attack damage, so that's 6 total damage.
Okay.
And then I'll use the second attack. Ooh, that misses.
Okay, so the first one definitely makes purchase, but you can tell that Torga is of hardy constitution. And is taking these hits with relative ease, although she is starting to show a damage for sure. Rhea, you're up.
So seeing Torga attack my friend, no longer am I like wanting to bring like anybody back. I'm attacking her. Rhea's eyes get super glowy, and then a flash of light beams towards her as I cast Guiding Bolt.
Very nice.
And I rolled a 24 to hit.
Ooh!
And she takes 15 points of radiant damage.
Wow.
Pew, 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 pew.
Ouch.
Pew, 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 pew.
As your dagger hits true, Garrett, you do see this bolt of radiant energy smash Torga right in the chest.
Well, that works too.
Daisy, you're up.
Oh, it's me. I'm Daisy. That's who I am.
That's you.
How far is Torga from me?
Not far at all. You're all kind of embroiled in this kind of melee, so she's maybe 5 feet from you.
Okay, I mean, well, I guess we're killing people now. So, well, I'm gonna get up and run over to her, and it worked last time. Ah! Oh, that'll hit. That's a 19 on the die.
That is a hit.
You have advantage because of the guiding bolt, so roll it anyway. You might get a 20.
Might get me a 20. I do not. That's normal. 12 slashing.
12, very nice. And Torga is starting to see wear as she's absolutely bloodied from the wounds that she has taken. Metrimian.
Is she still up though?
She is still up.
Is a 15 enough to hit her?
It is.
Yeah.
So you see,
meets it, beats it.
Metrimion looks at her and just goes, and his jaw unhooks much further than it should. And I pounce on her and I deliver both my bite attack and I also deliver my hungry jaws attack for 5 and 5 points of damage, so 10 total. In case you get any mitigator.
Very good. And as you start to tear into her, you see that her eyes begin to roll back into her head. And as you take your last kind of bite out of her neck, she goes limp under your grasp and falls dead to the ground as you are on top of her. You have successfully killed all of them. The last guard kind of begins to back off. I'm going to allow each of you to make a attack of opportunity on it, starting with Finbin.
Hell yeah. New dice. Here we go. Oh my god, that's a 6. I give up.
That's going to miss.
I give up.
You just wanted to scare him. You're like, hey, you better run. Yeah, right.
Today
It's
is
like,
not
on
your day.
second thought.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no. All right.
Garrett?
I'm going to check my dagger. For 17.
Yep, that's a hit.
Hell yeah, I'll do 6 damage for that too.
And the last guard is dispatched. It is now quiet around you, and you have now successfully captured Sefik and ended your quest. That is where we're going to end the session for the day.
I do need to say one
Yeah,
little
go,
thing.
do it. Yeah.
You guys very much see Matrimion pulls a knife out and starts like carving her up, like field dressing an animal.
Wait. I have jerky.
More.
Daisy, I don't think you have enough jerky.
Yeah.
I can find more. That's, oh no.
These are my dogs now, by the way.
Oh, 100. Can I have
Well,
one?
hopefully we will see you all at the table again soon in these roles. We're absolutely going to try and make that happen. But thank you everyone for watching today. I apologize for the technical difficulties that cut half hour off our game. So it was a little disjointed. We tried to keep that train on the tracks and we made it. You got Sefik.
We did it.
We did
in
it.
your I'd love to go around the table and just if you guys could tell me who you are, where people can find you on our little corner of the internet. B Dave.
B Dave Walters. I say words about things. I'm literally doing something 7 days a week. Follow me on Twitter. Pirate to Leviathan is Wednesdays. Dungeons and Dragons: A Dark and Wish on Thursdays. And anywhere fine streaming can be found.
Nora.
Hi, I'm Nora Ibrahim. You can find me at Noralogical on Twitter and Instagram. And on Mondays, you can find me on Into the Mist. That's DM'd by Jason Azevedo. And on Sundays, actually tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific, I'm Princess Jasmine in Kaylee's game. Dice and damsels and dice and everything nice. And I'm in a bunch of other stuff. Please check my socials for that because I always forget all the things. So, but those are the 2 big ones that are currently watch now.
Kaylee.
Hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Bray. You can find me at Hoppa Barbarian on Twitter. I am the Dungeon Master for Damsels, Dice, and Everything Nice, the Princess RPG show, which is airing with Nora and some other lovely princesses tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific.
Tennessee.
Cool. You can find me at Tennessee Martin on Instagram and Twitter. I'm a writer and producer, so always putting out content. And this was actually my streaming debut for D&D, so hopefully you'll see me on some more stuff soon.
Yeah!
Musa.
First of all, thank you all for your patience with this and helping me, divergenize. So I really appreciate that. This was a great group diversion session.
If I had
went on. But you can find me at Twitter at Musa Kraish or Instagram at mkraish. And again,
and on American Gods.
That is it.
Yeah.
That's something else. We're focused on this. All right, guys. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Musa. Xander.
Yeah, I do a lot of stuff online. You can find me on Twitter at Xanderific with 2 R's and 1 F. Mostly Monday nights, I stream Star Trek RPG show on Q Times, and then I stream myself. Mondays, I'm doing The Last of Us, and Tuesdays, I'm going to be starting Vampire the Masquerade: Shadows of New York. Then Friday, I'm playing D&D with Kaylee over
I
on
forgot about Fridays.
on Pixel Circus for Failsafe. It was my announcement. It's great. But yeah, lots of stuff all happening all over the internet.
And the Library Bards.
And the Library Bards. Check us out. We're a nerd parody band. We got a D&D song.
So good. And I am Jason Azevedo, your DM for this evening. And from Realmsmith, you can catch us Monday nights on Into the Mist, which is our Curse of Strahd stream on twitch.tv/D&D and twitch.tv/Realmsmith as well. You guys have a wonderful night. We thank you so much. This has been an incredible event. Bless y'all and thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it.
And it's going to be Daniel
Thanks,
Kwan
guys.
coming up with an amazing new panel, so stick around. It's going to be awesome.
Cool.
Woo.
All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our Weaving Asian Stories panel. My name is Daniel. I'll just do a quick introduction to who I am, and then we'll get into the panelists. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Asians Represent podcast. I'm a designer based in Toronto. A lot of my work revolves around my experiences as an archaeologist and as a Chinese Canadian. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it to our amazing panelists from all over the world. Let's start with Steve. Steve, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you awesome?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Nguyen. I am also streaming from Toronto, Canada. I'm a Canadian Vietnamese man. I am just recently a best-selling author in the Unbreakable RPG anthology for D&D 5e. Otherwise, I'm just generally a tabletop RPG and D&D enthusiast, and I'm so happy to be here. I am also one of the cast members of the Asian Represent crew.
Yeah, and don't forget all of the streaming stuff that you and I did. That will kind of work as the foundation for this panel. But we're gonna get to that later. Let's get to our next panels. Amar, tell us why you're awesome.
That's very generous. My name is Amar, he, him. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Winning podcast Asians Represent. I'm also one of the cast members of Dungeons and Da Asians, which was one of my coinings because I like my terrible wordplay. And I'm also facilitating the Al-Qadim, the critical read of Al-Qadim. So we're going to be talking about that today too.
Hey, and then our next one, Pam. Coming from it's 4 a.m. where you are.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Pam Punsalan. I am a designer based in Metro Manila, Philippines. So yes, it is 4 a.m, but I'm happy to join everybody. I'm part of the admin team for Asians Represent. So the Discord was kind of my child, and then everything kind of launched in from there. I do a lot of design work primarily about the fact that I am a queer woman based in the Philippines and that I have some experiences due to the fact that I grew up in Canada. So a lot of my games are about queerness, intimacy, diaspora, and weird stuff. One of my games right now is Sundo, We Once Mortal, where you play Angels of Death. That's kind of my aesthetic, as obvious from the purple hair. I also am one of the point persons for RPGC. So if you want to ask any questions about Southeast Asia and the tabletop scene, I'm probably one of the people you want to talk to. I've also contributed to some major stuff, and I grew up playing D&D for a really long time. So I'm really happy to be doing this.
Yeah, that's RPG SEA, not RPGC, RPG. For all of those who are tuning in and aren't familiar with it. And then in another part of the world, we have Ahmed. Ahmed, who are you and what are you doing? You're doing some important work.
Hi, I'm Ahmed Al Jabri. I am talking to you from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. I translate and expand the community for D&D between Arabs and non-Arabs. And I try to break cultural barriers for those who want to incorporate Arabic culture and Islamic ideas into their setting and vice versa.
Yeah, and you've played an important role and an important perspective in our Critical Read Al-Qadim series. And it's just one Saturday a month. It's just incredible to learn from you and learn from Amar. So before we get started, I know our time is super limited. I kind of want to go over, what this panel is all about. The point of this panel, Weaving Asian Stories, is to introduce new perspectives into the D&D community, engage in constructive conversation, and try to make sure that constructive conversation continues. And then, of course, create a space for Asian voices in the D&D space. I really like to think that stories are like people. You could really love them, but that doesn't make them perfect, no matter how much you try to overlook their flaws. A little, earlier on in this quarantine, when everything kind of changed for the world, Steve and I kind of had this idea. We had this idea that we would try to read through the AD&D Oriental Adventures Handbook, and we would stream this on our Twitch channel. And it kind of turned into a long 26-hour ordeal where we invited Asian creators from around the world to kind of experience this text with us from our different perspectives. And so what we kind of want to do today is talk about the legacy of those products, of Oriental Adventures, of Al-Qadim. But we want to provide you folks with solutions on how to move forward, how to move beyond these things. But in order to do that, there are a couple of things that we have to do. We have to talk about, our foundational perspectives on these and the frameworks that, these books maybe unintentionally use to cause harm to the Asian community. So first and foremost, I want to lay out that, Oriental Adventures and Al-Qadim are products that serve as an escapist fantasy, primarily designed for people who don't look like us. These things also, there are elements of these books that are actually features that are of the Western world or of the European world, but are overemphasized or exoticized in an Eastern setting. Our friend Adam Ali, who's also a part of the Critical Read Al-Qadim series, says that he likes to say that these cultures are created in opposition. Right? And then, of course, these books use stereotypes and tropes without really thought of consequence. Now, when we do all of our readings, when we're reading through older D&D material, and we're reading through 5th edition D&D material, because I know a lot of you out there are probably like, wait a second, Oriental Adventures and Al-Qadim, those are AD&D books. Those were published in the 80s. Why are we talking about them now? Don't worry, we're going to get to that. Now, whenever we're approaching books like this, we kind of like to approach it with the framework of 4 things. 1, world building is based on harmful real-world stereotypes or reductive blendings of cultures, ethnic groups, or even time periods. Now, this isn't the result of racism or malicious intent, but rather an example of how appreciation of cultural stereotypes can result in a tool for creating an other. This is really harmful and problematic as, placing certain themes in prominent positions actually conveys the importance of tropes to the reader who might not actually know about these cultures. So really our goal is to educate you folks and educate the broader community. Now, our second point is that these books and portrayals of Asian cultures and Asian characters are often viewed through the lens of violence and savagery. 3, Asians are often depicted as uncivilized or in need of saving. That kind of goes back to this othering. And 4, Asians are viewed as objects of fetishization. Now, I kind of want to go to the panel and I want to ask a question. And I put this in our notes, but I also didn't tell you folks that I was going to ask you this question. I want to ask you folks, what's a stereotype to you? Because there are a lot of people who are like, oh, there are tons of stereotypes out there. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. Right? But what is a stereotype to you, and how do these stereotypes kind of affect how we interact with game material? And feel free to just chime in whenever you have an answer. I've got one, but I didn't want to jump in first.
Yeah, why don't I jump in here first? So stereotype itself is a super loaded word, and as it gets used over and over again in media, it's very easy to kind of lose sight of the impact that it can have, and it's going to change meaning based on context and all that good stuff. But from a point blank, if you're just going to ask me, what's a stereotype, Steve? What I'm going to say is that I think it is a symptom of something that's very human, where people want to just take patterns that they see and categorize them, put labels on them. Generally, if you have stereotypes in media, which we just call tropes at that point, no real harm is done. However, when your stereotype or your trope applies to real people, their lived experiences, and their identity, then you begin kind of meandering into this area where you can actually take a lot of their identity, what makes them feel unique and feel special and feel individual, and you can begin to erase it. So for me, a stereotype, when it is in context of a person, is a way to conveniently erase some of their identity for whoever happens to be making that stereotype.
Yeah, no, absolutely, totally. Stereotypes kind of act in a way where they're driven for our desires for simplicity and to differentiate individuals, but they also erase a lot of nuance. And they erase a lot of the nuance that actually put these things into context. I think one of the common stereotypes that we see in sort of Eastern themed like D&D or other TTRPGs is that all Asians eat rice. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Right? But when you look at, Asia in general, or from my perspective as, a scholar of this, you look at rice and you'd be like, there are parts of Asia where you can't even grow rice. Rice isn't a part of the cuisine. Yet in books, we see people talk about how oh, have you eaten rice today? Being a common greeting. And I mean, that's where you take these stereotypes and, create these sort of negative pictures of people. Does anybody else have any ideas of, or anything that they want to contribute to this idea of what a stereotype is? Because this is an important framing tool for us for when we go into, the 5th edition world of D&D.
I think I've got something. A stereotype is also something grounded in common sense, or what we call common sense. But what we do not realize very often is that common sense is formed by many things around us. So if you're surrounded by multiple stories, your common sense will naturally be informed by different perspectives. But if you happen to be in a single location where there is an astounding majority of a certain gender, religion, or race, then your common sense gets formed by sensibilities of other people that may be carrying their own harmful ideas of another person or another train of thought. So the goal here with a stereotype is recognizing who showed you what that is supposed to be like according to them, and what is it actually like by listening to the person involved in the stereotyping or the person who is being stereotyped. So it is all about challenging your so-called common sense and then learning from other people.
Yeah.
If I can jump in here with that a little bit, I studied psychology and philosophy primarily, and one of the things I want to emphasize here is stereotypes aren't neutral. They aren't just descriptions of the world and, oh yeah, okay, I mean, maybe sort of, some Asian folk do eat a lot of rice, and that's true. It's actually, once you accept a stereotype, you are blind to new information coming in that might contradict that. So you start taking the information that's coming in and putting it into the one box that you know, and thereby missing the depth and richness of the specific individual or the specific individual culture that you're actually interacting with.
Yeah, and we totally see this with a lot of world building. Ahmed, how about you? Do you have anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah, it's one of my most annoying things is just how they end up grouping us all together. Like for me, because I'm an Arab and I'm a Muslim, so because I'm an Arab, I'm Middle Eastern, so I'm probably Indian as well. They mix me with Persians and sometimes with Turkish people, and then because I'm Muslim, so I am looped in the same group with even Malay, Indonesian people, all the way there, and North Africa and Mid Africa. So there's so much to go around and then just smushed together into one label, which is really annoying because you're missing out on so much.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think we're not here to tell you what you can't put in your game. We're trying to help you sort of make your game richer, make your worlds more interesting and nuanced, and help you make characters that can tell more complex stories, right? And I think that's a big thing. We're not here to police your game. We're here to help you make your game better. So I want us to go to, and I know this is very recently on Amar and Ahmed's minds because of the readings that you're doing right now. But I want to talk about what are the biggest stereotypes that we see in D&D and how it fits into 5e, okay? And how we can move past this and why this can be harmful. So in the Dungeon Master's Guide, there is an optional rule. There are 2 optional rules there. One for sanity, which we're going to disregard, but there is one for honor. Okay, and the text reads as such. If your campaign involves cultures where a rigid code of honor is part of daily life, consider using the honor score as a means of measuring a character's devotion to that code. This ability fits well in a setting inspired by Asian cultures, such as Kara-Tur and the Forgotten Realms. So let's talk about that. And I know like depictions of honor are found in almost every East Asian game, and not just D&D. But here we're seeing an example of a stereotype being applied to all Asian people. But for me, the big thing about honor, and I'm going to get to where the Dungeon Master's Guide actually does something right, is that the idea is that honor is everywhere. The idea of loyalty, the idea of devotion, the idea of a code of morals is a human experience. And this is sort of the perfect example of how we see a feature that's found in other parts of the world overemphasized in an Eastern setting, where they're used to create this other half of the world. Now, in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it does say that the honor ability in the next sentence, it says the honor ability is also useful in any campaign that revolves around orders of knights. It's a solid move. The only thing there that, that I would comment on is that, while the book does note that honor can be found in other parts of the world, the text makes a blanket statement about Asian cultures, but then says that this can also apply to a particular socioeconomic group. And we've seen, honor kind of used in other, Asian cultures, like in Al-Qadim, where they have some, more harmful stereotypes about honor, rather than being, rigid code of duty. There's a little more to it in other books. I don't know if Amar or Ahmed, you want to comment on that.
Ahmed, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Having something like such a concept becoming a mechanic, and this is, for me, this is part of my daily life. This is how I treat people. This is how I behave every day. The idea of honor is on our minds all the time, but it's not the way that is portrayed in the media. It is about being a good person. It is about being good to people around you. And I think this mentality should be not quantified. Like, it should not be a mechanic. It's a role play aspect. It's a moment in the game that you build up to. It's not just points to add up and remove from.
Yeah, everybody has honor, and when you make it a game mechanic or a simple game mechanic like that, you kind of strip it of all that nuance, right? And I know there was recently a Twitter feed on the use of love and camaraderie and companionship in D&D. There was a big discussion about whether or not that should be, mechanized or created with a structure or not. And I know that's not what this panel is about. But we saw there with that conversation about love and camaraderie that there are a lot of different perspectives at play here. There are people who view love very differently from one another. So I personally would want that same conversation to happen about honor as well.
Yeah, you can point it out as a simple thing. Like, what is the honorable thing to do is to do what is right by the culture or by the law of the community, or do what is right by yourself. Which one is the honorable one? It's hard to mechanize something like that.
Exactly.
Sorry if I can jump in here for a sec. Maybe if we change terms a little bit. I prefer the term reputation. Reputations exist. It's just a fact of being a person in society. Here, even though I'm sort of living in Toronto and I'm living in Canada, which I love, but my reputation still matters. I don't need an honor score to talk about how people think about me at work, or if I was an adventurer, how people kind of think about me. It's just not necessary. It's a way that is, it's taking one small part of a culture and expanding it out in order to exoticize that culture and in many ways other that culture.
I'd also like to jump in really quick about the whole honor conversation, which I also had with Daniel and Steve before. Just to give a bit of context, the Oriental Adventures completely renders Southeast Asia invisible. And Southeast Asia is a very large part of Asia, and each one of those countries is extremely different from the other. And yet, consistently throughout books, and this isn't just about Oriental Adventures, this is about books and tabletop in general, we do not exist. And each one of our countries has its own version of what you could approximate to be honor. For example, in the Philippines, we have a term called delicadeza, which is about how do you socially maneuver things so that A, you get what your family needs, B, you get what you need, and C, you get what you need in a socially acceptable fashion to everybody else in your community. Those are three layers, and I'm already grossly minimizing it, but how do you mechanize that as well, especially if you are an outsider trying to write about my country? Where do you even begin to to deal with the intersections of the Philippines as a Southeast Asian country and then the Philippines as a Catholic country that has a history of other countries coming in and determining what the Philippines is to them? And then how do you deal as well with the layer of the Philippines as it is now? And where all of that intersects, and how do you even begin to design that. Like, I'd feel very uncomfortable with somebody trying to gamify that if you don't begin to understand the intricacies of how we do social maneuvering here and what reputation means to us and what honor supposedly is on our end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even on a lighter note, yesterday, like Amar and Ahmed, you two and the rest of like the Critical Read Al-Qadim crew had this like really funny conversation about, all of the characters wandering around Sahara and worrying about running into family members and worrying about all of the different social obligations that they had to their family members. And these are things that you just don't see in games in general. Okay, so we've kind of talked about honor, and I literally know that we could go on for hours and hours and hours, but I don't want to dwell on that. I want to dwell on how we can move forward. I want to, get us to the point where we provided you, the audience, with tips and tricks on, what's just not right and what you could do to move forward and what is done right. So I know that Ahmed has some stuff on Zahara. I want to quickly just go over this thing about Kara-Tur, because Kara-Tur is mentioned. And this is kind of one of the problems that we've had in the past with these old legacy titles, in that, you don't have to use Oriental Adventures, AD&D, or 3rd edition. You don't have to use those books. But in this honor section, this optional rule where it says this ability fits well in a setting inspired by Asian cultures such as Kara-Tur, it kind of draws the reader's attention to that place, Kara-Tur. What is Kara-Tur, and how does Kara-Tur exist in 5th edition? In the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, it says, far to the east, past the wastes of the Horde lands, lie the empires of Sholung, Kozakura, Wa, and the other lands of the vast continent of Kara-Tur. To most people in Faerun, Kara-Tur is like another world, and the tales told by travelers of its nations seem to confirm it. The gods that humans worship in Faerun are unknown there, as are common peoples such as gnomes and orcs. Other dragons, neither chromatic nor metallic, dwell in its lands and fly its skies. And its mages practice forms of magic mysterious even to arch-wizards of Faerun. Stories of Kara-Tur tell of gold and jade in great abundance, rich spices, silks, and other goods rare or unknown in Western lands. So within one paragraph, we see some good, and we see some, I'm not going to say bad, but we see some things that could be improved upon. The good here for me is that sentence where it says the gods that humans worship in Faerun are unknown there, as are the common people such as gnomes and orcs. It's kind of taking these European aspects of D&D and removing them from the Asian aspects of D&D, creating a more culturally relative perspective of Asia. But then it kind of says these mages practice forms of magic mysterious even to the archwizards of Faerun. Now, mysterious magic isn't bad, but this is where there's this added layer of this mystical Asia trope, the wise Asian mentor to a usually white character. The magical Asian exists as a pop culture trope to dispense lessons to non-Asian characters using, well, the wisdom of their people. So this is something that we see all the time, these sort of broad descriptions of a very, very diverse people. I don't know, Ahmed or Amar, did you want to read the description of Zahara in 5th edition from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide?
I'm happy to take it, unless Ahmed, you have a...
Go ahead.
Far to the south of Faerun, beyond Kalimshan, sorry, I don't think I know that one before, and even the jungles of Khuluk, are the lands of fate, surrounded by waters thick with pirates and corsairs. And this is, I'm underlying this. Sahara is a place less hospitable than most, but still braved by travelers who hope to profit from its exotic goods and strange magics. Like Kara-Tur, putting a note in that, for a pin in that for a second too, Sahara seems like a world away from Faerunians. It is thought of as a vast desert, sprinkled with glittering cities like scattered gems. Romantic tales abound of scimitar-wielding rogues riding flying carpets and of genies bound in service to humans. Their mages, called Shair, practice their magic with the aid of genies, and it is said might carry the lineage of those elemental beings in their blood.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back and comment on the one piece right now, which is like Karatur, which is to say there's a lumping together of all the exotic places together, even though they're supposedly drawn from very different cultures from all over the world. That just stood out to me right away.
Yeah. Ahmed, do you want to say anything? Because I know that you're actually in this very interesting position where you are translating the Al-Qadim Arabian Adventures source book and using it with members of your community. So how do you approach that? Like, it's something I'm very curious about.
It's not translation, it's more of trying to readapt it to fit our narrative a little bit. Overall, like the actual source books are filled with treasure troves. But at the same time, you find things like hoping to profit from exotic goods and strange magic. So the invitation doesn't feel very welcoming. You are going there to plunder, basically.
Yeah, and we've seen in these books there's good stuff, like you said, there are treasures, but you kind of have to weed through other things.
Exactly. So I think like the intention, I can see it, and I can see the work that is done. I am amazed by how much detail they managed to pick up and put together in different books. But the presentation needed a little bit more attention to make sure, like we said before, the othering and the exoticization of other people. We're not just exotic goods and strange magic. It's the whole generalization of that is, I don't know, it's belittling a little bit. Like we have so much to offer as a culture, we have history, we have so many things instead of just goods and magic.
Yeah, and I know there are going to be people who are in the chat who are wondering, genies and Ganassi, are they okay? What do I do with these? I also would like to know, because that is not a culture that I have lived experience with. And I know, like in our notes, you put a whole thing on genies and Ganassi.
Yeah, I mentioned something from the Monster Manual. It touches on the genies, and there is one section about the Marids. It talks about, first of all, the genies, they want to be rule or be ruled. So as a mythical creature, so far, I don't have an issue with that. Making them evil, all about slavery and all these things, so far so good. But then when we go to the Marid, we hit on the titles that they are egotistical hierarchs. All Marids claim a title of nobility, and the race is awash in Shahs, Sultans, Muftis, and Khadifs. On their own, they are basically labelizing this culture that these titles come from. Like in the setting where Al-Qadim is, where everybody is using these titles, I would say it makes sense, but now you took it out of context and you put it somewhere else, and you're still using the same titles from that culture. So it feels like all these images now, all the bad images that you put on the bad genies are now also labeled on the people these cultures and these titles are coming from.
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's a really good point, and I'd love to know like Pam's perspective as well on the idea of monsters, the idea of the monstrous, the unknown, the weird, and how they are viewed in games like D&D, how they are often viewed in an adversarial relationship with the players. And like, so how do you take Southeast Asian or monsters from the Philippines and put that into something like D&D?
Well, I think one of the things that I wanted to bring up, especially after listening to the stream so far, is a perspective that may be helpful for people to recognize is the idea that in the way that the old books were written, they constantly say one message. The other is bad. The other is scary. And also the other can be conquered. That is the underlying message in all of these older books, and that is a form of colonization. And it would be good to remember that when you're dealing with cultures that are not your own, you can steal things from those people, and that they are lived experiences, that they have their own history, and that they have their own voice. Especially if you are, and I'll get a little real here, especially if you are a country where at one point in history you directly benefited from the exploitation of that other country. So the Philippines, for example, has a colonial history of Spain and even Britain, and also Japan for a brief time, and America. That is a history of 4 different cultures coming in to this wonderful other land, and basically assuming that we are monsters that must be defeated or civilized. So I guess that would be my perspective on the whole idea of making something monstrous in a weird way by building it up to be something strange and something new. You are also implicitly telling the other person on the end that eventually you can defeat that person or that thing that you've created, and you can exploit it, you can hunt it down, you can take its riches, and you can learn for it for your own benefit, not for theirs, but for yours.
Yeah, I mean, we see that in sort of Chinese mythology and legend and folklore as well. Monsters are, creatures that exist just kind of beyond the realm of human understanding. Or the appearance of monsters is just how people have interpreted nature, and they don't exist as sort of these moral adversaries or representations of evil or good. That kind of concept of how alignment doesn't really go with a lot of Asian mythologies. The idea of D&D's alignment. But I want to move on, and I want to ask you folks, unless Steve, you have anything to say about this idea of monsters. We have very limited time.
My brain's buzzing, but Daniel, I'll definitely take it and speak. But if I were to condense my thoughts down, there was a great blog post from Throne of Salt about monsters, and it was framed with these old stories that you would hear about lions and tigers like assaulting and killing villagers that were basically British colonies. And there was just like this, for the people there, it was like a monster in the night. It would just like take people, and there was no stopping it. And it would like outsmarted all of the British people, never fell into any traps, all that and whatnot. But the article then takes a change and says, actually, as we studied this, we found that these animals were riddled with bullets. In fact, a lot of their teeth were knocked out by the bullets, and they were starving. They couldn't catch their normal prey. They were desperate. And so they did whatever they had to do to survive. They weren't monsters. They were a product of colonialism. And the article then goes on to say, all monsters that we as human beings in real life talk about, there is a cause for them. We want to tell stories, and these monsters are just a framework for which to tell those stories. And it almost always is not so nuanced as they are beings of evil to be defeated. There's usually something else there. And there is the richness of the stories that we want people to be empowered to tell, I think.
Yeah, there's a really cool creature, and here's like a free one if you want to use this in your adventures. There's a creature called a Mingshi. It's a kind of snake in Chinese folklore. It's kind of known as like a chiming or a sound snake, and they're tiny little snakes that have 4 bird wings, and they live in mountains that have rich jade and gold deposits. And when they open their mouths to speak, it actually sounds like chiming bells. Adventurers or explorers in ancient China often associated with them as, signals of nearby treasure. Now, I think it would be so narratively interesting if you had an adventure where you had to actually, find a relic made of jade. And in order to do that, you needed to find and perhaps capture or befriend a Mingshi and have it use its natural affinity for these riches to locate something. But when you assign ideas of good or evil to a creature like this, that really has the same relationship that we have with animals outside of our homes. You limit the kind of stories you can tell with them, right? And there are certainly creatures that have inherent evil, but not all of them do. So that being said, like, what are some resources for all of the panelists? What are some resources out there that you might recommend to somebody, a 5th edition resource, or even like a book, like a textbook or a work of fiction that you might recommend to people to help them, well, weave Asian stories or serve as a foundation or a really good example of what can be done? Steve, do you have one? I know you've written one.
Yeah. So let's go right to Unbreakable RPG, the anthology that's available on DriveThruRPG. It is a anthology of one-shot adventures for D&D 5e, all written and illustrated by Asian creators. It's not going to give you a setting, and I know that's often kind of the question we get as we do this kind of content. You know, how can I make Karatua a more inclusive setting? But if you take those adventures, even just one of them, and just critically read through how they're constructed, you're going to start seeing a lot of that nuance that we always talk about. As an example, if you were to go through the Vietnamese-inspired settings, you'll see there's a lot of focus on food. And I've talked about this in the past, and I really should talk more about it more. But food, culture, identity, they're all inseparable. And if you look at these adventures and you look about how they talk about food and where food appears, you're going to start to understand kind of its place in the overall cultural identity and the overall society that we're trying to tell you about. And it's done in a very nuanced way that players can, if they so choose, really, really, really engage with. Or if it's not really for them, you know, it's food at the end of the day. They can eat it and move on. So I would say that if you're looking for that kind of, how can I do this better? Take a look at Unbreakable RPG and truly, truly try to read the text that's there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love that you brought up food. I mean, one of my favorite things to do when, you know, I'm playing a game, whether it be set in North America or it's set in a fantasy world, is like, well, what does the food look like? And I love thinking about that because it really gets you to think about, like geography, because let's think about people's relationships with food and their ideals towards food. Whether there are restrictions on what you can consume or whether there are only certain kinds of crops that you can grow. Thinking about food or even having food as a starting point can serve as such a cool way to flesh out your narrative. For instance, if you think about like Asia and you think about spicy food, you think about, well, why would people want to eat the spicy food? Why do people want that numbing spice of like Western China? What would that help with? Maybe they live in a region that's really cold. Or maybe that's all that grows and the people there are hardy and can handle these spices. Or maybe they use it as a medicine. There are a lot of really cool things to talk about with food. Amar, do you have anything that you would recommend to people, be it like a D&D 5e book or even just like a textbook or anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw out the big tome of this stuff, not a D&D resource or tabletop role-playing resource. It's Orientalism by Edward Said. It's the foundational text of post-colonial studies. And once you read that book, a lot of what it's about is exactly the tropes. And once you kind of go through the book, and it's a big one, it's a bit of a trek. But after you go through it, you recognize all of these tropes in the way these stories have been told for hundreds of years, and frankly have gotten kind of boring. You can, using that, then nuance out the way that you tell stories about different cultures, and also how you avoid running into the same old tropes, which at this point is leading to kind of boring storytelling, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the big things about Orientalism is it talks about power and perspective. And I think those are so important. And I think one of the things that we're trying to encourage you folks to do is, you know, with the right preparation and resources and conversations about safety, is we want to encourage you folks, if you want to interact with Asian cultures and things like that, try playing as Asian characters. And that's a big thing. Try playing as Asian characters instead of outsiders from the West in an Asian setting. And that will really change how you interact with the world and the kind of stories you weave together. Pam, what are some resources that you would recommend to people?
Okay, well, Orientalism is the book. I will second that, especially since it not only talks about power, it also talks about exotification. So you get a deeper understanding of the big scary term cultural appropriation by starting from that point exactly. But on the end of game stuff, I would like to introduce two games to people, or rather, two game settings. One is called Lauren Song of The Bachelor by ZXU. He is a Malaysian designer, and that is a fantastic adventure set in a Southeast Asian inspired world. And what's wonderful about it is that, if I remember correctly, it is system agnostic. So you can look at it as a source of inspiration. And if you're looking for something new, or if you're looking to begin to understand one of the many Southeast Asian perspectives, that is a book to look at. It is available, I think, on Itch, and I think it is also under sale from Hydra Co-op. Then there is also a game from the Philippines, a system agnostic game again by BJ Resho. It is called Cockamania. It is about cockfighting, and it is set in a small town in the Philippines. So that'll give you a good perspective on something that is from our end of things. So you have two Southeast Asian perspectives already there. And of course, the third, if you are active on Twitter, and I know that this is a bit of self-promotion, but I firmly believe that if you really want to learn something about any kind of culture and any kind of body of people, you have to listen to them first. And one really good way of listening to Southeast Asia is to check the RPGC hashtag on Twitter. You will get people from Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines. I think there are even some people in Thailand and Vietnam using it. All of us like to talk about decolonization. All of us share our perspectives, and all of us share our games. That would be one of the best ways to reach us. It would also be one of the best ways to understand us. Many of us are also friendly. We like to talk and yammer a lot about our what we're thinking and what we're feeling. And some of us post cats and animals if you're into that. So I think I would recommend those things.
And in addition to that, I also recommend like Thousand Islands.
Yes.
So incredible. Again, system agnostic, just beautiful. I bought them all, and I was like, this is mind blowing. For those of you who are looking for something more 5th edition, and you want to learn more about Southeast Asia and how to incorporate that stuff, there's also the Islands of Sina Una, another like amazing product.
Oh yeah, I'm working on that. Yeah.
I was like, why did you mention that? Another great product that I like highly recommend. Ahmed, what about you? What is something that you recommend and why? I know this is a tough question.
Can I jump in and recommend following Ahmed's Twitter? Because for all of the same reasons that Pam said, Ahmed is doing some really great stuff. I grew up in the Middle East. My background is Pakistani, but I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia, and I have been learning so much about that history and the culture from his Twitter. Strong recommend. So I know he's not going to do it.
I think you should. Everyone here, follow everyone here. Don't worry about me. Follow everyone else here.
Follow Daniel.
No. Ahmed, how about you? What do you recommend?
So, first of all, unfortunately, we don't have a plethora of sources to find in English. Most of the things that are specifically Arab culture, there was not much effort into translating into English. But a lot of things that are Islamic that captured some aspects of Arab culture, like, for example, there is a book called The Sealed Nectar. It's like a biography of the Prophet Muhammad. But the first chapter of it describes the socio structure of the Arab peninsula before he came to being a prophet. And of course, there are a lot of people who are playing tabletop RPGs, and they would love to geek out about their culture. And our community is amazing. We are growing every day, and you can find so many people. Just talk on Twitter, and you'll find a lot of Arabs reaching out to you. The most important thing is that, especially for our culture, because we get mixed up with other things, so it's best just to reach out with us.
Yeah, there are so many amazing scholars also talking about their folklore, their mythology, their religion. And I think that's a really good point you make, Ahmed. Just talking to people. Going to your local college, university, and talking to the anthropology department, the history department. email them. I know I won't encourage people to go to talk to other people in person, but
go to the mosque.
Yeah, or go to a mosque. I think one of, for me, my first real encounters with Islam was when I was actually living and working in Jordan, and I went to a mosque and I heard the call to prayer throughout the day, and it completely changed my my understanding of it. And I have this incredible deep appreciation for it, even though I don't practice that religion. For me, a couple of things that I would recommend. The first one is actually going to be a textbook, one that you can find pretty readily online, and it's called The Formation of Chinese Civilization. Now, there are a lot of authors who have written about China, but there is one, a legendary scholar, the first Chinese archaeologist who actually went to America to study American archaeological theory and bring it back to China. And his name was K.C. Chang. And he wrote this incredible book. It's like 2 players' handbooks thick. And it's just on the formation of Chinese civilization from the Neolithic all the way up into the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age in China. And it is one of the most incredible books if you are looking for interesting takes on Chinese magic, religion, but also the tools of war. Really great book, or anything he's written is just incredible. From like a game resource perspective, I mean, again, I'll have to shout out Unbreakable as well. But I actually have something that I put out, and I started doing this recently because, like Pam said, I think it's important that we uplift each other and ourselves. And so I put out 2 zines, and I'm working on a 3rd one called The Denizens of Mountains and Seas. And they are essentially 2 very short monster manuals featuring Chinese creatures with historical annotations and cultural annotations and how to best use them in your adventures. Now, we've provided some tools, and I know we're running out of time. We've provided some tools on how to best kind of create these worlds. And this is not an end-all be-all conversation. Like Ahmed said, we need to still talk to people. We need to, talk to other members of the community, because I'm looking in the Twitch chat and there are so many amazing people in there who do a lot of great work. And I wish all of them could be in this conversation with us, because we don't represent all Asians. That's so important to say. So important. But I want to ask all of you, we have our world, we have our inspiration, we have our adventures, or we've read Orientalism and we know what we don't want to have in our world or how we want our world to be perceived. Well, what do you do if you're a player? What do you do for your character? And this is a super loaded question, but how do you play an Asian character? Is there a way? I don't think there is a single way to play an Asian character. But I'll start with my one tip, and I've already seen this in the chat, and I'm so thankful that there is one, and it's don't do the accent. Don't do the accent. As much as you want to, be Uncle Roger in your D&D game, shout out to Uncle Roger, don't do the accent. That's my thing. That's my thing. I think I tell this story about my mother buying me a copy of Oriental Adventures when I was a kid, being like, oh, I found an Asian D&D thing, my mom not knowing. And I remember reading through that book and just never using it. And the reason why I never used it was because, well, my characters were always Asian to begin with. So I don't know about the rest of you. For me, it's just like, don't use the accent.
Actually, there's so much to unpack about accents, and I'm the host now, Daniel. Daniel, why is the accent so harmful in your opinion? If you want to give some words to that.
Well, I mean, it just creates those broad generalizations of how people talk. I mean, if you're listening to this in audio format and you've just tuned in, you're like, wait, are these people Asian? You might not know. We all don't speak, we all don't look the same. We all don't eat the same food. We all don't speak the same. We all have distinct mannerisms. And, to say we all speak in one stereotypical way would just do a huge disservice to everyone at your table, right? It also makes you look kind of silly. So for me, that's just don't do the accent, because one of the things you should be focusing on is the other aspects of being an Asian character. What do you believe in? What are your ideals? What are your bonds? What are your flaws? These are all things that are already built into 5th edition, and these are all things that you need to consider. What do you believe in? What holds you back? What puts you at odds with the other members of your party? Could it be your devotion to family? Could it be your love of food? Could it be your love of spice when everybody else can't handle spice? How do you share foods when you're adventuring if all you have is spicy food? That's a serious problem, by the way. So, like, I know, Steve, you asked a question, but how do you play an Asian character? What would you, tell people?
I think if I was asked this question by someone, I would say I'm not a big person who reads textbooks or novels even. That's who I am. I'm big into movies. I'm big into TV shows. And I would say there is so much available now on Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these streaming services. And you can watch filmmakers tell you Asian stories, and you can get a very the lizard brain type connection with other people who are just different than you. So if you watch Train to Busan, if you watch Alive, if you watch Kingdom, you're getting the sense of what people from a Korean culture, what they value, what they fear, and the tensions that they experience. And as you consume that media, you're going to make connections in your brain. You're going to be like, my experience is kind of like that. It's a little bit different, of course, but I can make those connections. And as you begin making those connections, as your brain gets wrinkled, it's going to give you the tools you need to tell Asian stories in a more nuanced and human way. And I think at the end of the day, that's really, I think, a really beautiful thing if you can get closer to that. I don't think you'll ever get 100% of the way where you're looking to go if you're just I want to tell Asian stories 100% authentically. If you're not Asian, you probably can't do that 100%. But as you consume that media, as you hear their stories, as you connect with them on an emotional level, you're going to be a much better storyteller in general. And I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and you'll also see that there are parallels between your own culture and Asian cultures too. In many ways we're different, but in many ways we are also alike. Amar, I want to get through this so then we can do our outro, because the production team has just been honestly so incredible. I want to make sure that we are punctual.
Yeah,
so, Amar, what is something that you would recommend to players who are trying to play Asian characters?
So I'm gonna do a bit of a swerve and say actually this: if you're Asian, you may, like some of us on the panel have, implicitly assumed that we have to play white characters, or our elves have to be white, or essentially, Lord of the Rings kind of a thing. If you're Asian, play an Asian character. Play the culture that you know, play the culture that you're familiar with and you're comfortable with, and bring that representation to your table for yourself. And even if I'm doing a game, even if I'm in a game that I'm not DMing, I will have my character be, usually brown, and that's just kind of how it is. It's just there's a brown elf now. All right, deal with it. And I'll also bring snacks that I grew up enjoying and loving, going back to food, and I'll bring that element of my culture to the table. And people bring chips and stuff, and I'll bring spicy mixes, and it's a wonderful time for everybody then.
Oh, it always goes back to food. Always goes back to food. Oh my God, now I'm hungry. Pam, how about you? What do you recommend to people? We have less than 9 minutes left.
Well, one thing that I would like to advise all of the European and American folks here, the white folks here, is I've noticed that a lot of people I talk to always say, my culture is not interesting. Please recognize that your culture is interesting. All cultures are inherently interesting. Your lived experience matters. And if you bring that to the table, that might help you, that might prevent you from exotifying other cultures in your attempt to play it. So it's a lot of deprogramming and decoding to assume that something different from you is better when that is not the case. When you start doing what Steve recommended, where you look at the media and you look at the stories being told by people that are not like yourself, you'll inevitably absorb these things and they become points of reflection. So first step, decode the idea that your culture is not interesting and that ours is automatically better. That does not exist, and that might help you reprogram everything about playing other characters.
Nice. That's awesome. That's really important, because a lot of people feel like, I want to be different. I want to stand out. My culture is boring.
Yep.
When that is not the case. And I think taking a culturally relative sort of approach to character creation is just and world building is so important. Ahmed, how about you? What tips do you have?
I think that you should try to explore things small and grow larger with time. Like you can start with something as simple as in most Western countries, you have a small family of 2 or 3 children with the parents. I come from a very small family of 9 people. So try to explore how does that dynamic work? How does it feel to grow up not only with your siblings, but having a deep relationship with your cousins and your second cousin, and like 3 family trees away. Try to pick something simple and explore it, and give your character a chance to walk in someone else's shoes and try to see the world in their point of view.
Amazing. Yeah, incredible. And I think it's just so important. All of you had different answers. I think this is why I'm so grateful that Pam, you are up at 5 a.m. in Manila. And Ahmed, it's like, was it like 11 p.m.? It's midnight?
Almost midnight.
Almost midnight. And then Amar and Steve, it's like 5 p.m. where we are. So we have, a lot of energy left. Pam, you need some sleep. Now, we're running out of time. So one of the things I want to do is I want to, have all of you do a sign off. Where can people find you on the internet? What are you doing? I'll start with myself. The conversation, even though this panel is ending, the conversation doesn't end. So for the next hour, you can find me on Twitter at Daniel H. Kwan. It's like right there in the overlay. I'm just going to do an AMA. If you want to ask me any questions, let's have a conversation with our community. So that's what I do. If you want to, purchase my games, if you want to learn more about Asian culture, check out the Asians Represent podcast. We have the Dungeons and Asians actual play, where we actually talk about creating Asian characters in 5th edition D&D in our Session 0 episode. You can find my games at danielhkwan.itch.io. Steve, let's do this.
You can also find me on Twitter. My handle's down there. I think in the next couple of weeks, I might actually be doing a lot of more posts about self-care and not so much about racially charged tabletop RPG issues. But that said, if you're looking for kind of my own voice as I examine Orientalism and whatnot, I join Daniel every Friday on the Asians Represent Twitch. It's AZNS Rep on Twitch, where we do a live reading of Legend of the Five Rings with some other professionals. It is a very
it's a trip.
It's a trip. I'm not going to say any more than that because we'll go over time. But if you're looking for more of these conversations, you can definitely check us out over on our Twitch channel. It's every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and we also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/AZNSRepresent, where you can watch all of our critical analysis of D&D products. Amar, where can people find you on the internet? We are running out of time.
Make it quick. You can find me at Amar Ijaz on Twitter. Give me a follow. I'm one of the hosts of Asians Represent, so definitely check us out there. I'm one of the cast members in Dungeons and Asian, so you can definitely listen to our actual play, especially where we look at D&D and use that as a system. I'm also facilitating the Critical Read Al-Qadim, where we're working through Al-Qadim in sort of 2-hour chunks every third Saturday of the month. And you can follow the previously streamed episodes on our YouTube channel that Daniel already mentioned.
Awesome. Pam.
All right, I'm the Dovetailer. I'm the Dovetailer everywhere, so you can find my games on itch. You can also find me on Patreon if you choose to support me. I may be doing an Ask Me Anything as well on Twitter, and I will definitely do a thread on all of the RPGC people that I know along with their stuff. So just come talk to me, follow me anytime.
Awesome. And then Ahmed, how about you?
You can find me at 20 Arabia RPG. I'm always on Twitter. And I want to say, if you have ever played Arabian Adventure, hit me up. I want to hear about your experiences. I want to explore the era of how people played it and enjoyed it. And I'm hearing so many great stories, and I want to hear more.
Awesome. I love how you're just so open to people telling their stories and sharing their experiences with a product that portrays aspects of your culture. We are out of time, but I just want to say, Steve, Amar, Pam, Ahmed, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for joining me for this panel, and thank you for the audience. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. Thank you for learning with us. Again, the conversation continues. Find us on Twitter. Ask us questions. We are happy to help. And this is all about education, and this is all about moving the hobby forward. This is all about taking a game we love, making it better and making it more inclusive to people who look like us and beyond. All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody out there. It's wonderful to be with you. It would be even better to be with you live in the same room. But in this wonderful world that we've got at the moment, it's amazing what the D&D crew have achieved in getting us all together. So yay, props to them. We are the Dice Stormers. I am Ben Looms. I'm the CEO and creative director of Sirenscape. It's Sirenscape's amazing audio, sound, music, explosions, wind, frost that you've been hearing through lots of the games in this celebration. So if you want to find out about that, just search Sirenscape in Google. You can spell it however you like. My gaming group, the Dice Stormers, you can search for Dice Stormers, grab us on Twitch, just stick a follow on while we're playing if you want to see more of this kind of stuff. And here are my wonderful, wonderful friends. Hello, wonderful, wonderful friends. Yay!
Hello, Ben.
We're going to play a fun game of D&D. Friends is an interesting term, isn't it? We're going to play a wonderful game of Dungeons and Dragons based in the Frostmaiden world, this rich, beautiful, cold, dark, no, it's wonderful. It's great. We're going to feel positive and excited about it, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to ask for some audience interaction. When we stream on our Twitch, we're always getting to people to suggest the results of a critical hit or the results of a one, mainly rolled by Nathan, because that's what he tends to do as his main jam.
Consistency, Benjamin.
I sometimes have trouble thinking of names of NPCs, so maybe if you jump in there every now and then and suggest one of those for me when you see me faltering. But yeah, we'd love to hear from you in the chat, and we're going to be having a look at that. Fantastic. So if we could have an intro to the characters, starting on my right with Derek. Tell us, if you want to, a tiny bit about you, Derek, your favorite food, and what your character is today.
So my character I'm playing today is Vale, and Vale is a Warforged wizard, and he really likes rocks. Just any rocks along the ground. He can pick them up and chew them and consume just about anything. But he fell from a sky battle to the earth, and his body was completely damaged, and they carted his body off to a wizard's laboratory, and he just sort of sat there in the corner of the wizard's laboratory, and the wizard didn't know that his consciousness was still active and and he could see and hear everything that was going on. So as the wizard did experiments and taught students, he was able to absorb that knowledge, and the wizard eventually killed himself in an explosion, and his body was reactivated, and he was able to walk and talk again. But his biomechanical body is kind of vastly dilapidated because of it, and he only has a strength of 8. So he's not a huge Warforged person.
Fantastic.
Has picked up a bunch of wizard spells.
That's amazing, Derek. He's a broken machine, just like all of us in our hearts. Excellent. Next, who is below Derek?
I thought
Johnny.
games weren't allowed to be therapy.
No, they're mainly therapy, Murray. This is when they're mainly therapy.
Is that just me?
Johnny.
Awesome. I'm playing Jataya. Jataya is an old
character from a campaign that Dice Stormers played many, many years ago, Under the Gods. Jataya has an amazing sword that he drags along the ground or strikes against a hard surface to ignite into flame. Jataya grew up as a soldier. He joined the army when he was just a little boy with his older brother, and they fought alongside each other until tragically his brother died in a battle. He has no other family. He has his friends, and all he knows is war.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Oh, it's like he's from
Fantastic.
40K.
Yeah.
Right.
Murray.
Right, I'm playing Euphorion, who is a tiefling warlock. He's blue with flecks of gold. So he doesn't know this, but at some point in the past, one of his ancestors some kind of involvement with the god Lathander. This is the god of birth and renewal. And ever since his descendants have been trying to right that wrong, they don't actually know what the right they have to wrong is, but that's why the flecks of gold are in his bluish tiefling tinge, is that the connection with the Celestial. But the Celestials don't want his pact to be known to him, so in fact the pact is with a Fae, so the god Lathander has sort of contacted a puck-like Fae creature to basically con Euphorion that's the pact, whereas in kind of a bigger picture pact. So he's trying to, he wields a giant turtle shell. He had a battle with a turtle humanoid tortoise and managed to actually get him out of his shell. So that is his shield, and he's got basically his it's his emblem is the shield. So he tries to do everything except Eldritch Blast, because of course he's a warlock and that's all ever anyone expects from a warlock. So he does try and do things that are not what is expected.
Yep. So you're totally original and hopefully still mechanically effective in that originality.
Absolutely.
Someone who's used to not playing mechanically effective characters is Nathan. Tell us about your character.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan.
Hello, everybody. So my character is Marcus Rutherford, and he is he's interesting. So he is a bard, but instead of music, he's dance is his method of creative communication with the general world. He is a lot of fun to play, and I've played him for many years, and I've upgraded him. So I've put him into D&D 5th, and he now has he has a war ribbon. Which is a whip per se, but it's much more flattering and it is dramatically much more.
Does it still do 1d4 minus 1 damage, or?
No, we've improved. We're not even minuses anymore. We're nearly pluses, nearly. But
you're still going to have to roll more than 4 on the dice.
We use the disarm rule, and I've got that, Benjamin. If you need to find it, it's on page 170 something. But we'll get to that later. Obviously, you know these rules. So
I'm using D&D Beyond because they're fantastically easy to search and find the rules that you need at any moment. Yay, D&D Beyond! I love you, John.
All right, I'm playing Zuffer of the Healing Rose, and Zuffer is a half-orc, and he's more of a psychologist than he is a cleric. He believes that healing comes from the mind, and that really getting to know someone is really how you heal someone. And so picture a wandering priest who wanders the wasteland and heals people's souls. And he's got a bit of a rough kind of way to him. He's a vegetarian. He's a bit Australian, so he's got a bit of the Australian twang. And he's just gonna heal the party in a way that is gonna make them feel better than when they started.
So I don't know whether the viewers can turn on their scrolling, auto translate subtitles.
Oh mate, it'll be Bonza, mate. Yeah, mate.
It's gonna be marvelous.
Bonza. You guys
Bonza,
are going to be great.
Good. Yeah.
just in case any of you hadn't realized before, we are playing from Sydney. So when the internet completely dies, you can blame our government.
No, the undersea cable. Surely we can blame the undersea cable.
Yes. We are in the world of Icewind Dale. We're in the city of Bremen, in a tavern called the River's Mouth. So I'd love all of the Dice Stormers in a moment to take off your headphones and enjoy the atmosphere of the River's Mouth for a while I talk just one-on-one quick with the audience. When I want
Hang
you
on.
to
We're taking our headphones.
When I want you to put your headphones back on, I'm going to give you a signal that looks like this. Okay? But I won't do that. And you're not allowed to come back and listen just for a couple of minutes. So headphones off, boys. The audience and I need to talk.
I'm just saying I'm slightly concerned. Just.
Awesome. Now we've got rid of all those guys. I've just got an admission to make, which is I've made many mistakes as a dungeon master. And sometimes I feel the best thing to do is to admit you're wrong as a dungeon master and move on and grow from the experience. This is not going to be one of those occasions. As far as I'm concerned, the best way to fix my mistakes is to repeat them and show that all my gaming group that I was actually right in the first place. Don't you think so? And with your right, we're going to convince my buddies that actually, there were moments of genius in the first place. So when these things that I'm going to mention come up in the game, I need you to be on my team, be on Team Ben, okay? I want you to jump in with comments. They can be over the top if you like, but tell everyone just what amazing dungeon mastering. The Dice Stormers should appreciate this great dungeon master, and aren't we lucky for the dungeon master to have made such a wise decision? All those sorts of things. The more over the top, the better it is, I reckon. And the fun thing is that anyone who's missing this explanation right now won't have any idea what's going on and why the audience is so enthusiastic about my terrible dungeon mastering. No, it's going to be great dungeon mastering, but there's a few things I'm going to point out. One is lemons. I did that thing once where you explain the scene, but you kind of just mention one thing in passing and then the players latch onto it. And my occasion on this one was lemons. So I'm going to mention lemons at one stage and see if the players can really incorporate it into their world. I also have a problem with, as I've already mentioned, with NPC names. Thinking up a name quickly on the spot. I've tried name generators. I had an Elven one once that gave me 5-syllable names, and I was using that, but that was terrible. So I tend to call NPCs Andrew, which I'm going to do more because I think that's something that my gaming group needs to embrace. I have a problem with plot hooks being too obvious, so we're going to start with that right at the front. And then the biggest mistake I ever made was with a Remoraz. I had this fantastic scene all laid out. The cave was there, and I literally just had the Remoraz standing out the front of the cave, and then realized at the post hoc that it does all sorts of cool burrowing stuff, and I could have been foreshadowing it, and it was a bit sad. I had also been dungeon mastering for 23 hours already in a 24-hour long stream of games. And finally, confusing plot lines where I've got mirrored images of the characters coming back and they have to play multiple versions of themselves, and it's ghost and time travel. And I'm going to stick to that because they are the best sorts of plots where your players have no idea what's going on at all. Does that make sense? So every time I mention those things, I need some comments there from the audience saying what genius dungeon mastering it is. Or you could point out that I was not genius dungeon mastering. Or you can start a flame war in the comments. That would be even better. So we should get into the game. All right. I'm going to see if I can bring my friends back. Headphones.
Right.
Headphones.
So that...
Hooray!
I like the laughing.
I'm seeing.
Really appreciate looking at you laughing whilst talking to the chat.
Sorry.
Chat.
I'm seeing.
Never
seeing
good
Team
when the DM
Ben
laughs.
trending. I'm seeing Team Ben.
Team Ben.
This is
I
not a
don't
good
like
thing.
that.
I like it.
I'm making
Excellent.
it very adversarial. I think the other teams should also be supported in the chat, because knowing Ben, it's like Ben was wanting people to be Team Ben, which is like, well, we don't really get a chance.
That's right.
Yeah.
The audience is going to make their own decision, Murray. It's up to them. It's their own feelings.
All right.
They're
Well, I
completely
request
spontaneous.
Team Murray in the chat. I'll see how much love I can get from randoms in the chat. And
Excellent.
that might hurt
So
me.
you're all in a tavern. You're all in a tavern in Bremen, having a lovely time. You've been adventurers for a while together, and you traveled. You've fought together. You know each other's tactics intimately. You understand how to most optimally cover up for the fact that Nathan can't seem to roll more than a 4. And it's a wonderful bond.
On different dice.
Yeah, that's right. any dice. That's right, except the 4-sided dice. Have we got Team Murray? Have we got Team Murray?
got Team Murray.
No!
Don't feed him. Don't feed him.
Into the tavern walks this sort of scrappy-looking man in a dirty tunic with sort of stains down his front and a hair which has been sort of cut on one side, obviously by his wife, but she didn't finish it because he was too squirmy when she was trying to cut it. He's got a beard which is ragged and unkempt. It has various sorts of meals stored in it. Presumably he's planning to eat them later. And he comes in and he says,
beards are for.
That's right. You can attest, Team Beard. He says, my son has gone missing. He went out exploring in the cold mountains and has not returned in 3 days. Will somebody help me find him? He says in his distinctive voice, which I won't forget and turn into another accent. Bring him back alive, or at least failing that, drag back his sad body from the cold that besets our land. Be there brave adventurers here, perchance? He says.
I'm going to go straight over to him.
Oh.
I go,
John?
oh, are you okay, mate? Oh, how are you? You must feel you're feeling terribly sad.
I am
how are you
feeling
coping?
sad.
I kick over a chair and sort of eat the cup that I was drinking from, and motion for him to sit down.
Yeah, mate. I'll pass him like a napkin to wipe the tears from his eyes and rub his back and.
Oh, thank you.
Wow,
thank
we're really nice
Thank
people.
It's okay. Let it out, mate. Let it out.
Do you think you could find my son for me, or his rent corpse? Failing that.
Wow.
Tell us how it all started. Don't.
What does he look like?
Mate.
He went out but a 3 days ago. He left us. All I have is this journal, which he keeps irregularly. Perhaps there are some helpful notes to be found in this. Here it is. This ruddy journal. See, he has scrawled his favorite image on the front to remind himself and others of it. It is a hook. And he hands you a journal with.
Oh my goodness!
I take the journal.
Is that a
I
hook?
open it upside down. Shut it again, and I handed it to Marcus Rutherford.
I get that. So.
And tell me, did you read the journal, mate? Did you read the journal?
I'm finding it hard to read because so many of the pages are stuck closed with this strange sticky substance, but it falls happily open to this entry. And he opens it up to the entry for you and hands it to you.
I read it. My small motes of orange light that are my eyes scan the page and see what's on it.
Are you uploading it to the cloud?
PDF, right?
That's right. It's scanning. Fantastic. It says, "I really want to go east and attack the monster." Where does it have his journal? Where's the journal entry gone? I can't read it. Okay, good.
I'm so glad we had that all ready for the.
It says
for
that's
playing
right.
On a big stage like this.
If only I found it. If only Charmaine would appreciate my bravery, she would really appreciate me if I would cross the lake, go over the rickety bridge, and enter the cave to defeat the beast. This is where the beast is, and there's a map drawn on the journal showing exactly how to get to the beast.
Is it one of those kind of like old school maps with the dots and the X at the end kind of thing?
Yes.
It's just like, good.
With intricate hashing to sort of show the shading areas and things like that.
Is it drawn isometrically? Is it,
even better. I like that. It's drawn isometrically. Yes.
Nice.
It's incredible
I hold
how
up
clear.
the map and I say, a clue, and say we should go east. I tick when I talk, so
you are showing great insight already. You must be the brave adventurers who will go on this quest to save my son, or at least bring back parts of his intestines.
What did you say your name was again?
Oh, my name.
Is it Andrew?
Name. Yes, Andrew's a great name for an NPC, isn't it? Yes, his name is Andrew.
Andrew, I'm really proud that you didn't read your son's journal. That shows a lot of trust that you didn't do that. Because a trust between a son and a father is a bond that should never be broken. We will return with your son and possibly his entrails. And
what's left? Something.
Don't you worry. I'll give him back a good rub, but in a professional way. Not to break boundaries or anything like that.
I think we should entrail ourselves to find him.
Can I just point out
we have a fixed fee because we are a professional unit.
Yeah.
So as long as you agree to our terms, that will be sufficient.
I pull off one of the books now, and I have like a contract. Yeah, one of the books on my back.
Rip a page out of the diary. Rip a page out of the diary.
This is my secretary, Marcus Rutherford. Marcus?
Yes, hello.
Where's
so
your
I come
miniskirt,
forward.
Marcus? What's going on?
Oh well, look, I do what I can to make sure everybody's happy.
Those leotards are fantastic.
Well, it's a leotard of +1, John. So
It is
not just
very
any standard
revealing.
leotard.
Very revealing.
It's war fitted, so it's just
A
amazing.
war fitted. Excellent.
Yeah,
So much
so,
support in
I'm-
chat for my names. Thank you. Excellent. I love it.
Enemies get disadvantage on grapple checks, don't they?
I don't know why. I thought there I was thinking I was going out and making a difference in the world, and apparently just I'm a big barrel-chested kind of guy, so the +1 leotard it holds all the right things in the right places. So very
Marcus,
happy
you got
with
that contract that you carry around with you?
Oh
mate?
yes, right here.
Nice.
And
Oh,
I go to one on my. I have a big chest on my back and hanging off out of books, and
You got a
I write
chest in
down
the front
everything
too.
because I'm a bard. So I just so I grab one of the sheets and I write it up a little quick contract and ask
Excellent.
for a reasonable amount of gold. Looking at Zafar and just going,
Doesn't look particularly flush.
No, he doesn't. He also says at this point, he says, "Oh, is it an opportune moment to perhaps raise the issue that I can't read?"
Oh, mate, that's
no
the main
problem
reason why I
whatsoever.
Yeah, I haven't read my son's journal. I would like to read my son's journal because I'm actually quite a curious. Yeah, I'm actually quite a curious and intrusive father, but unfortunately, I can't read. But
And also, you've got
I'm
like,
sure
this accent that just keeps waving in and out of different countries. So that's the other amazing thing. It's just like
my accents are the best, aren't they, chat?
yeah, don't. All right, so
Excellent. So I'm sure I can trust you because you look like a wise and wily group. I shall sign this gladly with my usual symbol, which is an X, 2 crossed lines. That's a letter I do know.
This X looks very similar to the X marks the spot on your son's map. I worry that someone's just signed his journal randomly.
Can I assure you, you're
It's a
severely
legacy,
overthinking?
Florian.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a legacy.
Right. Okay.
Ben, what do we know about the lands to the east of here? Is there any particular monsters or denizens that are roaming that area that we should?
Yeah, I mean, this new environment that's been around for some time, some frustrating time, is not pleasant for humans, and the lands closer and closer to the towns have become increasingly impinged upon by vicious beasts and mysterious
Oh
things.
dear.
People who travel out, people who travel out across the lake and across the mountains tend not to come back, or at least only small parts of them come back in bottles and preserved. And it's pretty vicious territory.
do I roll a history? Because I've been
sucks,
writing about
sucks
it.
to be sucks to be Jatara or Marcus then, because the rest of us aren't human. So
Sorry, I was.
You guys are in front.
that was
You guys are in front. So the three of us are behind, and
So
Jatara
I was about to say. So
we'll leave-
nothing's changed.
We'll leave the tavern and telling the bartender that we'll settle our tab when we return.
Can Andrew settle our tab? Can Andrew settle our tab as we leave?
Oh yeah, it's part of the contract. That was in the sub clause.
dump Andrew in it.
I'll see what I can do. Oh, that's a
We'll
different
do that.
accent
We'll do that.
completely.
We'll do that fabulous Hollywood. Point at Andrew and then the bartender, and then wave and take our farewell.
Look at what's happening in chat. Can I just point out, chat, this is about the quickest I've ever got the Dice Stormers from plot hook into adventure. So clearly it was the right thing to do to make the plot hook so incredibly obvious. Thank you.
Plot
Last
hook?
time I gave
What?
a plot hook like that.
What?
Hang on, there was a hook? What are you?
I thought
I'm living in
See?
I'm living a story.
This is a counselling session.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the. Oh, actually, I didn't. I'm making it up. I didn't go to the pub just the other day, and Andrew walked in and asked me to rescue his
No.
son. But something very
That's right,
similar
I know.
did happen.
Yeah,
that's right.
Very true.
Obviously, I should make my plot hooks even more obvious in the future. So you head out into the snow.
That'd be helpful.
That's a good name for a pub. That's the next pub we go into. The Plot Hook.
It's
the plot
hook. I like it. So yeah, you trudge through the snow. It's unpleasantly cold, but you are well equipped, as all Icewind Dalers are now, used to the seeming never-ending cold, the driving snow, the lack of sunlight. It just sits just below the horizon, like you're above the Arctic Circle in winter.
That's how I picture London.
Yes, that's right. London is pretty similar. Having lived there in the midwinter, the sun sort of comes up about 15 degrees and goes, oh, I couldn't be bothered anymore, and goes back down again. Actual visible ice forms on the streets. It's like that, except medieval. Though a lot of London could probably pass as medieval pretty close.
Like London, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
like London.
That's right. Absolutely no red double-decker buses go past, as do no black taxis, and there's not a whole lot of surveillance cameras just about on every corner for your own safety. But probably the wizards are taking care of that through magical means. You leave town.
Are we still talking about London?
No, I think.
Where's I need my tinfoil hat.
We should have checked the wizard surveillance footage to find out what happened to Andrew's son.
Yeah.
Coolish, guys.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, it's too late.
The plot hook is still pulling us in one direction.
It is. It's amazing. Like a
line.
Like a ship.
Yeah.
That's right. Like a line.
on the road here. Let's follow that.
Railroading is always the best thing to do with your players, I find. Absolutely.
I'm enjoying it.
So I'm a bit of a history buff, and I write travel guides around the area. Can I do maybe a slight history check on the east, as the map clearly pointed?
Mm-hmm.
What is the Dungeons and Dragons equivalent of Lonely Planet?
A history. That's what it is.
History check. Give us a history check, Nathan, for Marcus Rutherford as he trawls through one of his
books.
Can
I just say, for the first roll, over 10.
Oh,
I rolled 11
amazing.
plus 4.
It's
That's
amazing.
15. That's
amazing.
That's a
Nathan, we've got 2 hours, mate. Don't peak early. Right?
Yeah, I was about to say, hold everything back.
So about where it says on the map, crossing this lake could be scary because there's creatures in the water who will hunt you, hunt me as I go across. In his journal, you're aware that there's a lake which is often infested by dangerous creatures, which will be scary when you cross them and will hunt you if you cross it. But you don't have to swim, at least, because you know that the fishermen keep their rickety rowboats in rows along the shore. If you knew precisely how many rowboats there were before the young boy left on his journey, you'd know that there's one less than that at the moment. But there still is an ample supply for you.
Right.
Is there like any markings or like mooring lines that seem to have a space missing? Can we make a perception check?
Oh, nice. Yes, that sounds like a great idea.
Now this lake is it filled with like sheet ice, and therefore the track of a rowboat that would have way through such should be a really easy line to follow. In our
I like it.
That was 3 days ago, though.
It was 3 days ago, though. So, however,
there's been a snow.
I love how we work together as a team.
Yes.
There is a gap in the boat. I mean, no one would be crazy enough to go in the row of boats. There's a gap in the boat. No one would be crazy enough to go fishing at this time of year, though this time of year seems to be going on and on and on. And there's a gap there. All the other boats are marked with X's to indicate the name of the person who owns the boat. And
nice.
the one with
I go through and check each individual name. Ben, what are they?
Am I going to have to refer to him as Andrew's son now forever? Because
it could be Andrew.
No one asked what his name was.
We did have the suggestion. Of Andrew Primaris and Andrew Secundus. So Andrew II, Andrew I, all the way up to 10.
Yes, I like it. Andrew Secundus. I like it. Oh, another fishing hook reference. I love it. Thank you.
Nice.
From chat, do you think the boats are in good condition or bad condition? How likely do you think they are to float?
You're giving that to chat.
Yeah.
What are they?
I think.
What do you think they'll say, Ben?
I'm definitely going to avoid. I'm definitely going to avoid Triple X because I don't want to upset Vin Diesel. I'm not going to take his boat.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
Bad. Yes, Stoney comes in. Oh, hello, Stoney. Excellent. Boats are leaky. Bad. Perhaps Andrew has a daughter at some point.
What a shock.
Andrea. Excellent. Awful. So leaky. Good condition. You traitor. Rotting. Excellent. Nice. Good boats, no oars.
I jumped in the good condition one.
You drop.
Can I take the bad condition one? I want the one that's like gone like scratches on the side and I know has been through a lot and is still floating. That's the one I think is gonna like.
Right, nice, good one.
And then I cast
the one
mend
that's
on
got
it.
all the damage on it that's made it through. That's
So kind of
as we row,
yeah.
we continuously cast mending as we go.
Does someone have mending?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
You do. That sounds like a great idea. You can even cast mending before you go if you like.
What a crazy idea!
You cross the lake.
I think I will.
You cast mend. Excellent. Just because it's a cantrip, so you can cast it all along.
I will continue.
Just pointing at each the hole.
Just consistently cast it.
I don't think mending requires concentration, but maybe it's the case.
I love it. I'm going to find myself a rowing boat sound here, and you head off across the lake.
I'm going to sit right at the front. What's the front of a boat? The bow.
Yes.
I'm going to ignite my sword, and I'm going to place it out in front to melt the ice.
Ooh, like an icebreaker.
I love it.
Nice.
I love it. That's beautiful. Steaming. So you're steaming along through the ice.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Steamboat.
Good.
Yeah, not noticeable at all over long distances with a large
Hang on.
pointing directly at us.
Knowing that we've got a flimsy warforged, who's doing the rowing? I'm not. Oh man, I'm not keen.
I have a strength of +4, so I can row.
Oh.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to affirm Jataya and just say, you know, mate, that's a really clever idea. You know, you're really full of bright ideas, and I just want to say you've come up with some really stinking good ideas lately,
Wow.
and this is just one of them. And I just want to say that just keep up the good work, mate.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's all I have to say.
That's beautiful.
Really good thing. Yeah, no, that was special. That was a moment. I'm going to note that
And
one
I'm
down.
going to rub his back.
Look up the history.
Just not in any weird way, but just, you know, just a nice gentle rub through his dragon scale armor.
Yeah.
You're a +4 strength cleric, so you're a buffer. Right.
Yes.
A
I also
buff
have +5
buffer.
charisma.
I love that.
Buff buffer. He's a buff buffer named Zuffer. Oh my gosh. There you go.
Would you like to take any tactics to try and avoid danger on the lake? He said, intending to give the impression that anything you roll would make any difference of any kind at all, because it's inevitable you will be attacked. I mean, what tactics are you going to take to keep yourself safe?
I don't know.
I'm going to have a really good light source right at the front.
A light source, right? Excellent. Yes.
I'm gonna look at chat and say, please help us.
I'm just going to be aggressive. I'm just going to, you know, if there's like a mosquito, I'm going to Eldritch Blast it. But you know.
Oh. your threshold of
stealthy, Ben.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Stealthy.
With a
so
giant
with a steaming pile of water.
I think Johnny started us down this path. So
my armor gives me disadvantage on stealth checks. So
disadvantage. You're actually making noise though you're not moving. Like even though you're not you're still going clankety clankety clank.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know, we're going to roll.
Oh no, I'm rubbing his back.
Go straight up.
While I'm
Just
rowing.
listen to the audio. Listen to the sound. Here we are.
Yep.
What's
Is that something?
It's not the. I feel like we should be going faster than that with +4.
It's the sound of
If
friendship.
anything goes wrong, I'll just simply put my shield. I'll put my shield upside down in the water, and I'll just use coracle. If
You know that thing where you see kind of like the top of a large sea animal thing come out of the water and go back down again. It sounds like this.
No, never.
No,
like we were,
I have no reference point.
Loch Ness. Yes.
How deep
like a
the
Loch
lake,
Ness.
Ben?
Does anyone? You probably know that, Nathan, from your history check. What did you actually roll? You rolled more than 10.
11.
I did.
It's amazing.
That for me is a win.
It's about
The lake is the lake is fathomless, and no one knows what be at the bottom of it. Some say dreadful
So I know
creatures
that
would
I
tear
don't
out,
know.
etc., etc., etc. That's right. Yeah, it's
So it's about a
longer
foot
than man, and deeper than man could know. That's right. You get out and walk. That's right.
It'd be
No,
faster to
it's
walk.
very deep.
Hang on,
fantastic.
Speed.
Zuffer, how are you rubbing his back and rowing? Because rowing takes 2 hands.
I like
Are you like
Yeah.
rubbing him with your forehead? Yeah, but then
Oh no!
there's another
What? Just
oar.
what?
So we're just going around in
for
circles.
about 15 meters out. 15 meters out of the harbour, just going around a snow. I'll row
I don't
the
know
other
if you catch
side.
that, but like
You're
like
feeling better, Marcus. Nice. Love it.
Excellent.
that. Yeah.
So, give me perception checks because I'm going to see who gets the jump
Oh, I got
on
lots.
the monster.
Hang on, what do you mean jump, Ben?
Well,
Probably
you know,
me. I only got a 2.
21.
I got a 19.
I-
I see things
I
because there's
rolled
like
1.
a flaming light at the front of the boat.
I'm a little distracted
21.
right now.
I see things even better.
rearing up out of the water comes a scaly sea creature, terrifying you for a moment with its large flashing teeth. It arches its neck back, and just as it's coming to come in and bite you, it's like repelled by an invisible force, cries out with a howl, and sinks back in the water. But don't worry, there are more coming at you.
Who didn't make their perception check? Because that'd be hilarious.
Oh, I did it.
Nice. You
Yeah,
can see that.
can I just say, I didn't even see that. I rolled a 1. Like, I'm looking at my feet, and I'm just looking. I'm looking over at Suffer, and I'm like, okay, so now, stroke, and like, yeah, I totally miss it.
You don't even, you don't even see it.
When you row a boat, you face back where you came from.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's
why
right.
it's offered.
Yeah. So it's all.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. I turn around now, and I start rowing the right way. Okay.
Excellent.
Sorry about
Also,
that.
I'm actually rowing more like, if I can do it correctly, rubbing Jataya's back and rowing like that.
Oh, so you're
I'm glad we've sorted role playing how we're going to row
Okay.
the boat.
Are there more of these things, Ben?
There are more of these things coming. There's another one that rears up out of the water. If you've got enough sightline on it, Derek, would you like to try and attack this thing, this ancient creature, this sea monster?
I am going to cast Dragon's Breath on myself.
Oh, nice!
So you're gonna breathe on
start
yourself.
start shooting lightning bolts. So I will focus my magical energy on my mouth, and electrical tendrils start crackling around me, and I shoot a bolt of lightning out at anything that comes close.
Excellent, I love it. So you're gonna attack one of these things?
Yeah. It's a 15
So is that?
cone, and
Did we just notice that? Did we just notice that the first one got repelled magically without us having to do anything?
Yes.
Just bounced off something. And...
Do I need to make a save, Derek?
Yeah, saving throw. My DC is 14.
Oh, it rolls a 4. It's not a good sign. I'm rolling like Nathan, so it fails its save.
Haha, we succeeded the adventure.
12 points of damage.
12 points of damage. Excellent, excellent.
And hopefully, because it's in the water, it spreads to all the other ones and they all die.
Yes, you just put electricity in the water. You do. The electricity crackles out, and there's howls of anger and frustration from various beasts, which now rear up out of the water. Let's go in alphabetical, in clockwise order from Derek down to Johnny. What do you do, Johnny? There's 3 of these have just appeared.
How close are they?
Lightning themselves. Various different distances. There's one, let's say for your sake, since you're a fighter wielding a melee weapon, there's one right next to the boat. It's incredible.
Right. Who would have thought? Well, luckily my sword is at the ready.
Excellent. Yes,
and
as
already
you said.
flaming. So I viciously swing my sword, cutting at this thing in the water, reaching out precariously.
Excellent. Give us an attack roll. The drama.
16 and 11.
16 and 11. The 11 doesn't hit. The 16 does, though.
All right. The 16 was 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 points of damage plus 5 points of fire damage.
Oh, burning fire slashes through its neck. You don't actually notice that you miss with the second shot, Johnny, because a similar blade cut strokes across its body in a different spot, almost as if from behind, like you've rushed round and appeared on the other side. But you don't notice that. You just think you struck twice because you're quite confident. Murray, what do you do?
Well, as a warlock who doesn't like to be a stereotypical warlock, I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy as the sounds in the water somewhere else of much easier prey splashing around, wanting to be eaten, so that these are going to get distracted and go over there.
Am I slightly concerned that it sounds like me over there now?
The creatures are going to need to see 16 intelligence check against being fooled by my Thaumaturgy spell. Because a lot of people think that Thaumaturgy is not useful, but I can manifest a minor wonder, such as someone swimming over there who's easier to eat than us.
Like Nathan, pretty much. That's right.
Like Nathan,
Marcus
but
over there.
not Nathan, because he's over there, not here in the boat.
I'm going to let it affect two of them. They are not very bright. Intelligence 2 of animalistic basic intelligence. One of them is strangely on top of the task and makes the save. Another one turns and swims away.
Sweet.
Licking its lips. Yep. Like a dog that's been offered a treat.
Nice.
Marcus. It thinks as it swims away. But there's another one that looks at you with a wily eye in a weirdly intelligent way. It's the one with the red stripe on its head, just to make it easy to identify at later points.
And the glowing point at the base of its tail, that's clearly its weak point, right?
That's right, yes. That's
Fantastic,
fantastic. You only do that every 5 cycles and after you've jumped over its laser attack twice. Yes, that's right.
That's it.
Excellent.
That's it.
Nathan, what does Marcus Rutherford do?
Well, do I notice? I rolled a 1 on perception. Like, am I still like just rowing? I'm like, I don't want to sound silly, but like, can I just roll perception on my own just to see if I see?
That's right. That's right. Yes, you can roll that
over there. That's what I think.
I just rolled a 2, so I'm going to keep rowing because I'm a role player and I remain character the entire time.
That's
so
beautiful. That's beautiful.
I keep rowing.
Cool Spark said in chat that I shouldn't identify it with the red stripe, but I should just call it Andrew. Okay, it's the one called Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Very, very true.
And Marcus,
Andrew, we've got a message from your father.
Excellent. So you keep rowing, Nathan. What does John do? What does
Okay, how many are left?
Zufa do? There are only 2 left.
Only 2 left? All right.
One that Derek has hit and one that Johnny has hit, which is right near the boat.
Okay, I'm going to cast Bane on it, on the one that is the closest. So I'm going to carve a love heart on the ice just next to me and put my face in the love heart and show you that it is a Bane to me, with me as a smiley face with a little orc teeth. Yeah, and so what it does is
like
it's a charisma 10 to for the creature. So if you want to roll that, Ben.
Excellent. Charisma 10. It rolls a 9 with -3, so that's a 6. So it fails.
Okay, so for the next minute, when it attacks, it has to subtract D4 from its attack roll or its saving throws.
Okay, good. So it's the one that Derek was attacking that's been electrified and now is heartbroken as well.
And I say, mate, don't even come closer. Forget about it, mate. Don't even start.
The one that Johnny attacks lashes out while the baned one, who is nameless, is sad. There are 3 left, aren't there? Oh, a 19 on the attack, +6, 25 to hit Johnny. I think that's going to be a hit. Whoa, 3d6 +4 piercing damage as its vicious, sharp teeth dig into you. Whoa, 15 +4, 19 hit points damage straight up.
Oh my god.
Okay, I've underestimated.
That's very nice.
Did you say there are 3 of them still? I think there were 2 of them.
I did say there were 2. One swung away, that's right.
The one 3 of them left. I did 2 of them left. I would have cast this at level 3, at level 2.
No, I did say there were 3. You're right. There's the one next to the boat, which has just bit Johnny. There's the one that Derek lightning bolted, which you baned, and there's Andrew. I'd forgotten Andrew, so yes. The one that how could I forget Andrew? The one that Derek lightning bolted and you baned, Johnny. John. I'm going to give it a 50-50 chance. Yes, no dice here. It just is really sad and depressed. Like it had a date. It had a date with one of its friend dinosaurs, and it's still waiting by the phone. And its friend dinosaur hasn't rung back yet. Not that phones have been invented.
Dinosaur.
Right. Well, yes.
I think you leaked some information there, Benjamin.
Yeah.
Not that I would notice on a roll of 2 on perception, but
does anyone have knowledge?
Well, you're improving. By the end of the game, you should be rolling 20s every time.
That's right.
Oh no, I'll be rolling like 4, and I'll be super happy.
You go back down again. Yeah.
While it's just viciously attacked Johnny's character, at that same moment, as its head's attached onto Johnny's shoulder, its teeth piercing right through Johnny's armor in like a kind of like a collar, turning his armor into a colander at his shoulder. So if you need to strain some pasta later, you can just pour it into Johnny and sort of hold him upside down, and all the water will fall out. The head is actually locked clean off and the body of the Plesiosaurus sinks into the water, its red blood spreading out on the cold surface and crystallizing with the ice. And I suppose what do you do, Johnny, to remove this head? What did Jataya do?
You should keep
remove the head.
Keep it there,
It's
Johnny.
attached to your shoulder. Yeah.
I might not keep it attached to my shoulder,
No,
but I'll
keep it.
certainly
Yeah.
you know, keep it.
It's going
It's a good
straight in the
trophy.
mantelpiece. It's going straight in the pool room. That one.
Absolutely.
So I'll just
We're not
like
throwing
surprise
away
its
treasure.
jaws open and then put it next to me in the boat.
Sunjammer says, this is some of the best DMing I've ever seen, Team Ben. I love it. Thank
Stop
you
this,
very
Team
much.
Ben. None of that.
Yeah. What's
All right.
Ben stuff?
So the Plesiosaurus next to the boat has been dispatched. There just remains the one, Derek, that you lightning bolted before. Would you like to attack it again?
Yes, I breathe in, going, and explode out with some more fire breath.
Fire breath. Lightning breath. Excellent.
No, I get
Whoa,
I only get- oh.
my imagination.
Lightning spell.
Did not roll very well. I rolled an 8 damage.
Doesn't it have to save against your lightning breath?
It does, yes. Saving throw.
It does. You don't need. Oh, just the damage was only 8. It fails the saving throw, and it is wreathed in electricity, but not very much electricity. Is that what you're saying? Because you didn't roll much damage.
Kind of glancing blow.
Glancing
The
blow.
electricity kind of curls around.
That's right. Just goes past his shoulder.
That's just like what? Just like static, like a little bit. Of
Yeah, like at the shopping centre.
Right.
Yeah. That's right.
glancing
The
blow.
dinosaur's hairs stand on end.
Well, no, we've got more. Didn't we get that it was a plesiosaur? What didn't you just give that away as well, Pete?
Plesiosaurus.
Yeah,
Absolutely, I did. Yes,
Plesiosaurus.
you can look up the specific stats if you like and find out that they have a frightening number of hit points. Johnny, the one that you defeated is gone. No, it isn't gone. It's 10% there because 10% is attached to you. What do you do?
No, I've unattached it and placed it next
yeah.
to me in the boat.
Nice.
Okay,
And
good. Yeah,
That's probably my whole turn, I reckon.
fantasy.
No.
Yeah.
Jataya's Fishing 101. You let it bite you, cut its head off, and you put it in the boat next to you.
Yeah.
Come back next time for other adventurous and fishing tales.
Excellent.
Hilarious.
Excellent. Mary, what do you do?
So where are these two plesiosaurs coming from now? The front of the boat, like either side of the bow.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea. If it helps you in some way.
It does indeed. So I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers, which I fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side from a point I choose. So a creature that enters that spell area for the first time or starts a turn on its turn there will take 6d4 slashing damage. So essentially I've created our own force field of spinning daggers in the air of either side of our boat. So currently our boat is forging through the water because of the great rowing that's happening, and there's basically spinning daggers on either side of the bow, so any creature that gets close will actually get slashed.
The unabated rowing from Marcus Rutherford, who's not been distracted at all, drives the boat into the Plesiosaurus. Can you give us that damage, Murray?
64.
Or Andrew.
Cool.
I thought you said 64. I'm like, oh my god.
64!
God.
That's an amazing roll on 64. 6, 8. Oh, come on, maths, you're really leaving me. 12, 15.
Add up the small numbers. 15 hit points damage.
Add up the small numbers.
I'm going to double both of those
Manufacture these
damages.
spinning daggers into some kind of propeller to allow us to.
That's right.
Ooh, nice!
How long does it last for?
I don't know if I can move them. What do I do? I have to concentrate.
Movable. Can you steer? That's the question.
Yeah, it lasts up to a minute, so definitely.
I
If
love
they
it.
don't move, are we just sailing through spinning daggers on this boat?
I've centered them on the bow so that they're 5 feet cubed on either side of the bow. So no, they won't.
That's
they
a
move
question
with
for
us.
chat. Does the spell move with the person who cast it? If you cast it on a
with
moving
them?
vessel?
No, I choose
That's
a
right.
point to cast it at. So I chose the bow.
It's a point in space. I mean, what about the rotation of the planet? Maybe they head off at like 1,300 miles an hour to the west. That's right.
Either way, I'm getting hit. That's all I know.
Fantastic. I'm going to double all that damage because weirdly, it's like there's two of you, and attacks come from both sides. Daggers are flying in the air like a swarm of crows, and lightning is striking from all directions like a thunderstorm. and swords are being twisted and driven. And these plesiosaurs, especially Andrew the plesiosaurus, is rethinking its life and thinking it might go home and start.
Does Andrew have a family? The beast Andrew? Does it have like small children and like?
Well, there could be an egg.
Son, explicit says the spell doesn't move.
It could be like an egg clutch somewhere. Oh.
Oh, that's why he was knowingly looking at you.
That's why they're
Chat, do you reckon I should let Andrew? Should I let Andrew survive so he can return to his family, his small children? Ben knows these planetary motion equations. It all depends on the latitude, the speed of the westward motion. So that's given you a clue about the location of the the Icewind Dale on the planet. Presuming, of course, the planet's not flat and under a
latitude
dome.
or longitude? Which one? Both.
Latitude will affect the speed. The longitude won't affect.
I'm so glad we're going through these good questions in D&D.
Excellent. As a parting shot, Marcus, does he do anything other than row into the blades?
Should I roll perception?
Yes. Do you notice the swarm of horrifying spinning blades?
I feel like Marcus is doing RPG, rowboat gaming.
Yeah.
No, you presume that people would notice, but I rolled a 7, and the 7 plus perception.
It's a 1.
13.
13. Oh, it's an absolute consensus in the chat that Andrew should go. His floral destiny awaits him. Save Andrew. The hashtag.
Andrew was killed.
Oh, I love it.
There was, however, one vote of no at the beginning.
That's right.
So my turn is I'm going to stand up and go, what is happening here?
Wait, are you rocking the boat?
And just be absolutely I will be shocked, Derek, get it? Because you're at what's happening. And I will start preparing myself by removing my coat and revealing my my +1 leotard of dance.
You're gonna
and I will start looking for my weapon that I didn't have ready.
Excellent. By the time you've prepared, the plesiosauri have all turned tail. Andrew and his son, who is the one remaining plesiosaurus, whose name is also presumably Andrew, which is a brilliant name.
We're up to Quintus. We've had Andrew, Primaris, Secundus, Tertius, Quartus, and Quintus. So yes, Andrew the Fifth.
And the Andrews do return to the bottom of the fathomless lake, where they do hold a Kickstarter in order to gain funds to start a floristry business made mainly of seaweed, and they prosper. Perhaps returning at another date to seek revenge.
Surely that would be a splash starter in a lake rather than
a splash starter. I like it. A splash starter. Oh, fantastic! You've survived.
So glad I came with you guys.
I need like a dex check, Nathan. This is going to be DC 15 to see if you can steer the boat. And John, you're also rowing? No, you're not rowing anymore.
Well, I'm going to go over to Johnny, and I might give him a quick, rub on the shoulder, and I'll just say, mate, do you remember that time that little piglet nibbled on your toe? I just remember that time when you were a little kid and those other little kids laughed at you and you got bitten. And do you remember that time and you were crying and the kids laughed at you, mate? Do you remember that? Do you remember that, mate? Do you remember? And as I'm doing that, the healing starts, and the healing starts from within, And as I'm curing light wounds, and I'm just like reassuring Jataya, and I'm like, mate, do you remember that? And that's beautiful. And you never really got over that little piglet nibbling on your toe and the other kids laughing at you, but it's going to be all right. We're going to get through this, and you're going to push through, and you're going to get better. You're going to get better.
I'm actually starting to feel better.
If you were to characterize the amount they get better with a number, what would you characterize?
Numeric better. How much better?
2d8 minus 1. But how can you put a number on mental health?
Yourself to
how can you put a number on healing, Ben?
Exactly.
Numbers are irrelevant. Okay, it takes time to heal these kinds of wounds.
Yeah.
Maybe
I can't wait to
it could be high or low, Johnny. It's up to you.
I can actually. I was going to say I can take a second wind, which means that I can regain health in a short rest. I assume sitting in a boat is a short rest. Have we got enough time for a short rest?
Yeah, you sit down, Jataya, and you just have a rest.
I'll sit down and take a short rest.
Yeah,
I'd like to point out to my...
One of
I'd
us
like
is
to point out to my
unconscious.
gaming buddies the support that's in chat for my dungeon mastering, how excellent it is, especially from Explicit 25.
I want to point out that someone raised the issue of our song, Benjamin, of He Fell in the Water from way back when, and some love from
wow,
Maelstrom. Can
beautiful.
I just point out, every
Beautiful.
game is a Maelstrom game. Love for some Maelstrom there. Love it. Thank you, Stoney. Thank you,
no.
chat. Thank you, chat. Team Murray.
If you'd like to,
all the way.
if you'd like to see more gameplay of such crystalline clarity and beauty, you should definitely follow us on YouTube and Twitch. Just search for Dice Stormers on those things. Excellent. So you make it to
Crystalline
the edge
purity.
of the lake.
Love it.
Oh, it is absolutely.
And the Maelstrom celebration is next week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's every day.
Ben,
all day,
every day is
every
Maelstrom
day.
celebration.
Ben, my character is now ready to fight. I just want to point out.
Yes, that's right.
As per normal, on time and ready to go.
Let's push on. Let's push on before my Maelstrom talk is made.
That's right. Excellent.
Yes.
Like a figurehead mounted on the front of a great vessel, except without the great vessel, and you're not.
So
made
can
of
I,
wood.
since my spinning daggers are still working, can we use them like a paddle steamer? Can I lower them
sure
in the water and basically
nothing could go wrong
propel
at
us?
all.
Oh,
I have seen suggestions in the chat that the spell is immovable, but I'm going to ignore the rules and logic and allow you to do that. Can you give me a dex check to see how well you can manipulate your spell?
Dex check?
A dex check.
Yeah, this
I
won't
don't know.
go wrong.
Yeah.
It's like he knows my stats and chooses the worst one. Okay. No, I roll a 17. 19.
Ah, beautiful. So
It's
you
not my
drive
worst
the
stat.
Must be
blades into the water, and the boat careers across the rest of the lake through the ice.
So
which
we all start
Johnny has
singing
no
tunes
chance to
from,
melt.
We all start singing tunes from Showboat now because we're in a paddle steamer on a lake.
Excellent. I love it. I love it. You arrive on the other. Ben's logic is the best logic. I love it. You
Don't
arrive on the
say
other
that.
side
It's not true.
and you make your way across the land. The weather serves only to worsen as the blizzard sets in. Pathetic fallacy setting the tone for the to the film. If it was a film, I think we'd be going with sort of a washed out color thing, not much palette, maybe strong hues of blue, close-ups of cheeks with sort of encrusted ice on them. It's one of those.
Beards with icicles. Nice.
One of those productions where the actors would talk for years about just how terrible the experience was, but how the commitment of the director was very, very impressive. You come to the part of the map,
Is that
the
Ben
highly
patting
detailed.
yourself on your own back?
That's right. Yes, that's right.
The chat isn't enough, Ben.
That's
I know,
right.
yeah, no. The chat support is not enough. Ben needs to support himself. So
Yes.
Right.
Zuffa, he's really building himself up. Anyway, Ben, go on. Sorry.
Does
You come
Zuffa
to the part in
suffer?
the journal where it says yes, he probably does. Crossing this scary rope bridge will probably be quite dangerous, it says in the journal, with an arrow pointing to a small, beautifully detailed illustration of a rope bridge. And I shall find my rope bridge sound.
Drawn isometrically. That's pretty tricky.
I'm gonna
Draw.
mend it.
Oh,
Mending. Always take mending.
How did you break the adventure? Well, we mended everything and it fixed everything, and then we just used it as suggested.
This rickety, you mean brand new rope bridge?
You mean this brand new bridge that's structurally made well?
So you presumably men can't just heal an entire rope bridge, but I suppose as
You
you
can
go
if you
across,
take
you can
time.
find small. If you take time.
Well, apparently you can cast cantrips over and over again. I think they're
Yes,
like that.
tiny small sections of the rope bridge, I suppose.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
What at a
Individual
time.
thing.
Oh, so we're going to do like that really cool thing where we like edge along the rope bridge slowly, looking like we're nervous, but in fact we're just casting
That's right.
mending as we take each step.
How many cantrip? Who else has mending?
I thought I did. I do not. I have.
Wouldn't that be hilarious if the entire group just had mending? We just went, became
What did you do?
architects or builders.
It's just you, John.
That would be fun. That's
All the stonework becomes absolutely beautifully done in town.
Yeah.
No one has absolutely.
Tony,
No one's
the chat
USB.
says Mending doesn't cure design flaws.
Okay.
That's true.
Yes.
But surely,
Okay. I'm gonna.
surely at higher levels, mending becomes building. Surely, you know.
all right.
Okay.
Well, maybe we tie ropes to each other just in case, and so
Okay.
we can secure and then cross.
Excellent.
Do the
Yeah,
whole
so
way,
a rope to the creature made of wood and metal. I think that's a good idea.
and then we should
Sure that
definitely
you're-
have Vale go first as the heaviest.
Yes.
So that we all fall through.
You know
the
that
veil goes first and just
forgot
kills
that
us.
you
Why haven't we thought to
didn't put
cast
Featherfall
mending?
in your with?
Why haven't
we're all
we thought to
talking
cast
about-
mending on Vale?
Yes, because
I'm not broken.
Murray,
He was-
he's not
he
broken.
was born like
Okay.
that, okay?
Yeah, that's right,
Okay.
that's right.
He was born that way. You can't change.
You don't
his
need to
unique
fix
look.
me.
Look, you
Right.
can't fix
All right,
what's
so we
broken
walk up to
inside.
this bridge.
As you
Nice.
make your way slowly across, you see white, mysterious creatures, barely visible through the driving snow, appear on the other side of the terrifying crevasse. At that point, you look down, and all you can see down there is ragged spikes of ice and sharp stones after a lengthy fall. It would certainly be certain death to fall off this bridge, tied to a warforge or not. These white creatures approach the other side of the rope bridge and start to frantically try and cut through the ropes. What are you going to do? Let's all roll initiative to see who gets the jump on this. Quickly cry out if you get a big number. Nathan, you don't need to bother.
That's okay. Yeah, no.
I got a. What are we? 17.
Initiative.
15.
Got a
15, 19.
I
Sounds
just
like
got
Murray.
2.
No one's
I got a
beating
3,
Murray.
a 4.
Excellent. Murray, what do you do? They're going to cut the bridge and drop you into the depths.
Oh, look, really? Oh, do I have to? Okay, well, I've got a range of 120 feet on my Eldritch Blast. So I'm going to choose the 2 front ones, and I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast on them. To take D10,
Excellent.
and they're also going to be pushed back, so they take force damage. They are going to... beams of crackling blue gold-flecked energy flick out from my hands towards both the front ones, and I'm going to push them into the guys behind. They all kind of like Keystone Cops fall backwards, and
Away from the
more time.
dangerous edge that they might have fallen down otherwise. Excellent. Okay, good. Do I need to make a save or what?
I'm not sure that you do make a save.
Is Eldritch Blast taking out the end of the bridge completely?
Just take them
I
out,
love it,
baby.
Cold Sparks.
So there's 2 beams, so 1 each.
That's the insta win button, isn't it?
Insta win for
It
the
is.
Warlock. Hang on.
Tell me what effect it has on these white unidentified creatures,
No,
which I'm sure would actually
instantaneous. No, they get nothing. So here we go. 1d10 plus 5 plus. Yeah, so 1d10 plus 5.
Instantaneous means it just happens instantly, but is there a save?
First one takes 10 damage and is pushed back. Second one, takes
damage?
15 damage and is pushed back.
How? They say...
The bridge falls down.
Oh, okay, so you hit with both of them, yeah?
Hang on, what do they say? They say, oh.
Oh, I was starting Sirenscape so you could hear them. That's what they say.
Nice.
Dramatic. It's immersive. It's beautiful. Excellent. So what was the damage? Sorry, since I was totally paying attention.
10 and 15.
10 and 15.
Yep.
Nice. Raw.
And I'm
10
slightly
and
disappointed that I had to use Eldritch Blast. But that's okay.
Yes.
I'll hide that.
But
I'll push
no
that
one notices.
disappointment down
Absolutely.
deep where Vale can't find it.
Excellent. Are you going to move forward across the bridge as well?
Yes, moving.
Good.
Blasting.
Give me a dex check, Mary.
Check. Here we go.
And as much as you beat 10, that's how many feet you can get
16.
across this rocking bridge. 16.
16
You
on
make,
dex
yourself,
check.
you make your way 5 across the bridge. Only 30 feet to go.
Yes.
Excellent. Next, Nathan. What does Marcus do? You've noticed this, Marcus.
Oh yes, no, very much so. I've been prepared since the boat. So for the last few hours, I've just been walking around, absolutely prepared for battle. This is the moment for me to strike. So Marcus Rutherford removes his. It's going to be a bit awkward, but he removes his cloak and all these heavy books and everything, and they all fall off the back of him. And he
off the bridge?
prepares himself in his +1 leotard. He gets his war ribbon whip, and he runs through and gives Jataya a pat on the back and says, "You're doing good. You're doing good," and provide inspiration to him. So if you remember that,
Okay, lovely.
I will. So that means a 1d8 if on any of the kind of stuff you want to do. And then I run forward and.
Excellent.
I think. Am I going to? I'm not going to be able to get close to them, am I? I'm going to be still far away. Correct.
Give me a dex check, and there's more. The most by how much you beat 10. That's how far forward you're going to get.
Remember, I've got
of
the +1
30.
leotard on, so.
That's
rolled
true.
20.
You virtually slip a lot. You rolled a 20. So what's the total
That's
of
the
the dex
first
check?
20 I've. Yeah, hashtag
Ever
20.
rolled. And
20 live.
years
Quick,
of
quick,
gaming.
quick, quick. Quick, find this button.
Yeah, on the big stage, boys. That's where I make my big. I roll.
So you make 10 feet towards them. So you're only 20 feet away from the Yetis now.
Okay, so then I will cast
I said what
Bane.
it was. See, I told you I'd do that. The Yetis.
The Yetis. Okay, so I cast Bane.
I love this. Yeah.
Excellent.
So Bane, when I cast Bane, it goes for 3 of them.
Excellent. There are 5.
Yeah, so 3 of them of your choice you can see within the range must make a charisma saving throw. So that is DC 15 charisma for 3 of them. Whenever the target fails a saving, blah 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 blah. So basically, just subtract 1d4 from roll attack.
Tell me production
when
when Sirenscape's back, and I'll restart it here as well. It's running beautifully for us.
Okay, so yes, it is. So 3 of them have to roll DC 15 charisma saves.
Charisma saves? I bet you
Yetis
are very, very
known for their
charismatic.
charismatic.
-2.
If they're the Yetis from Monsters Inc., it could be quite charismatic.
1 saves with a 15, and the other 2 fail. So they're now acting at a minus D4.
Yeah, so target must roll a d4 and subtract from rolling attacks or saving throws. But they're attacking me by attacking the bridge. I was,
That's right, absolutely.
So they're a bit scared of me and my leotard of +1. Awesome.
I'd be scared of you and your leotard of +1.
Yeah. I think we take inspiration out of fear rather than inspiration out of, inspiredness.
I like it.
Honestly, you're just inspired. That's all I care about.
So you're 20 feet away from the bridge. Murray's 25. Right. And what about John?
Okay, I'm going to cast a ray of enfeeblement on one of the creatures that is closest to the bridge. So I'm going to send out like a beam that looks sort of like Vegemite. So it comes out as a black yeasty goo that sort of leaks out of my body. It's a vegetarian goodness.
See a doctor about that.
Yeah.
High in vitamin B.
Yeah, it's high in vitamin B. So but it's salty. It's like it is dehydrating, and that's probably the worst thing about it. Is that in the quantities it's overpowering and draws the moisture out of the creature. So it's a constitution check for the creature.
I think,
it's such a wonderful description.
I think if we need to homebrew the Vegemite Ray. We need to homebrew the Vegemite Ray of Enfeeblement to have a mischance for someone who actually likes it. Like, oh yeah, that tastes good.
Well, no, I don't know. I would contest that anyone in the quantity that I'm providing would strike it.
Oh, since I failed, just check, and your description was so wonderful. Can you tell me how it ends up in the ravine, John?
How what ends up? The creature or the
Yeti? The Yeti. The Yeti, sorry, the unnamed creature, which I haven't specified yet.
Okay, it's like the ray of enfeeblement strikes it straight into the nostrils and then drips down through the back of its throat. And it just coats the interior of the mouth. And there's something about the consistency where the creature tries to swallow and just gags. And the creature moves forward, grasps onto the railing of the bridge, but the rotting railing gives way and it just plummets. Going, this might be put on tow.
You need to stop, John. That's way too visceral. Too visceral.
Oh, fantastic.
For all those people who like the smells of role playing, we can provide bars to open at that moment, so you get the whiff of Vegemite.
There's Sirenscape for your sound. We need Smell Escape. It just not so good on
the chat who was asked to prepare Vegemite beforehand. You can now open Vegemite.
That's right.
Allow that part of role playing to take part.
Did you all make your perception?
Thank you for being organised and everybody bringing their Vegemite.
All right, claw attacks on the bridge. I'm just going to do some damage. I'm just going to roll 2d20 damage on the bridge because that makes sense. They do 20. Minus d4 on 2 of them. That's right. Okay, 20 minus. Okay, so 17 hit points on this bridge. They're cutting through the ropes, but also another of the Yeti. Yeti? What is the plural of Yeti? Chat. What is the plural of Yeti? And I'm going to call it that from now on. Two more of them fall into the ravine. One wreathed in Vegemite, and another with crackling fire around it.
Hang on.
Oh, I've got...
Did one jump off the cliff and then somebody else just followed it because it was like they were peer pressured into it?
You can't tell. It is strange. It is strange. They seem to be leaping off the cliff unprompted, as if they're being attacked by some other force. That brings up Derek. There's only 2 left, I believe.
I dash forward a little bit. How far are they away?
So the bridge is 30 feet wide. Let's say you're already 10 feet into the bridge. Give me a dex check to see how much you beat 10 by.
I don't actually need to run forward, but I get 13.
A 13. So you don't make any progress forward at all. The bridge rocks. Okay. It's mainly because Jataya is ralphing over the edge of the bridge. Is ralph an American word? It means to regurgitate your food, disgusted as he is by the Vegemite stream.
I think it's hurl. Hurl is your American.
Hurl. Okay, yeah.
Blow chunks.
Jataya is hurling over the bridge. Blow chunks. That's right.
I like in a surf movie. We're talking about blowing chunks.
So then,
does that mean I don't get to act?
The chatters said that the plural for Yetis, for multiple Yeti is Andrew.
Andretti.
Yep.
Andretti's.
Yes.
I like it. Andretti's.
Andretti.
Spaghetti. Yes.
Yes, Derek.
So Ben, I reach into my chest and pull out some motor oil that is part of my visceral fluids and cast grease on the other end of underneath the Yeti. The Yeti.
Excellent. The Andretti's. How do I spell
so
grease?
each creature standing in its area must succeed on a dex saving throw or fall prone.
Nice.
Or fall over the side.
Fall over the side. Right. Okay, dex saving. What's the DC?
DC is 14.
Dex +1. One got a 7 and goes over the side where the Wilhelm scream. And another one rolls a 10 and goes over the side. You have defeated the Andretti's.
Nice. Was that a Yeti named Wilhelm?
That's right. They're all called Wilhelm because that's 2 names I've called up so far.
It's like a traditional name. It's based on their heritage. Yeah, the Wilhelms.
That's right. It is. It's a family name.
Yeah.
So trudging through the rest of the awful weather, though you don't even notice it's awful weather because it's just normal for a Tuesday. It is Tuesday, and that's what days are called in this world.
Role playing.
They're all called Tuesday.
It's midweek.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's perpetually Tuesday because the sun didn't rise on Wednesday morning, so it's perpetually Tuesday.
Man,
in the journal,
Tuesday.
Oh, how depressing! It is a rather bad day.
Not even hump day.
I think we really need to focus on role playing this Tuesday.
Not even halfway through the week.
It's like not the beginning of the week.
That's right. Absolutely. In the highly detailed
setting.
Why can't we play the Friday game?
I was in it until you said it's always Tuesday, and now it's like, oh well, I don't want to be in this world.
No, we're so far away from the weekend. We're so far away.
It's like perpetually horrible.
I go back to the bar. It's not worth it.
Yeah, let's just turn around. Let this.
I don't work Tuesdays. Jeez.
No, Andrew is worth facing a Tuesday for.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Let's just carry on, Ben. I guess.
Just to help Ben out, he didn't role play it really well, but we're supporting him as a DM.
Next on the map.
Oh yeah, we look at the hook. Does it hook us again?
Yes, on the map, there's an arrow pointing to where you're just arriving now. It says, "This is where the beast is. Watch out, it might be hot to handle. If it has killed me, then clearly it has a super duper high CR. I mean, sharp claws and a vicious mouth. At least maybe Charmaine will remember me if someone could bring back my body."
Can I do a knowledge check on who Charmaine was?
Yes, you may do it. That's crucial.
I roll a 3.
Let's stop the drama.
After all that, I want to focus on the specific name of one person that was written in there to see if I know who they are.
The only character not called Andrew.
That's true.
He loved, left it home.
And not Andrew is important.
We have to go and comfort Charmaine if we don't get Andrew back.
You do. This is very important. Charmaine is a well-known seamstress from town. She's well known because her work is generally terrible.
It looks like you made that up, Ben.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Her work is generally terrible, and your pants will end up, if not with different legs on the 2 legs, they will end up shorter rather than longer, depending on whether you requested longer rather than shorter.
Okay.
Hang on, that's 2 legs?
I'm now in love with Charmaine the seamstress, simply from Andrew's journal description of her.
I mean, the positive is that you get to go back to her over and over again because she makes a terrible job of it every time. So it's actually a good thing.
No, because she keeps saying, come back tomorrow, and there's never tomorrow. Oh, man.
It's always Tuesday. Bloody
Always
Tuesday.
God, this setting. Oh.
I can't break it. Can't separate Tuesday from role playing.
Perpetually Tuesday.
Oh. Okay, I see what I've done. Oh my gosh. Okay, good.
Oh, no.
I pushed the wrong
What's
button.
Ben doing?
What is Ben doing? Ben's obviously drunk. Right, the cave entrance, definitely not. The cave entrance stands gaping to the cold winds. It looks warm and sheltered in there, a place of refuge from the now driving snow. The sky, still dim as usual, seems to close in with ever-increasing menace. The form of a young, naive man lies crumpled. You can tell he's naive by the way he's crumpled. In the snow, in front of the cave, his blood now frozen, having spilt out onto the snow. Oh, and also there's a Remoraze standing over the top of him. It attacked you! If the chat could support the way it appeared, that would be very useful, because that's how you Dungeon Master. Roll for initiative!
No.
Can I say, I've never had a Remoraze appear another way other than, oh yeah, and there's a Remoraze in front of a cave.
20.
Yay!
21.
Did anyone beat 20? Oh, Murray beats 20. Beats 20.
I do.
I got a 19.
Let's see what chat's saying. Excellent.
3.
3.
Of course.
3.
But I'm already prepared. I'm ready.
Business as normal. So no one beats Murray's 21. What do you do, Murray?
I'm going to throw Firebolt
Yeah.
as far into the cave as I possibly can. So I'm not throwing it
Excellent.
specifically at a creature, but I'm basically going to throw a mote of flame to the back of the cave as far as possible. And if it hits the wall, then it will flame at the back of the wall, but it will go as far as I possibly can, which is 120 feet into the cave. Hopefully, therefore, illuminating something else in the cave if there is something else to illuminate in the cave.
Okay, good idea. I just typed fire blot into Sirenscape to try and find the spell sound, but now
The whole place is like covered in flame. It's blotted out with burning.
Now that I've
Blot
typed it
out
correctly,
the
I can
sun.
find the spell. Excellent. Your bolt of fire flies over the Remoraze, ensuring that it has noticed the team, so there's absolutely no chance to prepare.
Over here!
Well, come
And
on,
it lights up
wouldn't
the cave, which is empty.
Don't I get a chance to hit the Remoraze? Aren't they quite large?
I thought you were deliberately missing the Remoraze.
Yeah, you were
I
hitting
threw it
back
into
of
the cave. Oh, okay.
The Remoraze isn't in the cave.
Right.
Remoraze is standing outside the front of the cave.
Okay, so there's no other Remorazes, just the one, guys. Just so you know.
That's right. Absolutely.
And they're not called Remorazes, they're called Andrews.
And
I don't know why you're calling it Remorazes.
Andretti? Yeah.
That's right. There's just one. But by the careful deployment of your firebolt, you are now aware there is only one Remoraze, and it's standing right in front of you.
I feel like I have achieved non-warlock
You have.
blastness.
Wow, can I just say,
Yes.
role-playing wise?
Absolutely.
I'm in it.
Marcus,
That is
what does Marcus
role-playing
do?
outcome.
What does Marcus do? Marcus does many things, but what does he do right now?
Yes.
He is going to prepare himself. He throws his cloak off, revealing 7 foot tall, leotarded, dancing goodness. And I'm going to I'm going to inspire. Who am I going to inspire? Out of you guys, who is inspired by this action? Anyone?
Jataya.
Jataya is inspired. I inspire Jataya. He's always inspired by my actions, and that was a bonus action. And what I do for my real action is actually if I cast Heat Metal.
Yes.
But on the end of Jataya's sword.
Would it make it even hotter?
Would it make it even hotter and like super awesome?
Yeah, Jataya's reason for being melts.
Do you think, Chad, I should point out the immunities? Do you think I should point out the immunities of Remorazes at the moment?
No, Remorazes are known for standing in front of...
Andrazi is the plural of Remorazes.
Andrazi.
That's from...
What a shame I won't have to use it.
Ben, knowing all our characters and exactly what we do before the game, I'm glad that you've taken into account what their immunities are. As a player, I'm very happy. As a role player, this is amazing.
Jataya has encountered a Remoraz.
Nope. Yes. Okay, excellent.
So
anyway, someone mentioned the word.
Inspired, and his sword is on fire.
Not that that'll.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Role play,
John.
We're role playing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to make a circle on the ground, scratch into the ground with my mace, and I'm going to draw all my friends' faces in it, and they're like, these are my friends. And then I'm gonna exclude.
It's not a spell. He just did it.
The Remoraz from my circle of friends.
Nice.
Mate, you're not my friend, mate. So he's outside of my circle of friends. So I'm going to cast Bane on him.
Excellent.
So Bane amulet. So that would be a. Where is it? It is a Charisma 10.
Charisma 10. Okay. Remoraz are known for their ability for small talk at parties with a charisma of 5, a bonus of -3, a 12 on the die. Taking it down to 9, so it fails.
It fails.
So that would be every time D4 to their attack and saving throws.
Okay, good.
So
Thank you. You might need to remind
that is
me of
literally a sick burn on the Remoraz.
So, mate, I'm so sorry, mate, but you're just not part of my circle of friends.
That's so sad. You unlike him.
That hurts more than it should.
That's right. That's sad. It looks crestfallen. But instead,
it's been standing in front of this cave doing nothing, and then we came up, threw a bolt of lightning behind it, and then told him that he has no friends.
It's not been doing nothing. It's been in an animation loop of standing still.
Can I just say #heroes? That's what
with
I
a
want
skull
to
and crossbones just floating above its head.
Yeah.
Someone's pointed out that it's very cold and you're in a leotard, Mark.
Yes, that's right. I think
it's a leotard +1. Very different.
+1 of
they don't understand.
warmth.
It's that's what makes it special. It's like Superman. He can go in space. I'm basically
You need to dance.
Superman.
Yeah, you need to dance faster.
1, 2, 3, 4. So Remoraz rushes forward to attack Zuffa, who it is annoyed at. Zuffa, sorry.
Mate,
because
Zuffa.
Oh, got your name wrong.
Arguing with at the moment.
It types an aggressive message on a social media platform and misspells your name at the same time as it rushes forward and attacks you. +11 on its attack. It only rolls a 5.
This is why
Is 16 enough to hit
followed you on Facebook, mate.
Oh,
That's right. Does the 16 hit you?
Is that with a 1d4 -1d4?
Oh, bollocks. Okay. -2 is a 14.
A 14 to hit?
What was the base?
Yeah.
What do you know? It does.
Hey!
You're squishy, Zuffa.
You're squishy.
Yeah.
I have an armor class of 13.
He wears his heart on his chest. Like just on the outside.
How many hit points do you have, Zuffa?
Not a lot. Only 28.
28.
Yeah, if you were numerically to describe your health, how many healths would you have?
It does.
Delicate flower of the healing rose.
It does 70 hit points damage.
Excellent.
What?
Oh, well, there you go.
In half.
70. So I'm at 0. Do I go into negatives? My character sheet doesn't
no,
seem
you
to
go
allow
into-
me to go into.
You make a death save. You make a death save next time you roll. Derek, what does Vale do? Vale Zuffa.
So Vale sort of draws himself up to his full height and then plunges his fist into the ground and casts Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. And a huge fist works its way up out of the ground and grabs the Remoraz on the snout.
Wow.
And shoves a finger into its mouth.
That's cool.
That
Death
is
save
a
or something?
very specific spell.
That's its weak point.
Yeah.
So
Was
a
that-
medium
was the inside
hand
of
made
its
from
mouth glowing?
compacted soil rises and then reaches for one creature you can see within 5 feet of it. The target must make a strength saving throw.
Strength. Oh, it rolls a 5. It's +7 on its bonus, bringing it to 12, but
-1.
a -4. Yeah. Brings it to 11. That's probably not enough to beat your DC.
No, that's 14. So it takes 6 points of damage and is restrained.
Restrained, yep, which means it attacks at disadvantage and you attack it at advantage. Excellent. Johnny, what does Jataya do?
Well, Jataya, with his sword of flame. Not that that'll do any good against the Remoraz.
You don't know that, don't.
He snarls angrily at the Remoraz and says, "I've met your kind before." And then he charges in with a roar and does a menacing attack.
I like it.
Which is an actual maneuver.
Oh, a thing.
So I get an extra D8 damage.
You get to see if you hit, and then if you miss, you get to roll the D8.
And you're inspired. Yes.
So,
Yes, you don't have to use the inspiration if you need it.
Inspiration. Is that damage? No, I'm confused.
You can use it for inspiration or damage or a saving throw, or ability check.
So 18 plus 6 is 24.
That hits.
Excellent.
Damage.
So I take it I don't do fire damage?
You don't do fire damage. It's completely immune to fire damage.
That's very sad. But I do 15 points of damage.
Woo!
And the creature must make a saving throw. Wisdom DC 14.
Okay.
Otherwise it will be frightened of me.
It was a natural 20!
Oh, I wanted to frighten it.
Excellent. Good. Murray.
So Derek's attack into its nose, has that been particularly effective?
Are you hoping it's going to vomit up the corpse of the saggy corpse of John's character, Zuffer?
Yeah, I'm going to fire Witch Bolt into its exposed fleshy bits, following
Excellent.
up Vale's attack.
I love it.
Out of context, best line of the game. I'm going to fire a Witch Bolt into its exposed flesh bits.
That is
Go for it.
23 to hit. Did that hit? Please tell me it hits.
There's all these mentions of lemon juice. I can't imagine why.
Sorry, no,
Lemons would be a good
25
thing
to hit.
include in the game, wouldn't they?
25 to hit.
Its armor class is definitely less than 25.
Nice.
It's a chat. No.
Lots of so myself. No, it doesn't. It takes 12 damage.
12 damage. Excellent. 12 damage.
So an arc of blue energy. So it's an arc of electrical blue energy fires out of me and is basically connected between me and the Remoraz.
Nice.
It's a constant shot, so I'm just going to maintain that.
Nice. Excellent. You do that, Marcus. You've seen your friend
Marcus Rutherford
bitten, almost in half.
So I'm going to go over to my friend. That's Zuffer, just so. That's his name, by the way. I know he's my friend because he drew a circle on the ground, and I was in it. So I feel very special. So I go over and I say, "You can do it." And that was inspiring enough. I don't really think I need to roleplay any further. That kind of really highlights the point of what I'm doing.
So he's unconscious, about to make a save to see if he dies or not, and you just tell him you can do it.
Yeah, which you can use that inspiration on the save. And then I'm gonna cast Healing Word on him, or should I hold the action until he makes it and then cast Healing Word so he gets a bit?
I don't know. It doesn't make any difference. It'd be better to cast it before he makes, and then he doesn't have to make the save at all.
So I hold my act. No, I'm joking. I will cast Healing Word on him.
Excellent.
So I get 1d4. I get 1d4 plus 4. So that's 4.
Roll.
So 8. I'm back up. Pick myself up. Thank you, Nathan. You are my friend.
As the song mentions, when you get knocked down, you get up again.
Excellent.
Back up.
Oh, and I do it with a flare as well with my whip.
Do you whip me back to health?
And in the cold, you look particularly awesome in your leotard.
Do you ribbon me back to health?
I do.
I'm getting the sense from the chat that I need to work lemons into this plot somehow. What do you do, Zuffer?
I can't imagine why.
The Remoraz bleeds, wasn't that what you were saying?
No.
I check my chest. Are there lemons in there?
Obviously.
Yeah. Does anyone have lemons? No one has lemons. No. Weird. If only you had lemons, perhaps it would be the key to the story.
Is there a lemon tree possibly growing right next to the cave?
Is there a guy standing next to the cave selling lemons in a single cart?
No,
Indescribable and role playing.
Oh, why would you say that, Nathan? What a silly
I don't know. It's happened before.
Is there a little boy in the cave who has been living off lemons?
There's no lemons in sight anywhere. If only we could find
Ben, throw us a freaking lemon.
Maybe Andrew Jr. had lemons in his pouch. Just to stave off scurvy.
Okay.
Lemons are...
Anyway, this role-playing amazingness.
Yes.
Go, John. What does Zuffer do? Struggling to his feet with his head spinning.
I wake up and there's a man in leotards dancing over me with a ribbon, and I'm seeing far too much of him, like standing with his legs over me.
It's a +1
and it's glorious, my friend. Oh my God, mate. That's a +1
Are you suffering?
leotard, mate. Not anymore, mate. You brought me back to life. I saw things, mate. You were there, and you brought me back.
I'm a vision.
Do some good.
Yay!
And I'm gonna lift up my my mace, and I'm gonna smack that Ramirez right in the old brass.
Excellent.
You know, sensitive region.
Wazoo.
I'm thinking of a word, and I couldn't think of a nice way of saying it.
Isn't there like 200 legs on this thing?
I think Mary. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think Mary called it soft bits or something like that. Yeah, excellent.
Exposed fleshy parts. Exposed
fleshy parts. That was it. Yes.
Or
you can tell it's a male Ramirez because its name's
actually.
Andrew. Okay. Oh, nice idea.
Actually,
exposed fleshy bits. Yeah.
Because he's standing over me and I'm lying on the ground, I might just reach out through the ground, and I might just reach out and touch the creature and try to draw healing back into myself. Actually, might be a better way to do it.
Excellent. I love it.
I'm going to start rubbing this creature's foot and try and find some of the wounds of its own past and get it in touch with its own pain.
Maybe it wanted to just be friends with us, and you just drew a circle that excluded him, and he's really pissy.
That's like psychic damage, but you know,
like that might have started the pain for him, but I think the pain goes deeper. I feel like that might just.
You're going to extract that pain.
So Ben, I'd like to find out, and so I'm going to touch that nerve. And
excellent. Give me some damage.
Necrotic damage.
Roll Big John.
I don't know. It's a touch attack. So that is 554. So we're talking 14 damage, and then do I get that back? Half that amount of damage. You regain hit points equal to half the amount of necrotic damage.
Nice.
So that's kind of nice.
I love it.
So that's nice. I'll gain that hit points back. Thanks very much. And what kind of pain do I tap into of it? Is there a little bit of like an acidic burn, like a citrusy kind of pain that's deep within him?
I think you gain some insights, vulnerabilities.
Oh, he's a bit distant from his father, and he always wished he'd sort of reconnected, but he never actually got around to it because he was always busy trading stocks late at night. And and then his father died, and he kind of regrets it at a kind of a deep level, even though he probably shouldn't because it wasn't his fault.
The Ramirez exchange is a hard taskmaster.
Excellent. Now, I assumed that the Ramirez would be a completely over the top encounter for you guys, since its CR is incredible and its demonstrated ability to drop John in one go. We're going to assume that the Ramirez does in fact kill all the PCs.
What?
Oh, okay.
Done.
Assume what?
All right, cool. See ya.
Since we're on a time
+1, Ben.
But
since we're on a time schedule here,
I wanted to ask
yourself.
Oh.
Yes. You find yourself in a bleached out white environment, much like Harry Potter finds himself after Voldemort casts on him, and except this isn't a train station. Oh. It's that market place at Covent Garden, if you know London.
I look for a small stall.
There is but one stand. There is a stand of selling. It looks like some kind of small fruit.
Are they circular and yellow?
This must be heaven.
Do you approach the stand?
Yes.
There's a man that looks remarkably like. No, it's not a hook. It's kind of like a railroad shape. It has a man with a long white beard wearing a cape. He says, Good afternoon. I see you have arrived.
Have we met before?
Beard wearing a cape. That's the best description I've ever heard in my life. There was a man with a beard wearing a cape, and he offered you small fruit. Do you take it? It's like,
Have you met before? Yes. He's been a mentor in your life for many a long year, though his aims were always unclear. Andrew. Yes, his name's Andrew. He says, yes, my name is Andrew. We seem to be in the markets at Covent Garden. Last time I did this, I was in the station at King's Cross. What do you require of me?
Could do with a drink.
Yeah.
All I have is all I have is these lemons.
Well, we'll need to make lemonade.
Life gives you lemons.
I do have.
Or is
this
it that
jar.
lemons give you life?
Lemons give you life.
Boom.
Mic drop.
I pick up one of the lemons and smell it.
It smells very acidic.
I bite into a lemon with the skin on, because that's what Jataya does.
Yeah.
Because only a wuss would peel.
You think if this lemon would be vicious and scary in the eyes of any creature, even one immune to fire and cold.
I
buy
pick
all
up
the
a whole
lemons.
bunch of them.
Yep, you buy all the lemons. Derek buys a whole bunch of them, and Marcus buys
Yeah,
one.
we knock over Andrew, and we just
grab every lemon.
Oh, just roll the cart.
I'm just like rubbing it on my legs.
I thought we were gonna.
It's like,
You don't want a bag of holding? We can just fill it with
I thought we were going to have to mug Vale because he bought all the lemons. Or I was going to suggest to our spellcasters that now would be a really good time to have taken the spell Create Food and Water, because you could have just created a lemon, but no one thinks like that.
Didn't.
Mending.
my spells are sweet. They're not sour.
That would be.
So you rub lemon. So you rub lemon on yourself to make yourself less palatable. Excellent. I like that.
And then we'll just take all the lemons. Andrew, can we
Take
have
all the lemons?
Andrew, mate, can we have a bucket of lemons each?
Excellent. Yes, he gives you a bucket of lemons each. He can also give you a juicer if you require one.
Is there an orange anywhere? Because then I can do like a clementine and do half orange and half lemon juice, and then just...
There's absolutely no oranges. There's only lemons. The only stand in this Covent Garden fruit
Everybody
stall
knows
is
that.
lemons.
Everybody knows that the North is known for their production of lemons. You know, cold temperatures make the best lemons.
They do absolutely.
I ask Andrew, how do we get back?
This is
That's
a train
obvious.
station near here, so I suppose you could probably get off anywhere.
Oh.
All
Is this all happening in
Someone
the
has to ask.
Walk over.
Someone has to ask, is this real or are you just in my head?
I just asked
Is
that.
this real or are you in my...
Oh, good, yeah. Does anyone remember what he actually says in the movie?
It's been a while.
Just because
Jack,
it's
what did he
happening
say?
in your head, that doesn't make it any less real.
Yes, that's right. Just because it's happening in your head doesn't make it any less real, he said spontaneously.
Zuffer.
I walk over to the train station. And,
Excellent. You walk over the train station, which is nearby Covent Garden. There's a tube station there. Excellent.
Called Covent Garden. Yes.
Absolutely.
And I look at where the trains are going.
Someone just said it's a bit railroady. Excellent. Good. There's several stops. There's helping out to kill the plesiosauruses, plesiodandrews at the lake. There's a stop for stopping the Yetis from cutting the bridge, and there's also a stop for stopping the Remoras to kill the party. Which one?
The
would
one
you like
beyond
to
that?
choose?
Is there the Remoras is already dead and you're successful?
Awesome.
No, there's no way
I get
are alive unless someone helps them.
I get on the train and get to the plesiosaur encounter.
Yes. Yep. Let's assume you take all the actions at the plesiosaur encounter that you.
Let's just
took
go
part
straight
of.
to the end. Yeah.
Excellent. Good. Yes, that's right. You
We
take
got
all the
like,
actions.
not long left. Let's just go straight
Exactly.
to the end.
You help out the
15
characters.
minutes.
You help out the characters in a weird, ghostly way. You watch yourselves encountering the plesiosauri, defeating the Yetis, Though, of
It's
course,
like-
we didn't need help with those.
It's like we cast our own, you know, it's like we cast our own spells and
Yeah,
saw
it's like
ourselves.
we.
I'm
I'm
feeling a little
disappointed
bit
I
like,
didn't notice the.
I'm feeling a little bit like Harry Potter now.
And eventually-
I think that my
Eventually, eventually you arrive back at a strange scene, seeing yourselves struggle desperately, repeatedly falling by the jaws of this vicious creature that can seemingly drop each of you to the ground with a single bite. You must do something to stop your party being killed, or perhaps you'll never be able to return to the land of the living. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh, even me?
15.
Oh my god.
5.
6. I think 15 is the highest.
I got a
isn't it?
7.
I got
The
15 as
lowest.
well, but
You got 15. Excellent. I want each of you to describe some encounter-winning way that you're going to utilize lemons to win against the Remoras and to save your own very selves.
And the chat can vote on what their favorite one was.
Yes, good idea. Derek,
Hashtag team.
which method should we employ?
Nice.
I take 2 lemons and I shove it into the teeth of the Remoras that is still gagging on the Maximilian's
excellent
grasping hand.
Excellent.
And then fire lightning bolts into the lemons so that they explode into its mouth.
Oh, it's making my teeth like just feel acidic and awful. I love it. Excellent. Johnny?
I once cut my way out of the inside of a dragon.
You did.
So I remembering back to that successful dragon slaying encounter, I think it was
Excellent.
Marcus Rutherford that slayed the dragon officially. But
That's right.
I did a lot of damage.
1 hit point.
1d4 minus 3.
Marcus.
I'm gonna cut my way into the Remoras and
Cut your way in.
fill its stomach with lemons.
Just start tossing them in. Excellent.
Yeah,
Nice.
cut your way in
Or
to
maybe
cut your way
I
out.
just
I like that.
cut a hole and just pour lemon juice in.
Yeah. That's right. It's like a
I
lemon.
feel like
receptacle.
Remoras don't have acidic stomachs.
No, they don't. They don't have acidic stomachs. No. So Derek, it's the fire is what gets you inside a Remoras. So Derek's going to blunt the teeth with lemons and lightning bolt to activate the acidic horror. Johnny's going to fill up the inside of with lemon juice in general. The tequila shots. Excellent. Murray, what does Euphorion do?
As we are coming out of the train station in the sky, I'm going to reverse Legolas. So I'm going to use my my tortoiseshell shield as Legolas does, but I'm going to ride up the Remoras. Whilst doing that, I'm going to make 2 perfect lemon wedges. And as I go over the head of the Remoras, I'm going to flip, and then I'm going to squeeze lemon juice into the Remoras' eyes.
Eyes, fantastic. Ow. Just remember, everyone, just get yourself in your palace here of imagination. Imagine you're cutting a lemon on a chopping board and a little bit squirts out and goes right in the corner of your eye.
You're the Remoras.
Few pains worse. You're the Remoras.
I don't want to feel that. That's a terrible thought. Why would you make people think that? That's
classic reverse Legolas. Excellent. What would Marcus do, Nathan?
well, covered in lemon in his +1. You know what? I think all the lemons make it a +2.
Okay.
Dancing
Yes.
leotard.
Excellent.
So I just go along and throw my body, dancing style, straight into the mouth of the Remoras.
That's the only option.
Just
you're gonna writhe out.
Look, if you're gonna do it right, hey. Then
do you have to wiggle?
My war whip. I'm going covered in lemons. I'm just going to throw it all the way down the throat with a lemon just on the tip. And it's all the little. It's you know what the word. It's not the fact that I'm standing there in a lemon-filled leotard in the poor creature's mouth, and that I've thrown a whip down its throat with. It's the little cuts that it makes all down the throat as the lemon kind of leaks in there.
Yeah.
So,
lemon in a cut.
Have you ever had indigestion? It's like.
Yes.
Like, sure, you can cut into a beast like this and throw lemons into it. But it's the subtlety of the cuts down the throat that I think that really makes a difference.
Yes.
And the fact that there's like a man in a leotard in your mouth.
Nathan, I just want to ask if that's your whip, is the lemons your nay-nay?
I don't even begin
exactly
to
what happens.
understand that.
I'm so glad you're down with such culture.
Down with youth culture.
Whipped and nay-nayed. That's it.
Now watch me whip.
John,
Okay,
What's our final option?
He's almost on his last legs, am I right?
Yes, absolutely.
So many of them.
Struggling, barely able to stand on his feet. I'm going to use mending to shake the lemon into the disappointment of his father. And hold up the lemon in the shape of the disappointment of his father up into his face, and just shake my head.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad.
Disappointed Remoraz.
So
Oh, I love it.
I'm just
Now,
gonna
chat-
break his heart.
That's how you did.
It's gonna break
Chat,
his heart.
I'm getting the feeling, chat, we should have all those things happen because they're all compatible. I think we're fine with that. Harsh, yes, I feel that lemon juice would react badly with Marcus' fleshy
Hashtag
bits.
John Kill. Oh my
Negative
God, John.
inspiration. Oh, okay.
I feel the
good.
lemon juice would react
Remoraz.
badly with Marcus's fleshy bits in his leotard.
Barbaric.
Oh.
It's cruel. It's cruel. I agree.
John,
Well,
the suggestion
yes.
in chat. The suggestion in chat is that Remoraz's dad should have said "Okay, Boomer," or is that the Remoraz saying?
No, he's saying to his dad.
I'm not
He's
sure.
saying to his dad. Yeah.
Saying to his dad.
Oh.
Team John, absolutely. That's what we can do. I think they all should happen, but which is the killing blow? Which is the one that crushes the spirit, the final bit of hope and life?
breaks?
What's going to make the light die from the Remoraz's eyes? It's Team John.
Team John.
Zilpa wins for the most cruel. Poor soul.
Yeah, nice.
Excellent.
It's
It
the
looks like it
psychic
is.
damage.
It's the psychic
It's a
damage.
tequila shot. You throw a bit of lemon and then you just end it with salt.
There's a howl.
Now we all skull tequila. Yeah.
Excellent. There's a howl. It retches. It quakes. It rethinks its life. It feels regret. It explodes in a horrible burst of fire which melts itself into the ice. And a great irony, it's not your cutting words, you're cutting stinging wounds. It's not choking to death on Nathan's massive, strong body, but it's drowning at the bottom of a pit of depression and water that ultimately kills it. And you defeat the Remoraz. Victory is yours, and you are returned to your bodies because you have changed the whole course of history and saved your very selves. Congratulations.
Do we wake up on Wednesday morning? Have we broken? Have we broken the world?
We'll have to find that out next time. Will they?
But do we get loot?
Do you get loot?
Did we save the boy?
Yeah, is he still alive?
Yes. Okay.
Cast
Chat.
mend.
Do they save the boy, or do they bring the intestines back to
No,
Andrew?
it was an allegory. It was an allegory. The boy was all the problems and something.
Are you suggesting that Mike's plots might be sort of unnecessarily complicated and metaphorical and difficult to understand at times? What do you think, chat? They're the best sorts of plots, aren't they? Choking to death on Nathan's strong body. I like it. I love it. Top level
The
demon.
chat says, "What
Excellent.
boy? They've already forgotten poor Andrew."
That's right.
Yeah,
you wake
yeah,
up
it was
on
like-
Wednesday morning.
That's the whole plot hook.
Yeah, exactly. Wake up on Wednesday morning and we're like all happy because it's hump day. Oh.
So here's the thing, right? I'm gonna take the train back to town. Because I think it's a little bit faster now that there's we know that there's a train stop there. So we kind of we collect up what's left of Andrew and we get back on the train and get off at the pub, and we go back and Andrew's senior is paying for all the drinks because he's now working at the bar to pay off the bill that we left him.
Excellent. Yes. He's in indentured.
I like that we could have avoided the rope bridge the entire time by taking the train. It's like,
That's
dodgy
right.
rope bridge. Dodgy boat trip. It's like, well, let's just take.
Yes, that's right. All your Ben explained it so well in the beginning, and it's so simple. Excellent. Good.
I think Ben's been paid by some public transport network. You know, why row when you could take the train?
Why can't we get buses? Yeah.
Oh, wait
There's a
till the
sign
trains
at the
break
road
down.
bridge that says "Mind the gap."
Mind the gap. Absolutely. Yes. You do not even get the most simple.
I'm now wearing a lemon tard.
A lemon tart.
Nice.
I love it.
A
I
plus-
love it. Even the Blessosaurus was
red herring.
Oh, thank you for being with us, everyone. We had fun, and I'm glad you seem to have fun in the Twitch as well. Do search for Dice Stormers on YouTube, where all our videos are published, including this one, and on Twitch, where we stream live, sort of, reasonably regularly. Follow us. Obviously, if you like the sounds, that you heard and the music's, and you've heard those sounds, obviously, in the rest of these events on this fantastic celebration, search for Sirenscape. There's a 30-day free trial that will reveal itself if you Google Sirenscape free trial, and you get yourselves up broadcasting the sounds of your games across to Seattle to be incorporated into streams, or to your friends who are playing with you in other places of Sydney because they can't come and sit at your table. Thank you so much to Dungeons and Dragons for putting on this event. Seriously, coming up, turning an event from a thing which is based in LA, and we're all in a room and we're having a fun time and we've got everything all situated together, to having to bring in dozens and dozens of players from all over the world and solve technical difficulties that mount up quickly and simply while keeping good cheer is a massive feat. So huge props to Dungeons and Dragons, and thank you for bringing us all together.
And the whole tech team, they've done an amazing job. So
amazing. And yay! So anything else anyone wants to say?
Going to hang in the chat for a while.
We're going to hang in the chat.
We're going to hang in the chat.
No? Thank you. Can we just thank the chat? Thank you so much for all the.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've still got time, guys.
We still have time.
I just want to say thanks to the chat and for everybody in there who was
beautiful contributions from the chat. Beautiful.
Can I
wake up in the morning? Yes, Nathan. Yes.
What did you tell the chat at the beginning of the adventure? I was kind of like, what? The manic laughing and the fact that you had something special and hidden from us. I was very concerned.
That's right. I told chat that I've been accused of making fundamental Dungeons and Dragons mistakes, dungeon mastering mistakes in the past, and I figured the only way was to move on and to correct and learn from those and grow as a dungeon master, and that I decided not to do that. So I was going to prove to my gaming buddies that really the way I dungeon master is absolutely perfect, and that I needed their support, which they've amply given generously. So thank you, chat.
So we counting this one in the wins column, are we?
Did you literally request for them? Did you literally request for them to call you a genius? Because
very probably. And, and the best thing was that anyone coming late to the broadcast would have no idea why the chat was so on board with the terrible ideas, which I thought was very, very nice.
Love it.
Yeah, I told you about lemons.
I was surprised at how supportive the chat was. I was
I was too, actually.
Yeah.
I was like, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, it was amazing. It made me laugh so much. That was great.
I've realized though, just now, that we generally tend to stream on a Tuesday, which is very worrying given that we've just had Forever Tuesday. There is in fact a very famous New Zealand pop song. I know that that's an oxymoron to most people. Without You, My Life's Going to Be Forever Tuesday Morning by the Mockers.
Wow.
Sorry, what's New Zealand?
Yeah,
I think it's a state of Australia.
Doesn't exist.
It's a Lord of the Rings thing.
Yeah. It's literally Middle Earth, John.
Yeah. Oh, Middle Earth.
It's where lemons come from.
All days in Australia are Tuesday. Australia doesn't exist. We all know that. It's made up by the conspiracy people. Does anyone in chat have any questions for us? Around Dice Stormers or the amazing plot or anything like that? Feel free to chuck those in. We have a little bit left. What I'd like to know. So you do, Murray. Your character goes back and has a relationship with Charmaine now that Andrew's out of the picture.
And is that where that's where my son Eupolis, who's born, and in Derek's campaign. No, that way, yeah. In Derek's campaign, which is the Descent into Avernus, I'm actually playing Euphorion's son, who is Eupolis, son of Euphorion.
Nice.
I'm normally banned from making historical insights, but Euphorion, everybody, is the father, historically, of the playwright Aeschylus. And Eupolis is another Greek name, just so, because I can't resist. And
when you say banned from making historical references, you mean I make historical references all the time, and everyone loves it and values it, and we all
exactly
learn.
Just like I'm banned from having therapy, but
Absolutely, yes. Excellent. So Murray has a child with Charmaine who doesn't find that unusual at all, and poor Andrew,
she doesn't find that unusual. That's the way to describe it.
Well, a little bit shocked that the blue tiefling comes out.
Simple things in life.
That's right.
Yes.
Excellent. John, what does your character do living out its long and rich future in Icewind Dale, the place?
Yeah, I set up a temple of healing, but it's more like a counseling service where people come to get healed, and and it's I set up my own counseling beds and everything, or couches I call them, and I do a lot of healing.
Have you changed your name to Zuffer of the Healing Lemon rather than Healing Rose?
Zuffer of the Healing Lemon. Yeah, it might be bitter, but it's good for you.
Right.
Sometimes a bit of pain.
It's the bitter pill.
It's a bitter pill to swallow.
I don't think it's a healing lemon. I think it's a disappointment lemon.
Lemon of disappointment.
When the DM gives you lemons, you know it's a plot hook.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did we decide? The solution was that lemons give you life. Not when life gives you lemons. Absolutely. Are there back rubs as a part of your service?
That was
Johnny
for the win.
Back rubs. yeah.
Fantastic.
I mean, I think back rubs really do unlock things for people, and I get a lot of insight into their minds, like Jataya's piglet bite. Poor Jataya.
Yeah, right. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
When life hands
like
you
this big warrior who's afraid of it.
But are you now bonded to Marcus since Marcus brought you back to life? Are you?
Yes. Since he stood over me in a leotard, I've seen a part of Marcus that I never thought I'd see, and that's changed me irreparably. So
you're too afraid to ever die again. You're a better person
for it now, right?
I never want to be in that place again, and that's changed me. And
he's too afraid to die because coming back to life would be that traumatic.
Just to get rid of.
Okay, Derek, what does Vale do in his future? His enriched future?
Vale accidentally gets separated from the party and wanders off and falls into a snowdrift, and his biomechanical parts are frozen once again in time, and it's not until 100 years into the future where people find him again, and that's when we'll pick up his story.
And you're like
he once
Team
again,
America. No, what's his name?
Captain America. Yeah,
Captain America, Team America. Slightly different movie. That's fantastic. I love it. Frozen in time, ready to bring your help to the future once more. Johnny, what does Jataya do?
Well, Jataya has spent his whole life as a soldier and a soldier of fortune, and he decides he's had enough of that life. He's getting too old for fighting monsters, so he goes into business. With the Plesiosaurus or whatever it was, Andrew in the lake.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And so Andrew creates these beautiful bouquets of seaweed, and Jataya rows out in his boat every day and takes them into the village to sell.
Florist. Seaweed floristry. Nice.
Fantastic.
Because the Remirez was apparently going to become an accountant, according to the chat.
An accountant?
That's apparently what when the disappointed father Remirez appeared, he kind of gave up being a monster and decided to go and become an accountant to make his father happy. That was.
Yeah, who's a real monster?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is he had hopes and dreams and a reformed soul and the chance to grow as he slowly died. That's beautiful. That makes the hope even more thrilling. Fantastic. And what is Euphorian we've had, haven't we? We need to have Marcus.
Yeah, Euphorian goes and mates with Charmaine. Well, sorry, falls in love with Charmaine.
Falls in love with Charmaine and have mutual a relationship,
mutual,
of mutual
respectful, loving relationship with Charmaine.
Absolutely, yeah. What does Marcus?
I do like
Marcus Rutherford. Well, Marcus Rutherford does what Marcus Rutherford does, and he goes around and he's now got a +2 leotard, so he can charge for more at his dancing for when he dances.
Dance recitals.
Yeah. And he wrote down the entire adventure and then starts journaling it down and writing a book based on the great adventure.
What's it called?
It's called The Hook. Hook, line, and sinker.
Nice.
I love it.
I think
that,
just based
it becomes
on
a big hit.
Chat,
yep.
It's got a challenge from the chat when Zuffer writes a book, Why I Became a Lich, which is like the challenging book in the bestsellers list. Because Zuffer never wants to see the dancing.
What does Zuffer's future contain, John?
Sorry, what does Zuffer's future?
The temple.
Yes. The temple. We already did it. Excellent.
Temple with a colt.
Got his name.
He must have put the chain and gone back and gone, I haven't done this bit yet. Let's go forward.
I love that. I love
It's okay,
that.
Ben. It's okay.
Butchered everyone's
Look,
name.
I like not that backstory. Make another backstory.
Let John
give you a
speak.
little bit of a rub here. Let me give you a bit of a rub. There you go. You're okay.
Oh,
You're
that's
all right.
healing. Thank you. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell me about that
Excellent.
time you got nibbled on the toe by that rabbit, and you're okay. You'll be all right.
Wow.
Have some
I'm
Vegemite.
going to give my Ben. I'm going to give my inspiration to you. So next time you're struggling in life, just roll an extra D8 for me.
I'm going to draw
Excellent.
a circle at Ben,
Aw.
and your face is in the circle.
I think that's about it. Should we wrap it up, Ben?
That's about it. Yes,
The complete
someone
circle of
Stunjammer
friends.
suggested the name of this adventure, which we're going to call Hook, Line, and Railroad, which I really, really like. That'll go on. This adventure will go on YouTube as that. So yeah, do follow us if you want to. If for some unknown reason you want to see more of this lovely bonhomie and friendship and fun, stay safe, and we'll see you in a brighter and happier and less snowy future that doesn't contain only Tuesdays, but mainly Wednesdays instead.
We'll see you on Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Aim for Wednesdays. That's the life lesson that we've learned today.
Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you in chat for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Welcome, everybody, to a very special Knights of Evening Star one-shot for D&D Celebration, which I think we're closing out, sort of. We're at the very end. We hope you've had a wonderful D&D celebration, enjoying tons of amazing games, celebrating all of this cool D&D stuff. But yeah, we are here to bring you another one-shot adventure. I'm the Dungeon Master, Mark Humes. You may know me from my own show, High Rollers, as well as Kaliana from Critical Role and various other appearances here and there as well. And joining me are my wonderful players. We have Anna Prosser, we have Nate Sharp, Mika Burton, and Jonathan Indovino. I can never pronounce it because I know him as Shady Penguin.
You did it, though. That was amazing.
That was good. I got it.
Yeah.
I thought, this is a special occasion. I'll say your real name as opposed to just the moniker I know you by.
Awesome.
How are you guys? Are you guys all well? Are you ready for some D&D action?
Yeah, I've been having a great time at the D&D celebration.
What a
Unless
wonderful
something
time.
has gone horribly wrong, in which case, we had no idea.
You just completely ruined the illusion, Nate.
I'm just trying to cover all our bases here.
We have been having either a great, terrible, or neutral time. Choose accordingly. At
Good,
this
evil,
D&D.
neutral time.
Yes.
Nate's like, what's that? A fourth wall?
For those of you who have never seen Knights of Evening Star before, we're a weekly game here on the D&D Twitch every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific. The campaign is set in the nation of Cormyr and features a group of nobles and advisors attempting to run a small town called Evening Star. But this is going to be a little special one-shot where we were going to be visiting Icewind Dale as part of Rime of the Frostmaiden, the new adventure, which is now out and available. So go and check that out as part of this whole shebang. Lovely players, would you mind giving our audience a little introduction to who you will be playing today? And we will start with Mr. Nate Sharp.
Oh, snap. I'm going first. All right. Well,
yeah.
My character is Marcel. He is a high elf Eldritch Knight. He's a sad, broody little edge boy, and he wears a face mask for whatever reason.
Safety and health.
Mm-hmm. Can't be too careful with that air.
Yeah. Anna, please tell us who you are playing.
I'm playing Agnes Crownsilver. Her family insists it's pronounced Ogni, but she bucks that tradition because she resents the nobility, even though she was born noble. She focuses on trying to do what's best for the people, but sometimes doesn't quite recognize her own indoctrination into that nobility. But she's a wood elf wildfire druid, and that means that she can summon a fire spirit that is in the shape of a little baby phoenix.
A tiny baby bird. Lovely. Wonderful. Mika, who are you playing?
Hello, I'm playing Azara Mithras. She is a high elf draconic sorcerer of the blue dragon bloodline. She is a powerful war wizard and now appointed magister of Evening Star. She doesn't quite vibe with the way that nobility, has been in the past, in her past histories, but she also realizes that in order to make change, you have to play the game. So she also partakes in balls and political subterfuge and kissing of the ass and such. She's kind of like a hard candy with a little crunch, a little soft middle. She's really hard to determine, very hard on the outside, but she just is soft and wants the best for everybody on the inside. But you would never know that.
You never know. Nobody would ever know.
Nobody
and
would
then
ever
finally, Mr. Shady Penguin, who are you playing?
So I'm playing Tarkal Crown Silver, and he was the estranged son, but he has been brought into nobility and is loving what he's been doing. It's been a ton of fun. He's a rogue, and he has a dope little dagger that I hope I'm going to get to use today, because I kind of been itching. to use my dagger, honestly.
He's my half brother.
Yes, we're half siblings. The half of us.
And,
half of us are siblings.
Be careful what you wish
This
for,
half.
Shady. That's all I'm going to say. Be careful what you wish for.
You've doomed us all.
No, I want it. Bring the violence, Mark. Let's have it.
Well, let's play some Dungeons and Dragons, shall we?
Yes.
We are going to begin the day in Evening Star, in Cormyr, the rolling green hills of Cormyr, the lush and delicate and ancient woods that surround the Forest Kingdom. But we find all of you in your keep, Starwatch Keep, which looks over the village of Evening Star, as a new day begins. But that day is immediately brought to a kind of full attention as your Seneschal Dusk immediately alerts you that there is a visitor waiting for you. And without kind of wasting any time, Dusk informs you, I should let you know that it is Lady Crown Silver. It is Agnes's and Tarkal's mother.
Mom?
She is here. And he quickly makes excuses to go and prep everything, and giving you a brief moment of time. But when you arrive, and he does make sure that all of you attend, she has requested to speak with all four of you. But when you make your way downstairs to the main throne room of the keep, you see standing there, looking a little bored in a sense, with a pack of various thick cloaks and furs by her feet, a very tall wood elf woman. It's difficult to place her age. Like all elves, there is an element of agelessness about her, full of grace and delicate beauty. But she's tall, athletic, tan skin. Her hair is very similar to Agnes's, but not quite as bright. It's kind of more of a blondie red than the full bright orange flames that Agnes has. You can see that she wears a breastplate, carries a slender rapier, and yeah, she's got this air of confidence and boldness. And when she sees all of you arrive, she smiles quite broadly, and when her eyes especially fall on Agnes, she's just like, "Oh, my little Agni, it's so good to see you, my dear." And she kind of makes her way over and goes to kind of wrap her arms around you, Agnes, when she sees you.
Agnes does the hello, mother.
She kind of finishes patting you on the shoulder and smiling. She looks to Tarkal. Tarkal, so wonderful to see you. I hope that you have been doing well here in Evening Star.
Yes, Mom, I have. And he bows deeply, very deeply.
There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Not today. But everything is settled in. I had a brief moment to speak with your Seneschal, but the two of you seem to be doing very well. Things seem to be going very well here in Evening Star. I'm very proud of you. So is your father.
Well, as long as the people are happy, then things are going well, yes.
Oh, yes. The people, I understand, Agnes. Of course they're happy that you are doing a good job of ruling. Therefore, they will be happy. So that goes without saying. And Tarkal, you seem to be doing very well. But I have not had the pleasure yet of meeting these advisors that I believe that you have been given the services of. And she turns to Azara and to Marcel. She kind of inclines her head. I am Venathia Crownsilver. I am Agnes's and Tarkle's mother. It is good to meet you. I've been told many great things about the both of you.
Azara curtsies very deeply and respectfully and is like, Your Grace, I've heard wonderful things. You have raised quite a capable leader. We are so happy to have Agnes as our Baroness and Tarkle as our Baron. And she curtsies again.
I was going to say, just the one. Well, I must admit, I unfortunately have been a bit absent from Tarkle's upbringing, but I know his father would have raised him to be a good man, and I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you for your kind words, Magister. I have heard many similar things about yourself. I know Demelin quite well, and he speaks very highly of you. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And you, our masked stranger, Minister Marcel. I heard a little bit of your mercenary work, but I do find it strange to find you in such a prominent position. How have you found Evening Star? How have you found my children?
It all suffices.
Yes, I am told that you're a man of few words. Well, I feel that words won't really be much necessary. There's not a lot of time. I was hoping that I could perhaps invite you all to, well, not really assist me. I am making a trip out of Cormyr. I am visiting a place called Icewind Dale. It's quite far from here, north of the Sword Coast. I have some business to speak with an old contact of mine there, and I thought that it would do you rather good, especially you, Agnes, and you, Tarkle, to see lands outside of Cormyr, to witness how things are in the rest of Faerun, in the rest of Toril. I've had my adventures across a few places here and there. I feel that you should kind of have the same. And of course, Magister, the invitation applies to you as well. If you wish to get out of Evening Star for the day, I'd be more than happy to bring you along.
Well, wherever our Baron and Baroness go, we must go as well to make sure that they are aptly protected. Not that you don't have, I'm sure, the most capable hands. It always makes me feel better to have a little bit of extra protection for them.
Spoken like a true Magister. The truth is as well, I may not require your services, but it may be good to have a second opinion. One of the reasons I'm traveling there is my friend has told me some strange news about events going on in Icewind Dale. It may be good to have somebody of your magical caliber along for the matter. And Minister, you as well, the offer is there if you wish to join us. Escape the stuffy nobility for a day, see some folks.
I mean, if I say no, do I just watch the session?
Yeah.
He will give a long, thought out, very well worded.
Well, I won't take that as a no then. If you wish to bring anybody else with you as well, by all means, I can accommodate another 2 people in my transportation. If you wish to bring anybody else along with you.
Agnes, is there anyone we should bring?
I'm wondering if King One Eye would enjoy a visit to the cold north.
One Eye.
But probably not. He's not much of a cold weather beast. Would Sarah Lee like to join us, do you think, Azara?
Azara will turn to Mistress Crownsilver. Is there
to Mom?
To Mom.
Yeah.
Is there an research possibly that you'll be needing? Because we have a delightful sage blessed by Tymora herself that we could bring along if that seems necessary.
I don't think that there will be any immediate research necessary, no. If you think that this person might enjoy a day out in Icewind Dale, it is quite picturesque, a little chilly, but there is a picturesque element to it. Or the only other one is Icewind Dale is very close to places like Luskan. There are some unsavory sorts there. If you can think of anybody with a good sword arm, perhaps you may wish to bring them along as well. Bit of extra security for yourselves.
Well, if there's anyone who needs education outside of Evening Star, it might be Aaron.
And if there's need for extra sword, we should bring Alyssa. She kind of like pointedly looks at Marcel to go fetch her.
Yes, Marcel, Aaron and Alyssa will accompany us, right?
How would I know that?
Well, they're both within your purview as Master of Arms.
I will go and fetch them.
the them. Yeah, it's it doesn't take you very long. Alyssa is in the barracks as always. She's a little perturbed that you've come to collect her, but when you kind of say, what do you say? In fact, actually, yeah, like how do you explain this to Alyssa?
I've been told that I need to bring you somewhere.
The half-orc blade captain, this knightly woman with her little tusks and black hair, kind of looks at you strangely. All right, shall I go to the keep?
Yes.
Very well. Are you going to give me any more information?
I wasn't really listening.
Ah, yes, that makes more sense. I will go to the keep, Minister. Very well. And she begins packing up her things and makes off. You find Aaron probably sat on the keep's walls, basically throwing stones into the river, or trying to throw them as far as he can into the river. He looks incredibly bored, and when he sees you coming, he quickly snaps up and he's like, "Oh, Mr. Marcel, it's good to see you. Have you got a job or anything for me to do?"
Yeah, I just like walk up abruptly to Aaron. I'm just like, Aaron, pack your shit.
Yes.
Time to go.
Oh, yeah, I don't need any shit. I've got everything I need. I'm good. And he's just like, oh, and he just starts following you. And yeah, you guys...
Marcel's kind of getting into the idea of Aaron just kind of does whatever he wants.
Yeah, basically, if you tell this kid to do something, it looks like he will 100% do it, just because he thinks that you're the coolest guy ever. But yeah, he just basically immediately falls into step behind you. He does have like a little kind of knapsack, which it seems that he's got like a cloak and some, food and things like that in it. Somebody's set for the day of being out and about. He's got like a little knife on his belt. But yeah, he comes along. When you return with everybody back to the keep, you can see Vanathia has basically pulled out of her bag a very delicate golden circlet studded with 3 gemstones, and she places it on her head. Ah, excellent. You've brought your guests. Well, we don't have much time. I'd like to get there before the afternoon begins. So if everyone could stand in a circle around me, that would be fantastic. I'll be able to bring you back to Evening Star once our business is finished. So I've borrowed a little trinket from some friends of mine.
Business, Mom, you're not trying to get us to do some of your political bidding, are you? This is a real trip, isn't it?
This is a real trip, Agni, I promise. This is, I have some business, but it is not political in nature. This is an old friend of mine from my wilder days.
All right, because we're not doing any of that political intrigue stuff.
No, I promise. None of that, I promise. This will be a lovely day out. A lovely day out for you and your companions to see the world. Agni, you've not even left Cormyr. We've not taken you anywhere besides out of the kingdom. It's good for you to experience other places. You're always talking about these people. You need to learn more. You need to understand more. Sorry, I know I'm embarrassing. And she kind of like holds her hands up. Now, if everyone can hold hands, if we can join hands, she offers her hands to Tarkle and Agnes, and then the circle kind of continues. And Alyssa kind of is like, I still don't understand. Where are we going? Why? Aaron's just like, I don't care, Marcel, so we've got to do it. You see Vanathia kind of glances at the boy for a second and then just sort of shakes her head. She's like, now, it may be a bit bracing when we arrive, so take a deeper breath now. She kind of sucks in a breath, closes her eyes, and then all of you feel a sudden rush as the world seems to fall from beneath your feet. The world seems to extend. You feel your body stretching beyond infinity, beyond your own mortal constraints, like your very soul is being stretched across the world divide itself. And then in an instant, freezing cold winds blast your body. You feel yourself land in a place as if you've just fallen from a great height, and a very dim, overcast, almost nighttime environment begins to kind of form around you. You can see that you have arrived just on the outskirts, just before a large gate of a walled town. Around you, it is thick snow and ice. The cold bites through to your bones. Your skin begins to prickle and goosebump as these howling winds blast around you. But it's very dark, very overcast. But you can hear and see dozens of people, a whole full town of people making their way into this walled city as you arrive in Icewind Dale.
Ooh.
Immediately, Vanathia opens up the pack and she begins handing out thick furred cloaks to the four of you. She only has one spare one that she looks between Aaron and Alyssa for. Alyssa is like wearing her armor, and you can see she's cold, but she's kind of gritting her teeth, her little tusks poking out, and she's just kind of not making a big deal of it. Aaron is shivering visibly, but is desperately trying to look like he doesn't bother him. So he's got like his hands on his hips, and he's kind of like, it's a bit different, isn't it? I think I'm gonna be sick, and he kind of like seems a bit woozy from the teleportation, but otherwise is doing his best. And Vanathia offers him the cloak with a sorry look towards Alyssa.
I'll summon my fire spirit and have it sit on Alyssa's shoulder.
Okay.
To offer her just a little bit of warmth.
Yeah,
if she likes
as it kind of touches the armor, you can see like the dull kind of glowing red of the armor begin to heat up, and like Alyssa does kind of like, kind of lets out a breath. Thank you, Baroness. That's actually a big help. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Vanathia, mother, kind of opens her hands and points towards this walled town. It's near city size, but it is still a town. You can see it's not quite reached the same scale as something like Arabelle or Suzail in Cormyr, but it is still a very large town, far bigger than Evening Star with full walls. And she gestures and says, "Welcome to Bryn Shander, my children and guests. This is the largest settlement in 10 towns. These are the main settlements here in Icewind Dale. It's dark. Did teleportation go wrong somehow? It seems darker than I expected it to be. Perhaps it's just an overcast day." And she kind of turns to the group of you. If you have any questions about where we are, let me know.
Does it snow in Cormyr?
Very, very rarely. I think, as a child, there are occasionally winters where you get snow, especially in the mountains. And so sometimes the nobles will, organize a hunt to go up into the mountains, and the children will do sledding and sort of things like that. But down in sort of the coast near Suzail, where you spent most of your time, rarely did you get any actual thick snow or anything like this. So this is a winter wonderland. This is frozen level, thick snow dunes. You can see, the roads themselves have become slick with ice. Everybody here is bundled up in thick furs, leathers. This is a very, very different climate, and it is freezing cold. It is absolutely icy as anything.
Agnes will kind of wonderingly pick up some snow and kind of play with it and make a snowball. And as soon as Marcel's back is turned, she's gonna lob it towards his back, and then
So yeah, Marcel, you get a big sort of wet.
He immediately takes out his sword.
Just looking around for where this attack has come from.
We may be under ambush. I'm not sure of the fighting methods in this area.
Agni, please. You have nothing to fear, Minister Marcel. It is just my daughter being rather immature.
Oh, I dropped some snow. Sorry.
Now, I shouldn't let you know, the circlet that I'm wearing, it will allow, I can make a trip back to Evening Star, but it will need some time to replenish its energies. So, explore the town. I think that there's some sort of festival going on by the looks of things. Explore the town. I am here to meet with the speaker of Bryn Shander. Her name's Duvessa. If you do desperately need me, I should be at the council chambers speaking with her. She's an old friend of mine. Until then, perhaps shall we meet again near sundown? We should enjoy a meal together, perhaps. We should meet in the market square, shall we say. Until then, go explore, enjoy. Try not to get into too much trouble. I entrust those of you who are perhaps a little bit more mature to ensure that my daughter does not misbehave herself. And she's definitely looking at Azara and Alyssa and Marcel, and maybe a little bit at Tarkle as well, a little bit. But take your time, enjoy exploring.
It will be good to learn about the cultures of this place. let's find this festival.
Yes, Agni, let's find it.
Agnes.
I'm sorry, I've heard it so much, it slipped into my tongue.
I'm confused. Is it Agni or Agnes, Your Grace?
Agnes. My mother
very well.
mispronounces it Agni.
Ah, I see. I understand. Well, I'm not quite sure why you've brought me, but I'm happy to explore. I must admit, I'm a little thrown off. Where are we? Aaron is just like, yeah. Am I gonna be home in time for tea? My mum gets really mad if I'm not home in time for dinner. Is that gonna be all right?
Yeah, we'll be meeting mom back at sundown. So you'll be home. Is tea for you? When is tea, Aaron?
I mean, honestly, it depends on how hungry mum is, but I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure it'll be all right. I'm sure.
You're serving the nobles. Your mother won't mind.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm here. I can tell her that I'm on official Minister Marcel's business. Yeah, because you asked me to come, so I'm here on official minister business. Yeah. Okay. So
I think during this entire conversation, Azara would probably still be shivering as she was not dressed for the winter time.
You now have like a warm cloak, but the rest of your outfit is
very
nothing.
much not there. So while shivering, she'll probably be like, before we go to this festival, could we possibly stop by a shop to pick up and she just like cannot even speak because she is so cold.
I thought you might want to go shopping. Let's go.
Wonderful. And she kind of like speeds off in the direction of like where she thinks the shops might be, like
Sure,
shuffling
yeah.
through the snow.
Yeah, Alyssa very quickly tries to catch up, and you can see that there's almost like a look of like abject horror as she realizes how cold you are, and she desperately like chases after you and is trying to like clear the snow out from in front of you with her armored boots. Like she's trying to make it easier for you to walk, and is kind of offering an arm to help walk you along. Aaron is kind of just looking around, mystified, but he'll probably stick close to Marcel as you go. And yeah, you guys make your way into Bryn Shander, which is, like I said, they're narrow streets. You can see it's much more heavily built up than Evening Star. There are like there's lots of different, stone buildings here with proper thick wooden insulated roofs. And there's a lot of people. There must be sort of, 300, 400 people just in the actual main town itself. And yeah, there is a festival going on. As you begin to make your way down the streets, you can see that there are banners of blue and gray and white, each featuring a 6-pointed snowflake hanging from windows, hanging from street signs, decorating the whole place. Little stalls have been set up here and there. There are iron braziers with coals that are giving off heat to give people some kind of temporary reprieve from this icy weather as you make your way. It doesn't take you long to find a small general store, clothing store, and when they see Azara, the very kindly, ruddy, rosy-cheeked dwarven woman kind of approaches, like, "Oh, my dear, you're going to freeze to death if you stay like that. Hey, come on, let's get you some warm clothes, eh?" And she begins sort of pulling out all sorts of different racks of, furry tunics and thick leggings and boots, and laying them all out for Azara to choose from as you...
I think Azara would go for the cutest stuff there, as I assume she would try and put together an outfit that kind of looks like a Russian Bond villain in the wintertime, kind of like the form-fitting leggings, but like with the really puffy boots and like a cloak with a really cute fur hood.
Of course, absolutely. Anybody else that wants the same thing, like if you want to kind of pick up some like warmer shirts and boots, they all sell this here. And I'm not going to make you pay for the money because you guys have plenty in your treasury. Alyssa and Aaron have Aaron probably buys himself a little kind of shirt, like a warmer shirt with his meager little monies that he's counting out. He's just like 4 coppers, puts his shirt on and gets dressed very quickly. The dwarven woman's just like, "Oh, you don't look like you're from 10 towns. Are you visiting here?"
Yes, we're visiting from Evening Star. Do you know it?
I can't say that I do, my dear. I've rarely ventured beyond the mountains, beyond the spine of the world. Whereabouts is that? Is that on the Sword Coast or?
It's in Cormyr, in fact.
Oh, Cormyr. I've heard of Cormyr. Oh, you must be. Oh, yes, I can see now. You've got a knight and a wizard and the warriors and all the like. Oh, very, very well. Welcome. Well, I'm sorry that you have to suffer through the cold. It's been quite bad recently. It's not normally this icy. You're just staying the day then, just for the day?
Yes, we're here to explore and learn. What
Oh.
should we see?
Oh, well, I would recommend, there is the festival going on at the moment. There's lots of games and things to see and do, lots of art. It's all, it's a celebration of beauty in the winter. So yes, but it gets very cold by nightfall. You should definitely make sure you're on your way before it gets dark. It gets much, much colder at night here. Yes. Yes,
Well,
but
thank you.
hopefully these clothes will keep you nice and warm. And I've put your previous clothes into a nice little bag here, my lady. And she offers Azara like a little kind of reindeer bag, like a kind of reindeer skin bag with all your clothes in it, for you to take those with you as well.
Because
But
our
yes,
clothes are like actually this big. Right. When we fold them up.
yeah, it's like a tiny bag.
It's like a square of fabric at the end of the day.
But yeah, and then you guys are now fully equipped to begin exploring this town and the things about it. Moving around, it quickly becomes apparent that there is a lot to do. There's this festival is pretty bustling. You can see down one street, a ice skating rink has been set up in sort of what looks to be like a little market square. It's been fenced off, and you can see couples kind of linked in arms skating around with these kind of little tied-on skates as a small band is playing. A couple of bards have gotten together and are playing delicate music, and people are skating around together. Children are kind of slipping around on the ice, trying to kind of chase each other and pull each other down as that goes along. You can see down towards the main sort of square, there appears to be some sort of large ice sculpture being made, and people are kind of making their own ice sculptures and designing them. Maybe like a competition is taking place. You can hear all sorts of barkers selling various items and things like that. And down the main street, there are people doing live sketches and portraits in charcoals. People are sitting down and having their portraits taken. There's also the other thing that you mainly notice is there's a lot of shrines. They look religious, though you don't recognize any of the kind of religious symbols on them. You see this six-pointed snowflake kind of scattered everywhere as you go. But these shrines are full of people seem to be offering food, paintings, pieces of jewelry, anything of art quality or food seems to be being placed on offer. And you can see people in very, very deep, serious prayer as they offer them. You watch as a young family, kind of trembling from the cold, lays down a basket full of bread and fruits, and then they get down on their knees and kind of shivering, they offer up a very solemn prayer, but not quite able to hear what they're saying. But yeah, what takes your fancy? What are you guys interested in checking out?
I want to ask, like, maybe when this family is done at a respectable distance, when they leave, I will take them aside and say, "My apologies, I'm from far away. To whom are these shrines?"
When you approach them, they see you kind of coming, Agnes, and there is a moment of panic as you begin walking over to them. The man kind of steps forward. He's an elderly-looking human man. He kind of says, my deepest apologies, my lady. We are offering it to the Frost Maiden to ensure that the winter is short and that summer comes truly to 10 towns. I'm sorry, we have to go. And he immediately begins pulling his family away.
Does Agnes, I mean, I assume that she's kind of used to, like, being a noble. People are weird around her. So does this strike her as particularly weird that they don't want to talk to her, or is this like par for the course?
Do you want to make an insight check? You
Yeah.
can make an insight check for me. Sure, go for
Let's do that. Ooh. 23.
23. There was definitely, this wasn't just the kind of typical, it's, you kind of pick up on the fact that actually these guys wouldn't know that you're a noble. They wouldn't know that you're of any importance. And yeah, there was you get a sense that they were afraid of something.
Hmm.
That's the kind of vibe. The way that they weren't just shivering from the cold, they were afraid of something. Like when they were
Marcel's
making this offering, it wasn't a respectful offering. This was a fearful offering.
Like under duress kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's the kind
I'm
of
like
vibe you picked up.
particularly perturbed by that interaction, and I want to use the sword to detect magic and see if any kind of aura appears around these shrines.
Okay, so yeah, you close your eyes for a minute, Marcel, and you hear the sword. Yes, of course I can. I'm not. This is strange, brother. I can tell that the shrines don't have any magic, but there is some immense magic at work. This weather, it's worse than it should be. The magic is making it colder here. And there's no sun. There's no sunlight. Something is preventing the sun from fully rising here. I can't explain it. This is powerful magic. Powerful magic.
I'll convey this to everybody.
If the people of this town are under duress by evil magic, then we must do everything we can to help and save them.
Hot drinks, hot chocolate, hot food. Come to the tavern if you want to get your free hot drinks. And Barker kind of makes his way down, and you can see a bunch of families begin skipping hurriedly towards the tavern.
Sir DM, does this town look like it has a library of some sort, or like?
It's definitely big enough that there would definitely be a library here. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Hearing what Marcel would say, then that I would turn to the group and say, seeing as magic is one of my specialties here, if this is some sort of dark magic, as actually, Your Grace, your mother mentioned, she might need my help for some sort of query or questions. Maybe this is what she was referring to. Maybe we should pull the town, go to a library, see if there's something we can find out about what has plagued this town. When did it start? If we could be of any assistance.
Absolutely. Anytime people are under a malevolent force, it's our duty to try to free them.
Also, it would be very good for Crown Silver, for the Crown Silver name and for Evening Star's reputation if we aided a foreign town. Think about that. And Azara kind of like smiles to herself, thinking about how this could just help Evening Star.
Help everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Alyssa will say, well, the Magister shouldn't go on her own. I'll accompany her to the library just to, in case this is a large town and we don't know what sort of pickpockets or thugs might be around the corner. So I'll accompany her. If the rest of you wish to explore other parts of the town.
Well, I think that one of the best ways to get to know the people is to sample local cuisine and hang out in local gathering places. So if the tavern is offering free hot chocolate, then certainly it is our responsibility to partake.
Yeah. Aaron leans in. He's like, yeah. Baroness has got a great idea. We should go and eat stuff and drink stuff, especially if it's free.
Is there
So
the
Azara, you'll
equivalent
meet
of
us.
like?
Oh, God.
Is there the equivalent of like one of those caramel festival waffle type things?
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, seems like
You guys have
that's
been to
what
Christmas
Agnes has in
markets,
mind.
right?
Yeah.
Imagine a giant Christmas market.
Yeah,
and that's what this
I'm
place
imagining.
is.
I was
Yeah.
imagining the Philly Christmas market.
It's very that. What was you saying? Sorry, Shady?
Tarkle was just saying to Azara, so you'll meet us at the pub when you're done in the library then?
Yes, and please save a cider for me.
Will do.
Alyssa will kind of offer an arm to Azara and begin heading off in the direction of assuming you can find some sort of library, while the rest of you head towards the tavern. We'll quickly do tavern stuff first, as they make your way there. The tavern that you begin heading towards, the one that the Barker was gesturing towards, is called the North Look. And you can see that it is exceptionally busy. A lot of the windows have been opened, tables and bars have been set outside, and people are enjoying steaming hot, like ceramic mugs full of hot drinks. The smell of mulled hot cider, of hot chocolates, kind of wafts through the air, along with spiced potatoes, dripping in cheese, sweet, savory little flat cakes also seem to be on offer. And you also hear like a lot of loud cheering, like some sort of game is being played inside. As you are also making your way on the opposite side of the street from the tavern, you see a very odd sight. A small rock gnome, gray-skinned, with curly white hair, wearing an outfit that makes him look like a teddy bear, like a kind of snow white fluffy suit, has a small stand with more of these suits on hangers, and he is calling out as you kind of make your way towards him. He calls out, insulation survival suits for sale, the warmest clothing one can have in the 10 towns. Only 10 copper pieces a suit. Buy a suit now, please.
Aaron, would you like one of those suits so that you will no longer shiver? And
No, I
also
look stupid in one of those
you'll
suits.
look
I'm not wearing
great.
one of those.
You'll look fantastic in one of those suits.
No, I won't. You're lying. You're playing a trick on me.
Why would I play a trick on you, Aaron?
He looks very
Wear
confused.
the suit. It's for your survival.
Okay. I don't. Can I have the money for the suit?
Yes, absolutely. Agnes gives him 10 copper.
He takes the money and he kind of walks over to this gnome. He looks back towards all of you like, am I really buying this?
Survival,
Like,
Aaron.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Gnome. I will have a suit, please. And the gnome looks up at him. He's like, my dear boy, you've made a wonderful decision. A wonderful decision. Now, let me get a look of you. Yes, about this size human. What are you, 17, 16? 17. Right, 17. Yes, very good. And he finds one. He's like, yes, this one should fit you. You can see that this one, rather than having like teddy bear ears, it has long ears like a rabbit down the back. And it's like a onesie. It's literally like a fluffy onesie. And Aaron like slowly puts like his legs into it, slowly puts his arms in, looks sad as he begins like fastening it up the front, and then he basically makes his way over to the rest of you. I look really stupid.
I don't think so. I think you look fantastic.
Baron Tarkle, I look stupid, don't I?
You look warm.
Like
you'll survive.
It is very warm. It's, the cloaks that your mum gave us were nice, but it's like I'm at home. Honestly, it's so nice and toasty. I just wish I didn't look so stupid.
We're not going to see these people ever again. It's fine.
Oh, that's a good point.
You don't have to worry about what these strangers think of you.
Yeah. I don't have to care. I don't care what they think. Yeah. I'm doing
Aaron,
this.
would it make you feel better if I wore one too?
Yes.
All right. Agnes feels bad, so she goes over and buys one for herself too.
Yay!
But she wants to, if there's like a reindeer one that has like antler kind of things or something.
Sure, yeah. Of
she
course
wants
there
one
is.
like that.
100%.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the gnome is he's amazed. 2 sales in quick succession. He is over the moon. He's like, yes, well, my good lady, yes, Copper Nobanoka is most pleased to sell you a suit, an insulation survival suit. Yes, absolutely. Here, this one should fit you. I can make adjustments if you require them. Yes, please, put it on.
Thank you, kind artisan.
Oh, you are most welcome. They'll regret the day that they said that Copper Nobanoka is insane. My suits will be the talk of the town. I reckon.
I am quite warm.
Yes. They're made from owlbear downing, polar bear fur, and sealskin. Very, very insulated. Very, very warm.
Agnes is bothered by the fact that she didn't know these were made by animal products.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want to upset this artisan, so she tries to hide her grimace.
Wonderful. Fabulous, my dear. Fabulous.
She goes over and stands next to Aaron.
Aaron high fives you.
With I assume there's gloves on it, so it's like...
Yeah, there's gloves.
Yeah.
And it's just like a flat sort of like fuzzy glove hitting glove.
Mhm.
Inside the tavern, if you do make your way inside, there are bustling with people. There is hot drinks on offer as well as hot food. The main thing of note that you can see most of the crowd are gathered around is on the far wall, there appears to be a large pink fish mounted to a wooden board with a large, big, flat, round head. And people are playing a game where they try and reach into the thing's mouth and pull something out. But as they get close, the fish magically comes to life and tries to bite them and then goes back to its position. And they're trying to snatch this shining object from out of the mouth as they do it. And it's all kind of bustling around. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to just talk to people? What are you asking them about?
I want to go learn the game.
Yeah,
Actually, I wanna
Tarkle
point
definitely wants to learn the game too.
I want to point it out to Tarkle mostly and be like, oh, this is another game. Perhaps we could incorporate it in our tournaments in Evening Star.
Yeah, let's see if it's any. I don't know if it'll hold any water to Stoling, but it looks like some good fun.
Yeah, the Marcel.
I'm gonna look for any particular unique patrons of interest, like someone who might look a little, I don't know, stand outish and not just another.
Outish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ongoer.
Sure. Absolutely. I'll come back to you in a minute, Marcel. For the two of you who are checking out the game, Aaron comes with you as well. You very quickly learn that the game is called Brave and Bitey, that the fish is called Old Bitey, and the game is you snatch the coin. It's a platinum coin. You snatch the platinum coin out of its mouth, and that's the game. And if you don't snatch it out of its mouth, it bites you.
Have any of you ever been bitten before?
Yeah, one guy holds up his hand and he's missing two fingers. He's like, aye.
Oh my god. Are you giving it a try, Agnes?
No.
I have to try now. It's a game. I have to.
And there's like a cheer, and they begin banging their mugs, like, "Come on, sir! Come on, Mr. Lord!" And they're kind of like, bitey. It's really simple if you want to play. So it's there's no bet. It's literally just try and snatch the coin out of the mouth. When you get within 5 feet of this thing, it will try and bite you. You can make a dexterity check. It's not a saving throw, just a d20 plus your dex modifier to try and grab the coin. And if you fail by a cert like 5 or more, then you get bit.
Okay. All right. And it's just my modifier, so just my +4.
D20 plus your dex, yeah. D20 plus 4.
18 plus 4, 22.
Like immediately you just stroll up, this thing turns its head, you know, like the singing bass, it just turns its head like that. It does the same thing and tries to bite, and nobody sees you move. Like they just see like a flash of cloak, and then Tarkle is holding the platinum coin in his fingers. It's just snatches it out. Aaron is just like, whoa, in his bunny suit, that he is just cheering, and everyone.
Agnes is clapping with her glove.
Like the whole tavern goes quiet, and then everyone's just like, oh, whoa, and they begin sort of like chanting and banging their drinks, and people start, putting mulled wine into your hands, and yeah, people are just like slapping you on the back, like, you gotta buy a round of drinks now, buy a round of drinks, buy a round of drinks. Like,
can I use this coin to buy a round of drinks? Is that?
Yeah.
Drinks for everyone, I guess, and I'll flip the coin over to the bar.
Love convincingly causing a big enough distraction that Marcel, you notice that hanging at the back, kind of keeping away from everybody else, there is a figure. You can see kind of a pair of yellow reptilian eyes watching this whole scene. A long coat, kind of almost trailing down to the floor, and a big sort of wide-brimmed hat, and they're just watching everything, and it kind of shuffles around at this distracting scene.
Are they like seated or standing around?
They are stood in the corner. Yeah, no, they're seated. No, they'd be seated in a small booth. And kind of now that you look at them seating down, it's like they're triple jointed. So the way they're sitting is like they're kind of leaning forward, then their back is normal, and then their legs are at a really weird angle. As you look at them, it's very disconcerting. Like their body doesn't bend in the right way.
I'll, if there's room, I'll take a seat at the booth.
When you start approaching, this sleeve of the coat kind of like flaps up, and you just hear this voice like, "This seat is taken."
Doesn't even really phase him, just still kind of like sits down with
No, seat is taken. No sit. No. What do we do? I don't know.
He just Marcel kind of sits with a stein of whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, you don't seem to be taking too much interest in the goings on here."
No interest in silly games. No interest in silly games.
Can I do some kind of insight to see
You don't
What?
need to. You
Okay.
don't need to, Marcel. This is absolutely. There are 3 creatures in this coat. You can't really see their face, but there is absolutely 3 individual things inside this coat and hat.
Great.
Just asked, is there an entry discount per head that you're trying to take advantage of?
Discount and no. I am just enjoying warm. Yes, warm. Good. No speak. Go away. Seat taken. Seat taken.
Yes, it's taken by me now.
No. Belongs. No. We shouldn't say. Don't discuss. No. Be quiet.
And it kind of like shuffles around.
Do the 3 of you know of anything of this unnatural winter?
Know many things, but not of cold. Winter bad. Not mage. Definitely not mage. Not understand. Magic confusing. Seat taken. Why no go? Play bitey game.
As mage's magic can be confusing, isn't it?
Yes.
So, I'll ask you again. What are the 3 of you hiding from?
Knows that there is 3 of us. Should we inform Harpel? No, be quiet. Must not give name.
It's like, yes, we shouldn't inform Harpel about this, should we? And I'll get up and like if I don't know if there's a good way to grab, but the way I would like grab someone just by like the back of their collar and try and drag them from their coat outside.
Okay, so you grab the coat becomes loose in your hands as 3 red-skinned kobolds fall out the bottom and run out the back door of the tavern. They're just like, ah! And then as they just make a run for it as quickly as they can.
I'll follow them and wait until like we're like outside and it's not too crowded. And then I'll witch bolt one of them to basically like hook shot them to me.
Oh no. Yeah, sure. Give me. What do I have to do for witch bolt? Oh my God.
So that is. Oh, it's a roll. I want to, if I can, hold back on the actual damage and just try and like constrain it with this energy.
Sure.
So that is a 16.
Oh yeah, you had to beat like a 12 on these guys, yeah. So, okay, don't worry about rolling the damage then. You basically knock one unconscious with this blast of lightning. There is, the sound of the tavern kind of drains some of it out, but some people kind of immediately scurry away from these back streets, but one of the kobolds just falls flat. And you can see it was the one that was on the bottom of the coat. And looking at it now, it's not even it's actually an undead kobold. You can see that part of its body has been eaten away by acid. Part of it's now this kind of like undead zombie creature. The other 2, however, are living kobolds, and they immediately turn and just throw their hands up. These little reptilian, like little dragon snouts. They're like, no kill, no harm, no do bad. Just listen, just listening.
With the one restrained, I'll just tell him, you will answer our questions.
Yes. Questions, answer.
I'm gonna like see if I can poke my head back into the tavern and like see who of my party I can like discreetly get the attention of.
You can get the attention of Aaron. Aaron's like, me?
He looks to Aaron's like, no, someone else. No, get Tarkle.
Oh, okay. And then he goes and he like tugs on Tarkle and Agnes and Steve. He's like, Minister Marcel, he's at the back door or something.
All right. Agnes.
Tell me to get you.
Yeah, I'll go with him.
Yeah, you guys make your way out. The patrons are enjoying their free booze that Tarkle has bought for them with the platinum coin. And so, yeah, you guys make your way out. And yeah, you see Marcel pointing his sword at 2 living kobolds and an unconscious dead kobold, undead kobold. They've got their arms up. They don't have any weapons on them. They don't have anything, any weapons or armor. They just got their little red scaly hands in the air, looking terrified.
What happened out here?
These three were in disguise scouting out the place and mentioned something of a powerful mage that may be responsible for this winter. I had reason enough to constrain
Not
them.
response. No response. Mage not care. Mage not cause winter. Oriel cause winter. Oriel cause winter.
Who is Oriel?
Oriel, goddess. Bad. Big bad. No leave.
A deity has caused this winter. Well, that makes things more difficult.
We know do harm. We just listen. Listen for mage.
And
Who
why
is
is
your
it this mage wanted to listen?
Learn of things that human folk speak of. Treasures, books.
Marcel, they don't seem to be doing any harm.
No harm. Just listen.
Well, regardless, it seems intrusive on the privacy of these citizens.
Good point.
They don't understand any of those words.
Perhaps we should speak to this mage who sent them here.
Venya not here. She not here anymore. She come by every few days. Ask what we listen. She go far in snow. No, not here.
Venya, you said?
How do they pronounce it? Because these are kobolds. I have to. Velen. They call her Velen. Sorry, I got the name wrong. Velen not here. She go. She take other kobolds with her. Leave us here. Listen. Use dead one for legs. Me and brother, brains and arms.
How did he become a dead one?
Velen kill him, and then bring him back to life.
Why?
We attack Velen thinking she just human with food. But she mage. She use magic. But then she give us job. So we say yes.
This all sounds reasonable to me. Agnes looks at Marcel.
Very reason. Let kobolds go.
Can I insight this? See if they're
sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's not great.
3 kobolds in a trench coat.
4.
I couldn't not.
I know.
That's a 4.
A 4? I mean, they're stupid kobolds. You know, you've all heard of kobolds. You know what they're like. They're cowardly. They're pretty dumb. You don't have any reason to suspect they're hiding anything that they've not said.
Sword's still out, but I'll look to Agnes just for like thoughts. Any reason to keep them further?
I don't see any.
All right, I'll put the sword away, and I'll just tell him, apologies for the inconvenience. Your dead friend will be fine.
See that you don't steal any food from anyone anymore.
Okay. And then they just sort of like lean down, grab the dead one's arms, and begin slowly dragging him through the snow away. But their eyes never leave. Like they're like terrifiedly just staring at you lot until they get to a corner. And then they whip it round the corner, and you can just hear little tiny scaled legs like tick, 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 running through the snow.
Is Azara's at the library, right?
So I was going to do a meanwhile. So Alyssa and Azara make your way across Bryn Shander. You don't know exactly where the library is, but asking a few folks around Azara, people point out that there is no formal library, but the Shrine of Omentor has a library here. That the shrine is probably the best place to go for any sort of books or that sort of thing. It's where a lot of the school children go to learn and things like that. So they point you in that direction. You pass by the ice skating rink, and just continue your way. You can see a few folks are just kind of, in a way, if you didn't know what Marcel had told you and what Agnes had realized about the shrines, this does seem like a pretty genuine festival. Like people are laughing and smiling and sort of just seem to be enjoying themselves. But making your way across the town with Alyssa, you soon come across a very large converted manor house, but the golden sun of Amontor, the Morning Lord, is emblazoned on the front of the door. And you can see that there doesn't appear to be any guards around. The doors are closed, but doesn't seem to be locked up or anything like that.
I will attempt to open the door, I suppose. Just walk right in.
It opens. There is a little bell. Alyssa kind of follows you. She keeps a firm grip on her greatsword as she's making her way through with you. But you see that the shrine is empty. You can see that there are several rooms, one of which appears to be a library with tall bookshelves and a small writing desk. But the shrine itself is empty except for a lone woman who is wearing like priestly robes and just seems to be kind of praying at the altar. And when you come in, she kind of looks up in a startle. Can I help you?
Yes. Sorry to interrupt your prayer. We are travelers from Cormyr, just here to learn more about your wonderful city, your town here, and we heard there was a library in the shrine, if you don't mind us perusing your wares.
Cormyr? Yes, of course, but you should not stay here. It is not safe. Well, it's safe for you, but this is not a good place to visit right now, my dear. You should leave Icewind Dale while you can. This weather is not natural. The people of the town are trying their best to get by, but I'm afraid that a great evil is at work here.
What do you mean safe for me? What?
It is difficult to explain and rather tragic, but there is the land is suffering at the hands of a goddess, Auriel, the Frost Maiden. We have not had summer or autumn or spring in nearly a year now. It's just been nothing but winter, and it gets worse and worse. The weather is getting colder, the wind is blowing fiercer. I'm afraid that not even my Lord Amantor seems to have the power to put an end to it. I have prayed daily for this madness to all end, but it has not come.
And is there no way to defeat this Frost Maiden or bargain or?
And I see that you are not familiar with the deities of this land. No. Auriel is without compassion. She is uncompromising, like the ice itself. She is merciless. She does not care for our suffering. She only wishes to blanket the world in ice to preserve its beauty for all time. She cares nothing for lives or for anything like that. We have been stuck like this for a while. The speakers have tried to do what they can. They think that perhaps Auriel can be appeased, but I worry what that is doing to our lives. If you still wish to use my library, you are welcome to it. My name is Mishan. I am the priestess of Amantor here. If you wish to use the books to learn more about Auriel, you may, but I'm afraid that there's not much that seems that can be done.
Azara holds out her hand. Azara, Magister of Evening Star from Cormyr. And you said these speakers, they're meeting to try and appease this Frost Maiden. Is there anything we could do to help?
They met months ago, my dear. Decisions were made. Not easy decisions were made. They've done their best to try and, benefit the people of their towns as best they can, but I'm afraid that that is all that can be done. Duvesser is the speaker for Bryn Shander. She is a good woman. I've known her for a long time. Her and the Marshal, they are good people put into very difficult circumstances. This festival was her idea. She thought that perhaps if we threw a festival in Auriel's name, if we praised the things that she loves, beauty, art, if we made things for her, maybe she would relent, give us a moment of sun and warmth. But, I guess we'll need to see if that happens by sundown.
I'm sorry for your suffering. If there's anything that I find or can do to end this winter, I promise you, I and the Baron and Baroness of Evening Star will do our best.
That is very kind of you, my lady, but we are talking about a goddess. I think that this is just something that the people of Icewind Dale must suffer. There must be a way, but I don't expect any traveler to be able to fix it. you should go and enjoy the festivities with your friend here as much as you can, but perhaps it's best if you leave before nightfall.
Azara like puts a comforting hand on her shoulder and she says, "A war wizard never strays from danger. I will not let harm come to your people."
Well, thank you. Thank you, my dear. May the blessing of the Morning Lord go with you and offer whatever warmth and light that he can. I am going to continue my prayers here. Thank you. And she just nods her head.
Azara will kind of nod and stay quiet and go to the library to see if she can quickly gather as much as she can about Auril and Frost Maidens and goddesses and such.
Yeah, I mean,
we should have brought Sarah Lee.
It's the old switcheroo. Yeah, it doesn't take too much time before you find Auril is referenced in plenty of literature here in Icewind Dale. The people here for generations have always both been afraid of Auril, but also deeply respected her for what she represents. Auril, the Frost Maiden, she's a lesser god. She's not a greater deity, but she is a lesser god, and she embodies winter's cruelty. Her icy grasp is all about preserving things against the ravages of time, but without any compassion or feeling, just the thought of preserving things for the sake of captivating beauty, not for any good purpose or anything like that. She has all of the cruelness and maliciousness of winter. She doesn't care if people starve. She doesn't care if people die. Those are just the natural way of things. It's just, for her, it's all about preserving the world as it is in ice is her main thing.
I'm assuming there's nothing about, not so much weaknesses, but like if she holds anything dear that if it happened to be murdered, she would be upset and relent, anything like that.
Make an Arcana check for me.
Oh, I'm good at those. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23.
23. So you spend maybe sort of an hour going through some of these books and reading up about Auril. Being a lesser deity, if she is controlling enough magic to keep an internal winter going in Icewind Dale, deities' power isn't infinite, not for the lesser deities. They are, by doing something like this, it's probably weakened her quite significantly in terms of magic. It doesn't mean that she'll be killable. She's still a deity. As long as people believe in Auril as a goddess, she'll always have divine power. But it might be possible that it might be possible that something could, break this spell. If there was a way to interfere with this ritual, that might be a possibility of how to kind of bring an end to it. But that's just a theory. That's your basis of your knowledge of magic in the natural world. That's just a theory.
Is there anything about where to find and or summon her to confront her?
There's lots of talk about she has like a mysterious island shrouded by mist out in the frozen sea that no mortal can reach. There's also talk of a fortress called Grimscale where she's supposed to live that's protected by frost giants. There's lots of conflicting stories. She has a great bird that she uses to go over the skies and drop snow and ice on the people below, and she lives on this bird. There's all this kind of like fable and legend. And you would know that sometimes the truth is all of those things, or it could be none of those things. It's kind of, people believe what they want to believe, really. I think that there's no concrete answers there.
Gotcha. And we were told that Agnes and Tarkel's mom was meeting with this speaker, right?
You were, yes.
Okay. Knowing all of this, Azara would kind of like gather up all of the notes that she's taken and head back to the tavern with Alyssa so they can suggest that we go speak with the speaker.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and just to speed up time, you guys arrive back. Agnes, Tarkel, Marcel, you guys meet up with Azara outside this inn, the Northlook. And you guys share that information, I guess. What do you guys want to do now? What's the plan? You've probably got maybe like not too long before sundown, to be honest. The day is very short here, and with all the events of playing the games and the shopping and speaking to the kobolds and the research, you maybe got like an hour or so before sundown.
Lady Crownsilver, I would suggest, as much as I don't want to interrupt your mother, possibly she said she is meeting with the speaker who is the one who knows the most about this Frost Maiden, possibly going to find them and conveying what we found, our research, seeing if maybe we can work together to find a solution here.
I think that sounds like the best idea. Lead the way.
I will guess my best and lead the way, I guess. I'm kind of one of those, like, very confidently, but like checking a map anytime I can, trying to figure out which way I'm going.
You can ask for directions and things like that.
Ask for directions.
Sure. Yeah, you can find a map and check it on that. Sure. But yeah, it doesn't take you long to find the council chambers, which is where she said that she'd be meeting with the speaker. But as you approach it, the outside of the council chambers, there are quite a few armed guards. You can see that they are veteran-looking soldiers. They wear proper armor. They have proper, well-kept gear. They look trained. And one man in particular, dark-skinned fellow with a big, thick kind of Jon Snow cloak with the cross straps and a big sort of, Winterfell-style cloak, blue tunic, bald head, kind of stands. He holds up a hand. He's like, "Hold! The council chambers are off limits today, I'm afraid."
We are Lady Crownsilver's children. We're here to bring her an urgent message.
I can pass the message on for you if you need to. I'm assuming Lady Crownsilver. I am Marshal Markham. I am the Marshal of Bryn Shaddar.
Is there a reason, Marshal, why you're barring us from speaking to our mother?
The council is having a private meeting with a companion. She asked me to basically make sure that they're not disturbed, which is her right as speaker of the town. I'm not holding you for any nefarious purpose. I'm doing my job, my lady. But I'm happy to pass the message on.
Because Agnes has recognized that when it comes to like diplomacy, Azara usually knows better what to do. And if this were Evening Star, Agnes would just like throw her weight around. But since it's a different place, she's trying to be,
sure,
respectful.
Is this kind of a guy that would rank would recognize rank?
Yes. The only problem is that you suspect that your Cormyrean titles don't really have a lot of sway here.
He would know what a war wizard is, right?
I think he would at least understand that means you are a very powerful spellcaster, or at least you are a trained, spellcaster.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would just kind of step in and curtsy. What was this man's name again?
Markham.
Markham.
He's the marshal of the town, basically.
Sir Marshal, Azara Mithras, High Magister of Evening Star, previous and still War Wizard of the nation. I come to Lady Crownsilver with urgent news about possibly a way to end this winter. We're just trying to work together. We feel, at least I feel in my research, there might be a way to free your town from Auril and her grasp. And all we want to do is work together with the council to bring summer to this great land. And she kind of curtsies again.
The mentioning of knowing a way that you can end all of this, definitely you see his expression change. You see that kind of the eyebrows go up. He nods his head. I would ask you to wait here for a moment. Let me go and speak with the speaker. Let me speak with the speaker first. But if you do have a method, if you do have a theory that can end our problems, that will be something that she would like to hear. But let me go and speak with her first. I still respect the speaker's privacy. This is an old friend of hers, and I do not wish to interrupt their conversation with barging in. I will also check to make sure that you are Lady Crownsilver's children. And she looks towards Agnes. He nods. A few more guards kind of step in his place, and he turns and goes into the building. He's maybe gone a few minutes, and then he returns. He nods his head. He waves the two guards away. He says, "Come. Devessa will speak with you."
Thank you, Marshal. And I walk in with everyone.
Don't thank me just yet. Let's see if we can solve these problems first. And he kind of ushers you all in. Aaron awkwardly follows, yeah, I'm with them. And in his bunny suit, he just kind of follows them in. Agnes as well looks, kind of ridiculous in this suit. But they are, Azara's words have managed to sway them. When you head inside, this is a kind of mayoral chamber. You can see like a large round desk, sat at which is an elderly looking human woman. You can see gray is streaked through her blonde hair. She wears very delicate blue robes with a thick kind of mink scarf. And she is speaking with Venathia, Agnes's and Tarkal's mother. You can see that the speaker looks worn down. She looks tired. She's got thick wrinkles and bags under her eyes. She's kind of holding her temple. She looks up and kind of forces a smile. These must be your children, Venathia, and this war wizard that the Marshal has informed me of. I am sorry for keeping you outside in the cold. Venathia and I were discussing some old matters. You mentioned that you may have a theory on how to end our problems with the Frost Maiden.
Azara curtsies very deeply. Speaker, this is an honor to be in your presence. Thank you for having us. We totally understand the caution, especially in such dire times.
You may skip the pleasantries, Walter. I've had more than enough of them.
My apologies. Yes, in my research and just in my experience as a war wizard, this is a lesser goddess. Aro may have great power, but she cannot keep up great power forever. If there is a way to summon her, contact her, confront her, I believe that with enough firepower, her concentration on this spell, on this curse will break, and you will be free. It just takes a way to get to her, however. I don't think that appeasing someone with little to no care for anything other than herself will get you anywhere. I think the direct force is our only course of action here.
I hope you understand what you are asking, War Wizard. And she kind of looks to the rest of you. Of course, I would love for us to be able to simply march an army to defeat Auril, but we are talking about a goddess. Lesser or greater, it matters not. As long as people believe in the Frost Maiden, she will reform. This is not some singular ritual. Each night she flies, casts some curse that prevents the sun from rising, that causes the winds to blow even colder. I'm afraid, War Wizard, that I do not believe you, that this is simply a matter that we can fight her and hope that this is over. I have had many advisors, magical, divine, all who have tried to come up with a solution, but so far the only thing that prevents the nights getting colder and darker is to try and appease her as best as we can. She is vain in some way. I believe that she still desires to be worshipped. This is the only thing that has worked for us so far. And I am afraid that I do not know of a way to summon her or to where she can be found. There are old stories, but there are hundreds of them. We'd have to investigate each one. Venathia, I understand that you and your organization would like to help, but I really don't see how any of them can do anything here. She looks to the others like, if you have any other things to say or ideas, I am all ears, believe me.
Well, you say she's vain, correct? You say all she wants is for people to love and worship her. Have you ever... you say she flies over every night. That's the perfect opportunity to confront her. What if the second she is confronted, the moment that she realizes that you won't take this, that will break her vanity? Have you ever tried? You don't know.
No, Wizard. You are asking soldiers to try to raise their hand against a goddess.
I'm not asking your soldiers. I'm asking if you allow us to try.
She turns to Venathia. I will not condone these young folks throwing away their lives. I can't stop you, War Wizard, but I certainly will not condone it. You are speaking of throwing your lives away. I'm sorry.
If there is no way currently to defeat this goddess, is there anything else we could do to make your people more comfortable and more safe?
Your mother turns around. I think that is something that I am going to investigate, Agni. I think that I have some friends of mine, people that I used to spend some time with, doing little odd jobs for here and there. We're going to do what we can. But I'm sorry, I wouldn't have brought you here if I had realized that this was the extent of the problems. I thought that this was just two old friends with I thought maybe there was orcs or goblins in the mountains that needed to be dealing with, not this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought you. This is a bit much. I'm sorry, Tarkle. I was hoping that you would perhaps enjoy a trip outside of Cormyr, not be embroiled in some sort of plot against a goddess.
Oh, don't apologize, Mother. I did have fun at the tavern. I bought everyone rounds by winning a game. Something I heard the speaker say was that there will be people that still believe in this goddess and she will reform. Why do people choose to believe in such an evil deity?
Not the people of 10 Towns. Well, perhaps there are the more troublesome members who might do it in secret, but Icewind Dale is full of it is a large place. The 10 Towns are only a small portion of it, my young man. There are all sorts of folks who live out amongst the snow. To them, Auril gives them strength. Sometimes she blesses individuals with immunity to her cold, to her touch. These people go on to lead tribes or groups of warriors. There are those who see her as a being that can grant them power. As is the case of any evil deity. Why does anyone worship Asmodeus or Cyric or any of the evil gods? It is because they feel that they can obtain power. A sad but tragic truth.
I hadn't thought of that.
No, I wish none of us had to think of it. It is difficult. I must apologize. It is late, and I must conduct the final ceremonies for the festival. Perhaps it's better if you and your children head home, Vernathia. I'm sorry to have wasted your time and to have brought my misery into your lives. And she kind of gets up and kind of dusts herself off, motions to the marshal. You see the marshal picks up like a box, like a square lacquered box, and they begin heading out of the door and towards the town square.
Azara, do you believe them that there's no hope?
I never believe that there's no hope. I've heard tales and seen my mother take on horrors that you wouldn't imagine and live. I've seen mages stronger than me defeat Fae from the deep abysses of terrifying worlds. I've seen gods and goddesses brought to knees by powerful magic. I don't believe that there's nothing we can do, especially if she is running herself this ragged, just trying to bless those that believe in her and cast these horrible winters every night. She can't hold this up for this long. I know there's a way. I can't do it alone.
Well, you say you've seen power greater than yours bring down goddesses. Unless you have those powers on call to come here now, I don't see how that's even relevant to this situation.
For once, I have to agree with you, Marcel. However, it doesn't sit right with me not at least trying.
Surely together we are equivalent to one of those great powers, and maybe there's a few brave souls in the town who would stand with us.
Vernathia looks. You can see Vernathia is just watching her children at this point. So she's watching Tarkle and Agnes, and she's not saying anything. After Agnes speaks, her eyes kind of fall on Tarkle, waiting to hear what he has to say.
I don't know if we should be pushing the town's people so hard. Like, this is not our town. And I do want to help people, but I don't know if we have enough critical information to put them in harm's way, to raise arms against the goddess.
And what should we do? Leave?
And we were only coming here for the day, and honestly, I would look to the Council of Mom. not often that I actually get to have her around, so I wouldn't mind asking her what she thinks.
You will need to make some of these decisions on your own one day, Tarkle. I have spent a long time in battles where the odds were against me. Not every fight is fair, and not every enemy is weaker or as strong as you. Sometimes you have to take a gamble, hope that you have good companions at your side, the right smarts, the right tactics. Maybe, just maybe, you can pull a victory from a crushing defeat. I fear that there is something more at work here. I have known Devessa for a long time. She is a proud, a good-hearted, noble woman who would not be so easily dejected just by a bit of cold and ice. Something else is happening here. I would like to see what that is. And if we have to draw blades against a goddess, well, if necessary, I can get us out of here very quickly. And she just taps the circlet on her head.
Well, I'm not trying to back down from a fight. I think we should let's not put these villages in harm's way. If we're taking on a goddess, let's do it in a field or something. I don't know.
It's very commendable. Ilissa folds her arms. Well, wherever you go, I shall go. I will not abandon any of you. If you wish to fight, I fight with you. She kind of nods at each of you. Aaron kind of looks awkwardly. He's like, I don't really understand anything that's going on. Are we going home? Are we staying here? What's this about a goddess? Are we fighting someone? Marcel?
We will not be fighting any goddesses.
Okay.
In my opinion, if we come face to face with this power and the slightest bit of confrontation arises, we leave. I agree that this would be throwing our lives away. And I don't understand why you all take it upon yourselves to solve the world's problems. I don't understand why everyone's burdens need to be yours.
Because sometimes, Marcel, when people need help, you help. I'm sure if one day you need help, we'll be there to help you. Not like you need help. I know you're going to say something snarky.
You do hear a voice in your mind, Marcel, which is, we did help Hadley, and Hadley helped us. Maybe it's like that.
Well, the urge to help doesn't mean you're qualified. But so be it.
Well, Mr. Minister Marcel, Venathia kind of stands up and she kind of grips her rapier. Let me tell you that I am qualified. And I agree with you. If there is a slight hint of going against any powerful forces, I will immediately return you all to Evening Star. I will not risk my children in some heroic suicidal attack. But we're here now. Let's at least find out what's going on. Perhaps this is all, like I said, perhaps this isn't the work of Auril. Perhaps this is something more mortal at work, hidden behind a goddess's facade.
And something more mortal can fall on the bright side.
Well, let's go see what this fuss is all about. And she begins making her way out the door. And you can see that night is beginning to fall now. The sun, well, there's not really sun. It's been this kind of dim, overcast grayness. And it's now turning into dark night as you begin making your way out. And you can hear singing coming from the market square. And it sounds like hundreds of voices all kind of gathered together. You can see candles, kind of lots of hundreds of dozens of little lanterns and candles are all lit in a sort of vigil around the central town square. But when you arrive, as the last bit of gray light diminishes, as you begin making your way to the back of the crowd, you hear this audible wail and groan as the wind begins to pick up and the snow begins to flurry and build and the weather, the temperature begins to drop immediately around you. And you hear Devessa kind of speaking out to the crowd. I am sorry, everyone. I thought that this festival may buy us some time, but it seems that we must draw the lottery. Marshal, please. And the wooden lacquered box he was carrying, she reaches her hand in, pulls out a small scroll. She reads it. Citrine, and you see the crowd beginning to part around a kind of ragged-looking tiefling girl. She looks up. She's like, "No, please, I don't want to go. Please, when someone go in my place." And they just all begin backing away from her. And you can see Duvessa just is like crying, like sobbing tears. She's like, "I'm so sorry. This is the only way for everyone else to survive." And they begin sort of converging on this girl.
Go where? Where is she being sent? Mother.
Your mother is pushing through the crowd, like ahead of you. Like, yeah, she's just like, "Come on." And she's pushing her way to the girl.
I follow her.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron and Alyssa come as well. You guys basically get to her as several soldiers arrive, and there is this standoff where this girl is in between you. Venethia just grabs the girl and pulls her to her. Duvessa, what are you doing? What is this? She must be sacrificed. She must be given to Auril, or the rest of us will suffer. I'm sorry. You know I would not do this if it was not necessary. Auril will come. If we do not give her now, please. And you just see your mother just holding this kid and just draws the rapier.
I will go in her stead.
No, you will not, Agni. Nobody is going. Nobody needs to be sacrificed here. This is either some sort of trick or you are giving into evil.
Well, certainly if I go in her stead, then there are plenty of us with swords.
Nobody needs leave. Nobody is going. I am not risking you, my dear. You are my child. Nor will I give up this one.
And they said the goddess will show up if she does not die. So
you do not understand. You cannot possibly stand against the Frost Maiden. Please, we must sacrifice her now. You can hear the wind beginning to howl and gather strength as the snow begins to flurry, hail begins to form. This is our last chance, please.
Is there any kind of like vibes I'm getting off of this magic? Can I like Arcana check to see if this is like indeed goddess magic or it feels like something else?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check. Marcel, you begin to hear in the sword as well.
18.
18? Yeah, both Azara and Marcel, the weapon. You both get the same kind of vibe. This is pretty strong magic. It isn't, you're not sure if it's god magic. This is very powerful magic though. Maybe something like the control weather spell, but to a magnified degree, right? This is like a leveled up version of it. It's happening so quickly. Normally it takes time for this spell to generate the power to change the weather, but this is happening like at the drop of a hat. One of the guards lunges towards this tiefling girl with a blade, and your Venethia just parries it to the side, boots him in the chest, and sends him sprawling back,
Nice,
and then
Mom.
just backs up. She says, Tarkle, Agni, get in front of me now. If any more of them come, you keep them away from both of us.
I do that, and assuming an hour has gone by since I summoned my fire spirit, I'll
Get it
just
back.
summon it again and stand in front like menacingly.
Yeah, you can see the crowd is like now like gathering around you, and they're like, please, you don't understand. It'll be worse if we don't. We don't want to do it, but we have to, please. And it's like all these voices calling out to you. But then just one big sudden gale blows through. Doors slam open. The snow almost blinds you as it surrounds you, and you just hear this voice over the wind calling out to you. If you will not pay the price, let your short lives be forever frozen in everlasting rime. And the gale now becomes a full blizzard that just burns through the village. The people of Bryn Shaddar begin scattering, running to their houses, screaming. The Duvessa, the speaker, just collapses to her knees, holding up her hands to her face. What have I done? What have I done? As she just begins whimpering and weeping. And just behind you down the main street, you see a form beginning to kind of come out of the blizzard. Standing maybe 7 feet tall, you can see a creature like a biped, the face of a big owl and 2 curving horns around its head. Big furred body with talons and a cloak of snow just begins. And it just watches. We're going to roll initiative.
standing in my
Dope.
reindeer fluff suit.
Right.
Yes, I keep forgetting that.
It just reminds
Bravely.
me of like Final Fantasy 14 when you're in cutscenes and everybody's in like bikinis or frog suits.
My initiative is 7.
7 for Arnie.
14.
14 for Azara.
Roll a crit with 24.
24.
Damn.
Called
Nice.
Big Boy.
13.
13 for Marcel. And then it's automatically rolled Alyssa for me. So, Tarkle, you are the first to go. You can see this thing kind of darts forward in the ice. The blizzard around you, if it gets worse, it's going to start obscuring your vision. But for now, you're unaffected by it. But the freezing temperature is dropping rapidly. And you can see this figure just rushing towards you, this monstrous form. You are muted, my friend.
I'm muted. How far away is this deity?
I would say at this point, probably 60 feet.
Okay, cool. That's the range of my Kiss of Silver. So I'm gonna just unsheath my dagger and toss it towards the goddess.
Okay, sure. Give me an attack roll.
17 plus 7, 24.
24 hits, yeah.
Cool.
The dagger kind of flies in. You see it strike against this form's body.
Cool. So 1d4 plus 4, and then all the sneak attack. And well, yeah, I get assassination because I went before.
You get sneak attack, but not assassination because it's not surprised. It knows that you are there. But you do get
Gotcha.
sneak attack because you have advantage technically on the roll.
Yes, so 46 more damage. So that was, I rolled a 2, so the first amount of damage is 6, and then we got 7 total, 10, 13, 17, 46. That's it. So 17 damage.
17 damage, but that includes the initial 6 you did, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just add an extra.
Weak roll.
So the dagger kind of thumps in, and then you summon it back to your hand with a flick of the wrist as the magic pulls it into the kind of silvery mist form. But the creature does not slow down as it darts towards you, kind of rushing forward. Do you want to use any movement or a bonus action?
I think I'm just going to take a bonus action to I'm just going to dash kind of back away at this thing that's rushing for me.
30 feet more away. Yeah, the creature dashes forward. Almost you see that the cloak of snow becomes a pair of giant owl wings temporarily, and it flies forward 60 feet. It looks dead in the direction that all of you gathered, sees Vanathia, and just raises a taloned claw. And you watch as Vanathia looks up for a moment, and then her form seems to be sucked into the air, and a tiny icicle shard hangs in place, and you can see the silhouette of somebody banging on it, holding the girl, the tiefling, with her, like banging on the shard, as she just seems to be caught up in this icy gemstone. But the creature, hit it with everything you can, Magister. I'll do my best to protect you. And it's Azara's turn.
Hearing that, Azara will kind of do a really cool spin of her staff. And you know what? We'll just cast Fireball at the... Wait, how close is she?
She is now 30 feet away from you.
Cool. I have 2 4th level spell slots, so let's just do the 4th level.
Okay. So reflex save, or dex save, I should say, on my part.
Dex of 14.
14. That is a 16. So you see this thing kind of fly up into the air, avoiding some of the blast.
Still
It's gonna take
half. Yeah.
Yep.
Which I'm just gonna roll it here because that's a lot of dice.
That's a lot of dice. D&D Beyond will do that.
Half of 30.
The fire, you would hope in a way that the fire would have some sort of additional effect against the creature, but it definitely damages them. You can see that parts of their fur and their talons are singed by the fire. Your flame is nothing to me.
Quick question.
Anything else on your turn? Yeah.
Yeah, if I do Quicken Spell, I can spend 2 sorcery points to cast another spell, correct?
Yes, but you've already cast a spell as an action this turn, and there's limits on you have to cast. If you cast a spell as a bonus action, the only other spell you can cast that turn is a cantrip. So next time, cast it as a quicken spell, then you can cantrip afterwards.
Gotcha. Okay. Never mind then. Then that's all I can do.
That's all you've got.
Actually, no. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Dragon's Breath on myself at 3rd level, just so I have that ready.
Yeah, you cut that. That's part of the same thing. So if you
That
cast
is?
a spell as a bonus action, you can't cast a full. You have to cast a cantrip.
Darn. Just kidding. Okay.
I'm ruling you.
You're ruling me. You're ruling me real hard. All right,
I
fine.
know.
Then that's all I could do.
At the end of your turn, Azara, this thing floating up in the air turns into a flurry of snow and appears next to you. It just kind of teleports behind you. Elissa throws herself in the direction of the thing, but is knocked to the side as she takes a full blow of the creature's talons, sending her sprawling into a nearby building. Marcel, this thing is next to you guys now, within 5 feet.
Ooh, buddy.
Okay. I'm gonna, excuse me, bonus action, summon my Shadow Blade, and then I'm gonna take 2 attacks with it.
Sure. Yeah, so you just charge in.
Mm-hmm. So the first one is a 17.
Okay.
To hit.
17 is a hit. Yep.
Do you want me to do damage first or roll the second attack to see if it hits?
Do damage now. Yeah, do damage now. It's just a bit easier. With
Yep.
Any kind of
So
resistance
that
and
will
stuff.
be, what is it? 2d8. So that damage
is
using my Rime of the Frost Maiden dice on D&D Beyond.
Oh, get that cheeky plug-in.
Dealing 6 damage.
6 damage. Okay.
And then the second attack is a 16 to hit.
16 still hits. Yeah, this thing is
cool.
huge and it isn't wearing any armor, so striking it doesn't seem particularly difficult.
Okay, cool. Let me roll damage on that. That is 8 damage.
8 points of damage. Okay. So these 2 strikes, the Shadow Blade passes through its form, and you can hear this horrible kind of shrieking wind kind of picks up around you as it does. On the second attack, when the blow strikes Marcel, you do enough that you kind of, the strike kind of curves up past through like the owl's cheek and one of the horns, and the horn kind of comes off and it turns to ice and snow as it hits the ground. And for a moment, the blizzard and the cold weather stops. It's still freezing cold, but that intense blizzard begins to calm down, almost as if the spell's been sort of interrupted or temporarily halted with that blow as it cuts through. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
In that case, using the next legendary action,
of course.
Auriel will make an attack against you, Marcel. And this one will be we're going to use her Touch of Frost here. This is 2 legendary actions.
Oh,
That is a
no.
25 to hit you, Marcel.
Yes, Mark Humes, that hits.
Yes, that will hit.
Yes.
Yes, that will hit me. That is going to be 15 points of cold damage, and you cannot take reactions until the start of your next turn, as this ice and rime kind of coats over your body, slowing your movements and your body speed as you make your way through your actions.
Joke's on her. I don't have any reactions. Boom.
Got him.
So she's in melee with us now?
She is. Yeah, the only one who's not is Tarkle, because he moved 30 feet back.
That just sucks so bad for me,
I know.
because I just don't want her to be in melee with us.
You can disengage, take an action, disengage, move away. Hope that she focuses on Marcel.
But then I won't
Then you
do
don't
any
get to
good.
do a cool thing. Yeah, then you don't go do a cool thing.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take my bonus action to cast Flame Blade.
Okay, that sounds pretty rad.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, a fiery scimitar appears in my hand, and
All those swords lessons that you remember from childhood,
Mhm.
Mother would drill into you.
and then I'm going to make a melee spell attack,
Then that is fine. No disadvantages there.
and that will. Oh man, my dice are horrible today. I got a 12.
12 just barely misses this thing. As you strike out, it seems to sense this oncoming heat and dodges to the side as the flame scimitar burns through the air, sizzling snow and ice as it does so. Anything
That's
else
all
on
I
your
can
turn?
do.
That's
I
the
just
end of your turn?
I hold it menacingly in my reindeer fluff suit.
That is very true. I think at the end of the round, you hear desperate scampering as a white bunny-suited Aaron dives for the nearest, like, a couple of barrels and basically hides behind them. He's just like, oh!
That's fair.
He just dives behind them temporarily.
Valid.
Tarkle.
So can I use a bonus action first to hide?
Yeah, you can. There's like all sorts of streets and buildings around. Yeah, you can absolutely try and do that.
Cool. So I'm gonna try to hide, and then I'm gonna try to throw my dagger at this lady again.
Okay. I'm just reading on this thing. Okay. So as you are moving around, you kind of. I'm not gonna make you make the check because you don't realize this before you go to make the attack. This thing seems supernaturally aware of you, as if it knows, you know, where any of these attacks potentially are coming from. So yeah, unfortunately, you do not. This is not surprised, and it is aware.
Big sad. I'm gonna throw my Kiss of Silver angrily.
Yeah, you will still get sneak attack because you have an ally within 5 feet. So
yes, which is dope. I rolled a 19 plus, I think it's 7, so it should.
Oh yeah, that will hit. Cool. The Kiss of Silver flashes through the air. Thankfully, thanks to Marcel's attack, the wind has died down. Otherwise, this attack would have been at disadvantage from the heavy winds blowing. But Marcel actually disrupted whatever was controlling the weather to an intense effect. So Kiss of Silver strikes true through the
nice. So I rolled a 4 on the D4, so that's 8 plus 4, 12 plus 3, 15 plus 2, 17 plus 2, 19.
19 points. Yep. The dagger thuds into the creature's shoulder, and again you hear this kind of shrieking wind and howling ice, like ice scraping against itself, and it kind of snaps this big owl head with his beaks and horns in your direction. I see you. Is that the end of your turn, Tarkle?
I'll just like use my movement to. Well, I guess I use my movement to hide. Technically, never mind. I'll stop.
Okay, sure. On its turn, on her turn, I should say, Aurel will raise these taloned hands to the sky, and around her summons an ice storm. So I would like for Marcel, Azara, Agnes to all make, I believe that this is dexterity saving throws, please.
17.
17.
14.
14.
21.
21. Agnes is the only one that passes.
Like a reindeer, I leap.
You just managed to get out of the way. So half as much damage to this. So you're going to take half damage, Arnie, as you do so. But these huge chunks of hail and ice begin throwing down from the sky around Aurel, who seems completely unfazed by this as it does so. So that is going to be not very high on that. None of you have like resistance to cold, do you? So I can just add all of this together.
No.
I feel like I should as a fire druid, but no.
20 points of cold and bludgeoning
Yikes.
damage, halved for Agnes, so only 10. So, and it leaves these huge chunks of ice around in a 20-foot radius, just on the edges of where Tarkle and Elissa have been thrown. Like, you guys are just on the outskirts of this radius. But yeah, the rest of you are bombarded by falling ice and hail that forms this difficult area around you. And then it just turns, hunching its shoulders, bringing these talons to bear. And that is the end of its turn. Elissa will stand up and charge at the thing. In fact, actually, yeah, it will charge into Aurel as she does so. First hitting on her first attack, but missing on the second. With a greatsword comes swinging down. The greatsword doesn't seem to have as much effect, not being a magical weapon. So it's going to be 10 halved to 5. She manages to strike one blow, and then she will actually shove you back, Azara, so that you're not within melee range. She kind of just shoves you back and then draws the blade. You can see that she's like bleeding from like part of her jaw. One of her arms is kind of hanging a bit loose from the blow that she took. But otherwise, Azara, your turn.
Learning from my last turn, I will first cast Quicken Spell. So I take away 2 sorcery points, and I'm going to first cast Banishment on this bitch.
Okay. Saving
Please
throw.
roll low.
I did roll quite low. What's the total? What's the DC?
Charisma 14.
Charisma. Oh, interesting. So that would still be, that's still actually quite high. This is actually still very high. 8 plus 9 is 17.
No! All right, well, since that didn't work, I will
just...
Now I have a second cantrip.
Yes.
I'm going to use Firebolt. So that's 19 plus 7, I'm assuming hits.
That will hit, yes.
Cool. So that's 2d10. I have d10. There they are. That is 5 plus 4, 9, unfortunately.
9 points
of fire damage.
The fire kind of spreads over her fur, burning away parts of the cloak that's formed the wings. You can see that, this form is now hunched. You can see kind of almost whimpering almost as it's been hurt. At the end of your turn, it's going to make a talon attack against Agnes. Azara, that is a 21 to hit Agnes.
Yeah, that hits.
Oh, it does. 7 for 10 points of damage total as these claws, these talons rake across you, kind of sending you sprawling to the side. But then Marcel.
Yep, I'm gonna take another 2 Shadowblade swings. First
Running
one
through the air.
is 16 plus 7.
That will hit. Doesn't seem particularly difficult to hit this being. It seems its large form.
The second roll was the second attack's a 17 total. That hit.
Both hit. Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll some acoustic dice instead of digitally now.
Sure. Big fan of acoustic dice.
Dice unplugged.
Dealing 14 psychic damage.
14. You see this creature just clutch at its head as this otherworldly shriek penetrates the ice, still standing, but you can see this kind of almost dark blue blood beginning to pour out of the corners of its owl's eyes, out of its beak, and it just turns in a rage. Anything else on your turn, Marcel?
Yeah, taking note of turning toward me in a rage, I'm going to Misty Step 30 feet behind it.
Yeah, so you just kind of, woof, as it's turning around in rage, sensing that you've disappeared, it will turn its attention on the only 2 targets it really has left. One being Agnes, one being Elissa, and it will probably make an attack against Elissa, probably, because Agnes didn't hit it last time. So against Elissa, it will reach out with a frozen gauntlet, hitting for 3d8 of damage. That is terrible. That's 8 points of damage.
Oh, love to hear that.
But you can see that Elissa was already quite wounded by the first blow she took. But yeah, so you should see parts of ice now spread up her plate armor, covering her. Agnes.
Okay,
this thing is heavily injured.
So if I understand correctly, everyone is about 30 feet away except for me and Alyssa, right?
You and Alyssa are the only ones within 5 feet. Everybody else is, about 30 feet at least. Or Azara is about 5 feet behind Alyssa, so.
Okay. 5 feet. So Azara is about 10 feet away from
you, yes. She's 10 feet away from you.
Okay, let me tell you what I want to do.
Yeah, you tell me what you want to do.
First of all, I forgot that I had summoned my wildfire spirit. So the fluff that I'm getting that is that in the blizzard, the wildfire spirit was like, whee! And for a second.
Yeah, sure. I love it.
But now it's back. So what I want to do is use fiery teleportation, which teleports, using my wildfire spirit, teleports me and anyone within 5 feet of me away. So I want to grab all my allies and teleport to where Marcel is. And then I want to and that'll work. I can do that.
It will work. You will have to, if you want to reach Azara, you're going to have to provoke 1 opportunity attack.
That's fine. I'll do it.
Yeah? Okay. So let me do that first. I mean, that's going to hit because that's like a 25 for a total of 12. 15 points of damage total.
Okay. Worth it.
Are you still up?
Yeah.
In that case, you reach Alyssa and Azara, who are the only ones within range. You grab them, and then you're going to use fiery teleport, right?
Yeah. And
Tell me
as
how that works.
so I imagine my fire spirit kind of like starts circling us and creates this like column of fire, and then we disappear and reappear. But in that same time, 1d6 plus 3 fire damage is done to whoever's within 10 feet of us. So
And it's not
I assume
like a saving throw; it just deals the damage to everyone.
Oh no,
perfect.
dex saving throw.
Dex
actually.
saving throw. Okay, that is a fail.
Cool. So
I'm going
that's-
to use a legendary resistance to succeed.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
So this thing
because
throws its cloak around itself to protect.
because I have not yet taken my action.
There we go.
So for my action, I will then cast Wall of Fire between my
There
allies
we go.
and
There
the
it is.
yeah,
There
and
we go.
the goddess. And so
So
I'm
she
gonna
brings this cloak, protects herself from this fiery teleportation, and then when the cloak drops, we just see Agnes kind of raising her hands up as this giant wall of flame erupts in front of her. Absolutely. And then that's another saving throw on the wall of flame.
let's see. Dex, yes.
That is a 2 plus 3 is 5.
That does not succeed.
You don't even need to roll damage. You can do if you want because or this form.
I want
had
to because
2
it's really
hit
fun.
points. You do that.
Okay.
You said 2 hit points?
It had 2 hit points left.
So let's see. Hold on. 8 plus 12 is 20. 25 plus my fire spirit will be 31 fire damage.
You watch as this wall of flame engulfs this form, this creature's form. The fire explodes around, melting huge patches of the ice that has been snowed down onto the area where you've been fighting the main market square. And then you look, and there is nothing. There is no more creature. The ice shard holding your mother breaks, and almost appearing out of this prison, Vanathia returns, kind of gasping for air. You can see that her skin is all blistered with cold, but she's been holding this tiefling tightly to her. But she's blistered with cold, but alive, breath smoky. And there's a moment of stillness. And then you just begin to see fragments of ice kind of binding together, flying together, pulling up from the ground, pulling up from the eaves of the buildings, slamming together as it forms this feminine icy form with these giant spines of ice protruding from her body. I have wasted enough time with this. I must conduct my ritual. Enjoy what little victory you have. And then it just into mist and up into the air. But the temperature seems a mite warmer. The wind is less severe as she just vanishes away.
I think seeing this, like, bleeding heavily from, like, parts of her face, as I was just like, see?
See what?
Yeah,
see? Marcel also like pulling the hell up. It's just like, oh, of course.
And she's like,
Sorry for doubting.
Do you hear wind? Isn't it warmer?
Fair point.
With this, to speed things up to a conclusion, Vanathia will basically, she tells you things are obviously more extreme than we realized. I am sending you home to Evening Star. This is not a matter. I have some friends who can assist with this problem. There are many adventurers. I am going to bring them here. We are going to resolve this problem. But you, Evening Star, needs you. I will send you home, and then I will gather more allies. But we have proven to Bryn Shander that this creature can be defeated, that we can stand against it. Thanks to your actions, Magister Azara, all of you. You have done very, very well. I am very proud of you, especially you.
Did you see my firewall, Mom? Did you see it?
I am very proud. Those
It's big,
the
huh?
druids who taught you would be very impressed, and I am very proud. And you have good hearts. But with that, she will teleport you back to Evening Star, and we will wrap up this little D&D celebration adventure in a very quick fashion, as is always the case whenever I do these tiny
Yay.
ones.
Was that canon? Can that be canon? That was so dope. We defeated a god.
Sure. You guys want to make that canon?
Yes!
We can make that canon. It means
got
you
to
can
use
keep the bunny suits.
firewall. Yes, I
you can
get to keep
the
my
bunny
reindeer
suits.
suit.
Yeah. We can absolutely make that canon, and you guys can have a discussion on how that all went next week, on next Tuesday, I should say.
That's exciting.
Yay.
Well,
awesome.
Thank you, friends. Thank you for playing. Thank you for enjoying this. Obviously, that's only I put a lot of twists in that. If you are looking to play Rime of the Frost Maiden, I've added my own spin to that. There's not any major spoilers in there. I changed things up quite a lot. So hopefully you can check out the module. But Auriel, you saw her first form. You can check that out and see what the second form abilities may have as well. But thank you for checking out D&D Celebration. Thank you for watching Knights of Evening Star. We will be back Tuesdays, 4 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/D&D. Come and give us a watch. Come and check out how these lovely nobles and their advisors handle running a kingdom. Anything else? Anything? Should we do? What do? We got like 2 minutes.
Do quick shout outs.
Quick shout outs. Go, Anna.
I'm at Anna Prosser everywhere and twitch.tv/Anna Prosser. So if you want to see more roleplay from me, social media and my Twitch channel are the best places to find it. I tag Mika.
Hi, I'm Mika Burton. I'm at Mika Burton everywhere. I am not doing more RPGs, but I am doing lots of cosplay and video game shenanigans. So if you want to come check that out, my dog also has an Instagram. It's tagged on my Instagram. I'm tagging Nate.
Hi, I'm Nathan Sharp, known as Nate Wants to Battle. I don't have too much going on. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to tag Shady.
Hey guys, I'm Shady, and I am wrapping up another show on Thursday nights at twitch.tv/BrettUltimus, and I feel like I'm going to be doing more seasons over there. But if you want to catch the finale and you haven't seen anything else, come out this Thursday. It'll be fun. And I tag Mark.
Amazing, thank you. I'm Mark Humes. You can check out my D&D show, High Rollers. We were streaming earlier today, in fact. Come and check that out. That's the main show that I work on. You can check me on social media. Sherlock_Humes is my name. You've seen me around the D&D sphere. You know who I am. Come and check out my shit. That's it. That's it from us. Thank you very much. We hand it over for the ending stream of D&D Celebrations. Thanks very much, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
Well, it is safe to say we have had the most incredible weekend, and I am devastated to say that we are at the very final panel. But you know what they say about saving the best for last, and I'm pretty thrilled to reveal that we will be talking about the future of D&D in today's panel, where we'll be going inside the D&D studio. And I couldn't be more excited about our fantastic guests for today's panel. We have Liz Shue and Ray Winninger. Thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to get started.
Hi, Elle. It's great to be here with you today.
Indeed. Good evening, Elle.
So, yes, good evening. It's very late here, but if there was one panel that was going to keep me up, it's this one. I feel like I've been given an hour to ask everything I've ever wanted to ask about D&D, so I'm raring to get started.
Well, we will do our best to give you all the info.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. And I'm going to start off by, I think, getting you both to introduce yourselves, because one of the things that people always ask is, how do you get into D&D? What do you do there? So, Liz, I'll start off with you. Give us a little description of what you do at D&D.
Sure. Well, I'm the director of product management for Dungeons and Dragons. So that basically means I get to talk about all of the cool products that we're doing, both when they're first in their very early conceptions through coming together and becoming real products. I get to then introduce those products to our trade partners so that they can go out and sell them, and then get to work on helping to launch them into the marketplace and deliver them to our fans. So it's kind of the best of all worlds. I get to touch the products from start to finish.
And Ray, how about you?
I'm the executive producer in the D&D studio. So that means I'm responsible for the whole team overall. I'm responsible for the D&D business. And more specifically, I think the best way to describe it is my position. I'm sort of a bridge between the creative elements of the team that produce the products and the business elements, people who figure out, people like Liz, who figure out, how best to bring them to market, how best to sell them. And as an old D&D designer myself, an old school D&D designer, I can't help myself. I sometimes get involved in doing a little bit of the design on the products as well.
I think I'm probably speaking for everybody watching when I say 2 dream jobs. I'm really jealous almost immediately.
It is a great honor to be able to do this.
I mean, and this is the thing, what a year as well to be working at D&D. As we've seen this weekend, as we've seen over 2020, it's a really huge year for Dungeons and Dragons. So what has it been like behind the scenes? Ray, I'll start with you.
It's been a roller coaster, as I say. It's my first year in this role. First of all, for me, what's been so great is, meeting all these super talented people and getting to work alongside them. People like Liz, our creative staff, people like Chris Perkins, Jeremy Crawford, our art director, Kate Irwin, Richard Witters. So first, it's been that. It's been kind of becoming part of the D&D family again after so long. But then I think for me, the main story this year has been how much I love this game and how much I love the fans of this game has just been so reinforced. Obviously, this has been a tough year for all of us. And, the D&D fans have stepped up in a big way. I've seen the D&D fans come through, do a lot of great things for charity. I've seen D&D fans figure out how to, keep playing the game they love, despite all of these challenges. And, the fact that we're just, from D&D anyway, is just kind of sailing through this really challenging year has just been really, really heartening for me. So it's been great.
Liz, has it felt the same for you?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how amazing it is that we were able to pull off this incredible virtual event, bringing people from all over the world to play D&D virtually using our Yawning Portal. It's been such an amazing experience to be able to really shift very quickly from a world where we used to get together and play around a table physically to getting together and playing together around virtual tables. And I love that we have the technology to do it. And this year, despite all of the hardships that this year has brought, it really has been a great year for playing D&D, and it's been a great year for just pushing forward this idea that we have a global community that can really come together and play D&D no matter what the conditions are.
I totally agree with that. And, that kind of leads perfectly into my next question, which is, we are seeing more and more people flocking to D&D, whether it has just been this year of horrors that we all want to escape from, or just its enduring appeal, more people are discovering this community than ever before. So when you are planning kind of a huge year like this, where we're seeing big updates, we're seeing new books, we're seeing things like that, how do you manage inviting new players in and making sure that they understand and that it's accessible, for newer players, while still maintaining that complexity, that kind of joy of mastering something that is a little bit more complicated, that does require a little bit of a time commitment? How do you balance that? Liz, obviously, working with products, I'll start with you.
Sure. So I think, so much of the technology that is allowing us to hold events like D&D Celebration has also been a great way to fuel acquisition for D&D, because people are able to watch other people playing D&D, and I think it really demystifies the game for them. We also have some great acquisition products. We have the D&D starter set and the D&D essentials kit, which are the perfect place for new players to start and to really just kind of get involved in the hobby. And I think that it's kind of this this cycle where you watch other people playing, you start to play, you want to get a little deeper, a little more involved. And so you watch more people playing online to get ideas, to get inspiration that you can bring to your own table. So I think that online gaming and streamed games and events like D&D Celebration really help acquire new people by introducing them to this game and so that they can see firsthand what it's all about.
Ray, how about you? How do you find making that balance work?
Yeah, I echo what Liz said. You know, D&D at its core is actually a pretty simple game. You get together with friends, you make up stories. That's really what it's all about. But one of the challenges, again, as somebody who's been designing D&D material for a long time, one of the challenges has been getting people over that initial hump, just explaining that it turns out to be a little bit difficult to explain in words just how a D&D game works, despite the fact that it's actually pretty simple. And as Liz said, now that people can just simply turn to the internet, watch other people play, you see the light bulbs go on over their heads. You see that like, oh yeah, I get it. This is sure those, I don't need to be scared by all those big books and all that stuff. It's actually pretty simple, and it's pretty easy and fun and accessible. And, I think that's been a big part of the success we've had in recent years, the audience growing to much larger than it's ever been before, becoming much more diverse than it's ever been before. I think that's really the secret to it.
Yeah, I think people can really see that, wow, D&D is group storytelling. That's really the key. You're getting together, you're telling stories together. And once people understand that that's really the core of Dungeons and Dragons, it doesn't seem so difficult to get into.
Definitely. And as you mentioned, we are a community that's becoming ever more diverse, and that's something that we've had some big conversations in the community about this year, whether it's kind of diversity, whether it's finding underrepresented demographics, whether it's working with people who've perhaps felt excluded from D&D. So how are you making changes internally to kind of reflect the changing diversity of the D&D community? Ray, I'll start with you.
Yeah. So this mission of making D&D more welcoming, more inclusive, has actually been a primary design goal throughout the whole of this current era of D&D, the 5th edition era. It was actually one of the key pillars, design pillars of D&D 5e. And if you look at our current products, you can really see, like, just for instance, flip through and glance at the artwork, and you start to notice that, there is a lot of attention put on making sure that the way we depict D&D, for instance, shows a broad range of peoples involved in these adventures and in these stories. What we've learned this year, of course, as so many of us throughout the world have learned in this tough year, is that that while our heart's in the right place, we just have to push a little harder, and we have to go a little faster on some of this stuff. And so there are a number of things that, I think we're more or less in the works along these lines that we're just sort of accelerating now, again, as we kind of understand where our fans are coming from. So that includes things like, first of all, there are some changes to the rules that we had been experimenting with and playing with for quite a while now, that we're basically going to accelerate making these particular changes more central to the game. Basically, what I'm talking about here is, in the past, there when you selected a race in D&D, chose to become an elf or a dwarf or whatever when you created your character, perhaps your choice of race said a little bit more about who you were than it needed to. That, so we become more conscious of that, and we're revising the rules along those lines a little bit. In Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, coming later this year, you'll see those rules, and as I said, those become more and more central to the D&D experience. So again, the changes begin in the rules themselves, but also in the way we create the products. So, we've created some new product categories that you'll be seeing in the coming years that we've designed specifically to make it easier for us to work with new writers, people we haven't worked with before, a broader cross-section of writers. And of course, that's going to make it much easier for us to bring more voices under the tent, as it were, and bring more voices to D&D. Let more people sort of guide the products and guide the storytelling. So we're very excited about it.
Yeah, I think, our goal is always for anyone who picks up a D&D product to see themselves in that product, to feel like, hey, this is a game for me. This is something that, I can see myself playing. I can see myself reflected in the product. And that's, work that is always ongoing. I don't think we'll ever be complete with that task. We're always trying to do better and to keep doing that more and more with every product.
Of course, nobody's perfect. And I do feel like you've had feedback from the community this year, but it does feel, to me at least, that, that has been listened to. I've always felt that D&D does feel like a community. It does feel like you can reach out, that you are listening. So how does that work internally? When people do reach out, when there are, as I said, kind of these conversations, whether it's on social media or anywhere like that, what's happening internally when you hear criticisms, when you hear compliments, when you hear any kind of feedback?
Yeah, well, so first of all, of course, we monitor there are several, we like to think of, and sometimes we use the metaphor when we describe our jobs and what we do on D&D, is we describe D&D as an ongoing conversation with our audience. And so there are several forums in which we interact with our audience, the big social media forums that you mentioned, conventions, hopefully one day again when some of these current events are behind us, and just various other ways we interact with the audience. We do listen to that feedback, and we are constantly making changes based on it. One of the things that not a lot of people realize is, the D&D products that are out there, they're regularly reprinted. They regularly go back to press. And every time those products go back to press, there are often changes implemented in the products. And, and so when we collect this feedback, a recent example was in one of our more popular adventures, Curse of Strahd. There's a character named Esmeralda, and Esmeralda has a prosthetic leg, the character. And there was a paragraph or a section in Curse of Strahd where we pointed out that, Esmeralda, she likes to hide her prosthetic leg because she doesn't want to appear weak to the other characters in the village or whatever. And, we received some feedback from fans about, disabilities aren't things that, you need to be ashamed of or you need to hide. And while of course, I think our fans realized it was never our intention to offend in that way, we got that message and we actually changed that. If you go back and look in Curse of Strahd today, that's all changed and that section's gone. And so that's just one example. We do that sort of thing quite a bit. And, so again, that's that ongoing conversation that I talk about, that, we listen to the fans, we collect that feedback, we have systems internally for capturing those things, for deciding, where we think we need to make changes to past product. And we push those changes through, and then we wait and see how the fans react to that.
Liz, I assume for you, dealing with products, you get a lot of feedback.
Oh, yes. Our fans are not shy about sharing their opinions, and that's great. We appreciate that.
Yeah, getting that fan feedback really makes the products better. It makes us more aware of what's important to the community. And, we've got a great community manager, Brandy Camel, who's out there interacting and listening. And we've got so many people on the team who are, really accessible to the fans. And they are, game designers and art directors who are out there listening and interacting. And as Ray said, when we get to go to conventions again, that's one of the best ways for us to really talk to our fans and see how they're playing D&D and hear directly from them, the kind of impact that D&D has on their lives.
I would also call out, by the way, just as perhaps an even broader example of this, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which we recently announced that'll be coming out later this year. It's the first, major rules supplement for D&D in a couple of years. Almost all the rules that are appearing in that supplement, we put out to the public for public testing and public commentary, starting a couple of years ago even. So, much of what's in that book has been through multiple rounds of let people try it, let people, offer opinions, we revise it, we send it back out. It's actually a fairly lengthy and fairly rigorous process. But again, I think that's part of that's part of the success story of this current era. That we've really put a high premium on that, on listening to the fans, getting the fans' input on almost every important thing we do.
And that goes back to the very beginning of the 5th edition rules set, when we opened up an open play test so that fans could kick the tires, help us really determine how to make the best possible edition of D&D that we could. And we've carried that ethos of play testing and community feedback, and really making sure that the community has a voice in the creation of the products throughout all of 5th edition. I think, as Ray said, Tasha's Cauldron is probably one of the most dramatic examples of that after the core rules.
So what's the best way to make sure people are heard? Because obviously you have all these processes in place to make sure that, you're going out there and you're kind of finding that feedback. But if somebody does have an opinion and they respectfully want to share it, what do you want to hear? How should they be reaching out to you? What's the best way to make sure that if you've got, a fiery opinion that you feel needs to be heard, that, it does reach D&D? Yeah. So I would say an easy way is perhaps the easiest way is, as you said, the major social media channels. Go ahead and tweet at us, Wizards D&D on Twitter. Liz said, Brandy, our community manager, and others monitor that. We collect feedback through there. We'll occasionally interact with fans directly on social media. That's a great way to reach us. By the way, if you do shout out to us through social media and you don't get a direct response right there, that doesn't mean that your feedback wasn't heard, that we're not considering what you have to say. As you can imagine, we have an awful lot of people sending us messages all the time, but that's an effective way. It definitely reaches us. Fantastic. Well, now I want to talk about something that I know is a topic that comes up a lot, which is breaking into D&D. So obviously we had a fantastic panel earlier this weekend where we talked kind of more specifically how to break in, how to take that first step, get a foothold in your kind of D&D career. But once somebody has done that, once they're inside D&D, once you've brought in a new voice, what's next internally? What happens inside D&D to support new voices coming in, people who are just taking their first steps in this career?
Mm-hmm. So I mentioned before that, we're in the process of creating a couple of new types of products that you'll see in over the next couple of years. They're specifically designed to make it easier for us to work with those people who are just breaking into D&D, just breaking into game design or art and taking their first few steps there. What we're doing internally is we're putting in service of these products, we're starting to put a much higher premium on watching places like the DMs Guild, for instance. The panel we had earlier this weekend was about how to get your stuff up on DMs Guild. We look to places like that. We're always looking for sort of people who are sticking out a little bit ahead of the pack, who are producing particularly creative work that goes out through the DMs Guild, a few other things like that. And, so the next step will be, as I said, we're going to start launching these products. We'll have programs where we actively recruit those people. We bring them in, we hire them to create some material for us that we'll use. And part of these new products as well is we're setting aside time from our staff to not just dole out assignments or get people to work on this stuff, but to actually work with them and mentor them and kind of help them sharpen their skills. And the next step along the journey then is to get those people and pull them into our pool of regular D&D, freelance writers and artists, people who we use all the time on our major books. And then from there, the people who actually join our design and art staffs typically come from that pool. They typically come from our more prolific freelancers. So that's what we think the journey looks like.
And these anthology products that Ray is referencing, where we really get to showcase many voices, they're great for those up and coming writers who are making that leap from being hobbyists to professionals. But they're also great products for players because they offer a variety of shorter adventures so that players who are looking for something less than a multi-month or year campaign, but a shorter adventure to run with their players, or just a broader array of adventure types that they can run folks through. These anthology products are really great for that. So you can expect to see more of that from us in the future.
When there are new voices joining, it kind of touches on the balance that I mentioned earlier, which is how do you make sure that they are coming in with kind of fresh ideas and the new perspectives that you're looking for when you do look outside, your circle, when you look for people to come in and maybe shake things up or, as I said, bring in a new perspective. But then obviously, this is a world, a product with a huge legacy. It means so much to so many people. So how do you, help people cope with what I imagine is just horrible pressure when they first arrive?
It's pressure for sure. I mean, again, D&D obviously has a very long legacy. D&D is nearing its 50th year. So that's definitely true. I think the way we try to make sure that, we're finding the best material, we're finding, people who genuinely have something new to say, is we are starting to, within the studio, the number of people in the studio who we actually assign to go out and look for that sort of stuff is growing. So, the tactic that I think we're employing to try to do our best there is, instead of it just being myself or Liz or, a couple of folks who, look at things like DM's Guild or look at some of the other places where aspiring game designers hang out, we're now inside the studio starting to make that more and more a part of almost everyone's job. So a large cross-section of people in the studio are on the hunt for talent. And that means, we're gonna, the odds that we're gonna see, a broader, more exposure to cooler stuff, newer voices out there, those odds increase dramatically that way.
And I also think we try to take some of that kind of first-time pressure off of folks is just the people in the studio. We have an incredibly supportive and friendly and funny group of people working on D&D. And that's something that we hear time and time again from people who, after they work with us for the first time, they say, wow, you guys are great to work with. You're so much fun. This has been, I think we really are supportive of one another and certainly supportive of those new voices.
Yep. And I mentioned earlier that, part of, for instance, these new products, the anthology products we've been talking about, part of the strategy there is to set aside more time for our friendly staff members to spend more time with those new writers, those new artists. We view that program, it's not just about producing a product at the end of the day. It's also about, growing some of these, people who are taking their first steps into the industry. And so we're investing a lot in that.
Now, I'm scared to ask this because I feel like I'm going to ruin the magic for myself. And I'm going to be really upset if there aren't actually dragons involved. But what is it like day to day in a studio? Because you've mentioned it, you've made it sound amazing. And obviously that's one of the things that you think about. What could it be like to actually have a job where you do Dungeons and Dragons every day? So Liz, I'll start off with you.
So we do actually have an office dragon. Her name is Mitzi, and she lives in the lobby of our building. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we haven't been working in the office lately. So Mitzi has been guarding things all by herself. But that's one of the first things when somebody comes to our office, one of the first things we always do is we introduce new people to Mitzi. She's amazing. And then, I think we have a very collaborative work environment. We have a big common space where people hang out, they, talk over issues or work through ideas together, sitting in our big common area. We have a large work table where people can go through proofs for products together. So we really kind of encourage that very collaborative work. And when we're in the office, we have a lot of regular lunches because it's just a good time to unplug and get together over a meal and just kind of relax and get to know each other better on a personal level. So, there's a lot of hard work, but there's also, we try to really offset that with a lot of fun social experiences too.
Yeah, I have to say, Elle, I'm a relative newcomer coming back to D&D. As I said, I've only been in this role for a year, but the job is absolutely as fun as you'd think it is. It's just incredible. The experience that I have is I frequently find myself, I'll have a meeting with our designers at 4 or 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And it's not uncommon that we'll look up and it's 9 o'clock at night. We've just spent the last 4 hours talking about dragons or talking about, all kinds of things. That's pretty much what my days are. So it's just incredible working with all these talented people, and it's my dream job. So I get it.
And I recently
all right, it wasn't rude for me.
Oh no.
No, I recently celebrated 25 years with Wizards of the Coast. So that tells you something about the staying power of Wizards as a company, and certainly of Dungeons and Dragons as a team to work on. It's just incredible. And like Ray said, it really is a dream job.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. I was so scared that you'd be like, it's really mundane, but no, how could it be? It's D&D. I'm very happy. So I promised earlier I was going to talk the future of D&D. So I've got to get onto it. I've got questions I want answered. So first up, what's next for D&D? After a huge, massive year like this, where do you go next?
Yeah, where do we go next? So there's a few things that I think fans will see coming up in the next couple of years. One is kind of a renewed emphasis on settings. This past year, for instance, we had Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, which is the setting that's very popular. The Critical Role show is set in. We also had Mythic Odysseys of Theros, which is one of the worlds our colleagues over on the Magic the Gathering team built. We're gonna try to stretch the boundaries of D&D by putting more settings out there, more places where you can set your own adventures. And that's going to be the fans. I know I get this question all the time. What about those old classic D&D settings? When are you bringing those back? We're working on several of those. In fact, I can tell you right now, there are 3 of the old settings that we're working on right now that you'll be seeing coming up here in the next year or two, including some that the fans have been asking for a very long time. So you'll see that. We talked a little bit about the anthology products, the things that we're putting on the schedule that are going to allow us to work with, more newcomers and diversify the voices behind D&D. That's another major initiative. And another thing that I'd call out is we have some products in development that what we're really trying to do is kind of stretch what a D&D product can be, stretch what a D&D adventure can be. Adventures that are a little bit unconventional, for instance, source books or source material that cover things that have never really been covered before in D&D. I think those are 3 of the big initiatives that are underway right now that we're working on.
Yeah, and I think we're really exploring a lot of products that don't just come between book covers. We're looking at, more ways to deliver great accessories that really amp up your experience at the table, that are immersive, that make it easier to run your game. that just make it even more exciting and enhance your ability to tell great stories at the table. So, much of our line is made up of books, but I think you'll see more and more product from us that isn't just a traditional RPG book. I also have to say that some of the most spirited conversations that we have within the team are around some of those old settings and which ones are we going to bring back first. And, there's a lot of good debate around that.
Indeed.
So I assume you're just going to reveal all now, right? You're just going to tell me exactly what they are.
No, that's part of the fun.
Soon.
You gotta
I mean, I'm the host. I don't even get to know. This is very unfair. So, Liz, you mentioned new products. So, what's the process of coming up with something new? Because, as I said, we've got a vocal community, we've got a passionate community. They like what they like, they don't like what they don't. So, where do you begin when you start off thinking, we need something new?
So, a lot of product ideas start from an idea that a team member has or an idea that we hear from a fan. Some of our fans are really adept at coming up with cool new ways to approach tabletop gaming. So usually an idea starts with a person who kind of has this concept. We start kicking that concept around, fleshing it out a little bit more until it becomes kind of an official product idea. And that product idea at that point is still pretty loose. But we talk about, well, what kind of player is this product for? What purpose does it serve at the gaming table? So that we kind of understand, is this really meeting a need out there? And then when we decide, yeah, I think this really meets a need that's currently unmet, or it makes something easier for players, that's when we get deeper into, all right, what does this exactly look like? And we start to really put flesh on the bones of the idea, and working with our production team, talking about materials, working with our art directors and graphic designers, talking about what should this look like, and then of course our game designers. Let's make sure that this is really a great addition to the game. So all of those disciplines come together. We put together a cross-functional strike team that works on that product and makes sure that all of those pieces come together. So that we can actually put that product on the schedule. So we pin it to a date. We say, okay, this product is going to come out in, whatever it is, June of 2022. And then we just work toward that. We build schedules so that everybody has time to do what they need to do, so that we can make the product as great as it possibly can be.
Ray, what's the process like for you?
For me, I think the most interesting part of the process for me, as I said, is as an old school D&D designer, is trying to resist the urge to jump in and want to work on every one of these things myself. That's kind of my personal challenge and that part of the process. I would also say that the piece of the process that I particularly enjoy is early on when we've got a new product that is coming through the pipeline or something that we're working on. One of the early stages is concept art. So, for instance, we have a very talented artist, Sean Wood, who's on our staff. We also use outside concept artists, and so when you've got that initial kind of idea for what a product might be, early on, one of the first things you do is you sit down with artists and they just start drawing and getting ideas down on paper. And there's lots of, creative collaboration and back and forth. And that's just that's just such a fun part of the process, taking these vague ideas that you have in your head and watching somebody, watching a talented artist actually make it something real on a piece of paper. We often concentrate on the visuals first and kind of make sure that the product, the story we want to tell is anchored in some really strong visuals. And I personally enjoy that phase.
That's actually one of the things that
No, carry on.
One of the things that I miss most about being in the office is our concept art wall. We have a big wall where when a product is sort of being worked on and that process that Ray just described is active, and artists and concept artists are just pinning things to that wall, and you can kind of see how the ideas evolve and how they come together. And that's a great way to spend some time just gazing at that concept art wall and imagining what's going to come out of that.
So what else gets you really excited about working at D&D? What are the kind of plans for the next year, for the next 5 years, next 10 years that for you, make you really, really excited to do what you do to work on D&D?
Yeah, well, for me, I love this game. This game has been a part of my life for a very, very long time, since I was a very young boy. And not only do I enjoy playing it, but I actually truly in my heart believe it's a force for good in the world. I mean, I think I think of all the things it's done for me, how it's helped me make almost all of my lifelong friendships, how it taught me so many things as a young boy that, went on to serve me so well that, so for me, the thing that I'm most excited about and one of the key priorities for the studio is, as we've sort of hinted at here, expanding the reach of that game, helping more and more people find it. For me, that's not just a job; it's almost like a mission. I'm very passionate about it, and so coming up here over the next 3 to 5 years, as you say, I think one of the things that you're going to see from D&D is, we love whom we refer to as our core fans, the people who buy our big, thick books, and those books that I love to break open and I love to sit down and design myself. But I think you're going to see another wave of products that's really designed for people who are interested in D&D, who are interested in that kind of group storytelling experience, but just don't have the time or the inclination to dive as deep into the rules or dive as deep into the material as our products often require. I think you'll see a new wave of products that are aimed at a more casual D&D player, a more mainstream D&D player. And I'm very excited about that because, again, I think there's a real opportunity for this game to find, an even larger audience, honestly.
Yeah, I think one of the most rewarding things for me, and Ray said this very eloquently, is to see how D&D really enriches people's lives and to hear from our fans that they found their tribe through this game. They found the people that they really want to spend time with and the people who support them and are there for them. And people learn so much from playing D&D, whether it's problem-solving skills, a love of reading, social skills. D&D isn't just a fun game that so many of us love, but it's also used in recreational therapy for kids with autism, for people recovering from addiction issues. There's all kinds of ways that D&D can really help people through a rough time in their lives. And usually what we see is when you've been helped through a rough patch in your life with D&D, it does become a lifelong hobby. And that's something that I think is so rewarding for all of us who work on D&D, is knowing that we're not just making any old product. We're not even just making a game. We're making something that is really such a rich part of people's lives that's woven through their relationships and through their experiences.
There's one other point, similar point that I'd make, which is while we love, the stories that we tell and the products that we create and so forth, obviously we love those. But there's an aspect to D&D, this aspect of taking the game and making it your own and creating your own stories, creating your own worlds, your own settings. That's something that, again, I think we're going to veer back into a little bit. I think you'll see more products aimed at helping people do that, helping people, make D&D their own. And, again, thinking of D&D as this force for good in the world, something you hear a lot these days, for instance, is how many people, in Hollywood, how many famous Hollywood writers or producers or whatnot are out there today telling the story about how it was D&D that taught them to be creative, that taught them to take their first steps learning to create, learning to tell stories, learning to create characters. And that's an aspect of the game that I think we're going to push a little harder in the years ahead.
I love that. I mean, for me, genuinely, yeah, no, I mean, that's what I was about to say. For me, one of the reasons I'm a host is genuinely because my other obnoxious theatre kid friends got me into D&D. So I genuinely don't think I'd be here without it. So I agree.
I think it's a great training ground for anybody who wants to pursue a creative field.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So I've got to sneak in one question that is, well, it's definitely not just for me, but I really need to ask it. I'm also a huge lifelong Magic nerd. And obviously, we're having a big crossover. It's all I've wanted. I'm so happy about it. So, I mean, can I just say, tell me everything? How did it happen? Tell me everything I need to know.
It was a long time in the making, that's for sure. Wizards of the Coast bought TSR and acquired Dungeons and Dragons more than 2 decades ago. And it's finally coming to fruition, something that I think people have talked about and looked forward to for a long time. Beyond that, I don't want to spoil anything.
Why?
Yeah.
Really? Is that all I'm getting, really? Oh.
I think part of what helped as well is, we've been collaborating in both ways, right? So, our colleagues in Magic just announced, their big D&D set that our team has been involved in and helped them out with. But of course, preceding that, we brought some of the fantastic creative work they did in Magic to D&D. We did a setting book on their Ravnica world, on the Theros world. There's some other things that we're looking at along those lines. So I think, the two teams, just sort of fell into collaborating with each other. And it's just been such a great process that, it's mushroomed. And I think both ways, you'll probably see more things down the road.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. That's very exciting. All right, I'll settle for no details, but there's going to be more. That does make me happy. So I guess actually we're kind of coming to the end of this panel. I snuck in my Magic question. I'm all good. But I wanted to kind of finish up by just saying, obviously I touched on what you're excited about, what you're looking forward to. But what should the community be excited about? What for you, should they go away thinking, okay, I can't wait for this, whether it's, kind of an enduring theme of D&D, something that is just a new ethos, or whether it is kind of specifically products and things they can tangibly go out and get their hands on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd start by saying, first, the community should be excited by the fact that there are more people playing D&D in more ways than ever before. So, back in my age, when I was coming up as a young D&D fan, actually finding a group to play D&D with was a little bit of a challenge. And that's becoming easier and easier, not just, again, because more people are playing than ever before, but we've all learned through the pandemic that D&D actually adapts remarkably well to remote play. Sitting around and playing D&D over web cameras and that sort of thing actually works pretty well as a pretty decent substitute. And of course, that makes it even easier to find people to game with and people to play with. So that's the first thing that I'd call out. And then in terms of like the products themselves, what people should be excited about, later this year, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It's really only the second major rules supplement to D&D here in the whole of the 5th edition era. We haven't done anything like it in years. It's just filled with all kinds of new fodder for your games, cool new types of characters you can play, cool new things you can do. It's a real special book, and that's going to show up on people's tables. Just its ability to elevate the game yet a few notches more. And then looking forward, the thing I would point to again is, that increased emphasis on settings and bringing back some of those great old settings and giving players the tools they need to take D&D to new places and do new things with it.
And I would add that fans can look forward to a lot more virtual play events like the one that we just had this past weekend.
Oh, yeah.
The Yawning Portal is an incredible tool for matching players and dungeon masters on virtual tables, and it's something that you can expect to see a lot more from us, because I think as we saw this weekend, it's an amazing way for people to find games, whether they're signing up with friends that they've gamed with before, or they're meeting brand new people at a table where they don't know anyone. The Yawning Portal is a great way to find a game and to be able to play. So we're really excited to be able to do more and more of that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I think you can tell I've had a really great time. So I hope everybody watched it and enjoyed it quite as much.
Thank you, Elle.
This was, it was such a fantastic way to round out the weekend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Elle.
Talking with you.
Get some sleep now.
I'm almost at that point, because we're just going to take a little break. We will be right back, and then I'm going to wrap up this show and dive into bed. See you soon.
You've earned it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, I have to say, I told you I was going to squeeze in for an hour. I can't see chat, and I hope that you are all currently feverishly trying to work out those new old settings. I promised you we were going to have some exciting stuff in that final panel to round out the weekend. I can't believe it. We are finished. We are at the end of D&D Celebration 2020. It has been an absolutely fantastic weekend. We have had so much great content. The games have been absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned previously, they are all going to be up online. Don't worry, over the next few days, we are going to work non-stop at getting them all up for you. So if you missed any of them, you can watch them. They'll be on YouTube, they'll be on Twitch. You'll be able to catch up with some of the hilarious live play that we've had over the weekend. And of course, we've also had some really interesting panels. So just going to highlight a few. They were all fantastic, but some that I know a lot of people have been looking forward to included a panel on becoming a D&D designer. Lots and lots of you asked questions about that. I know it was super informative, really, really useful for anybody who's kind of looking to take those first steps, particularly if you've been inspired this weekend and you're thinking, do you know what? I want a day job in D&D, then make sure you go and check out that panel. It was absolutely brilliant, really, really clear to follow, loads of practical tips. So I have to recommend that one. We also had a great deep dive into planning and building an accessible dungeon. So this was actually a real-time panel, really, really great, looking at how to make your game accessible, how to make your table accessible to everybody, whether they're new, whether they're veterans, making sure that your table feels warm and welcoming for anybody who sits down and joins your party. If you wanted the resources for that, they mentioned loads and loads of great resources. Go to Jennifer's Twitter. They're all on there. She's got a really great doc that has all the resources for the practical tips for how you can actively do what they did in 1 hour. It was incredible. So do catch up on that if you didn't see it. We also had a brilliant panel from the Asians Represent podcast. They were talking about how we can rework how we look at Asian culture in D&D. Please watch it. It's one of those panels that can feel controversial. You might feel like it kind of raises your hackles, but I just have to say, if it does, it's a panel for you. It was a welcoming space. It was open. It was about being curious and caring and about making D&D as welcoming as it can be. I thought they were absolutely brilliant. I'd love for more people to watch it and kind of talk about it online. Let's start a conversation there. So those are some of the fantastic panels that we've had this weekend. I have absolutely loved them. I hope that you did too. Please share with us your favorite moments, anything that you really loved. Send us your highlights. You can use the hashtag, that's D&D Celebration 2020. Find us on Twitter. Do share your favorite moments, because it was all about us coming together. It was all about us having a great weekend together. So I want to know what you loved as much as I did. So let's quickly recap some of the things we've been covering this weekend, starting off with Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. So, of course, this is our latest adventure. We had a really great panel, which I shouldn't say because I hosted it, but it was nothing to do with me. Jeremy Crawford, Chris Perkins, they came and talked all about this adventure, all about what it'll offer you, why it's a really exciting new take on a familiar location. And of course, it is available now, so you can go and get stuck in. And if you buy it in stores, if it's safe for you to do so, you can get that gorgeous alternate art cover, which I am just completely in love with. Then, of course, we talked about the biggest news, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So, of course, this is our massive new rules expansion. We've talked about it all weekend. Again, came up in the Dungeons and Designers panel. We touched on it a little bit earlier in the panel that we just had inside the D&D studio. But obviously, this is such a big deal. I hope that this weekend has kind of given you a little sneak, a little taste of just how transformative this is going to be for how you play. There's so much in here. It is so, so exciting. So I'm thrilled that we've been able to kind of dive into it this weekend. And of course, if it's got you as excited as I am, you can pre-order. So then it will be in your hands November 17th. You can go online and get that now. And again, 2 gorgeous covers, including a soft touch alternate art, which again, I'm in love with. They're all so beautiful. I'm going to end up getting 2 copies of all of these books. I know it. Plus, this weekend, I can't forget that we were raising money for Extra Life, which made everything feel just that little bit more special. So Extra Life, if you aren't familiar, raise money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. And at the moment, they have a COVID fund. They are in desperate need, so this couldn't have been better timing. And if you want to look good and do good, we have event apparel. It is absolutely gorgeous. It is your last chance to get your hands on it. Go to customink.com. All the proceeds from that will be going to Extra Life. So as I said, you can look good, feel good, do good. Please do pick it up. It's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, I have to just do another quick plug for Syrinscape. I love them. They've been providing our immersion all weekend. So if you've enjoyed any of the kind of soundscapes that we've had behind some of our live play, that is all Syrinscape. And if you were thinking, oh my God, D&D is so slick, I could never do this at home, that's exactly what Syrinscape is. It is a sound design app. You can get it at home. You can use it in your games. It is so immersive. When they say immersion provided by Syrinscape, not just a slogan, genuinely, for me, it's been fantastic in the games that I've been part of. So I hugely recommend it. It's been absolutely brilliant to have them here this weekend. But I guess that's it. I don't want to go. I feel like I need to just fill for like another 6 hours. So maybe they just leave me on air and we can play more and we can hang out more. But genuinely, all that's left to do is to say a massive thank you to everybody who has been involved this weekend. So that's not just all of our fantastic players and panelists who've been in front of the camera, but also the tech and production crew behind the camera. You didn't get to see it, but they have been working incredibly hard all weekend to make sure that we could come together all around the world. I mean, and it really has been all around the world. They've been getting up at like 4:30 a.m. So, please, in chat, on social media, say a huge thank you to the D&D team because they've worked so hard on this and, it's been pretty spectacular. Of course, though, the most important thank you goes out to you at home for tuning in. As I've said over and over, this weekend, D&D Celebration was all about celebrating you. Celebrating our community, celebrating the people that make D&D so special, so life-changing, so welcoming. And I think this weekend you've just demonstrated how fantastic you all are. I'm so glad you could join in. I hope that you have enjoyed this weekend. It's been absolutely brilliant to have you all here. I've really enjoyed popping into the Discord. I've really enjoyed seeing you just falling in love with some of the players that you might not have been familiar with. And frankly, I can't wait to do it all again next year. But until then, I've been Ella Sillywood. This has been D&D Celebration 2020. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you again next year.